basis. Then it applies to all types of texts and all types of sacrificial items.
What up, Aquarius?
Even applies to valid covenants. So if you have a cover that wasn't valid for some reason,
Yes, ma'am. Are you ready for me? Who's been
you are in violation. One violation. So it applies to all animal offerings, all non-animal offerings, and even to invalidated carbonos.
Who's been really busy today? Okay, is everything okay with him?
Let's go back.
Well, there's been a lot of football. Did you put that on for him? Okay. Okay, well, there's another game on right now. Do you know that?
This might sound a little bit confusing because Ola obviously is fully burnt on his day. Ola has
Okay, it's on NBC.
that are burnt separate and distinct.
Well, yeah, at least put it on for him. At least put it on for him.
So if you have a half a kizayis of Ola meat and a half a kizayis of Ola sacrificial part, those two kizayis combine the requisite units for live. Okay, so that's fine. But it's interesting. All of the imura, some of them were in, they were a hello. So something is that been by Allah, and let's say not been by Shlamim. Let's say by Shlamim. Let's say this. Illustrating this example with an O makes it sound like this is unique for Allah. But for we take a half a kizayis of and a half a kizayis
That's right.
of sacrificial parts and combine them together, that would not combine to form the requisite shear that it sounds like. Which the Gemara says, Amina Lahan, it's also in Gibli. Let's listen to this. Mustana Banan, all of the Mustafa Kizayis. La Losa Mokos, also says to this, it's actually a bit more expensive. An Ola meat, the sacrificial parts of Ola, combine to form the requisite shear, which again means if you take a half kizayis of Ola meat and a half kizayis of Ola sacrificial parts and you combine them together, they form a kizayis. What are the ramifications of that? La Mokos. So for example, if you offered up that combined outside, furthermore, no stars the time. Furthermore, that combined ultimately again could also make you liable because of no sun and tomorrow. Okay, so let's this Shlama, Allah's love the color low. Once I say, I understand ultimately again why in terms of so I understand why I have the eyes of
Yes, ma'am.
I have the eyes of all the sacrifices are combined. Why?
Yeah, sometimes he'll take his glasses off.
That's the word. The same.
He'll sometimes take his glasses off.
They all have the same
Your son here
steps.
sometimes take his glasses off. And then he'll put them under his pillow. We'll have to look for him. Can't even find the first glasses.
Sacrificial parts. All the sacrificial parts are
mouse.
there.
So
it makes sense, therefore, when it comes to, let's say, burning them outside of the base of
Okay,
Mikdash.
I'm ready.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sending you an invitation. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
makes sense to say,
5,
makes sense to say,
4,
let's say a half a
3,
size of shlomim
2,
wheat,
1.
half the size of
Ta-da!
sacrificial parts
Yeah.
combined, right? And why wouldn't they combine? We'll say, what happens is the shlomim
4 more days, Miss Aquarius, till your birthday.
right? And what happens is shlomim sacrificial parts, they're burning. I understand why.
Woo is right.
However,
And then you got you're celebrating a birthday week.
why, when it comes to
Starting
Yeah.
tomorrow.
when it comes to, let's say, size of sacrificial matter, sacrificial parts combining. I understand why they combine in the case of Allah, but not in the case of
Grown
Shalom.
folks.
Because in the case of Allah, the meat
Yeah, we're doing that
is
Friday.
a sacrifice.
Saturday,
Everything is going to be
doing
fair.
Friday. I
When
don't
it
know what
comes
I'm
to
doing.
Shalom, rather, meat is consumed. Sacrificial parts. I understand
That
why
ain't
they
even
can't
coming
combine.
back.
But in other areas,
I love the
of
name of that place. Grown folks. Such a good idea.
nighttime. But
Yeah,
when it comes to
Friday.
those,
Doing
people
that
know
Friday.
certain
I know it's such a good idea for a place.
treated any differently than
Look at you, Miss Aquarius.
you're going to tell me that by Allah
Yeah.
You've gotten two spares in a row.
and have the desires of sacrificial parts combined. Or piggle
I tried.
or something.
Now this is not good. This is not good at all.
So it's actually quite interesting. Which the Gemara says, "Ba'at we learn, kala pigulim mitzarfim."
Miss Aquarius is dominating, folks. If you're watching this at home,
He says it. When it comes to piggle,
we are
parts of the
watching a clinic.
and when it comes to
She's putting on a clinic. She's going for her third spare in a row.
you're only high for piggle. Remember, we'll say, what's piggle?
And she
Piggle
dead on
is when I'm doing
beautifully.
something, one of the abundance of the car, I have in mind to eat
You're welcome.
outside of the permitted time. So, for example, when it comes to
I'm
piggle,
struggling to even get half her score.
desires and having the sacrificial parts, which you're not doing it, right?
Oh, oh, that was close. We shaved that pin and needed the gutter as well.
Those combined. So kasha piggle, kasha no sanos, it's a contradiction.
All right, Miss Aquarius has her first split of the match.
Piggle, no certain tumult, or have the desires of
She got one.
sacrificial parts only by Allah, not by Shlomo. The Mishnah says that when it comes to piggle, no certain sacrificial matter.
And now I have a split.
So it's a contradiction. Here's what that the Gemara says: piggle no kasha. It's not a contradiction.
Miss Aquarius going into the last frame with a dominant lead, and there's no touching her, folks. She's untouchable today.
Matter, and one is talking about the nafsha, about the intent for piggle.
She puts this game out of reach is possible. I can strike, and I still wouldn't win. That's how you do it, folks. Leave no doubt.
When we say that sacrificial meat and sacrificial parts,
Now I start getting strikes.
Combined, and again, it doesn't matter. When combined, that's when it consumption of pickle. If you're eating pickle, like you're actually consuming pickle, so whether you're consuming half a kg of sacrificial meat and sacrificial parts.
Oh man, Miss Aquarius with 190th win. Woo is right. And we're sending her an invitation.
Listen to this.
And she has.
Talking about the intent of Pigel. She has to
use the restroom.
Okay, so we'll say to get it technical for just a moment, but actually still quite interesting. So listen to this. The Gemara says when it comes to pickle consumption, right? If you're actually eating pickle, then again, it doesn't matter what part of the carbon you're consuming. All the parts combined form a kizayis. So again, if you have a whole table of pickle combined material, right? And part of it is sacrificial meat, part of it is sacrificial parts, right? And you eat it combined kizayis, you're liable. Doesn't matter, shlomim, ola makes no difference. When is your distinction of type of the cover? Listen to this. Well, let's say you're the Kohen having a machshavas pill. Let's say the Kohen is doing Kabbalah. He's doing Kabbalah.
Hey, look at that TV, man.
He's doing Zrika, right? And he has in mind that he's going to consume this carbon outside the time that pickle.
Yeah.
And I watch this. The Gemara wants to suggest it's a shlomim or an ola. Also,
Oh, look at this! Look at this split! Look at this split!
Is sacrificial parts 2 days from now.
Get it, girl. That's about all you can do.
Why? Because buying ola, the meat and the sacrifice are treated the same way. Everything is burned. So for again, that will combine by a shlom if he has in mind that I'm going to eat half a kizayis of meat in 2 days from now, and half a kizayis of sacrificial parts in 2 days from now. That machshava does not combine. Why doesn't it combine? Because a shlomim, the meat sacrificial parts are treated differently, right? The meat is consumed, the sacrificial parts ultimately are not part of the meat. Interesting enough. So for consumption of pickle,
oh, that's good. Oh, come on! They should have given it to you. Give it to me. Same thing happened to you. That happened to me. No, I don't. That was bad. Not good at all. Folks, not good at all. This was with a tough split. Get those three on the right. That's your goal.
actual she's 5 lines in Canada, so Canada, so Australia, that was hardly can you stack and we say that ultimately
Not what we wanted.
no start combined.
We have a split.
That's what I'm talking about. Actual.
Just get 2.
You have no sir.
I'll take it.
It's no sir of sacrificial meat, no sir of sacrificial parts, and no sir coming. The Harvey County old name Shlomo Lo. And when do we say that no sir meat is straight up? Also, that no problems with this. So was the very specific case. What happened with the sacrificial meat was boss was Stein.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Yeah, that's exactly right. Oh, get it, girl. All right, folks. Miss Aquarius is making a comeback. She's got 35 right now. She's got to get these 2. And she did. Now she needs a strike. If she gets a strike, she's going to take the lead. Everyone. Perfect. She ties the lead. Folks, she ties the lead. I don't know what to do here, Miss Aquarius.
You have a half a dice of
You win, I win. You win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
What does it depend on? It depends on the type of card.
He is right.
Sacrificial parts will combine because again, they're both part of the spare. If it's Shlomin, ultimately again, if you guys of meat, if you guys sacrificial parts would not combine. Just for that. Okay, quite fast. The money.
Oh, it's dirty. That was dirty, Marius. It's a very dirty joke, but he's doing stand-up comedy, and nobody laughs at his jokes. So I gave him a... Did you hear it? It's very, very dirty. That's not for Miss Aquarius's ears. What'd you say? Do I laugh at that one? Oh, they're a dirty Australian audience. It's hilarious. It's extremely dirty.
And now something happened to the cup and it got completely destroyed. As long as there is a
well, so here's the thing. I always try to give him jokes, but he never goes with them, and he goes with jokes that don't make anybody laugh. And so this one was short. It's really dirty, and he likes dirty jokes. And I think that joke is gonna knock him down, and they're gonna think it's hilarious if he tells it correctly. That's the key. If he does it correctly, nothing I can do about it. But if he tells it correctly, people will come up to him afterward and say, "That's the dirtiest joke I've ever heard," and that's kind of what he's going for. Oh, is that a dirty joke? That is a dirty joke. It's got so much to it, and it's so short, and it is so dirty that it's like you don't even know where that joke's going, and that to me is what makes it a really funny joke. It's like you don't know where it's going, and it's word economy. It's just really, really short, and I hope he tells it correctly, and if he does, he will bowl that audience over, and I really mean that. They will think that is the funniest joke that he's ever told. Is it the funniest heard? Probably not, but it's Zoot does not do well in stand-up comedy many times, and I want him to have at least one joke that they're gonna just be bowled over by, and he tells some dirty jokes, and so that doesn't mean that like they're not used to jokes that he's been able to tell, so they know that he's dirty. So why not give him if you're gonna give him a dirty joke, why not give him like the dirtiest joke possible? Exactly. So is Papa watching? What'd you say? Who? Affirmation? She lives in Poland. Yeah, it should actually be starting to be. Yeah, it's still nighttime for her, and she's sleeping. But yeah, she was dancing earlier, and she's a very positive person and very driven by healing society and a very special soul. I really think that she's a nice person. So I hope that her hopes and dreams come true of what she's doing, streaming to stream enough someday, not today, not tomorrow, but someday, to maybe be able to live off the grid kind of a deal. And, you know, she does it enough, then anything is possible. What's on your agenda for Monday? No idea. Right? I'm happy to celebrate. So remember again, just remember stuff like that. But she was sick on the beginning of today's day. I don't know what she ate, but something made her stomach how much organic material do you need? Yeah, she was feeling well. Did you make any? Have you made any progress on cleaning your room? Yeah, there you go.
combined. And basically now it looks like so it's the same thing. We see this thing. So by Ola, because the entire of the carbon is treated with the same process, i.e. it's all burnt on the
Yes. Yeah. How many hours do you think it would take you if you just focused on
so therefore, if you burn okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Keep you motivated.
That I love for myself. If let's say again, you offered up a carbon, and unfortunately again, the carbon was inadvertently destroyed. If you have as long as you have either a happy desire,
Absolutely.
happy desire, Taylor, you're good to go. The general, sorry, right?
All right, let's go check out my podcast.
Taylor, you are good to go. What about the happy desire? Happy desire, Taylor? Combine, except in one case, where they do combine. So by Ola, if you accidentally destroy the carbon,
yeah, I've got somebody who's going to interview me tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you got it.
So I'm gonna be ready for that. Hopefully, and hopefully it goes well.
Yes,
even if all of the commercials, you must what? From my opinion, what do you mean if the whole doesn't tax, you can't do the job? The law says, what problem with that statement? Which is, there's no Zika, but Zika is a blood service. It's done by animal law. Meal talk is a meal law. Usually,
God willing. Thank you.
Let's say again, the animal itself was inadvertently destroyed or discarded, but the new car is still intact. The new car allow you to continue with this result? And the answer to that is no. The answer to that is no. The presence of the new car does not allow for the vehicle to continue. In order for you to occur, there must be a design still sacrificial matter, sacrificial need that is still left. In general, that means from all other funnels, it's either a design base of busser or a design of left. Ola is unique in that again, you can combine a happy design of busser and the happy design of Taylor. Alright, gets better. Comrades, behind the bone, Frascoan, and so now again. Same thing, liability for offering up files outside of the base under fresh. So now, let's just going to the list of Habanos or I call it sacrificial consequences that are not animal sacrifices. So called I already know, right? Middle fingers, and scoops up flour, the oil, and what does he shakes off the offer is amount from his bath, and in general, as long as it's not the meat of a curry, the minute is by the foreigners. That's called Bona is the frankincense kitoras. Now that 2 points out over here, which regards to the year actually says, Shebachon Shakas shall be in our Bible. So again, this is not a right? In other words, no, that Torres was one of the most coveted, events. Yeah, right? Because apparently the Dakotas was Skula so well. So therefore, you might have said, yeah, Dakotas ultimately didn't do the second time. Everybody gets because again, that's why you want to see love in your kind of what's it? If you want to see what's the school of for seeing Hatzlach in the channel, so what's the school of? What's the school of? I'm sorry. First of all, the first school for Parnas is there's no school for Parnas, right? Get up, work harder than everyone else. Get up, work harder than everyone else, right? And get a second job, and get a third job, and do whatever you have to grind yourself and work hard. Everybody's looking for a school, everybody's looking for a life path, right? For success. There is no life path for success. Hard-working people who have a vision for what they want to accomplish will become successful. If you're looking to take it easy and be successful, if you're looking for a school of Parnasa, not going to work. Hard work. You want bread, you want money, work hard. Break the sweat. That's how you're going to be successful. Now, once you're putting in your regardless, are there other things that can help you be my favorite? Absolutely. One of the most beautiful and important things one can do is Parshas HaKtoras. It is very important every day to recite Parshas HaKtoras. It is a tremendous segula for Parnas. Tremendous segula for Parnas. In fact, we're going to get it here one day in Eretz Yisrael. You see this a lot. That also be able to say it in the clock. Be able to say practical parts of themselves. One of the things we have working out here in the shul, like the frame clock. So everyone could say Parshas HaKtoras from the clock. A tremendous school of Parnasa. Just all on this topic, I'll tell you last last year, I tell you, I tell us ago, when the Grecian cover also said that another tremendous school of Hanasa take the school off for after that administration. He said that is a tremendous school of sometimes that is right? Sometimes I get a person again, you know, it's never happened. No one wants to be davening, right? But for nice, sometimes we have no choice but to leave early. Okay, but that's one thing. But at least again on the days, perhaps where I don't have to leave early. That would not take one's choice often for the end of davening. Is I'll tell you that there's people who are on the Afrikala who are not good about this, and they tell you stories. Stories. It's tremendous. I don't exactly know what the correlation is, but Antonio says that once they get touches of keeping it going on until the end of davening. And of course, but again, both sides. But to be clear, nothing ever replaces that. That is the key. The key determinant ultimately, again, with tremendous effort, to one's success. Anyway, that's how the bone about the milk offered up via coin. So this is the milk of the coin level. Milk so ultimately again a milk, right? Milk that accompanies the carbon. All of these again, remember, lest you think that halakha l'maisa, the prohibition of offering up karbanos outside of the Beis Hamikdash only applies to animal things. So the Gemara says true, the Mishnah says not true. It applies to all. Now again, this is not a kiddush to us. Why? We just saw this. Where do we learn this from? And whatever is supposed to be done inside, and we do it outside, you're liable for it. So again, therefore, these items, Rabbi Lazar posed there actually after this school. And what's interesting of Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Eliezer, interesting enough has a different approach. Rabbi Eliezer says that halakha l'maisa, there's actually no liability for these items until you offer them in their entirety outside. Because the kind of chemicals, where there's liability even for offering with the halakha l'maisa, your own leadership is different. The sheer merit desires, the freedom that makes any of these items that were offered up inside of the Beis Hamikdash. And when you have a leftover design, and you offer it up outside, ultimately again, you are right. Incredible. The Pula will explain how these two statements work together. The Pula Shachas is also that was tougher, and we'll say this is ultimately again, plastic culture, in order to let something off of the carbon. We'll see that when you offer that outside, I'm not too confident that in your face value, if you offer up 10 as at the 65, I will be some of that. Ultimately, again, you are lying. So first of all, there's a lot to unpack over here. A lot to unpack over here, because I don't think the people of the street only the highest. I'm not homeless. Choose the ultimate when the person offers up his desires for holiness. But this outside of holiness and gosh, right. That's his fast him, but if you only offer up a message to create the favorite if you offer up a desire of the Torah outside of the Semitic, you are going to be irrelevant. Ultimately, again, if you don't have and you offer up happy trust before, if you offer up punishment of question, if you only offer up a half a measure of the Torah inside of the Semitic, you are not perfect, okay? So let's say, let's see what this is. You know, there's kind of like a mic part. Now, what is that mean? When you offer up half a mess of those inside of the Semitic, you talk to my part, you might say, what is that? So the first thing I see what it means is like, but if a non-Kohen, right, this dude which you call us about that is a big one, right, long out, not allowed to do whatever, but if a non-Kohen is the Kohen, but he only offered up half of the measure of the Kohen, so he didn't do the top of the house, then it's going to be like this, so it's not good for what? A nice, right, to be perfect for that, at the end of the day, that's still a hashkar, he's still burning incense, which he's not allowed to do. And the fact that he's really trying to complete shear, at the end of the day, last year would be a lot of work. And it's very important. And when you have that Mitre, raising his buzzer, and I use it as a puzzle to go through last year. My puzzle to it's an intermediate wide line of last year. Fourth line, my puzzle to the Yotzi de Chavasa, the desires have you have power. So what's this very watch this. We're going to see. The minimum amount of tolerance that has to be offered is a desire. Right? And that's about all these points of everything. That's why how do you have to bring outside of it and in order to be live? That's not. Because one thing is like this. If you burn less than the required shear, let's say the required shear, then right, and then you stipulate shear for killing. But you burn at least a desires of which minutes and it does. She'll take not do anymore. So for color, doing the both of the kills minutes and it does. Doing less than the requisite shear. But then at least the desires for the obligation. And there's no need to do any more questions. Already zero. You can't show me what question. Zero checking about no go about this. How come Rabbi Ezra knows that? And what's interesting enough, Rab said about this, even Rabbi Ezra agrees with this. But let's remember again that Rabbi Ezra was the one in the sacrifice. The same thing that was like, is you can put a quarter outside of the center. And the other thing that was huge was that it was not inside of the center. The hall, Rabbi Ezra, now that's going to open up again. I don't understand, but I mean, Ezra was the one who said, don't burn the full measure of the Torah outside of the nation. It's actually not allowed. You see to the point of the Ezra, the only time that there is liability for burning the full measure. If that's the case, how could it be that in point of the Ezra, the Torah would discharge his obligation if he doesn't burn his values without burning the full measure? This was on the rabbi, not part of it, called the then it comes ultimately again to bring the Torah inside of the Torah. Everyone agrees that what's going to agree. On the right back side of the Nepal, in the widest line, the wide line. Shepapodium, Shalonema of shear, the high class shear up on the knees, most of the level of the design had that from the high level before. So that's from the team. So I watch this. When we talk about the daily incentive, interestingly enough, there's a really insights often Rashi points out over here that halakha l'maisa, there is no share. The Torah doesn't give an amount. Hazal warning gave an amount. And that really touch of it means that as long as the Torah is the Torah as Samitash, you get to go even though the physical is supposed to be more similarly. It is great, at least the desires of course outside of the base Samitash and appears by our regular Torah. You have a regular agreement that you would talk. So what's the focus? To use that target different. That's a way to not is to this. Oh, the Torah is again different. That's a little different. Now they say, now that's what look at that. So my teacher in the Purim, there was neither things to Nehemiah both Shia. That wasn't a right first. When it comes to the Torah of the Torah, the Torah does state a righteous amount. It's a right say ultimately what in the Lord talks about. The Lord talks about means a handful. The handful that in the Lord talks about. So one says, one can use up to handfuls, that after that is a shield. One said in the Lord talks about the other thing is ultimately again, not for the mindset, no, the Lord talks about doesn't have to be absolutely even that it's also not an explicit shit. I'm not about it. Well, it's a little bit new topic, but even specifically about how I myself, what is the liability of your Lord to go? What is your super space? You offer up a desire inside you get to go out because the Lord talks about it. The Lord says ultimately a is that, and it's exactly which is not or not. That's my focus. Take a clarification, applications, and mission work we can use one more side. But thanks for the good day, everyone. Give my attention up to the Father. We're constantly through it. As there's a book, over through it, and the not the diet, therefore, you have to self-kind of diet. The only issue with your diet bonus. Let's do it. If you're here, you will be possible. Play rubber. The following question. Hamira, it out. Rose, then Yona, first we bring of Yona, before previously, that is Ola to Oath, put the head up to yeah, Yona, that's the Oath, I love it. So that's the head, and take the head. Ola to understand outside this. To able to die, the head is first controlled, not have to try an hour. However, in Nella, Emo with the die. The first is a pulse out. Here you have a head of an OSO which is not the size of the power, but you put salt on top of it, and now does use the fear of its value. Now what's that on the level of the Kaya? We have asked you, whether it's said, loud, question, and you just not something. You have an objective argument, you have something that is not whether it's something, whether a piece of that is the zone, whether that was if you suggest that perhaps you got to the bucket, one says no, that's incorrect. Rather, the both of them have adequate to explain. The bias is odd times of your offer. Weird with the fear that they're not going to be awesome. Our Ephraim, the Nino could element, part of that same grid. To see that a bone is not a bone, you have blood, muscles, you're all part of the same ultimately. It is what that fear today. I'm not thinking at all. In other words, you have blood. That's what you're thinking of. You're going to go to the Bayona, this head of this Yona of this dog came in. That it's not just for you. That's what the government is saying. That a bone will help you part of the actual limb. Of course, it's not natural. Because bone will not help you touch your exercise. Like the swim, outside with your exercise, the bone does not help you exercise here. It ultimately becomes disconnected. You do not have the wisdom to put on in the back. You are disconnected. When it comes to the salt on the carbon, now look, when the salt comes off of it, it's supposed to scoop up that salt and put it out of your back. In it of itself, it's supposed to go on your back. You become disconnected from that limb, you have to be back. Okay, so I think that low will be different, and therefore, as well as different, and you do not have an answer to the question you had of the desire, whether or not that will put the person to the state. That's in our Mishnah. We mentioned it in our question. The person doesn't have sex to cover outside problem. You then take exactly the same problem and you put it on a separate problem of foot. Yes, you sex to cover outside the big that is disqualified someone. When you disqualify carbon onto the back outside the Mishnah, or you really you run in the Mishnah, you find it disqualified. Why is that? You take it, and becomes disqualified. So Yosef, what does it say, Yosef? By definition, it's going to be the and makes exactly the same thing on the back because it's tired. Also, keep the carbon, and the carbon after the qualified with that side, yes, you agree, it's not stopped. Do not say anything you stop it. Other than to agree. And we say, now let's focus on this. There's a difference between something that we want to distribute to stuff as well. Stuff always disqualified. There was a period of time when we had to do that. The same is the defense of the really that made it could have been brought onto the Messiah. The fact is that it's essentially disqualified. Some of the purpose of the book, however, was stop the book. This one is not from the beginning. It's qualified for the beginning of the beginning of the book. Whereas the carbon, which is down because you're stuck to the side, that's the gift I tell you to understand how to do it. Between the carbon, which is stuck to the side, is that carbon is ready to mark for a carbon in the back. It is eligible to go to the back, not just being on the back inside, you do it outside, that it never meets eligibility. It's never going to be for there's no fear of what? Why? Because you can't even bring it up. Now it's not just a thing, it's perfect at this. Now it's not just a thing, now it's a book. And it's going to be this is something you have to relate to. That's the in other words, it's not supposed to go on the eschatology. You put something back on left leg. No. Don't argue with up in the back, rotate it. Yotze, then he stepped it inside. And then he went up, in other words, you're right. Before the fact, the Tatsura don't go on to do that, so the Pablo gave him the back and back to the back. Guess what? Guess what? Another defensive against the you see that if you set the cover outside, therefore, if it doesn't go any of the path, you can't does have some therefore, this is to say that I can understand all of our thoughts. There's something to suggest to the side, others, he says, this is not what you do. The Rebbe stuck at the of this man, the back covering as inside this, such at night inside the mikvah.
Zoot! Zoot! My man, I'll listen to anything that you want. Very high. I'm going to say the joke for you. Big dog. Before you, okay? I was eating. Then I thought, yeah, baby. Dude, everybody will think it's hilarious. Yeah, baby.
$500 billion company, and it's also named Stargate.
Yeah.
And they're trying to time travel. They're trying to go to time travel. Project Stargate was probably like, they'd be very interested to learn about it. Like, remote viewing. Yeah, they're experimenting with all these things of human consciousness and dreams.
All right, dude, that's cool, and we'll talk about that. And we'll talk about that. Love to hear it.
It's like really, really good. It's
other issues. One is not just pile on.
I was eating out my grandma. And I tasted it. I thought to myself, this is how my grandma was.
That's very
Generally would be
okay. So, Rabbi, how do you know?
dog. Nobody knows. It's a joke, dude. Tell me the joke again.
Or something is coming. It will ultimately be
I was eating out
an Isser in our case. Is an Isser of a
Do this. I was eating out my grandma and then tasted horse. Eating out my grandma and then tasted horse cum.
And then on top of that, you're adding type of. I think it's better example.
I mean, I'd love to make the joke yours.
So now on top of the fact, Isser Kolo, which is orbitary, which is like that. If you're it's Isser Gnosis.
And whisper it in your phone, big dog.
And then you'll have the personal Isser, which is here you have something which is Tamei.
Let's hear.
Personal, somebody says, according to the law, also with Shemas Kol, Yossi. Hold on. You add on the other Isser. Nami, recently, several law recently said this meeting. That was the case. This week, we need to on this Isser. Tasty Summa is like this, but from the visual perspective, Summa should be stronger. United to us a good Tamura. He said, why are you telling me to look in the time of the mikvah? Because there's no way to do it. When the person comes to the mikvah and get rid of the stuff, about the give of Isser Nosif, or you can say Isser Nosif when it comes, message is said. Okay, with a person coming first, you can come everybody's first. Where is this Nafos? Nafos is when first. So that's a broad. He has his own personal summa. On top of the question is, are you going to add that summa on or not? Going to say Homer Bethita. There's some says some scriptures he's about Shita, bringing it up now to board with that Shita, takes the carbon, and checks for his next door neighbor. A local side, there is a stringency on the back, that knife up to the second, is two people hold on to a knife. Yeah, Bucker. There's a lot of connection there. But also, when it comes to Shita, two people go ahead. Animal, there's an animal speak by arguing, might be two people carried on. The hell of the stringency that Shita is, the left is the Kayan, whereas like all of it, not the case, the Kayan, there are two people who Shita is going to be possible. Two different pieces. Now, Rashi doesn't know that way. In other words, Restream, he kept forgetting that it was us. Only because we're kids, Divi Rabbi Shimon, in the time of Akash, the only time once to bring the pieces, the only time once. What that would have meant, one is not clear what it's talking about. It's talking about the four pieces. Carbon, one animal, one limb, the words want to get to that later. Next point, Enekai Asiyal Lord of the Mizbeach. It has to do with bringing it up on top of the Mizbeach. Shimon distribution says, Shimon Ola Abdin Hela Al-Sela, Al-Eben, you can bring it up on a rock, a stone, a makeshift Mizbeach with the Mizbeach. Again, it has to be the formal Mizbeach until Shasha is the front. That's also here. Shimon says, you have a DIY job, stone, or a rock outside.
There are many ways to do your taxes with Agent Online.
Let's go again. Maishna Hamala, the head is the part. Why is it when a person brings a carbon onto his back before private person in the center, the sin? Lata, the fucking say. Lata, if you want to, the peasant or boy, low you can handle Lata, or so, Lata chat. Says tomorrow, it's not easy to get. It also says, Lata, it says the peasant or boy, low has no. Last with carbon, last set. Versus coming up to the show, is the case of the fucking Pizza over here says is. This is the kick is, the fucking says right there. Is disgusting, this cut. So, I kept the A, the machina O. After use of the machina, it is here, therefore, it sounds like this is something for it. Hold on. Now, the automatic system here. When it comes to Oath, it's exactly what you have to listen to what it is. This is the land Tomar. Next is fucking what it says. If you go to seven of Ger, so you're going to start Yala or Lozada. So it says, what, 7 vocations? It says in different vocations. When Dora says, the problem is when it comes to Allah, to pick it up on the back, we violate the 9 trap. So hell is the Aver Hayat. Over here, we can bring up on the back, we use it to tell you that people do it together, and it will be found. Hold on. They can't have Hanami. We violate the 9 trap. Say exactly the same thing. Why are you saying this tells you two people who carry elements in the back? We're going to be tired, because it says it, but when it comes to you don't say that, it also says it here. It also says it here. When it's coming out from the cross, Ahu. It says in the Apostle, Ahu, that very clearly, Lo is Ahu, to that individual person. Echad, the Losayim, is the stipulation of Ahu. The opposite is more than the Kohen Hamid to Ahu. It says Ahu, so I always well, remember the person always, Lo is the end of that so last time, and this is Ahu, that individual in Amos. That we need already. We violate the Mepute, Shogate, Onus, who was without Hahu, comes to the person who is a Shogate, and Onus, or Mepute. One of these two things, the Shogate, simply person who does not know. He made a mistake. He thought it was much. He thought that what he was doing was okay. And Onus, it's not exactly sure what Onus means. Typically, Onus is the person who is forced against his will. You have no ability to control it. However, Tosus understands. You can't speak. You have to have a special concept to the owner. The owner is always going to speak. The different Tosus says, the Shema, Hein Onus, crossing the owner Muslim. This is a little bit of a Tosus. This is a person who knows it's Muslim. This guy who knows it. In other words, he knows this person says, no, this is Muslim. I'm doing this with this person. The third person doesn't know that Allah made a mistake. The Omer Muslim is the person who actually thinks that this is the case that's going to be permissible. So it's slightly different. The Muslim is the person who is correct. The person told him that it was not. In other words, three different versions of the story. The argue that's the case of Hanabi, which is the understanding of the Muslim. Then it's versions of both ways. If you're telling me in one case you use the word, Kahut to exclude a person who did it by mistake, so it would be relative to the other case as well. That's the Hanabi way is the answer. It says, he said, Ahut twice. Oh, what's up, man? He's really upset about that. So, hopefully, starting to collapse, that's only what the screw starting to collapse, that there is no fear for the person accepts the starting to collapse. After this, we just go with the starting to collapse a number of times, starting to collapse, and the people who think that's stress, taking steps to start to collapse outside, that's going to be the soft of working with the person, or all of us, because it's not supposed to go with the person. It's not just something like that, is that people are doing left outside because the water in the back is the words of Allah. There is a tendency when it comes to bringing it up out of the back. What is the If what was the tendency when it came to Allah? He said the tendency was that two people carrying it up. When it comes to Shita, two people actually doing the factor. When it comes to carrying it up as two people do it, the other side. The Pasuk tells us as we just mentioned, as we just mentioned before those. The Valiant Tomer, he basically tells me that God, as a young the second, as the Yalla Holo, that a true person, that a person is really tight after the prayer, not Kamar Omar, the Rabbos, why does it say twice? The Rabbos, nine to actually the Ava, the hell. It comes to include two people who are holding on to a leg to bring it up onto the back, but the Rabbin, if he will be tight. Why do you have to be that? I would have, but I was in it. I could use my own logic to make a comment on it. I'll say follow. Do not have self-technology. When it comes to look at a case of social perception and with the private person, the diet is tight. The private person lines up to be socket. The justice is now what it is, the two people set the other socket. Again, seems like when it comes to Shika, there's a stringency about person's sex with a private person, and so you can decide to talk to a people with it. I was saying, how are you headed? Person brings cut up to a head yet. You should need to keep that. Now, I say that there's this community when it comes to Allah, and with this, the third, I would say, it follows logically this case, and two people bring it up. And we talk to ourselves, and remember, this is not something to say. If they know the two people who didn't uppercut us to the outside will both be fired. So then, just only this says, Ahu, the Prophet said, Ahu, yes, we got to answer was night, and the one person is the case. So the girls who you're telling you the word Ahu tells you the only one person is tired, and not two, you're not telling them the truth. So I asked the confused in the third person, say, you're good. He says, don't get all hung up on that. Here's where Torah says, and whatever. Torah sometimes just speak. We're going to be speak. Sometimes just bring up the point. They reiterate. Just that's where people go. Just think that way sometimes. Sometimes it's to make a point. Sometimes it's because the person language. But some people cover the language. Rabbi Yossi the Torah does that as well. Reb Shimon, hi ha-ho, first Reb Shimon, hi ha-ho, we violate with Upe, Shogeg, on the Shimon. Again, it does say ha-ho. So what does it do if it says ha-ho? Mark answers, he uses that to exclude a person who did it by mistake. And now who is who ha-ho. He does bring up that word, but he brings up in the ha in the word hahu. He also use the word hahu to exclude a person who does it by mistake. The question is it from the word hahu entirely or the hay? It's in it. Who hahu goes out. It's not that. According to Rabbi Yossi, the double washing of fish is not impressed. So because give a test for something. Adam, but the extra hay he does that. According to the swimming, the extra hay he does darken. No, according to the swimming, the extra hay is not darken, but if fish, he does that. And it's not even more accurate. Rabbi Yossi, the high is when it comes to fish, when it comes to the ha'ol over here, give a test for something. Adam. Now, who is Nami Gibbatosh for some of them? You learned again just a few minutes ago, at the bottom of that discussion hour, we asked the question, Maishna Hamal Lahedit Kapatri Shivla Shana Kita, Nami Shivla, Shani Hoffman, and the girl, is. Everyone's dancing is. The person who is tired for Kita, or by the person. He dancing over there. Why is he dancing over there? That's what it says. Then the student decides again. With the high is good to talk to some of the Adam, who is not a good to talk to some of the Adam. How do you know that you're super surprised the person is going to die? Now, I thought that the head is in knowledge, or after question, the highest, it's not going to be done, if I say, what is Haku? It says, it's Haku, but stuff I can feel, I thought that it is. It simply says, what is Haku to that person, therefore, something is taken on the person, and therefore, people for private person is going to appear to people outside, not necessarily because it is, rather because it says, what is Haku to that person. Sounds like people for private person. Again, I mean, consistent. These are not dark and heavily certain parts of the people and practices people sometimes will have on them. The reiterate these things because of something as well, the kind of stuff like that. The words you never practice and practice how the person is defiant, and the words will get that. Next, you mentioned the listener. Hella, the Chaza, the Hella. You bring it up once, you bring it up again. What's this question? How many questions? My focus in the listener is the Daled, the Hay, a bar. We're talking about 4 or 5 different Ibarat. The Marasavar, one of the things is to teach this last post, so, the pastor says last post, so, Allah Saleh is Tayyib on the entire thing. The Eno Tayyib ala Pasha, not Tayyib after this is which means, I called the Hema. That was referring to the entire animal. And therefore, referring to the whole animal, and therefore, you will be tired of each individual limb. The Marisaba are called Aver's kid, which refers to each individual limb, and therefore for each limb you bring up, you will be tired. Now, the Aver, Ephod, Zibri Akal, however, on one Aver, you say, Zibri Akal, Edekai Allah. In other words, you have one Aver, which is right up to a bunch of pieces, everybody agrees, if you take it up in 5 or 6 different steps, you're not going to have individual pieces and each individual piece. So again, 22, great bucket, you have one limb, cut up into a bunch of pieces. Everybody agrees only one theory. The only question is, if you're bringing up a bunch of different rebellion terrain, is there a fear on each individual limb, or is it only a fear on the whole panel? So the other number doesn't disagree, it says, no, my focus is Abraham. Thanks to my focus in Mishnah is by one individual limb, the Narsav are Mitzvah Nim. You have something which is brought up inside the base of Mikvah. So food, it walks something. The hell with a foot is brought up outside. What's the first question I told you? Just went into the car and it pops off in the gas and let's support the food. The gas burns a little bit. So once the thing is, the story assumes that food, the hell with a foot, you're going to be tired. Why would that be? Because inside the base of Mikvah, you learn you're supposed to put it back on. So it's still focused in a minute. You have something that flies up to his back and even though it's missing part of the limb, you put it back on. So what that essentially means is, even though it's closer, it's just inside it's going to go back on, outside you have a feel for it. The other thing is, tougher, you're going to be tired. Now, out of the thousand of environments, talking about several different limbs, give you a tired, everyone will feel going to be tired. Remember, the opposite. According to the Yochanan, they'll agree when it's different limbs, everyone agrees it's going to be tired. Time after Eber the Eber. If you get the Ula, there's ultimately the Ula, like Emma Ula, Hakamo, then everyone agrees to the entire thing. When it comes to things which are processed for burning, septic, and target, it's just the process of how they're put. That if it came up from his back, and 50 some hell of a person go up on his back after the time, and after 2 hours of trying to flip, the only my focus is when we talk about something which was burned outside, the posture is missing, the hell of a person goes up outside the market, the posture not going to keep tired,
Here it's given the focus is going to be the entire time. In other words, Ikut Amri, some learn Tula slightly differently. If you listen to that, Amar Ula, Moses, and Makar, plus everyone agrees when it comes to something which is processed and burned outside, the process, the hell of the fish, is missing the fire, and the oil of outside to the fire. Everyone agrees with your fire. The recipe here is on the focus in our Mishnah. Ella and Makar is in, only the talking of things which is burned inside the fire, and hell of a foot that is missing and burned up outside the mouth, and the fire, one would say, the fire not on the fire. The point of that word is more ultimately this. Ultimately, this disagrees with the children of the law. I'll listen to Kama, smoke, avoid the smoke, get arguing, listen to Kama. You know why? How do you know that? Because very true. Some of the law, some non-Ladino token, who, according to who do we return first items that flew up in the fast, and the government's best command relate to this, he's not supposed to this, he's clearly that argument with the Kama in where he said it was enough. Again, Machlokas is actually here. We have Machlokas in the Mishnah, several layers of Machlokas in the Mishnah, and the Machlokas in the Gemara, Peter Bucket, and Rabbi Yochanan, and then two different versions of Tula. Let's just go a little bit further. Anytime actually Yala, you're not going to decide until you bring up the top of the set. The last decision in the Mishnah was, and Machlokas is whether it has to be the real Mizbeach or a makeshift Mizbeach like a stone or any other element that is going to be good. Amar Buddha. When it is my time at Rabbi Yossi, what's this reason why Rabbi Yossi says that it has to be in the path? Let's say, what does it say? And even though it's back Hashem, lost it out of the table, he built in his back Hashem. There's no base in his Hashem. What does he do? He built his back. The thing you see has to be in his back. Oh, Rabbi Yossi, when I come to see what the people are doing, he says, well, I want to go further. I went from that. The sin of person causes the Yikach and Noah is between Ha'izim and from Mitzvah and Yao Al Haftor. After he has his revelation from Noah that his wife is going to have a baby, he's going to be controlled. He was so excited about that, and he went ahead and he brought the carbon to Hashem, where Yao Al Haftor on a rock. He's creating the thing by saying the discuss. He's bringing carbon outside. Obama should be the Torah. How do you go back to the sense of what was bad? The last person was bad. And I said, nah, I won't go for the Alma. That was bad. It's actually used to get this much to talk about it. It's just because of all the interpreters. We look down there, we cut it off, how we cut it off. Everything goes to fact that according to Rabbi Yossi, the Pasuk says we cut it off and he put on a rock, no, it's just a rock. That was just a one-time case where there was a ruling that you had to do that on a rock. You guys came out, alternatively, you could say, how many times did you skin this week? Tanya, put it on that. It says, Mizbeach Pesach Olamor. The exact wording of the Pasuk is, the Zohar concerning forgot al Mizbeach Hashem Pesach Olamor. So it says Mizbeach and then Pesach Olamor. In other words, the name Mizbeach is above it. Mizbeach only needs to be inside the Olamor, and not on the bottom and not in the private area. Therefore, Ella Ala Sala or Evan ties with the test. It's the required with the Mizbeach only relevant inside the base of not outside. The word says, Taya, why are you saying Taya? Yosef is violated. Say Yosef. Hello, sorry, he's Yosef. What's the topic from? It's because the spouse is the father. Therefore, at a time when it's also identified in this bear, Hello, Sella, needed on the top of the rock. However, he's the highest. Why? Because that is considered to be a good enough to stay out when you're not inside the Mikvah. Therefore, the task has to have almost be a deal. No things, Mr. Obama is going to be tight. One puts up the line, so you'll get to Nina, Karen, the Kevin, you chose, you do now you're actually the button. You support the one who says you have to be fair. You have to have all the qualifications. You have to have horns in the top, you have to have base on the bottom, have before this becomes number of how do you learn to write up Karen, the Kevin, you want to put an active Dola, and active Dola, like a no Gibon. However, the aim active of the channel are not relevant to spiders and things like any other person that built in your backyard. Therefore, yes, Rocky by another state and make Kilo and other places, especially Kilo. One of Rocky says that Sergeant said you have to have over qualifications. Well, so we're going to finish the Mishnah. We're going to say we'll back tomorrow. Everybody have a wonderful day and a wonderful rest of the
Second, all right, I'm up at 4:36 every morning. Don't form my and yeah, exactly. I took that from him, but you got to come in. Yeah, and then also, I never read the comments. No matter what happens, I've never seen anything. I like, what is this, Justin Lang? Never heard of Hey, I've never done it.
No, wait, is this game still going? Folks, I'm going to just summarize this for you. Look at this.
that it's impossible for a person who's probably becoming a completely power to get to this. Now, on the rebel, so here's the Dimitri Simasago. You're right. Anytime the person medication, the person who is coming, the Simasago, we ask our car, and then afterwards, which my boss then the Dimitri came coming, to Almo will please the fire, everybody will agree, and the fire will say, stop it and come to say. Why? Because the Simasago, the courage, the person himself contracts. That is really the key. Courage, we keep reading years about podcast. The Shanitna Basa, the news that's coming first, the Alpha-Cast again, and afterwards, the Shanitna subject. And before we go any further, just go to explain two concepts that of course understand it. There are two rules in Shas, which we have to connect to this week. Something called Ein Isser Kal Office, which means that once something becomes Officer, it maintains the Isser status that it has, and you don't start piling on other Issers. One Isser is enough. Not to pile on some other Issers. However, there's something that's called Isser Kola. Isser Kola does not mean it's Kola. It's not what it's talking about. Isser Kola means the inclusive Isser over a bunch of different things. So Isser Kola generally would be let's say something is not kosher. So it includes many different items. Or something is common, it includes many different items. And then there's a personal issue on top of it. It might be Yom Kippur, or it might be that you're common. So Isser Kola is a broad sweeping type of Isser, and Isser Kal Isser is each piling one on top of the next. In other words, let's explain Isser Kola again. It will ultimately be, you have an Isser, in our case, is an Isser of Achilas Kosher when a person himself is Tameh, and then you have those pieces itself have their own individual purpose. Let's see how this works out. He says it is good to talk about the Catholic Bible. Well, the Rabbanit says, Amina Nisi. The Rabbanit was to say that since, again, the first became Tameh first, and then became Tameh again. So what happened first? First you have this broad sweeping type of picture, which is the all the meat became Tameh. And then on top of that, you're adding on his own personal type of skill. Let me use a better example. Let's use it. A better example would be, let's say you have something which is not kosher. A grown item which is not kosher. And then you become flaky. So now on top of the fact that the dairy item is not kosher, since an Isser Kola, which includes all the dairy which is like that, you have your own personal Isser of the fact you have to put into inflation, so I can't eat nothing. So that would be the Isser Notice, an additional Isser. Isser Kola Isser is just stacking one Isser on top of the next. Isser Notice, which would be on top of Isser Kola, is first the broad sweeping Isser, but this dairy item is not kosher. And then you have the personal Isser Notice, which is the you personally happen to be kosher. And it's much better example to compare it to this case. Here you have something which is Tameh, before you became Tameh, and then you have your own personal tumah that you've contracted. So according to what you're saying, we're not even moving video. We're not going to say that since it's often it's so much coal, you add that on. So if you're see, hold on. So what I'm telling you, you will say that since it's already also, you add on the other. Yes, you will. So really, now we're something along the legal history says we're not going to say this legal. That was the case. Reversely, you need the legal amina. I can't understand you're not going to say legal to add on this answer. Maybe to us, I guess, the community is not that the bottom line is, to us, I guess, the subtract the summa should be stronger. and to still be able to facilitate himself. In other words, because it's a form of interest before, but on the Rashi, the United States of the Kamura. He says, one time it's a good, but more of a Shekuma, then it's a box the Kamura, maybe the Tima of the box is going to be more. This one to imitate the Mikvah, because there's no way to do it. Now, the first one comes Sunday, gets rid of the Kamura style. But once you become Sunday, it's finished, you can't stop the Mikvah and get rid of the Tima, which may have to be it's from the Bible. Other words, God ultimately tells my best to continue to disagree and let the fuck. In other words, the concept of it's a notion, as you say, it's a notion when it comes to someone, yeah, the part ultimately acquiesces and says, in the case where the person was coming first, and then the music can come in, everybody's going to do that thing. But first the music came coming, so that's a broad scanning gets the color on all the leads, and then you have your own personal film on top of that. The question is, are you going to add that film on or not? So coming you left, so this is really you don't. And we're not going to say too much this is more common because we don't actually know that it's more strict because the top of the film on the lead is going to be more. There's something which is more common about Kita, Riba Aliyah, from Riba Batista. Then it's supposed to be compared. And I speak about what I am. All such mixing there are some frequencies about Kita over Aliyah, like about something over bringing up on his back, and Riba Aliyah with the Kita, there's certain frequencies about bringing up on his back over Kita. Over Kita, what is more strict than Kita? That's what people argue the person is for an individual. To take the carbon, except the first next to a neighbor. Electric side, the strict side of the second, that's the Texas effort. Here we go ahead and burn that. But now, if the person who's up on the back for a year, electric factor, that's not going to be a fear of all of that. Over the Aliyah, there is frequencies. Okay, better, you got to bring it up onto the back. What is that? Now you're up to the second. If two people hold on to a knife, it's not actually ended. That's it. The shorter they are pumping. In other words, Shika is only with one guy. Two people do it, the rest is near pumping. There's a lot of connections between the Sugya and the Sugya of Islam, and that's the Sabbath, but I don't have time to discuss that right now. But ultimately, when it comes to Shika, two people go ahead. And that's the power of the foot, they're both pumping. However, two people grab up to a living animal, and a living animal is quite heavy, it might need two people to carry it on. The animal will bring it up on the back, that's correct. We have a frequency about Shika, a frequency about all of the frequencies on Shika is really deceptive for a private person. We're up with the time, we're up with all of us. That's the case. There's frequency about all of the things that two people do with the time, there's two people who do with the time. Another topic. Hella, the buzzer, the hella. The buzzer, the hella. The person brought it up in a bunch of different pieces. Now, Rocky points out, hella, the no hella. In other words, he kept forgetting that it was up. So he did it, and he knew, and then he forgot, and he knew it, and he forgot. I left the him, what is what to say, Kayas, I'll tell Aliyah, every single time brings up his own individual. Reading of the Shimon, this is the Shimon of the Shimon. The Mark goes to explain it today, what this is talking about. It's the three, it says, in the kind of Akab, the only time he wants to bring up on his back. In other words, you bring up a bunch of different pieces, the only time is one. Turns out what it meant. Mark not clear what it's talking about. It's talking about these words, a bunch of different pieces. It's saying carbon, and one animal, one living, the word, let's get to that later. Next point, any type of actual word is there. You have to be the bringer of a top of the there. Shouldn't distribution it says, shouldn't only actually have a Sarah, however, we can bring it up onto a rock or at the stone, a nature is there, we're going to be back. Get several simple sinners. It has to be a formal is there, so it's still fast on the basic income. That's the only thing we're going to be here. Shouldn't distribution says, even if you have a DIY job, if it's a stone or a rock outside, still, that's something that you're going to have. Now we're going to begin. Maishna Hamala. Mahajit the Pasha. Why is it when a person brings a carbon onto his back to go inside the person in his Pasha? The sin. Lashem, the Pasha says, Lashem, if you want to mention the Pesach Olamoy, know that the end of Lashem or so, Lashem. So the Gemara, it's not easy to Lashem. It tells the Pita, it also says, Lashem, it says the Pesach Olamoy, Lo Hajio, Lashem is carbon, Lashem. What we're standing up to get a call, so it takes the Pasach of Pita over here, it says, since it says which is the context says very clearly. Is the shot and Yitzchak saw a casket of hate, so not
Look at this, folks. I'm gonna describe a scenario for you properly. This is one of the most athletic games, the most athletic games I've witnessed.
So it says Lashem in both cases. It says it's just in both cases. So Gemara said the power when it comes to Allah to bring it up on his back, he boiled the Shnayim so Halu, the Aber, Hayabit. Over here, when it came to bring up on his back, he used it to tell you that two people to do it together, that they would be tied. He wants to hold up. It's in a Kanami. You boil the rich and trust the second and trust the Hayabit. Say exactly the same thing. Why are you saying it's like two people who carry a limit in the back? We're going to be tired because it says fish. But when it comes to fish, you don't say that. It also says fish there. It also says fish there. But the Shami Hassan on the car, Hahu. It says in the Pasuk, Hahu, they're very clearly, what is Hahu to that individual person. Echad, and we're saying, so it's a stipulation of Hahu. You also say the Gemara that it has a Hahu with Hahu. It says Hahu, why you always go, remember the fact that Olmai, love you the end of our thoughts, oh, so like that, and if it's not it, Hahu, why do you think you want to add on? That we need already. You go in there, you look at it, Shogei, Olis, Umis, without Hahu, to see the person who is a Shogei, in Anas, or in the first. Then you think, so Shogei is simply a person who does not know. Made mistakes. He thought it was mostly, he thought that what he was doing was okay. In Anas, it's not exactly clear what honestly. Typically, honestly, the person who was forced against his will, he had no ability to control it. However, persons understand. You can't speak. You have to have a special person to be earnest. Earnest always going to be true. The different person says, they said that I'm honest, properly let old man look. This is the music to the show you. This is the person who he knows it's Muslim. He's one of those guys who knows it's Muslim, except he's wrong. In other words, he knows he's the person who says, no, this is Muslim. This is the person who knows. So show you the person doesn't know that made a mistake. Omer makes it the person he actually thinks that this is the case that's going to be permissible. It's so slightly different. The Muslim is the person who's tricked. The person told him that it was Muslim, but it's not. In other words, three different versions of a Shogeg. The obvious, that's the case of Hanami, which is the other Shogeg. You look at it. If you tell me in one case you use the word, you can use the word Hahu to exclude a person who did it by mistake, so it will be relevant in the other case as well. You have to Hanami, what it says, Trey, I will see these. It says Hahu twice. El Rasamra, it's all of them. Therefore, you start with the left, the two start with the left, that there is no fear that the person who shot to start with the left. After this, this is the other start with the left. You mentioned a number of times. Start with the left is that go, but on your kipper, you pick up the left. That's a short check to start with the left outside. That's going to be disqualified. No fear of the foot or all of the foot because it's not supposed to go when it comes to the left in the first place. So it's not to start with his back. There's no fear of bringing it up onto his back outside because taking the load on his back will be so quick anyway. I'm going to hold about that. It is a stringency when it comes to bringing it up onto his back. So what was the stringency when it came to Allah? He said, it was but two people carrying it up. When it comes to speak up, two people have to do it. When it comes to carrying it up onto his back, two people do it, they always have. Come on,
she's like mad at me.
The Pasha tells us ish, as we just mentioned, that as we just mentioned before,
I'm like mad at her because I'm like, I'm out of the door from
if
her.
I live from ish, he makes a sound like I shall younger myself and I shall yell all over the food talking about a person who's being cried out to this day. Not common Lomar, the Rabbi, why do you think twice? The Rabbi, nine is up to the Ava, the Hell. Two people are holding on to a limb and bringing it up onto the Zach, the Kayavin, but he will decide. Why do you have to come to tell you that?
He was making me
The
feel like
Yoko,
shit.
I would have thought Valentino. I should use my own logic to make a kind of fun with I'll say sorry. We're not ourselves with magic. When it comes to look at a case of a person who shuts an animal for a private person, the guy is his time is just shut for a private person, nine steps to the socket, the shop to security. Now, what it is, two people step to your department. So, again, seems like when it comes to people, there's a stringency about person who shuts for a private person, and still can be taught to possible two people do it. I would say, I'm not a heavy. The person who's coming up to a heavy, he's going to be part there. Now, there's a leniency when it comes to Allah, and this is not stuff to the I would say, it follows logically dictate that two people bring it up and we part their bill. On the remarks, good the person comes to say, they say no, the two people who bring up a cart onto the desk outside, they're both retired. These are the Shimon, these are the words of Shimon. Yes, the only reason says, Ahu, the Pasuk says, Ahu, and the actual version after last night, only one person could not do. You know, the Martin okay. So you're telling me the word Ahu tells you that only one person is tired, but not two, you cannot tell them what it is. That's why they have to confuse me in the first place and say, yes, so he responds and says, don't get all hung up on that. Libra and Torah plus and the Torah sometimes he speaks. When you speak, sometimes the people speak, they say extra things for, just to bring up the point. They reiterate. People speak that way sometimes. Sometimes it's to make a point. Sometimes it's because the person is like to speak, it's flower language. But sometimes people cover the language. But you also the Torah does that as well.
It's hilarious watching this and then hearing the other side of the story where it's like, our shops also
Reb Shimon, hi haho, according to Shimon, hi haho, we violate the Bushay Shogeg owner's Kimasa. So again, it does say haho. So what did you do to make the set haho? More answers. It uses that to exclude a person who did it by mistake. They're going to now who they choose hahu. He does learn that from that word, but he learns that from the ha in the word hahu. So he does use the word hahu to exclude a person who did it by mistake. The question is it from the word hahu, the title or the head? Should it? Who hahu goes out? It's not actually extra hay in the word. It's interesting. According to Yossi, the double washing of this fish, it's not important. Because the Torah for 70 of them, but the extra hay he does darshan. According to Shimon, the extra hay he does darshan. No, according to Shimon, the extra hay does not darshan, but he does darshan. That's not even right. But the high ish, when it comes to ish, when it comes to the ha'ala over here, there's a part for 70 of them. Now, hahu is not be different parts for 70 of them. You learned just a few years ago, at the bottom of the Testament hour, we asked the question, Ma'ishna Hamara Lahadis the Pasuk Ksiv Lashavish Gita, Mari Ksiv Lashavish Daniel Lanakra, it is, everyone doctrine it is, the person will be tired for Shita for a private person. The doctrine doesn't there. Why is the doctrine over there? Well, it says, you have to do it inside again. With the high, it's different parts for 70 of them. It's not a good show get me on the how you ever use speaker for private person get decided. No, I'm talking the head is from LA. More ask that question. The title it was not being done in a shade what is hafu. It says what is hafu. That sofa the thing on sofa is it says what is hafu to that person. Therefore, it sounds like it's for an individual person, and therefore speaker for a private person is going to receive a feeding outside. Not necessarily because of the is, rather than saying what is hafu to that person, it sounds like even if it's definitely for a private person, it is that. Again, everything is consistent. He does not darshan if ever he says the Torah sometimes speaks to people, and for emphasis, people sometimes go ahead and But either way, these things are trying to do the same thing as well, but not a separate reference. The words you never special the private person of the diet, or the words that it's next, you mentioned the Mishnah, Hella, the Chazar, the Hella. You bring it up once, you bring it up again. What is this talking about? Already fucking. My focus in the Mishnah is the Balik, the Hay, Avarim. We're talking about 4 or 5 different Avarim. The Narasavar, one opinion is the Peaks of Lassos, Oso, the Boston says Lassos, Oso, Allah Shalay, Italian, on the entire thing, they know Tayyab al Akasa, the Tayyab Akasa Significant, which means I call the Haymoxis. That was referring to the entire animal. And therefore, you refer to the whole animal, and therefore, you won't be tired about each individual limb. The Narasavar called Aver was referring to each individual limb, and therefore, for each limb that you bring up, you'll be tired about Aver. However, on one Aver, he says, Dibri Akal, Enotai Alaka. In other words, you have one Aver, which is sliced up into a bunch of pieces. Everybody agrees, if you take it up in 5 or 6 different steps, you're not going to individual cute on each individual piece. So again, point 2, Rich Bucket, you have one list cut up into a bunch of pieces. Everybody agrees only one theory. The only question is, if you're bringing up a bunch of different Avarim Kalanian, is there a fit on each individual limb? Or is only a fit on the whole animal? If you don't think I'm addressing this degree, it says, no, my focus is behavior ethics. My focus is mission by one individual limb. The Narasavar is calling in. You have something which is brought up inside the base of Mikvah. Shafak food, it brought something. The hell of a person brought it up outside. Tired, you're going to be tired. What's the piece talking about? It went up in his bath, and it pops up in his bath. We went to the church and really heat. So it got burnt a little bit. So one opinion is, Mukdari Dim Shafak, the hell of a person, you're going to be tired. Why would that be? Because inside the base of Mikvah, you learn you're supposed to put it back on. So it's called poking. We'll get to this in a minute. You have somebody who flies up his back from the intense heat. Even though it's missing part of the limb, you put it back on. So what that essentially means is, even though it's closer, but just inside it's going to go back on, outside you have a fear for it. The other thing is, Pata, you're going to be tired. Now, on the down in the bar, talking about several different limbs, you're going to call tired, everyone is going to get tired. So you're going to be the opposite. The first of the other one, they'll agree when it's different limbs, everyone is going to get tired. Tired, I'll call over the over. If we get the Ula, this ultimately disagrees with the Ula, like Emma, the law, Hakama, everyone agrees with the target name. And when it comes to things which are processed to burn, which have to be inside of this, Mr. Shafaki, the hell of a hook. That if it came off of his back, and missing something, the hell of a hook was right up on his back, that's a Shafaki, and that makes me out of the car. So the only my focus is, when you're talking about something which was burned outside, the fact is missing, the hell of a hook was burned up outside, the mouth of the fucking mouth of the feet, the tire, there's where the focus is going to be really tired now. In other words, this is how many, shut the world through it slightly differently. This is the mission about it. I'm a Ulam from Moses and the Torah says everyone agrees with this when it comes to something which is processed and burnt outside. The fact is the hell of a chance is missing the part and burn it outside to the altar. Everyone agrees with your altar, but we have to prove real tree on the focus in our Mishnah. However, when the Torah came in, only is talking about something which is burnt and makes the altar the hell of a source. That was missing the burn of outside the mountain, and the Father will say, and the Father will say, we proved it out here, the school ultimately did. Ultimately, you have to get a photo. This agrees with the game of the small. Our listener Kama was a word small to argue with listener Kama. You know why? And you know what? Because very true. That thing was small. So I'm now Gina Pokin, who is the, according to which we return. First, items of flow to the bath. When we got the bath, the mouth of local bitch, the top of the Gussie, so clearly that argument with the Kama in Sula, where he said it was my focus. Again, my focus is exactly here. We have my focus in the Mishnah, several layers to my focus in the Mishnah, and my focus in the Gemara, Super Bucket, and Rabbi Yochanan, and then two different versions
When you step into that deposition room, you want to look at it.
You're not going to try it until you bring up the customer's back. You're not considering when the mission was, my focus whether it has to be a leather bath or a makeshift bath like a stone or any other elevated service is going to be good. Buddha, when it is my time of doing this, what's the reason why a beauty says it doesn't have to be in his bath? This is, what does it say? But even though it's not touched up, look, you have the table. He built in his bath touched he's going to make the then, what did he do? He built his bath. So clearly, it has to be in his bath. He says, well, I went a little further, I learned some now. The sin that says the possible you got from the Noah, that's the king Habizim, that's a mitzvah, but now, I'll have to go after. And it's separated from the Noah. That, his wife, is going to have a baby, he's going to be shown. He was so excited about that, and he went ahead and he brought the carpet to our son, where, but now, I'll saw on a rock. You see, clearly, the time when the brother is done. And you bring the carpet outside, above us could be just a rock. I'll have to allow that. So the more people back, you need not even leaving the bath like that. So how do you get the back to the text of his bath? The dog put his bath. Where it says, now, I was over the alma. That was bath. Actually means the bath, which like the bath is over. Who's just put it all in the text? You don't know that you cut it off, you cut it off. How do you do it with the bath? But according to King, and then Yossi, the Pasuk says he cut it off and he put on a rock, marks with the rock on it. That was just a one-time case. There was a ruling that you were allowed to bring it up on a rock. You might say now, okay, we can say, I am tired of the shit of the trees, should have known better. She says, Mizbeah Shasach Olamoi. The exact word of the Pasuk is, the Zohar declares the dot al Mizbach Hashem Shasach Olamoi. So it says Mizbach and then Shasach Olamoi. In other words, the aim is back for Baba. Mizbeach only needs to be inside the Olamoi, but not on the bottom, not in the private area. Therefore, Hella Ala Sala Ala Eben Try will be fast. We'll give Mizbeach the fire for the Mizbeach is only relevant inside the base of Mikdash, not outside. And why is it Kaya? Why are you saying Kaya? Yotza be violated. Say Yotza. Hello, so he's Yotza. That's what talking about. This one needs to speak up. The shot is Rabbanos. Therefore, at a time when it's also identified in the fair, hello, sell it, you need it on top of the rock. However, you're going to be tired. Why? So that is considered to be a good enough fair when you're not inside the base of Mikdash. Therefore, if it's the shot, half the Rabbanos will be Yotza. The shot is Rabbanos. You're going to be tired. One will come from one, but it is Nina, Karen, the Kabash, the Sows, the Dua, now you act to the ball. You support the one who says you have to do that. You have to have all the qualifications of your draft. You have to have boards on the top, you have to have the land, you have to have the base on the bottom, you have to have the borders to be perfectly square. Under Yeria, how do you learn the rights of Karen, the Kabash, the Dua, the Sows, the Hackers, the Baba Gedola, and the Hackers and the Baba Gedola, like a note in Gibon. However, the name Hackers, Baba Gedola, they're not relevant to private and space of any other person that builds in their backyard. Therefore, the answer is yes, it's active by Baba Gedola and Note in Gibon, but other places, you certainly see what it's alone. Rashi says, but the private is that does not have to have all these qualifications. But so we have to finish on the Mishnah. Great to start this video back tomorrow. It's a tremendous coverage for everybody. Have a wonderful day. And then
Jonah, Austin, Texas. Yeah, dude, that's where the film philosopher is. It's really smart, but it's like, if you get a room full of PhD, like applied math, check it for the punch. Somebody got some time to shirt off. It's very pressure. He said, you gotta be very nice to me, so I gotta say, I'm not gonna try to trash him, but he doesn't seem to be good. Oh, no. His stand-up also, like, he's taking Chipotle, see, like, 2 arenas with him, so it's like, I don't mean to hit it up, but you're right, he does use people, that's true. People that can help him for a little bit, yeah, that's true. I'll say the machine, I enjoyed the movie. I watched that, yeah, I like it.
Look at this.
Asher Yala, if it's not going to say Asher Yala Ola O Zeva, I would think if it would say Asher Yala Ola Zeva, then I would learn from here that it has to be both an Ola and a cover stomach for a person to be guided. Rest of the word. Oh, is it within a locality? Why are you saying no? If it's a few people and a person only reads Ola or only reads Zeva,
You do not give a single
so the people who use O Zeva, which is a lot of Zika, the people of Palestine, like how does he know that? That's the way we know you the Eno. He brings his words after the word, and know you the Eno. Where is that? The next process is the fact of Elroy. You know you the Enu. Now, what you the Enu, he follows immediately after the word Olo Zava. Even if we did not learn Olo Zava to say that each individual covers the problem, nevertheless, we give the Enu in singular language. So if you're telling me that's the real Ola, so Ola, average motherfucker to be tired, you're not saying you the Enu. You have to use plural. Since it says in the singular language, we learn only one part. It's the course that we love. Now the course we kill, the old part that we're going to yell is the singular language. So then why does he have to have both? By the way, we need those words of the Enu, our solid Italian, Italian, our classical person of Italian, the English problem with the solid, and not the English part where we discuss it. What does that mean?
Oh, that person's
bipolar. He says, Kamot Mikiva, later on in Jokin Apotis of the Speed, each one of the honor of Aver factor, that whenever a person is going to be tired for burning the problem on the outside of the bath, but always put the lid is fully intact. You do have to have a Hela Kasera, actually out of the Hela. You continue to say the speed, you have to give up the fire animal. You have to honor our powerful six young, but powerful
also representative of like you 17 that would do these skin trims, so it's like high production value, but terrible in
the bottom line is,
okay, so I like how, so I don't know if you heard my question. I said, what's your favorite bit from the Rico Poppy? And he was like, my least favorite bit.
So this weekend at Marky, the Jordan Peterson podcast. First of all, I have consumed many hours of Jordan Peterson, but like imagine me learning psychology from Jordan Peterson. Now has that's zero expertise. I don't subscribe to Charlotte Jordan Peterson, which is also the podcast. What he says about psychology is highly accurate. I'm sorry, Mark. One look at Jim Norton and I do well good for you. I do. But I do know that he used to be the Martin used for his assuming like he was dating this straight girl and for either his birthday or her birthday, I forget which one, they held a prior to male escort because he wanted to watch this girl fuck in front of Jim Norton. And like, so I'm sure they get a guy.
That's what he has. The single language of local and lots of stuff. And Martin has to tell you, it's always going to be a job. So if the Nazi represents the favor over here, that's it.
I like Jordan Peterson harder from the fear bits of it. Because people keep asking him, and it's like he can't admit the truth because it unravels his entire identity in order to admit this. But he literally hired you try to take down a fucking subreddit for like 15,000
He's tied only for 40,000, but he's tied for a right?
It'd be funny, like, Jordan Peterson, if he fucks him and
makes some sense.
Thank you.
I like the these comments in this video, cry like Peterson when talking about men not having sex.
I've never seen him cry. If you don't give me sex for a while, I might fucking cry. Okay? That's if you want to hurt me, you got me, right? I give sex for a week and I might get really emotional.
The Jesus God outside is going to be guys who learned it from
Hopefully no
the
one
word
goes to
of
Hogan, you know, if they're trying to Hogan you, asking for a friend where they like, where they're like, have sex with my wife.
I believe Jordan Peterson might do.
You have to remember when it comes to any type of bird car bike, now what it is, it's inside the base of the inside. There's nothing to do with because of the bird car bike, there's no leak up. The process starts to come to what he's saying is, this is the person to speak up on a bird outside, but that will be a problem. As well, of course, there's one after you know that out front. Out there,
Microdose of mushrooms before it came.
those that have the word, oh, actually, yes, sir. So if you read the concept,
Energy drink.
it says, if this provision shall use that, shall a captive and a semi, so the person will go ahead and check whether a shark gets all these animals to not know, after this captive is the why is that the same? Oh, actually, it's the second cast. Why can the public simply just say, actually, it's the star and cast of OAs?
I want you to talk to Jordan Peterson. That would be so
Why
funny.
can't the same use for the second time? So, of course, if it's well, because actually, it's the additional word that says this tells you that there's a field for shafting a bird, which is typically done with police dogs. You do that outside, it's going to be a field. The people on our law can tell you that there's the word that you use, and why do they need that I have showcased this type specifically, the type only if you shaft it. Well, in other words, even though it's typically a third process to do it,
So I
you type only the speaker outside, which I think is not how you know that the third person is not the way you sound of our says very clearly,
known more for his impressions than his shot commentary. Yeah. I mean, I do the Peterson impression on the show a bunch, and people request it, but I'm not convinced it's any good.
How do I know my luck on personal experience? I'm a little more powerful because you see very clearly how to use the personal experience. Okay, now straight up, you're off alone. I would have thought that you when you got a bird and saw that off you, you'd be tired, or I guess of course, when we got off, the really water himself. I make the point out of them.
I mean, thank you, David. I'm still not convinced. It's really, it sounds too much like when I get my popcorn.
Inside the base of the salon is not out.
Has Mark ever laughed genuinely?
And still, his guy is, because the outside, the leaves of the African win. Which is exactly the proper way to go ahead.
Get some more English money in the chat.
I mean, people come to inside.
English money.
Snapchat. Where are you at? As well. I'm a woman, no. Yeah, no fun. Holy, this is the way to do it.
I'm going around. You fucked up. I mean, I did it on purpose. It's a funny shop. There's a guy that gave us like, I'm not sure he was it Rose? Yeah. Oh, I didn't know this. He gave us that, and I was like, is that English money to Gerardo? And Gerardo didn't cut it in time.
Which is in the Durham, the capital to do with Hampara, and the ability to be back to the Durham, and it has to do with the fact that when a person wants to back together, I don't want to tell you. Something along the lines, you don't have to have you have a fancy stuff like yogi. The first one to do a character design, you don't have to have a fancy LinkedIn. You just take 3 guys who show you the basic of the it's not really that big. The point is, he uses it for the cover. It's not relevant to our discussion.
Oh man, Dagestan, never heard of it.
I want to see BJ.
Okay, now the cover. The authority claims. That's the cover of the side. That was written outside. Now we also cover exactly how we know the speak about what's going to be a problem. I know we went back and forth about the different drugs.
They were making fun of it a lot.
The people in the mind remember exactly how it goes. Again, we go with the people go to say, artists will set up. And then they look for the ritual for the national review. Like that happens to the heart. What do you want to do? Like the top days, we come with that food, we say, set up, and that was the point of the part. I just want to go back on it.
We actually made a decision. We got a decision. We don't want any more bots. Oh, yeah.
That was next. Now we've learned how comics first does the comics, they'll take the speaker distinguished, then the top of all the person is the top of the blood, outside, office. He's talking. In other words, here we have a case where a person is not tied for the school vehicle. Other Kabbalah says that's something outside, so again, a person sets something outside, he's a comic speaker as well. A person, another person goes ahead and top of the blood, or the same person is top of the blood, no problem with Kabbalah, no problem with the blood.
Look how
How do I know?
Marcus,
If
thank
there's
you,
no
finally.
conflict of all time,
One thing we do need to be fair about.
Everything going to ask.
We get a lot of bots. All of the 100% of the negative comments are bots. We know
In other
this.
words, what's the
Every time
default
someone
position?
criticizes us in any
The
way,
default
it's just another
position
one of
is
those
always
bots.
going to be Italian.
Yes, we
But you
do
have
actually
to
a lot of
have
bots.
a graphic to tell you that you're
Or
Or the
people are
default
paying for
position
negative
that you're
comments when they're doing that to
and then
us.
you have to have a
Go
graphic
ahead
to tell
and
you
make
that
sure
you're
they
Italian.
get
Up until now,
these
we're
bots.
going to Paro, effort on the side that you're Italian. And people, before we ask, hold on, here's the source that tells you that you're Butcher from Kabbalah Saddam.
I can tell you, I can tell when someone's a bot because they say something negative. It's a bot 100%.
You see this thing of education used all the time to say, this is what happened up. But the truth is, education means how you know. Education is from where are you learning.
I assume whatever shop is doing is fraudulent. Like obviously, that's my presumption is if you tell me it looks fraudulent, you know what you're doing, and I believe it because why would shop do anything that doesn't benefit him financially, or involve some sort of misrepresentation of reality or value.
You know what?
The only giveaway I do are facts. I saw Brendan discuss here and the creator at the time
Well,
told him
Skipper is
like,
different. Skipper has
I
his
have
own
one of those. Could you
individual
just not miss
characteristics.
this?
Well, Skipper became the seller to go open the place. Skipper is something which is
I
unique.
would never ask the same for that because I just assumed
Power
that
in the
was
complex.
missing. It's like, why would you
If
ask
you have
about
the
that? It's
wrong
like,
guy in
if
mind,
someone comes to
you're
your house,
accepting the
it
context.
makes
For
sense for
some
other
reason, this
businesses. They
person
give them
is not included in the conversation for whatever reason. He's not included. You shut the for that person. Guess what?
Dude,
The
I'm
rules
missing
are
all my
karma.
friends' things.
So again, but that's not going to be true by
I'm
Kabbalah
singing
Saddam.
about this
The
right now.
person has in mind when he's
Four
accepting the
brothers
blood,
when you
catching
get
the
horny
blood.
at the same
The one
time.
person's not going to do it. So therefore,
Really?
you can't compare
No, I don't even have a word number on card.
Kabbalah Saddam. They're just simply incomparable.
If y'all are wearing hats inside, please, it's a great question.
By slurring it, by checking it, does not necessarily mean it is going to be. It is a Kabbalah. All right, so Casey is Rico. Maybe you want to go back to Rico. That's other justice just right before this morning. You have a source from the top page, or is that not to tell you that Rico, because it's going to be a problem, maybe you want to learn how to follow up on what's from Rico, because it's not as though. Now it's Rico, Shaquille is our valuable.
Like
If you do something, if a czar does it, then he's going to be tired. Sorry, look, that's also King Czar tired of that, which is the last drop in the page. Masha'en came to Kmitza the Kabbalah. When it comes to Kmitza and Kabbalah, there's no Kmitza for non-code groups. You must explain. So the even about the Kabbalah, the law focus is on the Avodah. For a Yisrael to be valued for doing Avodah, they have to be complete Avodah, which is not contingent on something else.
Oh, I used to play with my beard all the time. I still do.
Are you really step in the process
talk about that on the podcast. They're like, oh,
because
he's
you
his
learn
beard
from
again. Tell him to stop.
Zrika, which is the final Avodah in the four-step process. To learn from Zrika to Kabbalah, you need to be able to do so. Therefore, again, we still don't know why do we think the Kabbalah would be an issue.
Jamal. Let's see.
The job takes Zrika now. They learn from both. In other words, Zrika will make some sort of a milestone. And we'll make this out of trouble. So we'll say, Zrika Rashi is the top of the story. This is one that's articulated.
Why would he answer about sales? So I got word on the house help you to read. Turns out that, we'll find a better future, which is the most deranged person who's ever worked for a the best thing I would say was a true. She's very nice.
And you say, oh, my Zrika came to that time of Lisa. What's it? Yeah. That's what happens to Skita. The fans are business, going to go around and around. So the source of the head, and I vote it, they have no both my voters, they have no the foot, after the other Skita, the Kabbalah, and I vote it, he's tired of it. In other words, you may have said, I'll just look at what the common denominator between Skita and Zrika. The commonality is both of them are voters, and both of them get done outside are a problem. So therefore, I'll say, already, and the most about the whole so after that, then I'm going to be tired. I would suggest stopping to drink right now, just a quick reminder, the fast is beginning.
Yeah.
It gives you some sort of buzz.
It's a liquid.
So the Gemara says maybe that's what you'll do.
Oh, I thought it was like in shots. Yeah, maybe it's like heroin.
But it's worthwhile giving yourself one extra minute. So
I'm talking
I think Girl has been energized by the coffee, by the doc. So I think at this point in time, it would be a good time to stop drinking.
Oh,
He's already injecting a bunch of drugs in his face, but I'm like,
The
this
Gemara
is
says, hold on, if you can be able to do that in pain, look at Marpatrika. If that's true, that you can just pull two of them together and make this common denominator and make the third one, then we'll have a good thing. You don't have to have a drug, a special drug to tell you. That's just a few
I used to inject Mentos directly into my penis.
You learn that with the different things. Or they say it's all the taste mosquito, or whatever mosquito. But then they say mouse speaking to the cell phone from our book. That's tasting ha'ala. You learn that from ha'ala. When a person brings something up under his back, he has a word, a young person in mind, when you want to be an issue, the marijuana is there's something unique about a mincha, but it's not ha'ala that is relevant to a mincha. Okay, so we do the same thing, and make the partner again, we go round and round and round, a circle around, so that's the bottom line. So ha'ala is not boda, and she does not boda, she just runs up to Zrika.
That's all. What do I know? I'm just a guy who
I heard she stands 10
Well, it says,
toes down.
the hobby is called the Lema,
She stands 10 toes down.
that's what the Pasuk actually teaches you specifically, that there's a female comes to
I don't know. What is your favorite bit from the Gringo
in other words, what the bottom line is that we're not going to create this tzad hashava. We're not going to create this commonality, this common denominator.
He's like, it was just like
Over here. So what are we left with? Left with why would you put the archive when it comes to Kabbalah Sadal or to Misa? You know, we can learn it from, and therefore, there's learn it from. All of the watching do it and like Shakat, Mizara, Uri, and Swar, Tayi Akas, Dibur Bishiva, Tayi Tayi.
It's funny how he works.
Why is this? Again, on the previous time, according to this small, where did we learn? Use the from. We learned it from. Where did we small the word? John Yerpaka. And according to the Shiva, we learned it from. Oh, we got that. Therefore, stop on the dark security as well. I'm not first to small, but
I don't even believe that he plays video games. Right? Because you know the videos, like when we play video games with each other, like what video games does he play? Right? So that's just like, he's like this non-game that's trying to relate to games. The podcast is he's probably bad at every single video game.
Sham Tasa, if I could give it up with this, I get a video. Sham Power with Sepa, with Sham Tasa. So Sham Power with Sepa, with Sham Tasa. Lord, please, also the Kugan of Odaka, the conscious one, and combining together to the Boga, and this is anti-one. So even though even though it's both in a separate word, nevertheless, only one key.
No, because it's just like attention
Where
grabbing.
goes that? Zorak, the hell,
It's also like they're not here all the time. It's like,
yeah, they're taking away time from tough TV. Really small time, for the small, for the time, because again, it's not the same word, not the same word that's learned. But
well, listen, you think I'm anti-Davidson too, so
or the Zika has the ha'ala, you're going to be Zika, without a lot, because the TV, and then you what?
if we do any kind of game against Iran, I mean,
for the ha'ala and for the processing of the sprinkler blood.
And the wife, maybe Ellie. He say, what's up, Adam and Ellie? Make sure to cuddle tonight. Something like that.
Pasuk says, Yichutz Menachem. Person checks it, Yichutz Menachem. Yeah, this is Pasuk. You know what does it say? If you go to shop for Yitzchak, Sarah, Kesef, and Yitzchak, Ba'machana, or after Yitzchak, Yichutz Menachem. So the Pasuk says, Yichutz Menachem. Yeah, so I would say, in order for a person to be tired, the person to be obligated to either be a carbon or to be tired, except for covered outside the Azara. I would say, Yachal, the soul, not the actual order out of all three Machanos. If you mention by the time of the Greek, especially outside all three Machanos, I would think that we should decide it as here, but it should be so. You gotta go outside all three camps. However, the Pesach says no, it's in the Machana. It says in the Machana. So clearly we see that it's not just the here of checking Yichutz. What's the Machana? Means it's in the camp, but not just the Azara is going to be a problem. Now, if it's in the Machana, if it always says in the Machana, you also want to think that separate Ola, the Dom, the Malchus, the Moses, the Ola, inside the Beit HaMikdash. But it's absolutely inside the state of the world. Remember, it's very discussed when it comes to Pasuk and Open. And each keep that somewhere. You have to accept the northern part of the Azara. The I-19, once it's out, is a field. The strictly a cook. Whether it's considered sexually perfect. Outside of the domain we try to be accepted to the master. That's how I think the master is to be accepted because it fails. Or it's just to be accepted in one place. This would be wild. Person accepted the carbon inside the Beit HaMikdash. The carbon accepted in the wrong place. Not only is the carbon disqualified, the guy's by heart for doing it. This should be good. And another thing is no, that's not true.
All the episodes where I appeared as a guest on
Oh, how do you take the mask?
from the video.
The pastor says, oh, I have to take the mask. And we'll make the dress. Not take the mask. I mean, inside the camp and outside the camp are compared to each other. Not put the mask in the uniform. What's special about outside the camp? And why is it that touch it? We'll keep it close out. Can't check that. It's any company over there. Now, the rules separating carbon in the south side of the Beit HaMikdash from the Azara. In other words, that's not including the even though it's not the appropriate place for a person to be accepted from an Ola, nevertheless, whether he was touching talent, and even though the carbon may have its own issues, so we accepted in one place, that's not going to be in violation of who they fix the person accepted from an Ola in the south side of the Azara.
I feel like he does get called out a lot, but it's
a self-based, God-based self-based. A person tries to the roof of the head. Remember that picture over here that you have in the kind of structure over there, that building with the soldiers and countries of the farm, that was a structure that had a roof. What happens when the person climbs up onto the roof? They touch the carbon over here. Is that considered to be stupid? Or is that not considered to be stupid?
Lakers game would say that you play with LeBron. Yeah, it's like
So this, hold on, guys, Mr. Hechel, tie it for second year. We say, the aim is going to keep the close up. As we just got to say, the characteristics that define super club, whereas the place is not appropriate for any carbon to be tested. Now, the roof of the Hechel is not an appropriate place to test the carbon. Therefore, according to Rula, that's the Ruby diet for testing the carbon of the house. So the one the question of who's in the case, that's the case that's testing around the roof. Who's in the top one? What's the public right? You also have to,
if you're
just correct the word, you put the last one. Again, the public says,
you also have to run a 4.6. You also have to have a fucking
that's a good section of the age. Or at least bench presses. It says, brother, you can come to the and right boy, you will not have the next box that says, well, that's a whole other no idea. Does not bring you back to all other. In other words, you will buy a fuck the whole way. You will reiterate. Now, that's the whole way, but why does the next box that says, why does the next box that says, not restricted to open it up all right? Allow you to read it, isn't the next box that says,
photographic evidence of this. They don't weigh 45 pounds.
Of the APA from the insert
Yeah, there's
excluded
calibrated plates from powerlifting that are colored and they're from
essentially means you're going to include it into the
certain
proper place to
brands of powerlifting plates that are calibrated to
more than
exactly what
with the
just
level
regular iron plates. There's like
if that's what you're saying, you can't have that alone. It's the point is,
as low as
anytime you bring it anywhere with
so
some type of load, even the
it's possible if you take 3 pounds off each plate, all of a sudden anything with 12 less pounds, which is significant. So
Why is it to say that not time is the back of that?
you're bouncing off your chest and not knocking out,
Versus loud,
which may not
loud
count
to
in
the
the
guy,
combat
giving that
situation.
coming to
And
the
then
guy.
lying about it or turning it into 40 despite
I'm a
yeah,
worry,
it's
Why would he tell you something different?
This work
classic
comes to
pathological line
in
where he's
communication
blowing
with
other
the
people like,
entire
hey, I was
animals
there.
inside the
I
Azara.
didn't do
It's
40
not
and
about
30
this. The
and then
animal connected outside.
because
Once
he
we
kept
hold on.
saying it like it,
If that's the
it's
case,
impressive
Samara
because
puts
he wasn't there, so why would you lie about it?
the animal
You should know.
outside the Azara.
Because
The
again,
problem was,
I've seen
the
shop
next couple
bench
of
press for
months,
plates and you don't need to lie about it. What do you need to exaggerate?
The other thing was impressive enough.
Yeah.
and that's couple of months, what's the
then
total concerned about? Concerned about keep up. Keep up, let's see. It's elected outside, and keep it outside.
Like,
I
oh,
would
he posted
rather,
himself doing a bench press.
according to level
Of course, he would just post like
coming to do that, like,
picture
two
of
of
the
the
bench
first
press, and
animals
it's like,
part of
oh,
outside, it's
25
like,
pounds, just did
in
225
other words,
this
not
many.
coming
It's
to
like,
necessarily the roots,
show you doing it.
Whole story, bro.
coming to
It's
do
like, oh yeah,
against
just
the
do
animals
700 pounds.
is
Here's a
mostly
picture of
outside
700
or
pounds
mostly
on the
inside,
deadlift.
still that will be a
Why don't
problem
you just film
of
yourself
course.
doing it? So then he posted a video and it's
So
like,
now
you
you
did
define
26
what
reps.
person
What
is
happened to
proving.
40? You know, like,
Bottom line,
in
figure
his mind, there's like,
anywhere
I'm
outside
like,
the Azara, you
no,
have a
no,
case
Yeah.
of talking outside,
He's like,
inside,
what do you believe?
and then this
You're the
is
guy that sent a dick pic to my
not
stepdad.
definitely the carbon on the use of the head.
yeah, I do 100 reps. You know, I just did 20, obviously. I did 100
Person
reps.
brings the carbon nowadays outside. In other words, the premise of this is that only considered the future thought if there is a myth.
So funny.
If there is a
Is there any
myth,
evidence of him
then it's considered outside. Well, outside
I don't see any
relative to the
Seems like you barely
inside.
put gasoline
No
in
one
the
knows. How about the monitor? Why is the atomic semiconductor? Person needs to carbon outside or carbon back. Is that considered the thought? Yes, another
6'5" bench pressing 225
yes,
count.
more tight.
Yeah.
The truck is somewhere, like you said,
That
after,
count thing was
no,
really
it's not
funny
here
because
for 50 foot.
we were
Nowadays,
looking,
out of
and
this.
I think
And more split, just one of the
I
diet, just
presented
the
some
time was
watching
position,
curtains, but I showed him a video,
that we should do
and maybe
on
it
the
was
mission
in
itself,
Ryan's
to
book
picture
where
the site that was
Nick
given for
is
that
this
time.
really
We
buff
keep to
guy.
the rest of the level, and it goes
yeah,
on
that's
forever and
He's
ever,
gonna cool
and
down.
therefore,
I think
the producer's there, that's considered inside, and you have to
chops
watch
are ridiculous
from
when
the
you're trying to
outside,
mock you.
which is great
Yeah.
because
These
it
guys
is
are short,
here.
it's
It's
20
like the
pounds,
back is like the
you
same.
know, which is in most commercial gyms,
No, you're
120
back to
pounds
what
to lift.
keeps the essential and because what the initial producer was given for that time,
Like
but not
9
there
times or something, which is
forever,
a shit ton.
including
Yeah,
that.
he's a big dude.
And
More
but he
said,
had like,
name
so
of the one
if you do Mr.
ones
Evans'
that
service,
maybe the
Mr.
budget
Evans doesn't like
the
collapse.
upper budget is depending on this about the field with the Eliezer and the back the radio now cover Eliezer so you know the base of your building the
Oh,
house
yeah.
are you also trying to put curtains up in the head the book
Sean
one
looks
of
at it
my
goes,
guys
if
for
I
other
was strapped,
curtains
it doesn't count.
in the
It's like,
Azara what was the difference that also the head when you put the curtains inside the head don't
And
even
he probably
about
doesn't either is lying or he doesn't know.
outside because once you put it up then the as soon as you finish, you're standing inside the
What's
furnace
the
to finish the production.
negative?
You can't just be standing there. You have to stand outside and put it up.
So we have to say,
The
it
Azara,
doesn't
when
even
you put
count.
the curtains around the Azara, one of the stand, you look at the inside, you look up,
He like hates anybody that does anything.
I would be
You know
sure
what the
tonight,
question
I
like,
heard, so you can
can
freeze out
you
this
either say, can Shaw do a oil change, and then someone else, I think it was Mark Murray, said, can Shaw change a tire? The real question is, can Shaw change a light bulb?
and Captain Kyle might be saying, I think it's all Captain Kyle might be saying, you know, there's no wall around this line. Why? They should just shut up, keep the traffic to the level. Last of all, something that applies to person to the Eliezer. The reason why you think you have to have these persons is because you live with separate.
He's a man
So the
who's
look
scared
at
of,
no, it's not there. It's not sanctified forever. I'm already player. Vito responded, I'm going to
Yeah, I mean, so you know, he really doesn't read comments. He's scared. Yeah. Like, I read it because I go, give me something to argue. It's fun for me. I just learned a long time ago that you can never ever read, even in the live stream videos, I haven't read a single one of these things on baseball deadlift. What do you guys think about what happened to Mama's dog, Donnie, and he gets
The instructions were not created to do so. Where it says it's use of Allah that should be done with sneeze against which means that was figuratively putting our brothers in public to something which is done in private. I just think it's appropriate for us to reading questions here. Today, the Sar Batanus. We're learning, as we've been saying sleepless in a few minutes, Basar, Basir, Lachovet, Sar, out here coming. They besieged the city. The whole thing is we're talking about the destruction of this like that. How does the Gemara can't go up today? Where everybody says, there's no progress. Everybody agrees. The Kedusha, Rishona, the safety of the Rishonita, the future Rishonita, the future of the Rebbe, everybody agrees that Kedusha is still there today. And therefore, I think it's appropriate for us to remember. As we say the Kedusha today, Omer, the Kum, the Kali, the Rashpisa, the Rashpisa Zikra, we'll take the Kedusha in a few minutes. Let's go ahead and destroy our enemies. The Rashpisa Zikra. Wipe out their memories. They'll kind of enough in government use of citizens from our city of Charlotte. The emotion we should ultimately fight our war for us. Bring back the race licked up. Over at the end, it says the end of their freedom. The Yaga Banata today. Careless, Nazi, Asigla, Mahanata, Nazi, Doshi, Kapos, Rebecca, and so on. What does that few words mean? The Kapos turn over. He was like, ultimately, the celebration, the young gun Bahanafa, the Kamashi, the animal sadness, flip over the fast of the Soma Kamishi, the suffering, the simple summer of these Tomashi. All the Kamishi, the pornography, and the public horizon, and the good people to remember the more Tava, the Jushin Sona,
I know that too, because we actually, when we lost the cat, Rogan and Shorty fight,
take my cats outside and monitor them and take them inside. The cats want to be outside all the time.
How many cats do you have?
4.
Oh shit!
And I walk them. Like, but
Really? With like a leash?
I don't walk. I just walk. They like to play in the courtyard of our apartment complex, and they just like to smell shit inside as much. If a cat had its way, it would be outside most of the day.
I like cats. I mean, I like cats, but I have a dog.
Rather parents and stuff like spoken about club or something that I love. Begin by thanking all our sponsors. We thank the comptroller sponsors for the month. Help savers. We thank Oxygen Drivers for Restream, Overstructures in this club. For report Shalema for Elio, we call for Miriam, we exercise the example to report Shalema, and here the card was the Muslim and Martin. All the student overjustice, Monte Teves, memory about his father, Joseph, Shlomo, Shmuel, Fed, Yisrael Yehuda, the Yosef of Chafal Teves, Shem, Saran Hanaliyah, we also thank the Day of Learning sponsors, Southern and Private Faith sponsors, will be sharing all company in their shul. Today, for report Shalema for Tino, Yeshaya Elio, Ben Kama, Yeshaya Felder, and the Shem, the report Shalema, and Gera Katara. Today's daf begins with Brandon Parrott.
This breeder is very hard to find hypoallergenic.
A Brandon Parrott which talks mostly about Kita and Ta'ala B'chot.
It's difficult.
It talks about the various halachas of accepting, thank you so much, and bringing down the carbon outside of the Beis HaMikdash. It might be helpful to have a Chumash with you today. And thank you so much to make you bring it to me. Psukim, the number of Psukim, not complicated, very straightforward, and open in the Psukim, but just being able to notice how the order of the Psukim work might be helpful for us to go on the fire along. The helpful to open the Good Zion, Parshas Primos, in Sefer Vayikra. If you have a Chumash, I will point you to the right pasuk as you get to it. Start begins as follows. First, if the slaughter is 4 steps, 8 carbon, outside of the base mikdash. So there's a lot. There's option to do that, and there's a key kares for a person who does that. Halacha is Tayyib al Shita and Tayyib al Ha'ala. So he's got two separate laws. One for slaughtering the outside of the base mikdash, and another individual key in Tatas comes along. It's done by mistake, but he actually knocked the carbon on a mizbeach, on a bama outside of the base of mikdash. If you look at Rashi says in the very first Rashi, the Tarek he touched the hood, the ha'ala, the hood, and he brought it up on the mizbeach outside of the base of mikdash, the ha'ala in one forgetting. So again, it says Rashi, Tayyib al Shit Tayyib al Aliyah, says Rashi, Shehein Shnei Gufei Avera, Tarvayu Sidi, Asher Yishpat, Basher Yahweh. There's a separate issue for being showcased that and for bringing it up as a problem. Again, we'll see the chicken inside very soon. Rabbi Omer disagrees and says, Shabbat Tasnim, the halabachot, if a person checks the carbon inside the base of mikdash, and then halabachot, and he brings it up on the carbon out of the mikdash, in a case like that, Tayyib, he's going to be Tayyib. However, Shabbat Tasnim, if he did the shkita outside, and then the halabachot, he brought the carbon on the mizbeach outside the base of mikdash, possibly in such a case is going to be exempt. He's not going to be tied for the ha'ala. Why? Lo ha'ala ela davar pasul. He brought off the carbon which is pasul. In other words, this really is a fundamental focus with the Tanakama about this case. What he says is that Tanakama, you're telling me that if you bring your carbon outside of the base of mikdash, you checked it outside of the base of mikdash, then you can be tied for the shkita, and still you will be tied. You're going to be obligated to bring a fatos or perhaps tied kares if you bring that animal on the base of mikdash, on the back outside the base of mikdash. We're going to say, really, carbon's already possible. Once you check it outside, the carbon is disqualified. So what type of carbon do you bring outside? You bring a carbon which is disqualified? That's not such a big deal. Therefore, you shouldn't be decided about that. I will know the Torah responded to him and said, I thought with the three Umar Bakos, the Torah said this is unavoidable. The Torah is always going to be disqualified once you wear the check outside. Because even if you check the carbon properly inside the base of mikdash, and then you bring it out, once you take it outside the base of mikdash, it becomes disqualified. So the other thing, in such a case, Kirin Shal Seal becomes possible anyway. So by the time you bring it up from his back, it's already disqualified. Therefore, the Chachamim say the fact that the carbon is disqualified does not bother us. Therefore, even if you checked it outside and it became disqualified by virtue of the fact that you checked the carbon outside, still, if you're bringing the carbon up on the back outside of the mikdash, you're still time to bring a carbon or perhaps a carbon that was done intentionally in such a case like that, he's going to have to bring it, even though it's disqualified because that's how this works. It's unavoidable. It's always going to be disqualified by the time you bring it up on the back. Now, something which is very interesting is you think that's this question. It's important to think back to what we learned compared to the back of the couch. Remember, we learned is the couch is always low yeri, which means that sometimes with that kilo, before the fact, you're not supposed to bring such a carbon up to his back. But once you brought the carbon onto his back, then you leave it here. You say, oh, low yeri, you brought it up there, don't bring it down. One of those cases, all the yeri, that we brought it up, and it was not supposed to be brought up, you're supposed to leave it there, is the carbon will went outside the base. Now, Sinego wants to say you can't compare these two cases because you checked the carbon outside. A carbon which is checked outside, we're not going to say Olo Yeri. We're actually say Olo Yeri. Take it down. The carbon is checked outside, and then you bring it into the mikdash. And put it on from the back, take it down. So Gusik really actually has a very good point. He says a carbon checked outside doesn't belong on the back. So much so that if you bring it onto the back, get it off. However, a carbon which is checked inside and then went outside the base of mikdash, Allah says, follow the year. If it goes on the back, you keep it there. So therefore, the claim that the carbon has back, so Yossi Aguli, that's the claim. Bottom line is that my focus is still my focus. The Chachamim say, or that's the carbon outside of its mikvah and brings it up to the mizbeach after this mikvah. There are two separate, independent violations here. One for shkita, one for ha'ala for bringing it up onto the mizbeach. Basically, he disagrees, and he says, no, it won't work that way. Because once you set that outside the cover is disqualified, and there is no fear for bringing a disqualified cover up to the mizbeach outside of its mikvah. Therefore, you should have one or the other. Either shkita b'chutz, and then there's no further fear to bring it up to the mizbeach, or you're going to have shkita b'fnim and ha'ala b'chutz. You set it inside, and then you take it outside, there will be a problem of bringing it up onto the mizbeach. However, you're not going to have both together. Again, a fundamental difference between the Mishnah and the Tanna Kama. Now the Mishnah goes on to a case which is not necessarily relevant, but still has the same theme. Tamei she'akal, a person who's tamei is ritually impure. She'akal, he ate something. Bein kodesh tamei, bein kodesh tar, something which is consecrated, something which is sanctified as well it's the carbon. Now whether it's tamei, the food item that he's eating is tamei as well, or the food item is not tamei. Now, if it is, tired. He's tired for eating that. That's the opinion of the Tanakama, the first opinion of the Mishnah. You'll see Really disagrees, and he says, Tamei she'achal tahar, if a Tamei person eats something which is ritually pure, which is tahar, such a case is tired. However, Tamei she'achal tamei, if a person is ritually impure, who eats something which is impure, also, he's talking, why? Mata el davar tamei. It's tamei. So in other words, it's not such a big deal. So therefore, the Chachamim, you're telling me that if a person's tamei eats something which is conscious, whether that food item is tamei or tahar, he's going to be tired. No. You're only tired. You're eating conscious if the thing that you're eating is tahar and you are tamei. But if the food item is already tamei, so then there's no fear for eating it. If the Chachamim responded in a similar way and responded to the previous phrase, the Sedakim, have tamei she'achal zatar. Even a person who is tamei, who takes up a food item which is ritually tahar, ritually pure, even shenagapo, once he touches it to pick it up and put it into his mouth, it's tamei anyway. So therefore, you're never going to have a case where a tamei person eats something which is tahar. It's not possible for a tamei person to eat something which is tahar, because the moment he touches it, put it into his mouth, it becomes tamei. Now again, on this, there is also a kasha. We can't Tosfos asked the kasha at the top of the page. The kids measure the rule. It says Tosfos for second Tosfos on the page. He says, first Tosfos on the page. It's possible that a person put the tamei food item on a stick, and the guy, the tamei person, opened his mouth wide. The person shoved it all the way down. Therefore, the tamei person never touched it. Stomach the milk to marry, draw through the next focus. Plus, it's still a normal case of stuff. In other words, Tosfos said it's possible you can avoid this. Because again, the problem are assuming that the tamei person picks up the food item in his hand and puts it into his mouth. Under some circumstances, it's true. Tamei before he eats it. However, since Tosfos, we can find a case where he doesn't touch it. How is that? Well, the person puts his mouth, and the person puts it on his skewer and puts it down his throat. Since Tosfos is true, but in normal cases, it's not like that. Now, we'll point out, Tosfos did not mention a case where a person bends down and just eats the food like a dog, because nobody eats like that. Therefore, that's such an abnormal case. Tosfos won't even bother asking that question. People didn't like that. Last halacha in the Mishnah. The Torah she'achal tamei, a Torah person who eats the function which is tamei, there's no obligation in that case. Why? She'eino kayev ela al tumasadrik. This is the process is only relevant to tumasadrik, this person himself, the individual person is tamei, not who the food item is tamei. Okay, now, what the Gemara is going to be spending its time on for the rest of the day is trying to figure out where the Ashara for this is and where the Onish is. As follows, which means as follows. Every time we find that there's an Onish in the Torah, we have to come along with a mention of the prohibition. That's called the Ashara. So again, it doesn't come, it's not worded in terms of Torah of a warning, but again, it's mentioned as a lie. The Torah tells you prohibition, and then again, the Torah tells you if you violate this prohibition, then there's the following consequence. So we're trying to find for these halachas about shocking the Mala Bafut, or offers up the carbon outside. He was trying to find the Azhara, the warning, or the initial mention of the scissor, as well as the punishment. The Gemara begins by telling us a simple point, which is Bishlama Allah. Everything works out very well with regard to offering it up on the shaft outside. Over there, Ksid Onesh, it says the punishment, it's Ksid Azhara. It says the Azhara. Onesh, the Ksid. Notice is written where it says, so again, this is in Parak Zion, in Sefer Vayikra, beginning with Pasuk Gas. I'm just going to read it inside the page for a minute. It says,
I got a stupid Tim Kenny out here.
as follows. Balei Tomar shall say to them, if this debate is strong, and I guarantee that you're going to yourself, but referring to him as bringing a carbon, Asher Yala Ola Azava. So it's going to bring an Ola or any type of Zava, any type of carbon. Now, the Pasuk says, no, Pesach Ola Moed Lo Yivienu. He does not bring it inside the opening of the Ola Moed. This person shall decide Taurus is going to be cut off from the nation of Taurus. So here you have very clearly the Pasuk tells you, the Nichras and Nefesh Lumiyago. Go to our Gemara. Gemara says, Onus of sin, Del Pesach Olamoid, Lo Yivienu, exactly what we just read. That he does not bring the carbon inside the base mikdash in the proper way he's supposed to do it. Azhara, and now, so we have the honor. Azhara, here's the warning. That says, Yishamer Lafal, Tempala Olosefta. So this pasuk is not in Sefer Vayikra. As a matter of fact, it's in context with A, I believe. That's where it says, Yishamer Lafal. Yishamer means guard it for yourself. Tempala Olosefta. Lest you bring up the Ola, and again, that pasuk, finish up that pasuk over there, so the Bahakim Tira, any place that you want. In other words, it's a warning. You can't just bring up the carbon wherever you want. You got to bring it into the mitzvah. So when it comes to offering up the carbon, everything is perfectly clear. There's a pasuk that says that the carbon Akremos tells you that person who brings the carbon outside the base of mikdash will be tired. All right. There's a pasuk in Parak that tells you do not bring the carbon wherever you want. It's got to be brought inside the base of mikdash. All lines up perfectly well. There's a warning up to do it. There's a punishment not to do it, and that's good. Again, let's read the whole thing inside. It says, on it, when it comes to offering up the carbon, the punishment is written with Sev Azara, and the warning is also written. The Sev, but that's the pasuk. So Pesach Olamoy Lo Yivienu. And you're not going to bring your carbon into the opening of the Olamoy. And then as part of Sibi Shamalakam Petala Olasafa, guard yourself. Perhaps, or less, you will bring up your carbon. The Hanta Amr of Oven Amr Balazar, and this comes to what we learned from Balazar. Balazar name is Balazar. Mamatl Shnema Yishamar Pen Baal. Anytime the pasuk uses the word Yishamar, which means guard yourself. 10, lest you do something, the owl is going to do something. Eino Ella Balosase. In other words, to terms, Yishamar Pen Baal doesn't say whoa. Typically, whenever the pasuk says that, sort of says low signo or low, or whatever, low sofal, or all these kinds of things says very clearly don't do it. But we learned that the words Yishamar Pen Baal are really equivalent to the word low. Therefore, we have everything worked out when it comes to offering up the carbon. Here the one says Shkita, and when it comes to slaughtering the carbon, fish lama onish sin. When it comes to the onish for slaughtering the carbon, that's in place, right? It's it. Where it says the Pesach Olamoy like low deal. It says the Pesach Olamoy, he's not going to bring it. Now, as Harani Nala, here do I have the warning not to chef the carbon outside of the base of it. Amar Kodmar says, Lo Yizbaku Od. Pasuk says very clearly, Lo Yizbaku Od. That is in Parak Zion. Pasuk Zion. Well, use the all the September, Sierra, Zona, Korean, Chukas, oh, kills us to have no doros. This is a little bit earlier, one pasuk earlier, it says over here, but will use the all the September, Sierra, Zona, Korean, Chukas, oh, kills us to have no doros. More wants to say that below use the all warns you not to check the carbon outside of the base of the text. More says, hold on a second, the problem is that that's not what it's talking about. The topic of bringing up a carbon out to the base of mikdash only came up later. I mean, by the way, we need that what does he say? Remember, we learned we had all paragraphs described a number of doctrines described Markulis. Markulis was a particular Zara that was set up in a way, and they would come and chuck stones at it. So the way to serve this Zara was a very disgraceful way. It was a very interesting way to serve this Zara. We talked about it when we learned it. I didn't have to adopt those days. And we talked about the Zara of Markulis. But again, the way to serve it is by throwing stones at it. And the Gemara says, uniting with those have to handle the Markulis. How do we know if a person walks over with an animal and the cops to sell him? Run on flash. He brings carbon to our ears. How do you know that he's tired? If so tells the pasuk, well, you look for all this and say it. You should not check the carbonos. Now, in Eno, in you look at Darko, if that pasuk is not talking about serving the Zara in a normal way, the pasuk says, again, this is in Dvarim. The pasuk says, "Yishem l'chachem t'nachos after Yishamda l'chnecha t'tizer t'lohayim lemar Esau yavdu l'ashvarim ve'elef Elohayim ve'esa kain gavani."
I'm just saying, like, if I saw some dude like bullying my friend, like
Zara in a normal way. So now, why do you say useful for others to say what's that coming to tell you? Indian, the Shalom Kedaka, so the useful for others to say is teaching you that a person is tired for checking the carbon, even though that's not the normal way of selling that the carbon that was Zara Bakulis. Nevertheless, you only tired for the person to when you flow. What's the bottom line? Bottom line is, well, if you is already used to tell us how much when it was Zara, how can it be one do not check the carbon outside? I'm a rabbi, Karubei below Yisrafu, Karubei below Mo. Look at Rashi. Rashi tells us the pasuk didn't have to say below Yisrafu. It could have said below O. If you look at Rashi, one Karubei below O. The east would look at Rabbi Eliezer. If the only want to talk about the halakha of Rabbi Eliezer, lift up below O, but the Shema Basairim. You have to have the word below Yisrafu. I would say below Yisrafu. The fact that the extra word below Yisrafu was added there, that's why Parsh was because also some of us it's what comes immediately afterward. So that adding the word below Yisrafu makes the unit silent. And Pasuk it says, below O S Zikayan, below O S Zikayan, words you not to check the carbon for Markulis, and then below Yisrafu adds on an extra not to set the carbon on the list. So according to what we're learning now, we do have a source that gives us both a warning not to talk outside the list as well as gives us the punishment if a person sets up because of this. Everything works out. The problem is, the Catholic Bible and words we do need it for something else. Here's the Tanya, for it says in the Brisa. Now, this is a little bit of a long Brisa, but it's a simple Brisa and the gospel is in the end. But for the Tanya, for it says in the Brisa, Ad Tam who medaber b'karshim shekishim b'shat Isser Abamos. Shekishim b'shat Isser Abamos. Let's just give it a very brief introduction so we understand what we're talking about. When the Yisrael built the Mishkan, they were still traveling through the Mishkan. The Mishkan was a temporary structure that they built as they traveled through the Mishkan, through the desert, through the wilderness, and that's how they served Hashem and brought Karbanos while they were in the desert. Once they came to Eretz Yisrael, they no longer used the Mishkan, and they built the Beis Hamikdash. But there was a period of time between when they entered Eretz Yisrael until the structure was built, the Beis Hamikdash was built. At that point in time, it's called Shas Keter Abamos. Now is the point in time where people were allowed to build a private Mizbeach and offer a carbon on a private Mizbeach. Once the Beis Hamikdash was built, that became Shas Isser Abamos. That became a time when you're not allowed to offer a carbon on a private Mizbeach anymore. Now, during that period of time, you can imagine how when the Mishkan was built, that's called Shas Isser Abamos. Then the status changed. So people lived through several different statuses, and then they had a Shas Keter Abamos, the time when it's permissible to bring carbon on a private altar, and then it became altar again. So now what happens if a person sets aside the carbon during Shas Keter Abamos, and then it protects the grand opening? So at that point, they say, no more bringing carbon for the private Mizbeach. What's the halacha with that carbon? It was already designated at a time that you got to bring the carbon on private Mizbeach. Are you still allowed to bring in our carbon back? The answer is no. So what we're going to do over here is we're going to show sukkahs that get an insert of a person to bring in carbon on a private mizbeach during the Isser Habamos. In other words, once the base mikdash is built, and we're also going to show that it's prohibited for a person to bring a carbon on the private mizbeach, even if the carbon was designated at a time that was Shas Hetzra Habamos. So again, outside, it's out of the country to do some Shas Hetzra Habamos. The Queen of the Shas Hetzra Habamos. All the second that we just read, and Titus Akimos are talking about a case where a person designated his carbon when the base mikdash was already built, and he's offering it up when the base mikdash is intact. Shall we own some amor, top of kabbalah the base, the punishment is written. What does it say? It says offensive all that's horrible. Sorry, offensive all and in Hazar, the city showing the papa kala sets off the discretionary space. However, we count the Elah to look to make on in contrast after those. There's also the Yisha Mishas Hashabamos. Those are talking about carbonos that designated during the period of time when we were permissible to bring a carbon or five in the bath. The Kribon, but actually offering it up to Shas Isra Bamos at the time that the Bamos became Asher, and you have to bring it inside the base condition. Never for it says in the process, Laman Asher Yavim Bnei Yisrael to Kemeter Zokin, Zokin Shikashu Kotvar. In other words, the pasuk over here is in again, we're talking about it's looking before, and it says, Laman Yavim Bnei Yisrael to Kemeter Zokin Bnei Asada. We're more now dark this whole process. And it says as follows. As far as the warning is considered, you shall not affect the Kaya second. When the time of Erev from here on, is not going to issues are sent out by us. This is referring to Kabbalah that is designated when it's permissible to bring the Kabbalah on a private Kabbalah, private staff, the Kribon, however, he did not get a chance to actually offer it up until the Shas Isra Bamos, until it became prohibited to bring Kabbalah on a private mizbeach. And then our process is process, we're not actually using it itself as kind of said, when the process says, Vakim, she carried it for Tzvara. Kabbalah said, previously permitted you to bring on a private mizbeach. Al Panei HaSadah, what does it mean in the process of Panei HaSadah? Number of our tells as a ramp, the Shas Isra Bamos, the person who brings the carbon, and it's not where it is forbidden, bring a carbon on a private mizbeach. Mala Allah Vakasa, the Pasuk considers it as if really think about that, it's as if he's bringing something to Avodah Zarah. Very strong thing. Now, when the Pasuk says that Ziyom Hashem, to bring those kabbanos to Hashem, Zu mitzvahs aseh. Here we have the mitzvahs aseh. So here we have the Aspara, or the mitzvahs aseh, not to bring a carbon onto the private mizbeach and that's the Hamas, even if the carbon was originally designated to Shas Hashabamos. Where do I know that there is a code in a negative form not to bring up the carbon? Hamaloma, the Pasuk says, here's the bottom line we're trying to get. The Pasuk that you just referencing earlier, that we said, both Allah Ta'ala Kulis and Allah Ta'ala Skip about the Lord says this possible is teaching you that there's an interest to bring up a carbon on the Mizbeach that was designated for Shas Hetzra Bamos, and you're offering it up at the time that there's an interest to bring on the carbon Mizbeach. So the Pasuk's already you. Now, Yaakov, I would think the owner's carbon. I would think that the person takes the carbon that was designated for Shas Hetzra Bamos, offers it up to Shas Isra Bamos, on the Bamos, who gets current on the letter. The Pasuk says no. Who got all of them? Zos lahav medorasa. Zos have lo karas lahav. This is the only one that has courage, which is the person who designates the carbon during the time of Isra Bamos, and he offers it up during the time of Isra Bamos, but not in case where a person is designated when we're permissible to bring it in the carbon staff, but then voted up at the time that it was also being carbon. Bottom line is, we ask the question, this is summarized as follows. We ask the question, where do you have an Aspara and an element for a person not to set a carbon outside the base of Mikdash. The answer to that we gave was that the Azhara was in the Pasuk of Lo Yizbuku Od. The problem with that was that we said that Lo Yizbuku Od was talking about a different case. Lo Yizbuku Od is referring to a case where a person designated his carbon during the period of time where it's permissible to be recovered in the time of the Mizbeach. He does not get a chance to actually bring it on the Mizbeach until the Mizbeach is constructed, and he's not allowed to bring it on the time of the Mizbeach anymore. We've used up the pasuk Lo Yizbuku Od because of a different case. Now, it's important to keep in mind that case that Lo Yizbuku Od is talking about is talking about a case where there's no only cards. So now we're left without an Azhara, without a warning for Shkita Vachot on a carbon that was both designated and offered and tested during Shas Yisra Abba. Where it says, Ela Omar Abaya. The mistake here in the Gemara, it should be Abaya. Ela Omar Abaya, Kavachomer. To make it Kavachomer, it says follows. Umazo Marshal Mishkot Ona is here. Let's look at the case with the person who you only talking about. That was talking about a case where a person designated his carbon for Shas Yisra Abba. And he said, there's no Tonish Karas in that case. But still, here's an Azhara in the Torah. Ona, in addition, is here. Would you not say that law applies to the case where there is a carbon? In other words, a simple logical inference will tell us that the warning not to set the carbon outside when it comes to the Shas Yisra Abba's carbon would apply to Shas Yisra Abba's carbon. Just logically, they're both the same case, right? The only difference between the case that the Gemara uses the pasuk for and the case we want to use it for is whether the carbon was designated the Shas Yisra Abba's or the Shas Yisra Abba's. Now, if the pasuk is there, the warning is there, even for a carbon that was designated the Shas Yisra Abba's, wouldn't logic tell you that it would be that warning would be relevant also to a case where the person designated is covered for Shas Yisra Abba's, and the proof in the putting it is that the case of Shas Yisra Abba's does not come along with the punishment. There's no only charge. In the case of Shas Yisra Abba's, it doesn't have a current punishment. So that's the case. It has a current punishment. Logically dictate that law would be appropriate both to apply to Shas Yisra Abba's, therefore we should have our Azhara and our the Gemara, before actually attacking this type of drasha, just tries to see if that doesn't ever work.
Yeah, he needs a shared fantasy.
Amalei Rabbeinu Ravashi in Cain,
Classic behavior.
if it's true, again, it says that Ashi over here, but they switch it to a Abaya, because if it was Abaya who said this, then Rabbeinu would have said it to Abaya. In Cain, if that's the case, then you don't need to have a separate law for every time you can figure out logically, but you'll do a bunch of possibilities that would avoid having a law, whether it's eating Caleb. Caleb against certain facts of an animal are prohibited. As the Gemara says, I'm going to do it for Lavaya. In Cain, if that's the case, then we could make the type of Kalvachomer. Lo Yomer Lav the Caleb. Let the Torah not tell us that there's a prohibition to Caleb, but they see Kalvachomer in the Nevela. Now, logically figure it out from Nevela, and I'll say the following. Not Nevela, let's look at Nevela. Shlo Panak, there's no key of current eating Nevela, and still here, there is a prohibition in the Torah not to eat Nevela. I'll say Caleb Panak. Caleb does come along with the Chiyuv of Karet. In addition, his error. Wouldn't the law from Nevela be relevant to that as well? In other words, there's a law in the Torah, a law in the Torah not to eat Nevela. And if there was not a courage, certainly this will warning that to Caleb. Also, Kamederav was a question for Rav. On our way, Nevela Nami Lo Atsi. We're not in Nevela Lo Atsi. You can't learn it out from Nevela. Why? Because Yisrael Nevela became a Tami. You're right that there is some level of leniency when it comes to the veil that doesn't come under the Theotaris, but it has its own tumras and its own agency, and the veil actually carries tumah. The person carries the veil, he becomes tummy from it, which is not the case by Caleb. The person comes into contact with Caleb, there is no tummy. Now let's eat it, there's no ritual period. So we're okay, fine, you're right. You can't learn the law or eating Caleb from the veil. Perhaps you learn the instructions today. Why don't you just learn the instructions today? Again, what I say about instructions today, to the Tamin Benashe. They are the Tamin, even the Kadosh, which is smaller now. However, so again, that's not going to be a good place to learn from because they have their own tradition. Mishrat Torah, am I right? Why don't you learn from Mishrat Torah? Like a frog, a frog is there, smell like to eat it, but it's not, doesn't carry Torah. Like the Mishrat Torah is in the Mashu. That's very different because the answer to eat a sheretz is relevant even with the mashu, and therefore, however it comes to the Caleb, this was only with a kizayis. Therefore, you're not able to learn the answer of eating Caleb from the answer of eating shucks and taharim. The shucks and taharim is a little bit of, again, a frog. You can't eat it. That's something which has its own differences that you guys eating just a drop of it. Okay, let's try to learn from Arle by Karen. Arlo, which is produce, which is in the first 2 years. It's produce. It's things that grow on a tree. Within the first 3 years, you're not allowed to eat it. By carrot is when a person plants seeds inside a vineyard. So in those cases, it's also things that grow there. Yes, why don't we say we learn from there? Learn about how in those cases, where it's those also have their own scriptures. Now the Arlo, by carrot came. Assuming Bahana, in those cases, it's also Bahana. However, Caleb is not also Bahana. You're not be able to learn the law of eating Caleb from the Isser of eating by Karek and Arla, because those are also Bahana. You want to suggest what it means with Shvius. Again, Shvius is really complicated to know what that means because it's not us to eat Shvius. There are some cases when it is us to eat Shvius, and that's the one we're talking about perhaps like things that grow in the own food, or some of the never. Again, as a matter of fact, the sort of situation might even be a mitzvah to eat Shvius. But again, in the case where it's us to eat Shvius, and the fact that there's a lot of something that to be sweet to produce, why don't you just carry that lot over? Logically, the Caleb, the one says, no, Shvius also has a frequency. Now with Shvius, you can defend us to Mel. Shvius is something which is unique. And when you sell Shvius, the money that's used to buy the Shvius now assumes onto it the halacha of Shvius. Shvius, Kedusha Shvius, has a lot of restrictions on what you're allowed to do with it and how you have to treat it. If you do buy Shvius, which in most cases you're not supposed to be buying Shvius, but if you do find a way to buy Shvius, then the Kedusha Shvius transfers up your money. It's a unique thing about Shvius, and therefore, you're not be able to carry over the halacha, or I should say, the prohibition to eat Misha produce to the prohibition of eating Caleb. Meat truma, why don't we learn that for sure that it's also for a non-Kohen meat truma? Like one says, no, you can't learn from there. Why chicane? Lo gusa mitzvah. Truma never has any exceptions to the rule. And therefore, there's a stringency over Caleb. Caleb does have exceptions to the rule. Where is there an exception to the rule eating Caleb? Caleb. The only time there's an instance in Caleb is by Behema. Okay, a Chaya, an undomesticated animal, there's no interest in Caleb, and therefore we find an inherent leniency when it comes to Caleb, and therefore you can't learn it out from truth. Now, the truth is, once we got finished saying all that, once we made that point, that Caleb has this inherent leniency over all other Yisur and Nabi, Caleb looks at the law. In other words, all of these cases that we've just brought down don't have any exceptions to the rule. Caleb is the only one that has exceptions to the rule. Therefore, you're not be able to learn it out from a Kalipah.
You don't blame him because he just traveling across the country to do a podcast.
Now, Amar Rava, in other words, what happened over here was Abaya went ahead and said, you're right. There is no warning explicitly in the Torah that tells you not to set a carbon stop horse. The only time you have it is by a case where the carbon was slightly needed to stop after Abamos, and then they go to the Mikdash and they hit it in full price of themselves. In such a case, the Yizbuk owns, as the Tayyam tells you not allowed to bring that carbon anymore outside, it has to be brought submission. Abaye said to drag that law over to a typical case of strictly cuts, Why? Because the typical answer is more strict, comes along with courage, and therefore logically that allows you to apply it. What we did over here was we tried to say you can't do that. You can't borrow a law from different things, even if the logic dictate that it would make sense. You tried to say if that was the case, we should not have written the law for Caleb. However, we were never able to find a proper Talmud format that would tell you that you don't have to write a law for Caleb. Anytime that we try to use logic to dictate that it would be prohibited to do Caleb, we dismissed it because of some other stringency that those cases had, or some type of leniency that Caleb had. Ultimately, the bottom line is Caleb always has this leniency that is supposed to be followed between the exceptions to the rule when it comes to the Caleb tie. So we don't really have a discussion. Maybe Abaye is right. Maybe Abaye is correct. We could drag the lab from a cover that was designated with Shashat Rabamo that's prohibited to check it. What the big English is built, maybe he's right. I'm a level e-casually, fuck-casually. But if I do have a cop in the Abaye, I'll explain to you what the casually is. Hundreds now, that we learned, Pesach Lula. Person that's being covered Pesach, the kid Asay, person, a male has to get a bris milah. There are mitzvahs Asay. Now, taste of the Kalafola, and Moshe. What did we learn out from the Kalafola from the Itzer? No, so what would that look like? Say the following. Non-Moser, when it comes to notes, we're reading over a carbon. Shlo Anach, there is no onish, a current reading over a carbon. And still, his here, there is an issue the Torah not to leave it over. Pesach Milah, cover Pesach, and getting a bris milah. Shana, you're looking at sorry. The person who's not being cover Pesach, the person who's not getting a bris milah. There's a key of sorry. Ain't no dinkin is here. Wouldn't there say that there should be a prohibition as well? Now, these cases have nothing to do with each other, but the idea still really would be that if Abaye is correct, when you have an Itzer, which is a higher level Itzer, and it comes along with a serious punishment, I don't need to have a warning, because a lower level Itzer without a punishment comes with a warning, so I'll just drag that warning over as well. So say the same thing. Say that there's an Itzer allowed when it comes to a person not getting a bris milah, it's not being covered Pesach.
If you look at enough clips of Tiger Belly, you'll see evidence of her being.
So Rashi responded and said, "At least with respect to Kamei Kana, I asked this question for Kana, but Amali said, "Lo sir, lo asia." You can't learn these things, so no, sir. You can learn from Mala Moser, you leave over a carbon, there's no way to fix it. Leftovers will always be leftovers. As creative as you want to be, trying to fix up your leftovers, make a new dinner, it's never not going to be leftovers. Again, the truth is, when it comes to a carbon, you leave it beyond its time that's left to consume. It's no, so you can't rewind the clock. However, over Pesach, it does have an opportunity to fix it up. How do you fix it up? It's not changing. Bris milah, person doesn't get bris milah. Guess what? Get one. There's always an opportunity to do it. So therefore, that's always fixable. No, sir, can't be fixed. Therefore, you kill a mitzvah, Malamos, you can heal it to Kana, Tumor Pesach, the answer to Kana, the same way to the person can get a bris milah any point that he wants. So the bottom line is, we don't really have a kasha on Abaye. Now, the Gemara has another just serious problem. It's interesting the Gemara did this. The Gemara went through Abaye's logic and said if your logic is going to be true, let's try to apply the logic in many other cases. Ultimately, we couldn't apply it anywhere else to show you it's not going to work. Now the Gemara just asks the problem kasha. He must hear him then. Does the Kalashama work? In other words, we learn in Sefes Makos the concept of Ein Otu Minadin. Ein Otu Minadin means if I find that a low level Isser comes with a high level punishment, so now I would say a high level Isser will certainly come with that punishment. Because it's not focused in the Sefes Makos that we say Otu Minadin. When we don't say Otu Minadin, we talked about this previously. However, everybody agrees. We was going to say right here, Masir Minadin, Bilu Otu Minadin, even going to give someone a punishment through a logical inference. Ain't Masir Minadin, you can't give a warning Minadin.
You got off from her describing
I did
some
see
girl's mouth.
that
He would get during
in
sex.
the fifth Gemara, they bring down Hakam Sheim Asir Midin Kalachomer. You do tears, and we'll get that in 1 second. Rashi actually addresses this, but the idea over here is everybody agrees you cannot warn a new warning on Torah not to do an Isser just by making Kalachomer. So again, this Abaya, your Kalachomer makes sense, but it's just not one of the mechanics that we use to learn an Isser. Ella, the Gemara says, but he makes everything we said. We are ultimately always going to have the Altara, not the Shep to Torah Bachutz. Elk the Rabbi Yochanan, the Amar, Elk the Rabbi Yochanan, the Amar, Asya, Haba. We're just going to make it zero. Shava. Because it says, Pesach Hamoed Lo, Ibiyu, if you look at Rashi, Asya, Haba, above the last Rashi in the face, keep the Allah. Siv Kita, Lo Hebiyu, Siv Allah, Lo Ibieno, Zero Shava, Payam Umotzlahi, since it's open, Lokach, Haredi Commission of Faris, called the Inzim and Adin, Shalachomer, Shavim Damehat. Says Rashi, you can make it a Zero Shava. You have the word Haba, you can learn it from Ta'ala. In other words, you're right, there is no pasuk that tells you explicitly in Azhara not to check the carbon bachot. However, you can make the Shava, the word Haba, from Ta'ala, just like Ta'ala, there's an Onish, and there's an Azhara. You can spread over that Azhara from Ta'ala onto Shita. Says Rashi, even though a Maskira Midin Kavachomer, you could do it from there. Shava, why says Rashi? Because a Kavachomer is something which is just a logical inference. Maybe you're wrong. Logically. Sometimes you get things wrong logically. However, a Shava, which is Mikna, that is as if it's a clear, open and Shapasik that tells you that din, and it's as if it's written with the Torah. Just like when it comes to there's no punishment unless you get the warning. When it comes to the Shkita, there's no punishment unless you actually get the warning. So where's the warning? You slap it over for Allah to keep. This is good to the top of the Zion. Rava says we'll learn the Issa to Shep because Rav Yonah, we learn Sham, and as Rashi explained, this is not a Zera Shava, this is a Hekish. Mala Allah La'alaton Kehizr, Hafkana Alaton Kehizr, just the Rashi in section, it's very important to see how Rashi runs it. Hafi Garci, Rav Yonah, Omar Kram, Sham Kala Olosaka, the first thing that is in itself, the Sham process, there shall be process. If it's Shar Asiris to Halal, the more juxtaposes all types of Asiris to Halal, to offering it up. Mara Allah, the honor Shalom is there. Just like when it comes to offering up the carbon, there's no punishment unless you can get a warning. I speak to the honor Shalom is there. When it comes to speak the punishment unless there's a warning, you get the warning, you learn over from Allah to Pizza. We'll stop here to just be in one quick recap. What we learned today is that there's a separate insert to set the carbon outside, and a separate insert to offer up the carbon outside. Where is the warning and the punishment? So the punishments are written individually. When it comes to the warning, you only have that by Allah. Abaya has no problem using logic to carry it over from Allah. Not really. Abaya will carry over the warning from the case of a designated carbon to the Shastas, and according to the last two sources over here, we have from Rava and from Rabbi Yochanan.
And I know Brendan did seem annoyed by it.
Rabbi Yochanan's halakha and from Yona's halakha, argument from Zera Shava or from a Hekish, and bring over the warning from Allah. Stop here. I would have a wonderful day.
Brian apparently has a more difficult relationship with time, and I get that as like an ADD symptom, like time management, time distortion are problems. However, the details of some of the stories I've heard, I was like, Brian is 8 years old when it comes to time. Like I heard like 10 different stories from this guy. It's like I hung out for a month, and he fucked up so many times for his own shows.
Today's
editing for like.
Is welcome to pay. We begin by taking our thoughts and things. The thoughts and the Talmud Torah and the Shura. For the Shura for the month. David, Travis, Restream is responsible for Travis Oreo. Miriam, yes, sir. Fake monkey and kind of margarita. Then it's Gio. Losing the US of David, and the family should have a what is that? Okay. In Buckton, we are picking up on the Apple Cafe, the second line. Just to quickly remind ourselves that yesterday, tomorrow, we had a number of questions that Gemara asked about the Parliament and the Spearman and stuff. At the end, the Gemara question, what happens if you have part of the animal outside, part of it is inside, assuming that most of the animal had part of it outside, we switch the question to being half the animal had most of it outside, or the question, the Gemara said take
It's in Hawaii. My friend Connor O'Neill is a piece of shit. He's late to everything. He's a director. He's just like, why would you want to work with someone like that? It sucks ass. Do you know people like that? That's late all the time.
Different. It was not about the animal being partially in and partially out. Process of removing this animal from living it. Tanisha, I'm going to tell you involved in the process. Enough to floss up. 3 of them went out. We tossed a little tray, and 2 were left inside. One nice. Love this asking us to do follow. 30 of the people who are involved in the process of infection. 3 of them left the Azar already. It starts to go out. The halakha is everybody's going to become tummy at that moment. Or bust with the haylock, we always follow specifically the animal, and since the entire animal is not go out yet, we would say people were inside of and again, the Gemara says, thank you, the Gemara does not resolve this question. Boy, Rabbi is another question. Foreign is here by instructor. So Yotsu is the first room now. You have for one of these people which are supposed to be burned, he went out. So again, as we said, as soon as it goes out, those who are involved in the process become tummy. So now it went out, and then it came back inside. What's the halakha? The Gemara explains. Miyamina, you would say given the not given who is removed. Since they went out already, it becomes tummy. Or Durban, given the harder, since it came back inside, and we follow the fact that it's back inside. Now, Rashi says something very interesting. At least the understanding of Rashi is Rashi says, the Sasi back into the too much together, so it was feel to me boiling. And in other words, we're talking about this point in time, the clothing, and the people who are involved in it. And then Rashi came in the mother, the Abi, the little Kiddush Shelo Yatz. So simply didn't leave. Now, it's interesting. It's an interesting thought process anyway. We mentioned the moment that they come out, or to say the moment that they carry the animal out, become tummy. And then the Gemara said, what happens if they go back in? There isn't no tummy anymore. So Rashi seems to understand that go back in, become tar. And therefore Tosus asks, this is just an obvious question, how does that work? How does the process work? We always know, whenever there's something of ritual purity, so a person becomes tummy, there's a process involved in bringing the person back to the state of para. To get to ritual purity, there's a process. Therefore, if you look at Tosus, Kim and the Hagar, here's the question, we violate the initial the judges illusions here. The Kasha, Tosus asks, after the fetus, Azara, Makut, Tyra, the Kiva, Shanichu, so ask Tosus, what is the wall of the Azara like a mikvah all of a sudden? How does this work? In as much as the person became tummy, when he left, how do you even entertain a thought that he goes back in, all of a sudden becomes thought? How does that work? Where's the mikvah? Where's the Tyra process? How does the person remove his tumah? Tosus is able to explain it, which we really don't have to understand under the Gemara because of the Tyra. But I think it could get big. You read Rashi carefully. The way Rashi says is, the Adam of the Shanish Shelo Yatz. He literally didn't leave. In other words, it's not though The process, according to Rashi, will be that you thought they became Tame when they left because they walked out with the act. When they go back in, it is determined actively that no, they never became Tame. Since they're still in the process of going in, coming out, they didn't come Tame yet. So maybe that's the way that Rashi would answer Tosis' question. But ultimately, it is an interesting question. One wants to know what happens if you go back in.
Because he was also like,
does the tumor go away, or is the person, to say more accurately, is the person still Tame? Amar Rabbi Abba Mahana Tashema. We want to do a riot to this from a Mishnah. It says in the Mishnah, they carry out this animal on these poles. Harishonim Yasu, the first group of people who have defended the animal. They walked out of the walls of the Azara. The people in the back behind them, they did not leave. One group is saying Harishonim Shiyat Azara. Those who left and they're already outside the walls of the Azara. The time of the Gadol, they become coming, they become their clothing, the Achronim, those who are still inside, in the time of the Gadol, their clothing do not become coming. When actually your clothes would actually go out. Essentially, why he's occupying it because it's moving. If you're going to say that once the person goes out, it becomes coming, and the tumor's there, and it stays here, does not go away. You get that boy, you tell me, right? Well, it starts to become something. Now, the Gemara is a little bit of a stretch. Let's just read Rashi. Let's see how Rashi understands this. The equal boy, not meaning it. Rashi says, the Hayitzia is the Gadol, the current. Says Rashi, what is the tumor dependent on? It's dependent on this ox. Now, it says, Yom Tiyam Kutsanach with the Sati. We may have filled with some other person, no, my love, even if she yasha hapar, puts the mouth atas. Once the actual ox goes out of one camp, the time of the Gadol, it makes those who are carrying it coming. The Yaakov people load up the dowry, even though those people do not go out, it's come coming. Allow this to the other, it's also getting hated to observe the arguments to already laid up. This is where Rashi understands the Gemara. Listen, again, to clarify where we're at. Gemara wants to know, the people carrying this ox walk out, they're going to say this to them. What happens if they walk back? Do they then become followers? Do they move back into the state of terror? Now the Gemara says, hold on, check this out. Let's see what Nahlas will be. You have a group of people carrying it out. Two in the front, two in the back. Now, two in the front go out, they become Tame. Says the Gemara, why do they become Tame? They become Tame because they're holding an ox. And the ox is outside of the Azara. Now, why is it that the people in the front become Tame, the people in the back don't become Tame? The ox is outside. The tumah, the ritual purity, is dependent on this ox. So why is it that the people in the front who are outside are Tame, people in the back who are inside the Azara are not Tame? Well, the answer is, seemingly, that the walls of the Azara, or being inside the Azara, is a purification. So even though they're holding on to this ox that would generate this tumah, the fact that they are inside the Azara, they are insulated, they are secure from the tumah, and therefore they don't become Tame. So, says the Gemara, if that's the case, that the Azara is in insulation against this tumah, so the same would be true if you go back in. Because again, the tumah depends on the ox. So, when you have two people in the front, they're outside the Azara, they're outside of a secure place, they don't get the insulation of the Azara, they become Tame. Those who are inside the Azara, they're in the cleansing process. They're inside the Azara, they're insulated, they're going to be secure, they're going to be pure, and they can become Tame even though they're holding on to an ox. Says the Gemara, with a riot from here, if you go back inside, you will remove the tumah from yourself. The Gemara ultimately dismisses this. The Gemara says, I'm going to Hina says, it's for us. Himself, he explains the reason why those people inside don't become Tame is because the concept says that afterwards they come back into the camp. Now, if you never leave the camp, you can't come back into the camp. The reason why those people don't become Tame has nothing to do with the fact that they're in the Azara right now, and the Azara being a place of cleansing. That's not the point. The point is that they can't be rooted in So because they can't pretend the second half of the puzzle. So he wants to what was he asking you exactly? Well, it says to go to the people of the back home. What happened here is the people were pulling it out with these poles. So again, Rashi explains this. What Rashi explained, what happened was, look at Rashi, about 2/3 of the way down the page. Then I keep you up about this. So after the macros, you're holding on to these poles. The only bachus and hotzia will after something. Rashi says that his question was, you have this ox, it was removed. Now it generates the tumah. The ox went back inside the Azara for some reason. And now you have people who are outside the Azara, and they are yanking out this ox with these poles. So they're not in the Azara, the ox is in the Azara. So Rashi, to come by like the question is follows. Mi'amina, who is saying? Since these people went outside of the Azara, call ha'asukis, the hands become the Elohim Azara. Anybody who's involved in losing this animal, bringing it to a burning, it can become tummy, and it doesn't make a difference whether they're touching the animal or not. They're outside the tummy. Or Dilma, maybe given the Bahadr, given the Hadr, the animal, the bottom line is, where is it? In the Azara. Maybe since the animal was back in the Azara, we open the tummy of these people. Ultimately, the cause is not. Haven't answered this question. Well, that's all I know.
Shit.
Now the more goes on. Parim, referring to the Department of Prophet, we just mentioned. Para refers to the Paraduma, which is the effort that was used for security of someone who comes to made someone comes into contact with the corpse. They use the Paraduma to purify them. The Sarah Mistaleah. The Sarah Mistaleah refers to the goat that was processed on Yom Kippur. The goat of the Kohen we do with Hashem, and also takes these two blocks out of a little box. Now looking at it, he's pull out one and put it on the top of one goat. Another one up on top of the other. One was by Hashem, who was turned to the top. The other one by Zazel, and it was thrown off of the cliff. So the halacha is, to guard to all these things, the Parma Neshavim, the Paraduma, and the Sarah Mishaleach, all these things, HaMishaleach, the one who sends it, to get this Sarah Mishaleach to send the Iti on the Torah, so a process he takes it out. So, Mishaleach, the person who sends it, and Hatzarfon, the one who burns any of these karbanos, okay, the Sarah Mishaleach is not burned, but for the Paraduma and the Parim, the arbor. Now, those who take it out, halacha is Mekama Begadim, and they become Tame. They are Mekama the Begadim. They hang out from the actual animals in Mekama Begadim. So the person who is involved becomes Tame, and the soul will become Tame, but the actual animal themselves will not be Mekama Begadim. It's not going to impart this Tumah onto clothing. Amo, Mekama Open the Mashkin, they will impart onto food. These are the words of the mayor. Basically, according to the mayor, it seems to be very simple. All these things, whether it's Parma Nesrafim, Paraduma, Sarah Mishaleach, halacha is the same. Those who are involved in it, they become Tamei, the Mekama Begadim. The actual animals themselves, they are not Mekama Begadim because they're alive. Halacha is something which is alive and not how about the time of opening the basket? They will be the time of opening the basket. We'll get to this in a minute. It's too long. Here we have Mayor, these are what they're made. So come wondering, some disagree and say para, we're talking about the Paraduma. And the Parma Nesrafim, the time of opening the basket, they will be the time of opening the basket with food items. And Sarah Mishaleach, the Sarah Mishaleach will not contain the time of food items. Because it's alive, the fire in time of opening the basket. That's the one says very clearly that according to the Chachamim, Sarah Mishaleach is different because it's still alive. In other words, Parim on the Nesrafim and Paraduma are toxic. They're dead. And therefore, they can come in open the basket. However, Sorry, Mr. Is going to, it stays alive all the way until the end of the process. But it's no longer alive. By the time it's not alive anymore, it's not in contact with anybody. The bottom line is that the Chachamim differentiate between the Parah Aduma and Parah Mitzrafim and Sorry, Mr. According to the mayor, all of these Amatame also to Maskin. However, according to the Chachamim, they say Parah is Parah Matama to Maskin, but Parah Mitzrafim and Matama is not Matama to Chai, but Chai and Matama of Torah. So this is a lie, but not a part of the Mahal. Some Gemara wants to know which color in there. You can understand the opinion in there because it's kind of very small. So he follows the opinion of the yeshiva of Rabbi Yishmael. What do they teach us? The Talmud very small. We learn in the base measures in the yeshiva of Rabbi Yishmael. I'll call Zera Neruah not right in something Tame Suma Kamura. You can have I'll call her something Tame Suma Kamura. You can have her. What we're talking about, just back up a little bit. The Apostle tells us. Now, Apostle reads the time for Yibo. If a piece of nevela falls onto a zera zerua yizarea, a seed. Now, it's not specifically a seed. Apostle mentions a seed, but the seed wine is in it. It refers to all types of food items. The halacha is tahar. It's tahar until there is some type of texture. The word they teach us as follows. Why does the apostle specifically mention seeds? So again, getting back to our Gemara, now Zrayim. Let's compare everything to Zrayim. Just like when it comes to Zrayim, they don't ever become an Al-Hatama to the refers to an Al-Hatama. Again, in the hierarchy of Tumah, you have Aviyavos Tumah, which would be like a dead body, and then you have an Avatuma, which is the next level, it's a high level Tumah, and then you have Rishon and Sheni Tumah, and then possibly Shlishi Tumah. But again, you'll have Aviyavos at the top, Tumah, Rishon, and Sheni. Now there are certain things that will never rise to the level of being in Avatuma. What the Gemara is saying over here is, Ma Zrayim, She'ein Sofu Tamai Tumah Kamura, never become an Avatuma, with Rishon Hafshar, and still, in order for it to, at this point we want to understand, to become Tamei, it has to have, or to impart its Tumah, it has to have Hafshar. Hafshar means it gets wet. Gets wet means depending on the different types of, I guess we call them biblical liquids. Yad Shokadam, right? Yad Shokadam, what Yad Shokadam stands for is Yayin, Vash, Shemen, Kalav, Kal, Dam, Nayim. Okay, we're going to just refer to water because it's the easiest one, it's the easiest list, but that's the way to remember it. Yad Shokadam are the 7, right? 7 biblical liquids, and all of those have the ability to prepare something to make it susceptible to becoming tamei. So now, these seeds, they don't become an avatuma, and they need hafshar. So they teach us al-kal, so ain't so for the tamei tumah kamura, that will not become an avatuma, so you can have to, they have to have a hafshar. What's going to be included from that? You also saw the Beba, Nidlat Okar. This comes to exclude a dead kosher bird that was not tested properly. So something was carried to the Kamura, it can become an avatuma for swallow. The aim of Hafshar does not need to have some type of preparation to make it tamei or to make it be the tamei to the God. So now we understand why, according to a mayor, all these things are in the same category. Hell, Rabbanon, according to Rabbanon, let's try to understand. He is the time of very small. If they follow this teaching, from the very small, Abdul Sarah Sarah should also be included. Why? Because the Sarah Mishaleh can come out of Torah.
He did nothing. Yeah. He didn't post once, right? So it's like not just like, oh, we missed one here or there. He was doing nothing. Maybe talked about his podcast, said like,
yeah, that's good. You don't know about this teaching from the Sarah very small. Para Minoa. They really know even how much about Para being able to transfer too much of food. The Gemara says the officer of Dini, Amar, when the Dini came, Amar, he said the following. He says, Amar with my rabbi, they told him my rabbi, you can have your tumah mimaka after. But you're assuming that this means that they'll become prepared to be with having others, and that's why you asked me this question about being with Tamei. Oh, for the masking, no, that's not what the Chum understood it. Chum understood it. You can actually make an actor, but you need to get it from someplace else to contract with someone, but not to be able to give it to all. And therefore, Chum say, we're not going to be bothered by the teachings of the son of Rishmal, because it's not necessarily relevant to this case, and therefore they can differentiate between Farm and Disruption and Paraduma, I should say, Farm and Disruption, Paraduma, and Sarah Mishnah. Whereas, for Shomer, he lumps them both together. The fact that this son of Rishmal makes a differentiation, so it becomes as nothing to do with Sarah Mishnah, or Farm and Disruption has to do with something being susceptible to being receiving from another thing. Boy, Rebbe Lazar. Harim is Irim and Astrafel. With regards to these acts and these goats that are going to be burned. Now, she Tamil Open Raskin, the name Kibakot. Standing in Tame food items inside, just like outside. And more explains the question. We say the Kisra Yitzia, the fact that it's just missing one small tiny detail. What is that small detail? It didn't go out yet. You say a Kisra Yitzia, Kisra Yitzia, I mean, oh no. I mean, the bottom line is just the mere fact of missing this tiny piece that didn't go outside yet. So that impacts its ability to be able to count other things. Where it says, Basha, the fire, after he asked this question, Hunter popped up. He's able to answer himself and said, yes, the Kisra Yitzia, Kisra Yitzia. He said, do not go out, Kisra Yitzia, if it does not go out yet, then it's like missing one of the critical actions that make it possible to become other things. And yes, only a small detail, but details matter. It's in the wrong place. It's not as are at this point in time, and therefore, the community cannot impart to the positive guidance. Bami May, Rabbi Abba Bar Shmuel, Rabbi Bar Abba. So Rabbi Abba Bar Shmuel asked to give Abba the following question. Livras Otar, Rabbi Bela, the judge, the court of a kosher bird. Rabbi Meir, according to Rabbi Meir, because again, the mayor includes much more in this including the Sarah Mishalea. He wants you to know, once he's including that, he also goes so far as to say, now is the Tami with Kizayas. We look at the Tami with the Kizayas as well. Typically, when it comes to Torah, in order for something to be the Tami, it has to be the size of the egg, the beta. Here it's asking if it's a little bit smaller, you'll be the Tami as well. Now, you are explaining, the Nakdal is it actually situated on the floor, so far from its again, because the Nevela is only the time of the base of real the person swallows it. So on the floor, you see it as really 3 steps away. It's on the floor, it could be in his hands, it could be in his mouth, and then he swallows it. So the more say, if it's on the floor, look at me by the way. Look at my life. Looking at the next step. Nothing to pull me. If it's in his mouth already, also look at my life. We're not going to say that that's even a question because it's in his mouth and so close to being swallowed. When are you asking that question? The knock with later yate. We're telling you. You say, Chusser Kreva, Chusser Rice. Although, again, a similar type of question. It's in his hands. It's missing that detail being inside his mouth. The fact that it's Chusser Kreva. The fact that it's not close enough to his mouth, is that enough to say that it's because of Isa and it will not be Tameh or not? Rashi says, Omar Lay. So we're adding in the words Omar Lay because he asked this question to Kibar Abba. When Kibar Abba responded to me and said, yeah, because of Kreva, or to say, no, because of Kreva, not because of Isa dummy. Because of Kreva is not like it's missing love. And therefore, it will become Tameh. Hey, Slay.
Let me see here. Where are you at? Is that you? Yeah, that's me. I got it. Okay, we're good. All right, technical difficulties, but I can hear it now. What's up? Well, can you
said it because of Kreva.
Okay, good.
Love because of Dummy. Difference. It's not missing it in action, he will become Tameh. So again, the opposite of what we saw before.
Nice.
Hey, Slay, you asked the question. All right, man. Other than saying, here's according to the mayor. You have in the veil of the Tahar, you have a dead kosher bird, person swallows it, according to the mayor of his. None of the swallowing it, holding it. It's in his hand, will his zayas be the Tameh hand? He wants to, yes. It's love from the kosher vices on me, and he will become Tameh with the kizayas. That's more asked the question. Hey, say, plus also, double number, we learned 13 details about the Nevela. In other words, a dead kosher bird that was not shechted is there FMAN. This is one of them. Another one, if you want it to be combined with something else, you have to think about it. In other words, you have to give it. You have to pay attention to the fact that you plan to eat it. The ain't chicken have served. You don't have to do anything to prepare for it. And here's the point. In the Tame Tumas Oakland, the Kibetza. It's the Tame Tumas Oakland, how much? The size of an egg. Not a kazayas. We just got through saying Korcha Mayor kazayas is enough for just holding it. Here clearly says that no, even the size of an egg. My lovely mayor, what's the Mr. Mayor? If we have a kasha, you just answered me that it's considered to be a lot of the nights on the airport, even if how both sides can be enough in the Tame. Here's something that's the size of an egg. Mar says no, Loy Rabbanan, it's Rabbanan. The opinion that says that it has to be the size of an egg, the mayor was more not clear about that. Mar says, hold on, if you look at that Mishnah, you'll see the first part of the Mishnah says, you have to think about it. The ancient Bahasha, and you do not have to have this Hashta where it comes to happen to the now, who's the one who holds that opinion? The mayor. Your mayor. Every duration, the mayor, not your mayor. A lot of people dictate, but the first part of the Mishnah is the mayor. The only chance to the second part of the Mishnah is the mayor. He says, no, maybe you're really true. Okay, so what can the Mishnah have to do for all things in it? First half is going to be with mayor. Second half is with the
I am the head coach for my son's team.
Well, so hold on. Let me get the Tony say talk. Keep talking the character talking to Mesa. Again, not really our
Is that why you're in Sacramento? You're doing some T-ball stuff there? Me?
Chefs,
travel.
an animal.
Oh, man, that's brutal, dude.
Then
you got to do a lot of time.
It turns out that it's a trait
I'm surprised you can do this. Thank you.
It will still be trait, but the advantage of chefing it is that will be in the veil when it dies. And the veil is something that carries trouble with it. A trick doesn't. So again, not really well with that signal, but also he doesn't say. So at the end, he talks to him, he speaks on Malika on the board that's a trait from the Karen trait, with the Harris trait, it takes you to let in the veil. Now, non-Shabbat lay high who is of the opinion that when you check the trait off, it's not in the Vela? Rabbi Meir. So now what we've done is we've sandwiched this together. Now, we should have said Rabbi Meir. The beginning of the Mishnah is Rabbi Meir. The last line of the Mishnah is Rabbi Meir. And it's the Yasser Rabbanan. We say that the middle line that doesn't have to be Kibetza is Rabbanan, not Rabbi Meir. Marcus is, yeah, Rabbi takes Rabbi Meir, he takes Rabbanan. So that would be good. You can have that. Again, I also think it makes sense because in that particular Mishnah, listing off 13 facts about the veil says Otar. When you're listing off 13 facts about something, I think it's very reasonable to say, I'm giving you a bunch of facts. I don't necessarily have to have all those facts coming from the same person. But typically in the Mishnah, we find it strange that when you on us and put together a Mishnah, you just mix together a bunch of different sheets without telling. But here, the context of the Mishnah is, I'm giving you 13 facts about the veil of Otar. That's what I'm doing. So I might go ahead and be malaki or compile them from various different places. There will be a whole compendium of different facts about the veil of Otar. Not a big deal to say that item 1 is Rabbi Meir, item 2 is the column, item 3 is Rabbi Meir. Not a big deal. It's a list of facts. And therefore, I think it's specifically in this case, it makes very sense. It makes a lot of sense. But it doesn't have to be the same thing.
If it bothers you deeply, pretend like it doesn't. Otherwise, it's going
Omar,
to get bigger and
Lay, Ravavuna, Rabbi Zera.
curious how he does process
Ravavuna told Rabbi Zera, Lo chesed akare, ad anatli hamosa. Don't sit on your leg, don't sit down. Until you tell me the following thing. He asked me the following question. Nidas of Sahar, you have a corpse of a kosher bird. Rabbi Meir, according to Rabbi Meir, Monin lo Rishon B'Sheni, or Ein Monin Rishon B'Sheni. According to Rabbi Meir, do we always go from in order of Rishon and Sheni? In other words, sometimes we'll skip the step of Rishon and only mix the Sheni with them. So you want to know, according to Rabbi Meir, what are you going to say about this? Will this produce Tuah that it makes into a Rishon, a first level Tuah, or it will skip over to Sheni to be a second level Tuah? Are they responding to this in the head of the Tommy Elton? the maga, anytime something could make a person tummy just by touching it, no one will reach understanding. You count first level tumor and second level tumor. However, anytime we're not going to have something that causes a person to become tummy by just touching it, a moment do not count first level tumor, second level tumor. Rather, we just skip the first level tumor and go straight to second level tumor.
See, the thing about it, I would say you asked
If
like
it's not the tummy person with maga, how does the person become tummy from the very first time? By eating it. He's got good for this abuya, and therefore his answer was skip first level tumor and only go second level tumor. But Zero asked Rabbi, again, five names. Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Ami Bar Kia. Ami Law, whereas Ovi Bar Kahana. Some say it's actually Ovi Bar Kahana. Others not. That's what it says in the Mishnah. Kiburi Okanai were not to people in Summa Kala, eight people in Summa Kamura, Monu Barisha Sheni, or a Monu Barisha Sheni. What does this mean? You have two different things that are coming. Each one's not the right size, but they are in water together. So you have both of them connected by water. The halacha is it's able to pass on Tumah Kala and not Tumah Chamura. The question is that Tumah Kala, that lower level Tumah that passes along, does it pass along the Tumah to Rishon, to a first level Tumah, or to a second level Tumah? Our ladies bank and said, anytime it's the time of person, Barisha Sheni, anytime Adam, any moment Barisha Sheni, therefore in this case, since it's not the time of a person, it skips first level Tumah, and it only is the time a second level Tumah. Okay, getting back to our Mishnah. Yatsu Eva Bailey, Artisan tells us that if all the people who are carrying one of these oxen to be burned go outside to become tummy. Actually, not really. Where do we know this from? Turn up on us. More answers we learned in the Mishnah. Lahalan, later on in the pasuk it says, put the people machinos. It says we go out of the three machinos. The time, Lamachana Achas. From here, it says Machana Achas. What is Lahalan?
I just saw that movie 15 Years a Slave.
And what's this? What's this?
I hadn't heard that before. You're like, God damn, dude.
So by hardcoring Mashiach and Parhal and Davar, that's where it says very clearly you go outside of the three
I don't
machinos.
believe it.
So again, the Gemara says, the Khan, with regard to the Kargom Kippurim, it says it goes out of one cup. Lomar will tell you, even Shiach picks them out for Achas Matana. Once it goes out of one camp, it becomes Tameh. And what is it? The Tameh the Gadol. The Kibbutz Shiach picks them out for Achas, since it goes out of one camp, it's the Tameh the Gadol. Now the Gemara says, the Hebrew from Noah, how do you know this whole thing? In other words, the whole deal of the Tumah where it gets burned. So Rabbanan, it says in the Mishnah, Hotzi is called Apar and the Kotanach. You take the entire ox outside the camp. Now the Gemara says it's 50 kilograms. When it says take it out of the camp, it's out of all the three camps. You have not the Shina, not the Yediyah.
So with the Reddit time, is it like in the house? Is it like Daddy's doing his Reddit time, or they're just already asleep?
Right? So without all three of those camps, the Gemara says, okay, after all there, are you going to tell me that it is after all there, how do you know when it says in the pasuk, you take it as a Kuska Machna that's referring to all three camps? Maybe you don't get that one camp. More says Kishu Omer, the Para Ego, when it says, the Para Helm Dover Shatzipor, that's when everyone makes a mistake and has to bring up community carbon. It says there, Kuska Machna. Shein Tarfom, but it's not necessary to say you have to go to Kuska Machna there. Why? So it's our Nemar, it says previously, Kasher Sarah Sapara Risha. They treat this Para Helm Dover exactly the way they treat the previous part. They already told you to take it out of the mask. That tells you that not only do you take it out of the one cap, you take it out of the second cap. Now it's okay, you're at the second cap. How do you know it goes out of all three? You should open the what's the mountain of the Deshen. Change up Lama. When it says to take it outside, because the Dashed, the Shumas of Dashed, change up Lama would not be necessary to say that. Watch it, Karnera. It said, Hashem, Hakadosh, and you saw it. It's going to be burned through your four Dashes. Lead to the Machnas. That gives the third Machnas. So all these additional places where it says to put the Machnas, it tells you that it's recast. Now, if you remember, the Shimon in the Mishnah said the people who are processing this parma shratim do not become tamei as soon as they go out. Rather, they become tamei only once the animal is burned. So Shimon, how do you put the machna in my oven? What do you do with the fact that says to put the machna? Again, Jesus learned previously on our daf that the put the machna, if you do once you got it one calf, it's tamei. What you going to do? That the body that you need to say the time. So what we learned in the rice. What does it say? Lezer says, never count with the machna. It says here that you go with the machna. Never allow long with the machna. It says somewhere else with the machna. What's that somewhere else? It's para duma. You look at Rashi, it says never allow long para duma. Maybe where it says Mala halong puts the gimel machnas. Alkan puts the gimel machnas. Rashi switches it around. Look at Rashi. Rashi says makan. Let's just look like see Rashi. It's going to how Rashi knows the Gemara. Makan. Just like here, the parma disrupted. And we're talking about the burned karbanos. Puts the gimel machnas. Afshnik paraduma. Puts the gimel machnas. You take it out of 3 machnas. Mala halong. And just like different paraduma, we was referenced to Shalayim years ago to the north of Yerushalayim, to Sibal, these are another for their own Lord. Al the Mizrach stands in the east. Part of Lamar is facing the west. Negative Pittsburgh, Shalhecha, to the coast of Mizrahi, Pittsburgh, Mizrach. So in other words, he learns as follows. Makan, put the gimel machnos. Afmalon, we put the gimel machnos. Afmalon, just like this, the Mizrach of Yerushalayim is going to be in the east of Yerushalayim. Afkan, also over here, it's Mizrach of Yerushalayim. In other words, according to Shimon, he just uses the gimel machnos to tell you where you're going to actually do it. El Rabbanon, the first Rabbanon, so now they're not going to use that word to teach you where you're going to burn it. Kapach Shabbat and Aleph, Hepasach, where indeed do they burn it? Mara says, you're telling you, let's follow Brisa. After the Shepard, they're going to look south of Yerushalayim to the north of Yerushalayim. So the Shimon says to the east of Yerushalayim, the question of the comment is south of Yerushalayim, puts the Shalach Machnas out of the 3 camps. Now, on that, Rabbi William said, I'll pay such death in the Shepard. You have to burn it on the base of death. Even when you went out of the 3 Machnas, you have to take the ashes from his bath and sprinkle it on the floor first. And Amarava, 9 times the apologizes against the rule. Who's one who argues on the verse of the says it does not need to be burned on top of the ashes from his bath, but he has in Yaakov. If you look at Yaakov Italia, for remember the rights of Shephet HaDashen, you saw it. It's referred to as Shephet HaDashen. Now, you might think that means on the skilled ashes, like we just got finished saying over here, say really. But he says something different. According to Leslie Yaakov, Shephet HaDashen, you saw it. She ate some dashen. Yaakov says no. She ate mishupa. That has to be on a slam. So while Rishi understands Ashaf HaKadosh means you have to burn it where these ashes already spilled, according to the Leslie Yaakov, it means that you have a place that's on a slam. Who says it's a mutual argument? Maybe they both agree that there has to be ashes from the bath there. Just an argument. Does that have to be on a slash or not? And that's the argument. Bottom line is, according to Shimon, he still maintains his opinion. You do not become tamei until you actually involve in the process of burning it. And the fact that Wisdom says, that he says it's teaching us something else because of the year of the deeper. And it turns out there's enough focus for the go to the east or the go to the north.
Because he has all these hits, like you said, and he is fascinating.
Let's do it.
And then moronically.
Torah Hasoreth Metame Begadim. We know that when he burns the animal, it can become tamei. The law are not the one who starts the fire become a gun. In other words, if you're just the guy who's the fire starter, you're the point guy. You know, to start a fire, you're not necessarily become tamei because you started the fire. You're the starter to not necessarily the person who sets up the teepee over there. You won't necessarily become tamei. The Eza who are sorry. Who's considered to be part of the burning? anybody who's involved at the time of the burning. So, you always have those guys there fanning it, mixing things up, putting some more wood in. Those people, they're going to be the ones who come coming, so they're actually helping out the combat burn. And also, I might think after Mishnah to Aether, the town of the garden, even after the animal becomes ash, it's still the town of the garden. And the other person says no. Oh, some. Well, some of the town of the garden.
Oh, that's not funny. It is funny, but it's like you
Mishnah
can
to
go
Aether, the
don't
town of
be a
the
bully,
garden.
but it's
They
like
already come coming while they are considered animals, but once they're already ash, they're not the town of the garden. Here over here, the says, also in town of the garden, root that up us. So once the root starts to fall apart, and the town of the garden. So what's these two opinions? One says that when it's ash, the other one says when the root starts to decompose. My benayo, Amar Rava, Iki benayo, the Shadri Harufa. It's when it got burned. It says Rashi was Shadri Harufa mean. It says that the meat starts to decompose. The eighth thing it's not ash. In other words, it's pretty solidly, but it's not actually ash. The Tanakama, the Tanakama actually has to Acer, or the Tanakama, to be atomic, all the way up until it becomes ash. The also means that the Avo Ace alone. So sorry, the Osam, the Unibu Avo Ace alone. In other words, it's not considered the animal when it's really ash. It would be a Lazar or Shimon, any time ago, the other time together, once the race is burnt and starts to decompose, we are finished. Baruch Hashem, the 12 paras in Zvachim Hashem tomorrow will start. The 13th paras of Shofet Lamala. Have a wonderful day and a wonderful week.
That's the thing. It's like anytime you try to find a shred of humanity in this guy and have some kind of empathy, all you have to do is open up the Reddit board, and within 2 seconds, you're like, never mind, fuck this dude. Like, it's just like that. Because it's a basic feedback mechanism. If you had even 100 people in a subreddit commenting on the things you did, I would be curious enough to go like, is what they're saying true? Like, should I be ashamed of things like, people will make fun of me for saying like, which I do. Not enough for me to really try consciously to expunge the word like as from my bit, but it makes me self-conscious and makes me think about, should I try, and but there's none of that, because he is very scared. He does not visit the subreddit because criticism is very threatening to people of this certain personality. So is he just? I mean, he obviously was raised in a certain way. I have some insight into that I thought was interesting. If you want to hear any criticism or so that, one story sticks in my mind that I think you can extrapolate a lot from, and he tells a story because he has these like moments of like vulnerability, and he's telling a story that seems genuine and sympathetic because you couldn't make up the details. Like, it's not when he's telling a story where he's the hero of the story. It's less likely to be true, but sometimes he'll tell a story where he's the victim, where you go like, it's embarrassing enough where I can tell there's real pain there. And one of the stories was, as a kid, you know the story?
No, I'm just laughing. It's embarrassing enough that there's real pain made me laugh because I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person. I'm just laughing.
I'll be like, I'm trying to describe it because, like you, by the way, people think I have animosity towards like Brendan. It's like, no, he owes me money and he's trying to smear me, and I like keep that warfare kind of private. I can also look at him objectively.
Oh yeah, well, by the way, if you ever need a lawyer, we had Mark's lawyer on earlier. I know you have Frank Cum. He might rival Frank Cum though. This guy Rob, what's his name?
Rob Pebble.
Rob Pebble. It sounds fake. It doesn't sound Pebble. He would have like a crazy like.
Shab has no fucking idea.
His name is Danny San Francisco.
Shab is banking it like, because I did a settlement conference that went totally sideways because they were like, oh, here's the like on paper you're owed $150,000. We'll offer you 2.5K. And I was like, suck my fucking dick, bitch. Like, but my lawyer wasn't there, so they think I'm like, I don't have a lawyer, and I heard like basically what their defense is going to be because I heard the lawyers regurgitate what Brendan told them. I'm like, oh my god, like, you have no idea that he can't back up anything that he's saying here. But go ahead, believe that.
Sorry, I derailed you.
The story I was going to say is, as a child, let's say he was between 10 and 15 or something. He starts out by saying, I used to love strawberry ice cream. And if there was a gallon
lot of Neapolitan ice cream, I would dig out all the strawberry ice cream. So it's fresh. Like,
I hate to say this, but I'm familiar with this
oh my God. But that got me inside into his childhood trauma because my parents, like, right, I can list off any flaws or whatever, but I go, to shame me about eating would just, it's not something that would happen ever, even if I was fat, like saying you fat fuck or something, whatever his dad said, because he comes home and he's like, Brendan, did you eat all the fucking strawberry ice cream? Which is a stupid thing to do, but it's a kid thing to do. But like, clearly, Brendan has always been self-absorbed. He's like, I know, I'll just eat all my dad's fucking ice cream. Like, eat this one part of the ice cream to myself. And
My dad
he
was
yells
so
at me
pissed.
and just goes, did you know fucking strawberry ice cream? He's like, yeah. He's like, fat pig or some fat fuck or fat pig or something. And his response, remember what his response to it was? He's like, oh, fuck, it was like a dagger through my heart. So that was the moment where I'm like, oh, your dad hurt you. And
Well, trauma aside, though, is the fact that he has managed to go this far in life with just, never really learning anything. I mean, I assume his dad is his dad funds everything he does. Like, he doesn't, like, this.
His dad made actual success, like actually made
that, like, the Pentium chip or something like that.
It's something where it was,
The diamond mines are pretty profitable. The emerald, he says the emerald empire.
he actually built a business, rather than,
I mean, I'm surprised that there hasn't been, like, an actual, I mean, I guess there's, like, the, those YouTube channels, like the Beige Frequency and Hell's Graveyard and shit. But I mean, he's such a fascinating guy, like, to have a real true documentary made about this guy.
Oh, yeah.
But I guess you can't really keep up with it, because by the time you're done editing, they're going to be like, he did 70,000 fucking crazy things since you
That's facts.
documentary.
Yeah.
So there has to be, like, an ongoing, like, reality show. Like, I don't know, like, a reality show could just be like a fucking.
Such a good idea. It's like hive minding. It's like, who's going to watch all this shit and come up with, like, find the footage that matches him contradicting himself and previous things. I never watched that Beige Frequency documentary or whatever it was where it exposed all, like, the lies in his, like, before I met him. Because I met him, I was like, oh, this is a guy Chappelle Lacey opens where, like, I had a clean slate as far as meeting him, so he just seemed pretty normal to me. And I didn't have an incentive. Once the subreddit, like, attacked me for, like, appearing in his world, I was like, oh, these are crazy people, so why would I seek out more information about this person when I feel unfairly attacked? But
I think,
and then later you watch the page and you're like, oh my God, he just lies about everything in his whole life.
By the way, the chat is saying that you guys are on Baja mode. I don't know what that means.
Thanks, Chad. I think that you guys have a great idea with the reality show. I would watch that, but my thing has always been documentary on specifically the Greco Podcast, because that is, like, the most important aspect of this work. I want to work. I'm being serious here. I want to work as. I was talking to Adam Sandler and Yasiel Puig the other day about this. We were discussing ideas and all that. You're like, yeah, you got to do this. Like, this is your thing. So that's something. But I do think that the main thing that I would like to see is a documentary on, like, the building of the set. Who wrote the stuff? Like, how did he come up with the jokes? Like, what is people's reaction to it? And then obviously Papa comes in and we interview him at some point, or the director does.
I would like to contribute some things like I could add a few key, not everything, but I go like, I was there for the conversations where, I'm friends with the editor who's being tasked with like you're sending. It's difficult because I edited for Brendan. I learned how to edit for Brendan, and I was his normal paid editor was having trouble editing clips down to 90 seconds.
Yeah.
He'd be like, oh, here's a 5-minute clip, get it down to a 90-second Instagram reel.
Right.
And I would treat him like a writing project. Like, okay, let me do this. I learned how to do that because, and then Brendan started trusting me, right, to, like, edit more. So I did have a little bit of editing experience. One of the things with the Group Hobby was he kept going, juice up the laughs more. In his head, a stand-up comedy special is funnier
Juice up the laughs
if the laughs in the audience are louder. And so it was like repeated. It's like he sent it back. He sent the dish back 4 times to the fucking kitchen to be like, warm it up. It's like, dude, how fucking loud do you think you need to be? So people might notice that it sounds ridiculous because it was ridiculous. Because you're like, dude, You wanted more laugh than that? Like, do you think it's going to make the jokes better? Are you tricking people into laughing?
He doesn't know anything, yeah.
And by the way, the reason I brought up the strawberry ice cream thing was the insight was he has an issue with seeing other people eat. I eat a tremendous amount of food, but I'm also in shape, right? And this is a difficult concept for him because I think one of the reasons he wanted to be friends with me was like, I think he thought he was going to get like ripped by osmosis. And I'm like, yeah, we can work out in the gym together. I also run 6 miles a day, and I also like eat a strict diet. And you know, if you want to get ripped, you have to like live the lifestyle, which I don't always. But if you want to get to 9% body fat, you have to do a lot of things, right? He believes that it's kind of like, oh, if I'm around this guy, I'm gonna, you know, and then probably became disappointed later. He has a very strange relationship with food in that, like, he hates when other people are eating around him and he can't be eating because he publicly presents a facade that he's on a carnivore diet or he's on this diet, which means if he's around other people, he has to keep pretending that he's on carnivore or he's not eating or he's doing this. But then it's keto, man. Like, I had an inside debate. He's like, yeah, I stuck to the carnivore diet today, but then like, oh, I had a pint of Ben and Jerry's. You're not on carnivore. That's not a carnivore. You can't be like,
What a child.
oh, I ate steak, and then the next meal I ate, you know, a bunch of candy. That's not a carnivore. You just ate steak and candy.
He would say something crazy like, yeah, I'm on the carnivore diet, but I ate 10 bags of Skittles yesterday.
That was every day with him. I don't think he stuck to a diet for more than 18 hours at a time. So I go, well, you wonder why you're not losing weight. It's because you just, like, you're eating an additional 1,000 calories of fat right now. So, but he would, in the green room, because, like, in the green room, he's in charge, right? The Oprah isn't on there, but that's where we get fed, right? So I'm ordering, like, oh, can I get, you know, 2 orders of chicken tenders? Because I eat a lot of fucking food. And if it's Saturday, yeah, I eat good all week. I'm going to have some fucking chocolate cake or something because it's free at the Improv or, you know. He hated it. He'd be like, Jesus Christ, Mark. Like, do you think you can shame me for eating a lot? Like, I feel like that's not how that works, but it's like,
Yes, it sees your joy.
yeah, I'm gonna build this in front of you and have no shame. You have shame for eating,
Yeah.
and that's your problem. But I see you trying to shame me the same way your dad shamed you, and this is part of a body dysmorphia or eating disorder complex that you have that it becomes very transparent because he has this like contempt, you know, for other people eating around him, and there are multiple stories that say like but the moment he could get private, like he wouldn't want to eat before show, but then after show, he's like, let's go get pizza. I'm like, aren't we supposed to be dieting or like, you want to get pizza at 1 a.m.? Like, you know,
He's like Chuck E. Cheese.
his relationship with food.
They have a cat there.
And I gotta bring you some involved here, real quick. But do you think he would his like narcissism? Would he give like if somebody did present him with making a weekly reality show with him, would his narcissism outweigh his? Do you think he would allow that? So would he allow a camera crew to film him and his family?
If it was yes, if you pitch it to him as this is something that's going to glorify you and humanize you, which I when I came into his world, I was like, because I'm a writer, I go and a student of storytelling, I go, the best thing you can do is to counter the narrative from the subreddit, which they've co-opted your life story, right? And they're telling it for you because you don't want to tell yourself accurately. You don't want to talk about your UFC shit on stage. You don't want to talk about, I go, you haven't written your narrative. You need to write a book or do something where it's like, I am writing a job and I'm XYZ. You're not doing that well enough, so other people are doing it for you in a very negative way. So my first recommendation to him was like, you need to reassert your own narrative. Hire a ghostwriter, hire me, hire whatever, but what you're not doing, like from a publicist standpoint, is framing your narrative correctly. And you're ignoring the fact that other people are doing it for you, thinking that helps you. It doesn't help you. You have to combat that other narrative that makes you look like shit. But I had a few novel ideas that I thought were fun, but like for example, I took over the TFAK IG and started talking to the voice of the page. I was like, ominous talking Japanese. Somebody would say like, what are we doing here? And I'd be like, I don't know, B, or so like I would respond.
and they drove the people commenting nuts. So they keep commenting, they're like, what the fuck is this? Because it broke the mold. And all of a sudden, oh, you can't do this. I'm like, oh yeah, I can, bitch. I didn't tell Brendan that I was going to do this. It was an experiment. And I thought that he'd be able to see, like, hey, do you see how I 10x'd the engagement by, like, co-opting the Reddit speak? And then it also blunts the force of, the haters come to the page and they plant their seed by going dicey. If everyone starts talking that way, all of a sudden, the fans and haters can't be distinguished. He immediately was like, he gets uncomfortable. When he's the butt of the joke in any perceivable way, he was really scared of that. I started editing, because again, their page too, even though, like, there's leaking followers. So let me change something up. I started editing the clips in a way where, like, I'd have these, like, weird zoom-ins and kind of, like, pop up, like, do, like, a little bit different editing style for the clips. Because it's just normal, sure. But Ryan and Brendan, because of their egomania, like, and self-absorption, like, no, like, you're funny on our own. They don't, it's like, hey, guess what? Like, I study comedy too, bitch. Like, you're not the only person in the world who has ideas about comedy. They would do something like, let me teach you about comedy. I'm like, okay, I've been a screenwriter for 20 years. Go ahead. Like, any idea, this put them at the butt of the joke, because the clips by zooming in on certain things Brendan say where he's like stuttering or something like that, it was funnier, but it made him the butt of the joke rather than the, like, oh, we're telling a funny story. But if you do something like that, and I edit it in such a way that zoomed in his mouth as
So you were editing that to show that?
And they hated it. And I have a couple examples of what I did that I can show. Like, there's probably still up there, but they were like, they also, again, I was taking Brendan and Ryan.
Okay.
And the creative director at the time, because creative director. No, this guy, he's actually very talented and quit. Right. He quit, and I heard the conversation. I was the only person in the studio, and the next day Brendan goes, I had to fire this guy. And I'm like, you didn't fire him, he quit. And he told you you were the worst boss he'd ever had. Like, I was there, I heard the phone call. Like how are you instantly turning this into something that's the complete opposite of what happened? But he had to explain to Brendan, because he tells me, he's like, Brendan's like upset about the reels, the way you're editing them. And he doesn't understand that, like, you're open to feedback and just trying things, and that this is a style, like an artistic style that you're experimenting with. And Brendan thought that I was, like, going to be too sensitive to I'm like, I can edit it. This is harder to do. So, like, if I'm going to edit it the easy way, sure, I can give you normal shape reels, but these ones are getting more engagement because it's weirder and more kind of, like, watchable, and, you know. But they hate anything that makes them the butt of the joke. So any novel idea I had, like you're proposing, of like a reality show. Well, yeah, if the reality show, if he knew that it would end up being something that was reliant on his stupidity and errors being the source of comedy, rather than him being just a funny person who's telling funny stories and roasting other people, like if it was like watch Shop roast his kids and his family and his loved ones, and like he's the only normal sane person, you know, in the household, that's his style of comedy. Everyone around me is stupid and incompetent, and I'm just a normal cool guy enduring all the idiots around me. That's how he perceives, like, his role in his comedy universe. The moment Brendan's the butt of the debate, as a bumbling retard, he's out. You know, he would not even, entertain it in any facet.
So you just gotta trick him into it. Well,
right.
So we gotta figure out a way to trick him into this.
Yeah, you have to do a long form and edit it all once.
Well, again, he's got to be kind of so detached from reality. I don't know if his wife would point out that, like, because I don't think you have to have an angle of, like, making fun of. I think you just present reality, and it's like,
he wouldn't necessarily be aware. Yeah, okay. It wasn't overt. You could make it seem to him like it was great, but to do it read as funny. Yeah.
Okay. I got that.
I gotta leave.
Okay, sure.
I just one question. How much does Callan get paid for being on the?
My understanding from Brendan, which again take with a grain of salt, but also it sounds about reasonable, is that because that Brendan takes a fluctuating percentage based on like T-Fac keeping running Thick Boy Studios and kind of taking care of the ads. Callan shows up, does his job, and gets $25K. That's my understanding.
$25K a month.
Yes.
See, none of this makes sense.
Nor does it mean, I go, how do you have a podcast of $40,000 where you split it's like $1 per listener? You know, I don't know.
I don't know how they get that much money. I mean, Harold must pay Brian that money straight out of the bank account from there.
Yeah, and that could be exaggerated from Brendan. I don't know.
Brendan Walsh, I just want to let you know, somebody has posted Jersey the Real Dog on the Fighter in the Kitchen subreddit. Request, blur all future posts of Brian's feet. It's company policy to respect the victims. Bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese. You're making waves.
I hope people stick to that.
Yeah. Well,
you guys have fun with your little hate rally.
All right. Well, you and me, we're going to do Windy City Heat 2 with Brendan Chopper, okay? That's our next business plan. All right. Love you. Bye.
Nice meeting you, Vic.
Nice meeting you. Thanks, bro.
All right. See you.
See you, Brendan. Wow. Brendan Walsh, world record pod. Check it out. Let's switch. Here you go. What we got? Oh, my gosh. Sorry, I've been running around. Let me see here. We have been playing the Gringo Poppy in the background that whole time, if anyone's wondering.
How do you guys originally know Brendan?
Just through comedy. Yeah, first hour. I came from a Skits and Bits online. Yeah. So,
Mark, what's the thoughts on college and embeds?
oh my God, Joe Rogan is a redacted, unfunctioning.
Peptides are very low consequence. Like, you can fuck up steroids and have some unintended consequences.
More money by promoting other talent plus some funny redacts to the top of the industry.
Okay, so
Think are the 3 worst comedians of the Rogan sphere.
great question, Truckfoot. What do you think, Mark Marley?
I was going to let you guys go first because
Okay.
I feel more comfortable shitting on comedians after actual comedians shit on comedians.
Okay, 3 worst comedians in the Rogan sphere. Question. Tony Hinchcliffe, Bert Kreischer, who's the 3rd? David Lucas. Oh, there you go.
How dare you?
So easy.
That's my point.
Oh, sorry. I mean,
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm glad you
I
stick up.
I will not
Stick up for your friends. Not enough people are sticking up for their friends these days. Yes.
Yeah. I genuinely love David Lucas. We work out together. Like, he's just always been a cool guy to me. So,
You guys play video games?
Mark, how many Patreon subscribers would you suppose they have right now? You know, that's funny. So unique. As most people send me unique shit, and then he starts popping up in my algorithm. So I see a lot of stuff from Unique's channel, who I have an odd kinship for, or like affinity for. He will say, "Oh, these posts are getting 60 likes, therefore it must be 60 subscribers." And I'm like, the 60 likes are probably out of like 200, 300 something. It's a fraction, you know.
Yeah.
And I would assume 500 max.
Yeah.
That'd be reasonable, right?
Yeah, let me see here. Let's do a quick study.
It wouldn't shock me if there was 500 subscribers. Because it was like, okay, if you get, let's say you get 50K monthly viewers, you know, that's 1 out of 100.
I mean, look how strong you are, dude. We got 438 viewers with 342 likes, dude. What the fuck?
Hell yeah. So was that David Lucas works out. David Lucas is actually very strong, yes. You'd be surprised, me. He will twist your neck off.
Walksboss has a lot of stuff to say. Walksboss, first of all, let's put all your comments into one comment next time, yeah? Did Chop farting loudly during the business meeting really ruin the sale of Tiger Thick?
I've never heard that before. But it's funny you can say shit like that. I go, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
You know? How could you, like...
Is he a gassy guy?
Not particularly, but, like, it's one of these things where it's, like, you can see him doing it because he lacks self-awareness and self-consciousness.
Yeah.
He would rip someone else for farting and then turn around and fart somewhere else. Like, he just has no principles. Where it's like, the same rules apply to me and you. So, you're disgusting for eating, but I'm not disgusting for you. So, it's this weird mix of, like, shame and projection with other types of this.
Let's see here. I'm going to make this a little...
Can you make me more tan?
Do you naturally tan?
I go to tanning beds and also when I hate to admit it, but it's like I look for my auditions that I usually get. It's like if you're looking for I get like the bodybuilder or this kind of it's like I've gone along with kids that are tanning. It's like when an audition comes up, they typically for the roles that I get, it's better to be tan. So either if I'm not tan from running outside, I'm going to be tan.
Like, I wasn't, but I love donuts, Oh,
What is that?
the shops.
Wait.
When he talks about his mom and, getting a vaccine because she likes donuts.
Oh, right. Some free donuts or something.
I'll stop the shop.
No, because you triggered something of a memory of giving out free donuts for vaccine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that bit that he did. He was kind of obsessed with vaccines.
Yeah, let's see what he has to say about vaccines here. This is the.
He's like, did you get the Johnson and Johnson?
Yeah.
There's always one guy. No fucking go away. That's you. He's not touching something. It's funny because he's outwardly he pretended like he was not anti-vax, even though he actually was very anti-vax.
Oh wow, yeah.
And I'm agnostic about I got the vaccine just because Luana was paranoid about it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I don't give a fuck either way. But it was funny watching somebody have this, cognitive dissonance of you feel like you have to tell people that you're not against vaccines, but then every time you're alone, you're like, look at that scene.
Well, you see the most recent Joe Rogan episode with him, right? Where he talks about vax
and autism. Yeah. And it's funny because it's like that's a conversation. I've read RFK's books just because I'll be like, when someone's like, this guy's a lunatic, and then I hear him talk, and I'm like, if you can get past his bullfrog voice, that I was imitating earlier as a joke, and actually I think it's because I go, this guy's coherent, and clearly he has an encyclopedic knowledge of certain things. So I go, I'll read his books and hear him out. I'm not, and I realize it's polarizing.
Yeah.
So I've read the arguments about the connection between vaccines and autism, and I don't know enough to actually I didn't dive deeper into it, but I go, I'm aware of the arguments.
Yeah.
But somebody like Brendan Schaub should not be discussing this. That's not your place to discuss.
Thank you for having me. I'm the fighter, and thank you for asking. How much can you live for? How many chicks can you?
I fought 5 squirrels last night.
Around Central Park with a dead black bear in my ass.
And at night we fuck each other. I got a vaccine.
RFK Gringo Bobby.
I transferred the comments over to here just so we can have.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
That's good. BGL is like Bradley Morgan with a beach.
Oh man.
Did he do
Bradley Martin? It was funny. People know about Bradley Martin and Brendan Schaub's dynamic.
What's their dynamic? I know that he won money.
Yeah, it was just funny because when they first started talking, it was like I got to witness them first hanging out, and it was always funny because had I not been with Brendan, Bradley's so sensitive to social status, he would have completely ignored.
Yeah.
All he cares about is are you in your 20s and a rising social media star that I can take advantage of? And he only is. It's he sees my gray hair, is next, he would have I don't know, I don't give a fuck about you, but I see you paying a lot of attention to Brendan Schaub, and then by virtue of me being in his orbit, he's would acknowledge me. No, he was nice to me.
Yeah.
He was nice to me. And he gave me a ride at some point. I don't have any problem with Bradley Martin, but their dynamic was funny because outwardly they're like, oh man, it was funny meeting this guy. It was like Spider-Man meeting he was the same person. Yeah. But then Brendan would talk mad shit about him behind his back because again, anyone who threatens him, he tells the story of they were doing a podcast maybe and something came up where he's someone's who's stronger between you two? And Brendan's version of the story was Brendan's attempt to be diplomatic, right? Now Bradley Martin's super strong. He's not just a big dude. He can deadlift 700 pounds. He can bench 4 something. He's strong. It's stronger than Brendan because that's what he does. And you can just look at him okay, Brendan's strong, but Bradley Martin's an actual power leader. Yeah. So Brendan tries to answer the question first. He goes, "Oh, I'm sure, he's trying to do you get me a deadlift, and I get you a bench. I'm sure there's some lifts that you get me." And bro, this is like, what you talking about? The beach and everything. Yeah. What's the joke, right? Brendan was like so taken aback by that. Like he had to tell me that he was like, what a fucking egomaniac. I'm like, but he was just saying, yeah. We're trying to be like, oh yeah, I get you. It's like, but that's not true. I'm trying to do literally every day. Yeah. Like, have you seen me squat 6 plates? Can you do that? You know, this is, you know, but in his mind, it's like, Jesus Christ, like, this guy's insane. And I'm obviously I'm the star of the show. Yeah, like,
There is a question I wanted to ask you that was in the chat here.
my wife's not cool. Oh, and then he accused Bradley Martin of being gay. Because he was like, Brendan saw his girlfriend.
That's like saying, like, I breathed today. If you're in the shop,
literally, I'm trying to tell you, like, that's the other part of this whole, like, your gay fascination. It's like, how many people do I have to hear you talk about being gay who you have no evidence for being gay, and it's either, are you lying about the person being gay, which is super fucked up, sort of gay rumor about straight. It's like, how socially aggressive is that? Like, passive aggressive, right? Be cool. Right, be cool, bro. Yeah, it's like, and then if the guy is actually gay, you think it's cool to just like out people want to be outed, like, what? You know? Look, if you walk into a guy sucking dick, like, you can be like, hey, you know, I think Mark might be gay. I walk into, you know,
have a cappuccino with him. You know what I mean?
Not the cappuccino. But I mean, the amount of times that I would watch him accuse someone of being gay with no evidence, the only evidence being he does something better than me. Bradley Martin's stronger than me. You know that guy's gay, right? Yeah, right. And I say it in a way where it goes, it's like, if you disagree with me, you're clearly not, it's like you can't see it. Like, what? How he's gay? Yeah. Like, what? Martin? No.
Oh my God.
Bradley Martin is gay? Like, that he's fucking this chick that you like? Yeah. But then, you know, you try to hit on it.
You could always play with Sean's game and be like, well, dude, he can never be as gay as you. But I wanted to highlight this right here before it goes away. Kodachrome Graphics. Mark, do you have plans for a new podcast? If so, do you need a piece of an editor?
Yes. Hit me up on Instagram if you want to do that. Me and Luana, I think I mentioned before, we've been filming episodes of Hella Toxic, and basically we're like, I'm not going to release it without her permission, but we're arguing over the source of like the comedy. I'm like, the fact that you're walking off and getting mad and we're fighting is the source of, like, that's what it is. So we're kind of arguing. We shot a bunch of stuff, but empathy for Luana, which is she doesn't have experience podcasting, and I am a little bit impatient. Like, I go, I could be more gentle. However, it's like, as I'm setting everything up and it's like hot outside and if you're up the AC, it's like, I'm like sitting there sweating buckets and she's like getting pretty. I'm like, hey, could you, like, you know, fucking, could you wait a little bit? You're just not be in a bad mood when I'm like, I'm doing all the work over here and sweating and stuff, and then you're like, you know,
I need to be your Luana. He's the Luana of the pod. I'm the Luana. He's the Luana of the pod. I lose my shit.
Yeah. Is that true?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, if I get a setup and something like that? Yeah. All right. Yeah, I have this on camera where I'm like, you know, I'm annoying the fuck out of her, and then she, like, walks off, but I'm like, no, what? I'm like, now she's mad about it. She's like, it doesn't make me look good. I'm like, nobody cares whether you look good. Like, I don't look good. It's like being annoying.
None of us have ever looked good in front of you.
It's like, so I'm currently trying to convince her to release this footage. I'm like, no, that's like, people don't want to see two people getting along. You know, swimming. It's like, hey, here's our, like, perfect fine relationship. I'm like, no,
it's all hella toxic.
I know.
You guys are just getting along and everything's working.
That's why I'm like the joke that I came up with that she admitted. She was like, she even told me on camera, like, she walked off and said, some fucking thing about the last episode of time. It's so stupid. I'm like, no, this is because you're doing what I predicted. You're gonna
look toxic. You know,
I'm out of your time.
You should, in the intro, have you, like, lifting a car. That'd be great.
That would be fucking hilarious. That, like, the intro theme song.
And then have her in the car, like, rolling her eyes, like, here we go again.
Meanie Fauci, Meanie Delta. You should. That sounds good.
Well, yeah, check out Hella Toxic. It's on Mark Harley's YouTube channel.
There's just one episode out right now, but, like, okay. The real truth about it is we released that first episode. It's the fake first episode because we filmed the real first episode. And we spent too long talking about, like, we just seen this movie Sinners.
Oh, yeah.
And we were bitching about how we didn't like it. And just, like, suddenly, as we were about to get to a part where we had planned, which is when we wanted to our narrative, and we were like we kind of like read out messages from when we first met 10 years ago, like on OkCupid, Jews in Germany. I was like, I want to make that part of like the serial narrative aspect of it is we're gonna tell our story, but also just like banter. As I'm about to like pick up the binder with the thing, she's like, "This is fucking sucks." Like, and she's like, "Well," I'm like, "Wait, like, come on, that was fine." She's like, "We're talking about sinners for 40 fucking minutes." I'm like, "It's okay." Like,
She thinks too much.
Right? Yeah, it's like trust me, people aren't like, "Wait, they spent a minute too long of talking about a movie."
Yeah.
People are just listening to it.
If you think too much, you don't get great shit like Gringo Poppy to put any thought into this.
No, exactly.
Put it on YouTube.
Yeah. I forget sometimes that I'm like, you have to practice that, you know, and like just the art of releasing your inner critic and talking nonstop. Right?
Yep.
And so if you're trying to worry about looking good, you're gonna speak less and sit still.
Yeah. And also, you should be like, in a couple weeks, you're gonna be like, I have nothing to talk about. If you only want to stick to like random topics.
Yeah, like so just let it unfold, and if work on the dynamic of making like feeding off of each other.
Can I give you some constructive criticism?
Yeah.
Because I've listened to the first episode.
Okay, yeah.
And you guys should invest in some of these, dude.
Oh, I fucked it up before. I had this.
Yeah.
I wasn't connected. I didn't realize. I was like, oh, they weren't. It was like the camera. So we reshot it, and I'm like, motherfucker, like I didn't even know how to work them.
But these are great.
Okay, so we were wearing them.
Yeah.
And I was just like, someone's like, oh, the camera's picking up the audio. And I was like,
Yeah.
no, it's not. We had the. And I'm like, oh shit.
And that happened to me the first couple times I used it too. But it's super effective. And do you guys use a phone or do you use the camera?
I just use the phone, but I just got a camera.
Oh yeah,
I was experimenting with that. I'm like, it looks way better.
Yeah. Yeah, even with the phone, it has a nice little hookup. But if you guys have good audio, I'm sure you guys are gonna take off.
Yeah. Well, my only point in doing this was like, we filmed it for 10 episodes on our 10th anniversary. So like, but we can wait to like do the perfect fucking setup and everything. Like, but that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Now, like, we're like, okay, when we have $5,000 to do this, I go, put the camera up, put it in our fucking living room, and just let it run. One angle, whatever. Because then it's also like, there's no editing where it's like to make you look good. This is just it. There's no editing, so you see the tension.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's deliberately lo-fi, which I'm not gonna go love.
Yeah.
I hate when people like pretend like that they're bigger than they are. It's like, oh, we do this whole podcast. It's like we're getting 100 views. Why do you need to fucking have this whole official space?
Yeah.
As if that's the thing that'll be interesting first.
Get a storage unit. Right, yeah. Somewhere to put your truck.
Yeah. As I've always said, that Brendan, it's like, Brendan, why wouldn't you just shoot everything in your fucking own garage? Like, you have the space to have a studio.
Yeah.
And like, why wouldn't you just make that the thing?
You can't wait for success to come to you. That's why we don't have a Rain sponsorship, but we have Rain out, as if we did. Yes. Because one day Rain will find us. They're like, you guys are great. We love what you're doing. We're marketing geniuses, just like off our forefather Brendan Shaw. I've actually been waiting for this moment, Mark. If you could do me a favor, please.
Yeah.
I won't cue the music. What I need you to do right now is focus really hard, right? And please use the keyboard here.
Yeah.
Spell my name.
It's G-E-R-D-O. Oh, shit. D-O, sorry.
Let's go. That's a good guy right there. Most people spell it with an F. I was saying Jafardo. That was great. I was
wait, is it spelled giraffe? Got things kind of like Jin, not knowing that Australia isn't in Europe. Europe, you go, how did you like figure out how to feed yourself?
Yeah.
You know, how did you like make it?
Mentos. They're all trying to tell you how to spell it. You got it right, y'all. Gerardo. Just Tosto. Gerardo. Gerwaldo. Gerardo. Okay. God damn. Oh, yeah, you didn't spell it right.
Cockfest.
You didn't put any sauce on top of it, so spelled correctly.
I like, okay, that is probably my favorite joke special because it's so, that was like the viral bad joke.
Yeah.
It was like, what's a Mexican cookie? A chocolate chip cookie with some sauce on top? It's like,
pillow.
because is something like
It is. It's, I don't think it's lazy so much as it is just racist. You know?
Yeah, it's degrading. It's like you've never seen the Mexican cookie before?
Yeah, it makes sense.
So unaware of, like, you know, yes.
And it's hurtful because they're so good. You know what I mean? Like a salsa cookie is disgusting.
Yeah.
But a Mexican cookie is Disneyland, dude. That's what I always say.
Mexican cookie, the thing you brought that one time specifically?
Yeah.
It also implies it's like, oh yes, Mexicans don't know how to make food.
Yeah.
Like, why would you put salsa on a cookie?
Yeah. Facts.
Everyone knows Mexicans don't know how to make confections, you know?
They're really upset. They're saying my name is Gersharpie. I don't know what that means. Jafardo, Gerdo, Geraldo.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't spell your fucking name, dude. I didn't sign up for spelling bee. I signed up for a 24-hour fucking podcast starring BGL, dude. The flyer you sent me said BGL, 24 hours, we're not going to talk.
Be careful, BGL. My car is very heavy, okay? My car has a hybrid battery.
We reenact that here.
Yes, please.
That would be crazy.
If we could water down the footage of what's actually out there, it'd be great. But it's what? It's what I do all the time.
Hey, to have BGL lift your car.
It's like a carnival act.
Yeah, this is just a stunt. It's my thing.
He's the world's strongest threatening man.
Oh, I'm sorry I abused a fucking car one time. Yeah.
I apologize to the car.
The car's in court.
The car got a temporary restraining order against me.
You know, you couldn't do that to a truck, though.
Hey, Mark, please confirm if Papa ever told you that he had baddie hour time with Whitney Cummings.
Yeah. All the time.
You're saying that Shab had sex with Whitney Cummings all the time?
I mean, I'm just saying, it's my honest perception of it.
Oh, my God.
I have actual confirmation of it, and my inference from, I'm not making a stretch, I'm not guessing. It's like my impression based on what he told me was that they had casual sex as friends over the course of 7 years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, according to him.
So that explains, like, you know, you brought
I
up.
don't know why he'd lie about it. It's not like he's like, oh, my big flex is like, they're friends. You know?
Yeah. This is like, you brought up Sinners. It's like, that explains why Whitney Cummings lost her money and Brendan Schaub got really funny. You know what I mean? He sucked it out like a vampire.
Yes.
He took her comedic abilities to sex.
Yeah, that was one of the things about Sinners where I'm like, wait, so you become a vampire and all of a sudden you're really going to play the fiddle?
Yeah.
It was like, this is confusing me. I didn't like Sinners because the rules of the vampires were clear. I'm like, what is the...
Okay.
I'm like, you're introducing the vampire rules too late.
Suspending your disbelief is like running over hurdles. It's like, I gotta suspend it.
Yes. Well, it was...
It's like Whitney Cummings is like Sinners because she's a vampire skank.
I gotta say, hey, you know what? I don't know what you guys think about this. I'm gonna introduce traffic. Maybe you know about it. When Cummings went on Flagrant, do you remember this episode? Kind of became, I think, a little bit viral for the fact that, like, my perception, I think other people's perceptions here was they were like, kind of ganging up on me. I was watching it and I tried to knock on my big, oh, man, you're bullying. It's like, hey, if you're not comedian, fucking hey. I was like, are you guys going? It seemed like they're going out of their way to like be
Well, now you're talking about the hierarchy of something, which is like, where is Whitney Cummings compared to Flagrant? You know what I mean?
Well, like, I'm not even commenting on her comedy. I'm just like, why do you have someone on to be a dick?
Yeah. Like, I watch porn, but I'm not gonna watch shit.
If it's actually mean, it's probably like, I mean, you can poke fun, I guess. I didn't see it, but she's better than they are. Whitney Cummings, funnier. Whitney Cummings is funnier than Akash and Andrew Schultz and those goons.
I used to people rip one of her specials. I didn't want to say, oh, people are really excited. I was like, I'm not going to give up. Burn your boat sucks. I don't really feel like you can watch shitty stand-up specials.
Yeah.
But like,
do you watch it every week?
Like, I've seen Whitney. There was one where she had like an AI robot, and I was like, oh, that special was good. So I like finding funny specials.
Joe
Hope
doesn't
that
know
the
what
Warriors have
they're
up
voting
called
on now.
Shefty.
I'm just
Thank you
saying,
so much.
I don't think
And
Whitney Cummings is
rigging up a
bad.
carbon
Like, I know
outside of the
maybe
basement.
some stuff she's put out.
It might be helpful to have a commission with you
I've
today.
seen enough to be like,
Thank you so much.
yeah,
It might
she
be
can write
brilliant
jokes, she's
for me.
writing, whatever, but
So remember, so not
I just
complicated,
remember watching the
very
Flagrant episode being like,
straightforward.
they're really
You
going
can
out of
open
their
the
way to
system,
like
but just
be like
being
a
able to
group
know
of
have
guys
this
kind of
order
hanging
that
out.
something
She
works
calls it out, she's like,
might be
you guys
helpful
have
for us to be able to follow
doing
that.
this right now.
Be helpful for us to compare
They kind of
Bruce
gaslighting
Zion,
her, like,
Patrick
just take it. It's
Optimals,
like, but you're being meaner.
in Safer by
You know,
Israel. If you have the comment,
Paul's on the episode.
I will point you to the right topic that you get. Current begins as follows. So, some of my level book.
That's funny that they like treat
First,
like
if
the
you
Jack way
more
better than
shots
what
in
you got.
cover
He's a
outside of the
god.
basement judge,
You can't
so
insult
there's a
that
lot.
guy.
It's possible to
It's
do
a
that,
little
and
trash.
the
And
few
you're like,
colleagues
but when a girl
does
comes on,
that.
it's like,
I love the is Bayern Shita and Bayern
You
These
gotta
guys
bully
two
everybody.
separate lobbies.
yeah,
One
sneaking
is
like
for
keep
slaughtering
some
the
energy.
outside
Everybody get
of
these jokes.
the Smithers, and
Yeah,
another
it's weird, like
individual
cranking up
here
like in
in
a,
South
because
comes
it's not
along.
one-on-one, which I would get if you're
If
like,
I'm not
okay,
mistaken,
I'm
if
going to
he
interview a girl a little
actually knocked
differently,
the
or maybe
carbon
add some
on a Mizbeach, on a
tension
bomber
onto it,
outside of the
one-on-one.
basement.
It's like, there's 6
This
dudes
is
here.
Rashi.
Yeah,
Rashi
it's like a
said
couch
the
full of
very
guys,
first
like, all trying to like take their shot at like,
Showcase
you
the
know,
hell
and,
on the buckets, and he brought them up on his back outside of the basement.
She's horrifically
The
bad.
hell on that
That comedy.
in one
So are
forget.
they. It's not fair.
So again, it says Rashi, Tayed on 55 on Aliyah. It says Rashi, Shaheen,
I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode, just in general. I feel like she's a confused
There's a
person.
separate issue
She's
for
constantly under attack. That is for, it does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked. She's being horrible.
inside very soon.
So she has a target on her back. Seems like.
one thing, you know,
Really disagrees and says, shout out to Flynn, the hell about that. If the person accepts the carbon inside the base of the stuff, and then hell about that, he brings up on the carbon outside of the stuff, in a case like that, Tayyip is going to be Tayyip. However, shout out to Flynn, he gives it to outside, and then the hell about that, he puts it the carbon onto his back, outside of the base of the stuff. Talking such a big stick, he's not going to be Tayyip for the Allah. No hell possible. He's going off the company with his possible. Another good duty is the fundamental of progress with the current Kamal Justice case. What he says is that Kamal Justice telling you that the British Kamal outside of the business, who shuts it out to the business, when you be tied to the people, and still you will be tied, you're going to be obligated to do the process of perhaps kind of sorry, he's bringing that animal on the base mikvah, on the back outside the base mikvah. You must agree, cover with puzzle. Once you shut to the outside, the cover is disqualified. So what kind of cover do you bring outside? What a cover is disqualified? That's not such a big deal.
She's got right wing, so she can't have like.
All we know is Tony stopped and said,
She can't have like
Tony said this is all important.
fucking the Disney stars over her now, but now she's transitioned a little bit. She's gonna have more like right wing people.
Inside the base of the and then you bring it out. Once you take it outside the base of the it becomes disqualified. So the outside, in such a case, even Shartio becomes possible anyway. So by the time you bring it up to this bath, it's already disqualified.
I think she's somebody that just doesn't, she's not venting, she's struggling with her thoughts, so she just asks herself, what do people think, and then she does that. And so that's me again. What's cool? She's a constant, is this cool? Yeah. What's cool right now? Okay, that's what, wow, Matt Wright's not cool anymore? Sometimes people wake up and meditate or pray or something, but she wakes up and she goes, what's cool? Yeah, she checks TikTok like, well, I'll check for it.
Always know that he's disqualified by coming from the
What's your sense with TikTok? I'm like, if you're not sending me this on the app, because of iMessage me on TikTok.
Same thing with Facebook. My mom,
remember,
all
we
on
learned
Facebook.
I'm from somewhere like I'm a hypocrite because I go on IG, but I'm like, what social media app that's addictive is it?
before the fact that that's what
Yeah, TikTok is too much. A lot of those go unseen, and I get sick because I just not on it.
Yeah, I just don't get it.
My sponsors have me so many TikToks.
you say,
I just
hallelujah,
put
you're up there,
yeah. I blocked Ricardo and his mom too.
other than Nero, this
They
is
can't send me stuff.
and
They send him husband cold in the TikTok.
the product you're supposed to do here is the cover that went outside of this
Well, I'm gonna block your dad too. Just thinking about it. Because if he ever gets on TikTok,
can't compare these two cases because we shut the carbon outside. A carbon which is shut
I forget
outside,
the shooting thing.
we're not going to say all the way. We actually say all the way. Carbon was shut outside. And then you look at it,
That's the last thing on my screen.
take it down. So here's the video I can't provide a good point.
He talks about our studio. He's like, I'm gonna go in.
For long on the back. So it's sort of if you bring it out from the back, get it off. However, a carbon which is sent from inside and then went outside the base of the duct, I love this all over here. It goes on the back. The cheapest here. So therefore, the plane that was on the back.
I heard that he wears those night goggles, but they're not on. So he's just blind. Could you imagine? Could you imagine going to his house and he has those? Or like, aren't these the goggles?
Separate, independent violations.
Does he really have goggles? You know?
And he says, no, it won't work that way. That's it. I found something that's qualified.
Claiming that I broke into his house. Why would I visit my ex-boss who like has AK-47 in his house?
I didn't speak about him. And then there's no further thing to bring that
I'm gonna harass like a UFC heavyweight fighter who has an arsenal of weapons
and all of that.
who's like
He's left it inside. And then you take it outside and be a problem of bringing it up on the back. However, you're not going to have both.
If you're reading this, you're
Yeah,
ridiculous.
from the next to do this with reading and not a problem. That makes me goes on to a case which is not necessarily relevant, but still has the same
Fuck,
state.
man. Catch
Tommy
this, you blockbuster.
question is Tommy, virtually impure.
He's there for
So
like
alcohol
for
is
us.
accepted. Main code
I'll
is
fight
Tommy.
to the death.
Main
It's a
code
matter of
is
avoiding it.
which is concentrated. Then you
I remember
can take
because
the
it's
body
funny,
back
like
to
you chose to
the
have
alcohol.
love to
However, Tommy,
you asked
the
about
food
caution.
item that he uses is Tommy as well. Or the food item is without Tommy.
Like,
That left it is.
how do you give notes and
Decided
somebody
to
out
do
of
that.
this?
That's the opinion of the comment, but that's the opinion of
You
the
shot him with
This
it.
was
It's
really
like,
on
hey,
the,
can you
this
get your
was really
notes
just
on the
the
movie?
reason
It's
said,
like, well, that would be
Tommy
the
to
script.
alcohol
You
is
have
the
to watch somebody
Tommy
set.
person eats something which is ritually pure alcohol.
He was doing a lot of, like, can I get feedback on this? On his finished product. It's like, well, let's have access to all the footage and angles and jokes we took out. I can't tell you, like, let's have raw footage. How can I get that? So that would take way too long. So I remember he was just like thirsting for
So
like, this is good.
you're telling me that if a person's Tommy eats something which is constant, whether or not the item is Tommy or alcohol, he's going to try to say this is really, no. You're only tired, you're eating constant, if the thing that you're eating is alcohol and you're Tommy, but the food item is already Tommy. So then, there's no fear for eating. The Tommy is fighting a similar way to this previous play. Tommy Rose is back in, half Tommy alcohol in the car, even a person who is Tommy, who picks up the food item which is ritually alcohol,
That's our
he wants to know alcohol. Once he touches it, pick it up and put it into his mouth, the same Tommy anyway. So therefore, you're never going to have a case where a Tommy person eats something which is tar. It's not possible for a Tommy person to eat tar, because the moment he touches it, put it into his mouth, it becomes Tommy. And again, on this, there's also the Kasha. Look at here's Francis asking the Kasha. You can talk to the stage. The king is nothing like the Lord. Says the second verse from the page. He says, it's possible that a person puts something through a stick, and the guy, the common person, opens his mouth wide, the person shoves it all the way down, therefore the common person helps it, stomach the next environment, grab, you know, plus it's so that no one gets it. In other words, Francis says it's possible you could avoid it. It sounds like soon the common person picks up the food out of his hand and puts it into his mouth. And the subject says it is true, the food comes before he eats it. Francis says Francis is the body case, but doesn't touch it. How is that? He puts it over his mouth, and puts it off his skewer, and puts it down his throat. So Francis is true, but in normal cases not like that. Now, I will point out, Francis did not mention a case where a person bends down and just eats the food like a dog. Because nobody eats like that. Therefore, such abnormal case, the person would call it abnormal, people don't like that.
But also,
Last halacha in the Mishnah,
he likes that, despite the fact that
the tar is not by Tommy, a tar person who eats punches Hashem, which is Tamei, Hunter, there's no obligation in that case. Why She'ena
So
Kain
he
Ela
loves
Al
him, says
Shemasa.
but
This key in the binary process is only relevant to
that as
Shemasa,
part of the
the
reason.
person himself.
How do
The
you survive
individual
in the shop?
person is Tamei,
You have to be
not
totally
with the food
compliant.
item.
Maybe a shark.
Okay, now, what the Lord is going to be spending his time on the rest of the day is trying to
It's like
figure
he
out
either has to have some sort of
where
like
the Azhara
sanitary or
furnace is
so
and
vital, or
the
it's like,
like
I said,
these are
crystal
flowers.
is like,
Every
if you
time
find
he
out
tries
it's
to
like
use the
crystally,
Torah,
it can be
it
wrong
has
because
to
it's
come along with
like
a
so
mention
vital
of the prohibition. That's called the Azhara. So again, it doesn't come, it's not worded in
Yeah,
terms
he has like a
of
Jeffrey Epstein
Torah
size
of a warning.
of like
Again,
why
it's
does anyone
mentioned
keep shop
as a
around?
lot.
He's
So
not
it's
funny,
telling
and he sounds like
and then
fucking
again, the
terrible
Torah
to be
tells you
around.
if you violate this
Here's the
prohibition,
great guy.
then there's the
if you're
following
socially above him,
So we're trying to
like
find
Ilya,
for these halachas that
Brendan makes it much easier for him. He's not a high maintenance friend. Because he's also sensitive to social hierarchies. He's texting me around the clock and by the way, like transgressing the boundaries and knowing that it can't really be like, hey dude, like no more text after 6 p.m. Unless someone, then he's gonna find another reason to fire him. So he makes you understand that without saying it. But crystal, he's not gonna he's gonna go, he's gonna tag all over his wherever he fucking goes, and
so
they don't really, they doesn't really hang out with his works out of
in
Fire
Sefer Vayikra,
Did you
the
know?
yeah,
That's
I
a
mean,
dick.
Pasuk
that's like,
Tes,
I
just
like
reading this article for a minute, it says,
Arnold. I don't know what, like, well, I don't know where Mark is.
as follows, Balei Tomar, they said to them, "This is the base of Shram, and I got the Yaakov," he said. You first ever bring a carbon, I say, Yara, Ola, Azara. You're going to bring an Ola, or any type of Zara,
Do you
any type
think,
of carbon.
what
Now,
Bob, like,
Pasuk says,
just,
"Now,
you think he thinks he's the funniest person, or does he even like him?
does not bring it inside, opening it all
yeah,
away.
because it's like,
Lasol,
like
or
Jim
Shol
Carrey, it's
Hashem,
like obvious,
Yisrael,
like,
Abish, Habumi,
how
Abbas,
old are you?
this person
34,
tells
okay.
the entire Paris to be cut off from the
I
nation
grew up
Christ.
watching Curious.
Yeah, it's like,
The
that was
Pasuk
the
tells you,
funniest motherfucker on the planet to me.
and
And I
this
still
is
think
an
it holds up.
episode of
It's like
the
he's
Good
like,
talk tomorrow.
he is,
Well said.
it was
Onus of sin,
when
the Pesach Elamoi, Louisiana, exactly what we just said. That
but he's in
we
the
does
lineage
not
of
bring
like,
the comfort inside the business. The
yeah,
proper
like,
way we're supposed to do it. Asmala,
I
now
love
we
looking
have
back
to,
at like,
Asmala,
like,
here's the warning. The Sid, the
it's
Shama
comedy more than
Lachal,
ages. It's like,
Sankala
that is
Olosaka.
universal, and
This
it's like an
process
athletic
is not
mastery thing.
reciprocal. It's
Yeah,
like not
watching
just
it,
concept of area.
he was
That's where
one
it
of a
says
kind
the
for a
Shama
kind, but
Lachal.
he is in this
Shama
lineage
means
of like, you're
guard
like
it,
40s
guard
and
it for
50s.
yourself.
There are guys doing
Kala
physical
Olosaka,
comedy. It's a skill.
let's bring up the
You
Ola and
never
again that
know.
process
Oh, you
is
still
the
love
process over
SNL?
here. So the Baruch like that any place that you are. In other words, it's a warning. You can't just bring up the problem wherever you want. You gotta bring it inside the business. So
Like, I got
when it comes to
changing.
bring up the problem,
Oh, yeah, growing up,
everything is
like, my
perfectly
dad
clear.
wanted me to be
The
a singer.
process, the saber, the
So,
conscious
my dad wanted me to be an
afterlife,
athlete.
the time
I want to be like,
the person who brings the
child,
problem after the
like,
Mikra will be fine. Alright? The process is it tells you
again, and
do
so with
not
like
bring
being
the problem
frequencies,
wherever you want. You gotta
like,
be broad. Inside the
I didn't
Mikra,
say that, like,
all
oh,
lines
bro,
are
these
perfectly
things
well.
sound
There's a warning not to do it.
some
There's a
bullshit story
punishment
on
not to do it.
that
And that's good.
He thinks like Jim Carrey is Elmo from Sesame
Yeah,
Street.
he's
He's like, you know, that guy with his bread, you know, and he's sweet, and he's so tickle. Sometimes you laugh.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clear, like,
and the one is also
as
sick, but
comedians, you guys think about,
but
like,
that's like, oh,
not
I'm
only
only
who you like the
you're
most,
not going to
why
be confident to help with
you mentioned
Illinois.
your
Again, as hard as the city, some of the stuff that on the Safa, guard yourself, perhaps, or less, you will bring up your prophet. If you have the army of Belazar, and this comes to what we mentioned, Belazar named the Belazar, Belazar never is some of them, but anytime it comes to use the word, you guard yourself. Then, unless you do something, the owl will just do something, ain't no
No, I think he's confusing it with the time where an owl landed on his
in other
arm.
words, the terms, the Shabbat Pen the owl, doesn't say whoa. Typically, never fucking says that's low signal, or whatever, low signal. All these kind of things says very clearly don't do that. But we learn that the words Shabbat Pen the owl are really equivalent to the word love. If we have anything worked out, it comes to offering up the power. Here the ones who go Shkita, and when it comes to slaughtering the
Yeah, I
power,
think I heard that, but now I
Krishna
forgot.
onus said, when it comes to onus for slaughtering the power, that's the place. But it said, the technical process, the person all around the
He got conquered by
it
grace.
says, that person all around is not going to bring it.
His race. You
So
know what I
as far as we know,
What's great?
we don't
mean?
have the
Well,
woman
that's kind
not
of
to
does
set
sound like
the
a
carbon
nickname for El Gary.
outside of the base of English.
But diaphragm
says,
disease. It's like
but success very clearly.
it's not a big deal.
That is in Zion.
But I take a pill. Yeah.
Zion.
Yes, exactly. Dude, this guy's a doctor. Wow. I mean, listen, he knows his stuff.
But again, the way to serve it is by blowing stones at it. Like Morris said, the Emmanuel was a bad thing. How do a person walks over with an animal and tries to show him? Well, it's not. He brings a carbon to the Emmanuel. How do you know that he's dying to sit or something? You should not pick up on us. Now, from Enoch, in the dark, it's not possible. It's not possible. In a normal way, it's anything out through success, because this is environment.
And
it says, it has like a special couple of play, like a silver light.
Because I like the idea also of like books, for example, as world history is kind of like
in a normal way. So now why is it saying, well, you should go over to Spain, what's that going to tell you?
So the last dance is about 6 championships in that
a person is trying to perception problem, even though it's not the normal way.
So like for instance, this is his 6th championship, second special.
Nevertheless,
That's the lens, but then the scope of it all kind of comes back to this. You're part of it, the whole history with you. There'll be an episode that goes back to like, I don't know, not really about the special itself, like a joke was told. But it would be like Brendan Schaub would be involved because Michael Jordan was involved. And then this is like you make a shot for shot remake. Just switch out everything shot for actually for you guys, we are rich. Dude, could you imagine shot? I know that. We do a shot for shot remake that where Michael Jordan's like, and for some reason I took that person. Yeah, it's Schaub on the laptop, and he's watching Sesame Street again. For some reason I said Durant.
So according to where we're going now, we do have a source that gives us both a warning after that as well as just a punishment in the person that's everything works out. Problem is, that's the volume of words as we did it for something else. Here's Tanya, for says the bright side. Now, this is a little bit of one bright side, but it's a simple bright side without something to make. This is Tanya, for says the bright side. As Pam, the job of the touchness and peace of the touchness Sarabamos. The creed of the touchness is Sarabamos.
Here we go to the whole lineup of the Chicago Bulls. Like Scotty Kukoc, BJ Anderson, Scotty Campbell.
Through the Mishkan was a temporary structure that he built as he traveled through the Mikvah, through the desert, through the wilderness, and that's how the Church of Hashem broke the heart while they were in independent.
I don't know if
What if we put down to show
because these guys are like egomaniac competitors,
and we
right?
built the base of them?
Mark,
But
can I
there's a
ask you
period
about
of
if you
time
read that online
between the
or is that a
engineering
Tiger fact?
until the structure was built. And this was built. At that point in time, it's been shot after that point. Now is the point in time when people are allowed to build a private staff and go for a property in private staff. Once the base of was built, then the people shot the staff almost. That's the time when you're not allowed to also apartment on private staff anymore. Now,
This elaborate
during that period of time, you can imagine how when the mixing was built, that's called shot staff almost. Then the status changed. So people lived in several different fantasies. And then they had a shot headlock almost, the time when it's permissible to be recovered in a private altar, and then it became altar again. And now what happens if the person
I remember commenting
set
on it, I
aside
got
the
blocked on the
carpet
page because it was like, I was
during
posting every
shot
edit,
capture up on?
and like I got fired for
And then
an extra
it's
scene.
just stand up in it. So at that point, let me say, no more people come out to the private side of the fair. What fell off was shot cover. It was already designated at a time when you allowed to bring a cover in the private fair. Are you still allowed to bring in a cover in the fair? The answer is no. So what we're doing here is we're going to show simple
It's out of posting. None of us were aware of it.
cover
One person
on the
commented
private
on it, was
fair.
like,
During
no likes,
so
one
how
hey, I
about
want to
us?
check this
What
guy.
was it? What's
He's
the
like,
next week of the show?
motherfuckers.
And we're all
Like,
taking a show
as if he
that's
decided
prohibited to the
accidentally,
person to be in private on the private
picture
fair.
himself fucking
Even if the
huge
cover
doing
was
it, you know,
designated
oh my God.
at a time that was shot
And then I
head
get
up.
fired, and it's like, okay.
Again,
So
I've got the guy in professional
you know,
institution shots and strap up. The kid in the shots
and then
is strap up.
when you go,
Or it's something that we
because
just
we're
read
also on the
in practice
I don't
acting
even
mode.
watch it.
Our
Like when it
coach in
left, I
that
was like,
case, the person does his with his pop up. Whether this
how's
is
the
really
replacement
built,
going?
and he's offering it up whether
We're
this is
actually
just
in hour 5, y'all. What the hell?
so in Ocean Amor, top of Kabbalah Levine, the post the description. One
Yeah,
of
we
the
got more
senses of
guests
Mexico
coming through, y'all.
I want to say I wish you'd come home
Sorry,
right now. And I said, okay,
and as far as the city showing the Papa Tower and South House, we discuss any space. However, we can be able to work chicken and on
I'm not
the
going to
car
suddenly exit, but
the
just telling her, yes.
each of the
It's the
shots
line down. It's the one.
those are technically the carbonos.
Right.
Listen, I'm
During
believing
this
fine.
period of time,
We do have to address the bots later, so
Yeah.
yeah, like all the negative comments. It's just
actually,
I don't know why they.
Yeah, it's so funny
time
that so many
that the
people
Bomo
would pay
became
for so many negative comments about me. It's
became
just
up
like,
there, and you have to read it
Oh,
inside the
I don't know who pays where they come from. I just, you know, it might be an inside joke. I did text Bobby, he did not respond. All these bots.
aren't going to go to sleep for 18 hours. Fuck, I wish it's on so
I know, right?
over here
Right.
is
No, not us. Not us.
If he fucked your replacement, he certainly did. I really do think so.
specifically for it. It says, Leman,
She's
Yahid, Bnei Yisrael, Shekera, Shekera, Bnei Asada, Yahid, Hashem, Pesach, Olamoid, Alakam, Yizek, Yizek, Shtamin, Hashem, Osam. We learn how
I don't
to
even
do
know what I
this.
expected before.
It says as follows.
And then you like,
As far as the way you can say, you show it at the time of Satan. When it comes to Elah from here on, the one which is issues of Satan, which is referred to Kabbalah for the February when it's permissible to be covered on a private farmer,
like, are you guys going to get food? I'm like, Mark is cooking.
you're not going to say that to offer it up until the time of Shabbat was until it became prohibited to do a covenant privately there.
Because
Then
sometimes,
as
like,
I
so,
said,
okay,
because we're not
one
actually
personality,
using
here's where our conflict is like,
then the Pasuk says,
sometimes, like,
she
oh,
charged
man,
with
fuck, man, I was like,
Kabbalah that
I
I
was
previously permitted you to
the
bring in a
longest in
privately there.
evidence that I was,
Alphanei Asada,
like, reviewing, like, you're looking at old
what do
shit
you
on
mean
my
by
phone,
the
like, if I was recording of,
Lomer Apar tells you,
we lived in
as a
some
there,
apartment,
because it's a Kabbalah, the
my
first
cat
to bring
was
the
killed
Kabbalah
by
at
somebody,
a time
who I believe, like, we had reason to believe it was, like,
being covered in
Airbnb
privately there.
strangers,
Nala
and
Allah
it's like,
Pasuk,
hit our cat,
considers it as it.
it was, like,
Ridiculous
very
man said that
traumatized.
to
So I
this
remember, like, we
extremely
talked about this, it was, like,
very short
horrific
thing.
to us because it was like somebody
Now, the Pasuk
killed my
says
cat,
that being
ostensibly
Lashem,
from a car accident,
the
put the
biggest
cat on
Kabbalah
top of
Lashem,
cardboard
Zoo,
box that had been
you
driven to the
just
thing,
said.
and then a neighbor was like
Here we
knocked on
have
our door like
Mitzvah
Sunday
Asher.
morning and was like, I'm sorry about your cat. We're like,
or the
we
Mitzvah
both lose our
Asher,
mind.
not
We run
to
out,
bring
and then it was
a
like
carbon onto
the
the
area where she used to
privately
hang
there.
out in,
It's the
in this,
Hamas,
like,
the carbon was
the
originally
grass area,
designated
like,
to Shas Hatra
it
Hamas.
looked
We
like
also
the
say
car
United.
had driven over the
Where do I
sprinkler,
know
like
that
the
there's a
sprinklers,
code
where she's like, wait,
in a
like,
negative
hangs
form
up there, and
not
it's
to
like,
the carbon?
it was an
Because
Airbnb
it says
that we were already annoyed by. It was like,
here's
we
the bottom
chose
line
for
of
an
the
Airbnb, and now people are
Plus,
coming
that
in
he was
left
just
and right,
referring
and they don't
reference to
understand the
earlier.
situation.
So it used to be
They
old.
use it
That
all
we said put us
And
both all
I
up
was just
our
trying to
cool.
get answers
And
from
all
the
of
villager
us
from the person who runs the Airbnb.
speak
So I was
about
like,
that.
I go,
The more Gemara says this
I tried making a whole this guy read it, and I was like,
that there's an issue to bring up a carpet on
first of
the
all, the guy
Mizbeach
that cleaned it, that's where their contact, and I was
that
like,
was designated for
boss,
Shas
we just wanted to know, like,
Tetra.
we just wanted to,
And
like,
you're all bringing it up at the time that there's an issue to bring up
like,
that.
we know
So
what
that's
happened,
what it is.
yeah,
And also, I would think
And
they
they were
are
like,
first.
we didn't
I
have
would
anything,
think that
like,
the
no
first
Texas
thing
law,
takes a carbon that
oh,
was designated for Shas
and then I
Tetra.
found the number from the guy who ran it,
It's almost because cars
he
come
got
away with
tagged,
something
like, I
they
think
know,
he called me
because
or something, or yeah, it must have been, because it was like, I didn't get the number from that guy, then I get the number from this, was like, hello?
This
He's
is
like,
the only one that has
he
cars
starts
that
screaming,
did
it's like, you
personally
fucking off the fucking, he said,
designate the carbon. During the time of Israel
what,
Bamos,
like, who the
or
fuck
is
is
it up
this?
during
I
the time of
didn't,
Israel
I
Bamos?
was like, I had
But
no
not
idea
if
who
he's
it
the
was,
person
I'm just
designated
screaming at me
when
on
the
the phone,
permissible to be
telling
in
me he's
time
gonna kill me,
but then put it
and I'm like, it's trying to, like, my cat just died,
Bottom line is,
and I'm
we asked the
just
question,
foreclosure, and you're
someone
telling me that you're gonna
we asked the question,
ask me
where
questions
do you
about it, so I was
have
like,
a Torah
trying to eat
as
that,
the
like, it's like, I have no
owner
idea
for a
this guy's
person
been blocking me, and I can't, like,
a carbon outside the
later,
base of the ground?
I'm
The
coming home
answer
from
to
the
that we
gym,
gave was that the
and
Torah was the
I see
responsibility of the problem
these
with that was
guys,
that we said that the Yizbuku was supposed to have a different
oh,
case.
that's me,
The Yizbuku
He's
is
like this
referring to a
small,
case where a person designated
Asian,
his carbon
like Filipino,
during
like
the
gay
period
man,
of time
like,
when
I didn't know what Vietnam was like, I'm assuming this is some Italian
he
dude or
was
something
not
like that,
given a chance to
but I
actually
figured
do
out
it on
the
the
bugs,
bail.
like, looking around and, like, looking, oh, we gotta,
now
like,
we're
so
asking not to
I
bring it on private
presume to go, like, I walk in and go, hey, you guys roll this MVP?
Well, Yizbuku
Yeah, I'm like,
that is a different case. Now, it's important to keep in mind that case that the Yizbuku is talking about is talking about a case
you
with
said
no
you wanted to
carbon.
murder me?
So now
I
we're
go,
left with Out
why
and
don't you do that?
Azara. Out is
And I
warning
was in his house,
for
right? I'm
people
sitting in his
about
house, like, hey,
and
so
a carbon
I wanted to give you that chance to say fucking
and
touch me. I'm like,
or
no,
accepted during
said
Shas
you
Tetra
wanted to
Bamos.
murder me. Somebody give me that opportunity right now.
No,
And
it
it's
says,
like, the whole point was like, I'm gonna make this person feel small and tell him, like, it's a cover call. Like, go ahead and call the cops. I'm gonna say, so you would tell them to her.
this year, let's look at the case
You know,
with the
and like,
person
it's,
with
that's a hate crime if it
Now
touches
we're
my
talking
like,
about a case where a person designated
I
his
just want to
carbon
make sure you
to
know,
Shas Tetra Bamos.
like, you
And
made
it
a
says
mistake.
no
You're trying to
only
tell me
cars in
that
that
right
case.
now. It's like,
But
hey,
still,
like, so you
there's
didn't
an
say
Azara
that.
in the
Water
Torah.
comes in and starts talking. Like, you motherfucker, like, water.
We do not say
Ruining
that
my
that law
intimidation.
applies.
Like, I am trying to make this person feel very small, but the silence is greater when I said I'm getting the opportunity to murder me, and they just
Not to
say
shut
nothing.
the carbon outside.
You know,
When
I'm
it
just like,
comes
oh,
to
somebody,
the
somebody's like, hey, look,
Shas Tetra Bamos
when I'm
carbon,
done, you can
you
get
apply
on
to Shas Tetra Bamos carbon. Just logically, they're both the
he's
same
already
case.
heard. I'm like, oh,
But
that's
the
right.
only
40
difference
back, spin
between
my phone.
the case that the Gemara uses the carbon for and the case that you want to use it for is whether the carbon was designated to Shas Tetra Bamos or to Shas Tetra Bamos. Now, the concept is there, the wording is there, even for a carbon
Like 30 minutes later, because
that
I
was
left. It's
designated
fucking
to Shas
awesome. Like,
Tetra Bamos. Wouldn't logic tell
so that's
you
what it's like.
that
I just gotta went around the
that
patching stuff.
one
It
would
was
be
like, oh,
relevant
what are you gonna do? Call
also
the
to a
cops? Like,
case
yeah, I'm opening your
where
doors. And
person designated
I'm
carbon
here.
for Shas Tetra Bamos,
But it's a nice
and
last
the
story you
fifth
have.
in the pudding is that the case
Airbnb is so like,
of
oh,
Shas
like, but
Tetra
wait,
Bamos
you guys
does
live
not
here?
come along
Like,
with the
I
policy.
have set up an house. Like,
There's
well,
no
this
other
is set
car.
up park. You guys
In
live
the
here?
case of
You
Shas
live here.
Tetra Bamos,
You rent
those
it?
are the ones that have the car
I'm gonna get the permit. Like, oh, you rent an illegal Airbnb? Like,
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's
yeah,
what
so
the car
what's your position? You
logically
rent a
dictates that that law would be appropriate.
Don't trespass.
Both with lawful against Shas Tetra Bamos,
yeah,
Shas
you're
Tetra
like
Bamos,
intimidated.
therefore
Like,
we
you
have our
can't get
Azara
out.
and
You guys have no power.
Yeah.
Like, until the cops escort you, right?
Gemara,
But I left in my court, I felt like a job was done. And then the cops, like 20 minutes later, come over to my house, and they're like, they're like, hey, were you in this guy's house? I'm like, yeah, I was.
in
Can't do
Canada.
that. I'm like, I know.
Again, it says what I'm doing here. It's a secret to a fire.
No
If
shit.
the buyer who said this, then the video says to a buyer,
Try to arrest a lion officer.
you don't have a
That's a good
second
idea.
line.
Yeah, bro.
Every time you can figure out logically, subject to a bunch of
There's a guy called
possibilities, I would avoid having a law
one of the guys in the track
that
team.
is a beauty case. Canada gets certain fashion animals up here. As it is, as it was more said, I'm going to review it.
And
The buyer, you can't, that's the case.
fix that. He goes, I'm
This
gonna have
is
to, I
the
can take
California.
it.
Let go of our laws, okay, but the Torah is
Yeah,
not
I'm sorry to
saying
hear
that there's a
about that.
prohibition to
Yeah,
use
sorry,
it.
man.
No, it's, yeah, I didn't, like, it is sincerely like,
Now,
well, that's a
logically
good
figure it out from the
super
middle of the
emotional.
following.
If I wanted to go
Now
there and
they
think about it, I
let's look at the
would honestly go over my emotions about it right now,
there's
but
no
it was to get to the
see
point of like,
eating the Baylaw, and still
yeah,
here
you know, the humor of like,
the prohibition
wouldn't want to be a
is
tough guy and
eat the
wife said nagging you.
Right now, like,
because that'll happen with a strong personality like
You got loud from the veil of the relevant Torah. There's a lot of the Torah. What is the Torah not to eat? Not to eat in the veil. And the veil was not a Torah. Certainly this is a warning not to eat veil. Also, it's a major one. When the growth and question is for love on the way, the veil not means no option. We're not speaking. And the veil, no option. You can't learn that from the veil. Why? Because we figure this was following the veil, it's can't be stopped. You're right that there is some level of leniency when it comes to the veil. It doesn't know what to do. Sorry, it has its own purposes, its own goodness, and the veil actually carries the veil. She's not the case that so no ritual to it. You can't learn the law for easy chaos in the veil. Perhaps we could make Mishra Israel. Why do you think Mishra Israel? Really what's Israel, so the common denominator. They are the common even the common small amount. So yeah, that's not going to be small things we have to do. Mishra Israel. One learns from Mishra Israel. Like the frog, a frog that says, no, I can eat it. It's not going to carry so well. Like the belly frog is all in the sea in the mountain. That's very different because the fish can eat. A frog is relevant to the natural, therefore, however it's complicated, this is only a kizayis. Therefore, you're not able to learn the issue of eating Taylor from the issue of eating Shopsy Tahara. The Shopsy Tahara, you go to a frog, can't eat it. That's something which has its own thinking.
very out of all
Okay, so traveling from Harlem to Icara. Harlem is
because that's probably the most positive, like, kind of good spirit crowd. So thank you guys all for watching. It's like
by Icara is when a person plants seeds inside of the world. So in those cases, it's also these things that grow there. Yes, why don't we say we learn from there? Learn by Harlem in those cases. We learn from there, but that's not the hospital. Now the Harlem by Icara is paid. Assuming by law, in those cases it's also by law. However, Caleb is not also by law. You're not able to learn the law of eating Caleb from the issue of eating Playakara and our law, because those are also by law. You want to suggest what it means in Shvius. In Shvius, Shvius is a little complicated to know what that means because it's not us to eat Shvius. There are some cases when it is us to eat Shvius, and that's the one we're talking about. Since they grow on their own thing,
take it with you, man. Take the whole thing.
Again, as a matter of fact, I'm trying to think there's maybe going to be a mission to eat their shit. But again, in the case of it's also eat shit, the fact that there's a lot of person that eat the produce, why don't you just carry that lot over? Logically,
that was
Netflix.
Mark came in, they destroyed as usual. While we were watching the greatest special ever done.
When you sell Shvius, the money that's used to buy the Shvius now assumes onto it
maybe a word brother's gonna be a thing. I'm not glad that the wart in the middle of my head is back. I had that surgically removed by a doctor. The doctor cut it off. Because that's the real thing. I had a wart in the middle of my head. The doctor cut it off. And I didn't think it was going to grow back, but I guess it's grown back. What's up, Mark Ramirez? Good to see you. Good to see you. Lando, it's been a while since I've seen you. TriStar. Whoa. Like I haven't seen TriStar in a while. Tommy Jarvis. Business Secretary Office. You got good gas again. All should be. We want to get some more people on. It's tricky to kind of like coordinate with everybody. But I think later on, it doesn't matter. Podcast is going to be on with us. Potentially, we've got to reach out to a few other people. One big guest, obviously. They're all big guests. Potentially, we're hoping to have Brian Campbell, our CEO. He's very busy in presidential stuff, but maybe him, maybe Sean.
Now, the truth is, once we got finished saying all that,
is Walsh coming? We already had Walsh on. You missed it, but it's on the show, so you can watch it after. I wish, did we reach out to Jen? No. I thought about that. I actually grasped at somebody pretty big, and I was probably turned down. But I won't say who. But I was turned down.
Now,
Kandura says, when is AZ coming? I'd like to have AZ on the podcast. I think maybe in a Raccoon Tweeties episode. Somebody tell him to message me. I think
that
that would be
tells
fun.
you not to set the
Chip guy,
carbon.
no. TriStar, you should know
The
better.
only time you
We'll
have
never.
it is, like,
Nick
okay,
is
the
not.
carbon was
We're not down with
designated
Nick.
to shot
Nick's not welcome
levels.
here. Chin
And
is
then
welcome.
they get to
Nick, not
into
so much.
and prohibited
No, I didn't reach out to
all
Joe Rogan. That's a stupid question. Bobby Lee, I mean, I haven't had the balls to reach out to Bobby Lee just yet. Plus, he's my boss, so it's kind of awkward to ask your boss for stuff. If you run a job, never heard of it. Mark Ramirez, you're close. I'm coming for you. Your life is almost over.
And therefore, logically, that allows you to apply this. But we did over here.
Oh, you know what? The trick with the idea about racing is funny. Maybe we'll do that. I want to do more like bits where we're doing stuff outside. So lifting, racing, selling trucks, maybe food truck type of everything.
That would tell you that you don't have to write a lot of
Timothy Wendell, thank
Anytime
you.
you try to use logic,
That was kind of weird. I mean, I think most people like sinners. I honestly, I haven't heard a single person say that it's bad yet, but everybody has their own opinion.
Ultimately, the bottom line is Caleb always has this leniency that is hooked in the follow the truth and the exception to the rule when it comes to the Caleb kayak. So we don't really have a good counsel. Maybe if I was right, maybe if I was correct, we could drag Bilal from a cover that was designated to Shasatra Obama that is prohibited accepted.
Give it up for Gerardo.
This is built. Maybe he's right. I'm a love of we actually fuck actually.
How do you even film in this thing? Got chairs everywhere, different setups. I think we're probably gonna go back to the couch so we can. Most of the guests are gonna be
a male has to get a bismillah. They're nurses out there. Now taste the California. Let me know here. Why don't we learn out from California?
We don't matter. We didn't
Yes, sir.
Oh, look at that.
No, sir. What
Hell yeah, guys. Give it up for
there.
Shark Park.
We're going to come to no,
Oh,
so we can over a carbon. Smoke on now.
unique? Yeah, I don't know about unique. I don't think so. I wish him the best, and he's funny, but I don't think he's funny. That's a little too much.
And get rid of this
Shout out to Margo. Shout out to you guys. We got a lot of people here, dude. Cody, Quill, shout out to King Art. Hilarious. Somebody from the beginning. Cody. What's up, dude? Thanks for watching. That long. I did. It's over. I did have it.
That if a guy is correct,
I'm not sure.
when you have an issue which is a higher level issue, and it comes along with a serious punishment, I don't need to have a warning because a lower level issue without a punishment comes with a warning. I'll just drag that warning over as well.
Oh my God, that was
Say the same thing. Say
I
if
think
there's
this
an issue
longest
allowed,
stream, definitely the longest
when it comes to
stream.
a person not going to get a skill up, it's not for you to come and pay
They
something.
won, Mickey HSG on. Who the fuck is that guy? I gave her a
Someone
birthday shout out or
actually
something.
responded and said, I'm recently sniped at the major Kana. I asked this question to Kana, but Amali said, you must hear Lo Asia.
Oh, the shit's gonna
Learn these things from us, sir. You can remember Malamota, you need over a car bomb.
We got a lot of audio in here.
Leftovers will always
As he says, he's taking a notch
as
up there.
creative as you want to be, try to fix up your leftovers, make them new dinner. Better not to be leftovers. Again, the truth is, you come to a product, you leave it beyond.
Is your back room going?
It's kind of
No,
like
we're
consumed.
just gotta constantly
It tells you you can't rewind the clock.
keep
However,
guessing.
someone pays up, it does have an opportunity to fix it up. How do you fix it up? Fix up shady. Bismillah, Bismillah. Guess what? Guess what? There's always an opportunity to do it. So therefore, that's always fixable.
You know, I am struggling, I won't lie to you,
Therefore,
because I probably have undiagnosed
they
things.
live with Malamosa.
Probably the brain guy.
She used to compare the same to a Stila.
I'm not gonna fall asleep. My head hurts.
So the bottom line is, you don't really have a couch on the body.
I want it. Oh yeah, thank you. Oh, that's good. I'll take the whole bottle. When I walk out, push number 10.
Bias logic, and so if your logic is going to be true, let's try to apply the logic in many other cases. Ultimately, you couldn't apply it anywhere else to say it's not going to work. In other words, just ask the bomb kasha.
Mark gave us all great. Does anybody else, am I the only person with Graves' disease? Has anyone else had a thyroid issue?
Ain't ocean in a dip. Ain't ocean in a dip means
I'm like,
that's fine, but a low level,
Vladimir, what's up?
yes sir, comes with a
I
high
got a
level
lot of stuff.
punishment.
I got Graves' disease, small T, big
Will certainly come with that.
I got a headache.
But
My
his
wrist is
poisonous stuff is not just what we say. Ocean in a
you know,
dip.
so that's the thing about it. I'll tell you about podcasts.
We talked about this
A lot of your favorite podcasters have chronic diseases. In fact, most of them do. Part of me having a black belt and being very good at talking for a long period of time about nonsense is you have to have something that's threatening your life. In 20 or 30 years, I could be dead. But right now, all I have is a headache. So it's not really that big.
I did see that
I'll tell a part of the podcast is having chronic disease. I think that's true.
We'll get that in 1 second.
What is it that got you? Part of the here or the Gregor puppy playing? I would say it was the inherited traits.
Warning, as far as not to do this, just
Probably
use
have
California.
maybe the drinking need to hire some.
So yeah, just California
Just
makes
blast
sense,
them all
but
that.
it's
You know,
just
I'm
not
fine.
one of the
We're not the only podcast that's sick. Yeah.
Ella, the other one says, let's erase everything we said. Ultimately, all you have is horror. Now, the second term of hoods, Alexander, the other Omar, Omar, Afia, Habal,
I don't know, but I was like, I just assumed that dice era or it's like everybody likes to I'm not talking to anybody who doesn't. Actually, no, one person did say they didn't like it. So just tell them that they might be should be on the show later. Yeah, he's able to. So early. I don't average $20 plus than 10 minutes. Thank you, Tony.
Sometimes you get these words out to do. However, if you're in trouble with your
next he says, as soon as Gooding transitions to the cast, he's falling.
Excellent sarcastic. It tells you that
I should DoorDash Red Bull. I would drink this at gunpoint. I can get you Red Bull if you want. That's what, yeah, whenever Ellie is getting a drink from me, I'll just what's it called? I got a free trial, so we're good. We'll set yeah, I'm keeping an eye on seems healthier than what my original suggestion was the DoorDash pizza. Every time we have pizza on the stream, it feels really bad. So I think I'm just gonna live off being earlier when we were like planning this shit for the stream. It was kind of, we've been telling you all about this for weeks, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I won't sugarcoat it for you. I won't sugar all of your dicks and vaginas and tell you it's delicious. We didn't really plan a lot. I would say like we're just reaching out to people like, can you be on? We're like, we need Diet Coke, so Gerardo got Diet Coke. He said, what kind of food should we use for streaming for so long? So I was like, what bakeries are open? It's just Diet Coke and takeout. I was gonna get donuts, I wasn't, but I love donuts, so I got a bunch of bacon. I'm so tired of 3 hours. Just sit back and chat. Ryan Hardy, where did you get the Queen jersey, Danny? Okay, I got the Queen jersey on, what is that site where it's like, I've never used it before, where you bid on things. That's how the Graves hit hard. I got that site where you bid on stuff. I wasn't sure about jersey sizes. So I had ChatGPT, what is large jersey size? You don't know? 48, 80. eBay, that's it. See, you asked the question, you knew the answer already. That's the kind of man we want. Thank you for helping. I got on eBay, I bid a little bit under, and I won immediately, and I was like, damn, I should have bid way less.
I said, you're in a group chat with other parents, dumbass.
Fucking, but it wasn't that expensive. And it came, and then like yesterday, I got a little surprise for you, Jarno. And he was like, oh, I think I already know what it is. I had forgotten, and I texted him. Oh shit, Jarno's calling me. I'm gonna put on speaker. All right, you're on speaker. You know I want sugar free. Don't ask me stupid questions.
Yeah, now don't worry. I'll be
I'm sorry. Right there.
rattling around.
Would you guys are sugar free people, I'm assuming, right? I mean, is it, I'm glad that he asked, but she's sometimes hard. I gotta.
No shortage.
But anyways, I ordered I was talking to Jordan, and he's like, I think I know what it is. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, you so quick. Apparently, I
Good morning.
texted
Let's
to her.
begin.
I forgot.
Today,
Just to,
today's doctor's put
I
a
mean, the Graves is
105.
really,
We are thinking
recently, I just don't
of
remember.
Dalit on the
I might
day.
have even just said that twice, so I'm not really sure.
104. B. And let's pick up.
Yeah, dude, I mean, all sugar-free stuff is pretty good, so I think it's all great. You know, would have been
I
cool
believe
if
you
you guys
left off
would
the
have
point
gone.
of the loss. Is that correct?
I don't have any connection
9,
to
about 11
him.
lines up in the bottom.
I think he's funny.
Good.
Sure, it'd be
Point of
great
the
to have
loss.
him,
Those guys are
but
probably
I don't know
See ya.
anyone that knows Matan.
Match
So if you all know Matan,
departed on his
you can tell him to come on our
substance.
show.
What happens if
If
remember
he has
again,
the
we're on
time,
the topic over
we'd love
here
to have him.
about the
That guy,
particular
he
kabbalas
freaked
that
out.
are burnt
Originally,
outside
I
of
was sort
the
of
base
like,
of
I
Dutch.
don't know
We
about
spent
this.
a lot of time yesterday speaking about the geography as to where these kabbalas are actually burnt. So once it's not
He
where
doesn't
the
put
kabbalah
sugar all over his Red Bull.
what
until
happens is
that's exactly
ultimately
right.
again the
Couldn't have said
kabbalas
it better
are taken
myself.
out before
Thank you,
Zika.
FB.
Before
Appreciate
the
it.
Zika.
Thank you.
So Maji Kabbalah Parma and stuff and stuff.
Is the
So
link
my
count
question
good?
is,
I
what
haven't looked
exactly
at
is
it.
the question?
To be honest with you, I don't even know how to check. Gerardo doesn't check Egan's like counts.
So
I'll just trust
I'll
your
leave it
word.
like the Amar.
But
I
yeah,
die
definitely
in
like the
the
video.
man what's this. So let's remember again. So
We
according
got
to the opinion who
Patreon
says that
content.
it wasn't yet, it's
We
not
just
yet
watched
the right
Kill
time.
Tony.
Ultimately,
We
to
watched
take them
Jordan
out.
Jensen's new
Me, I'm
stand-up
gonna
special.
hang the bosses
Jordan
with
Jensen's
some
funny.
molasses.
She like
Chova.
Jeff
About
Enjoy it.
honey to self and let's say Chova.
Pretty good.
Low. Oh,
Pretty good
Gil
stuff.
Mahak and I'm
We
here's
watched
my
the
molasses.
Baker.
You
We
know,
watched
say
specials.
we have a concept that if you try to take out regular carbon outside of the base of the brush, then it's
Synthetic
possible.
sweeteners
Now,
give
the
you
difference of
cancer. I'd
remember is
rather
that
have
that's a
my
carbon,
teeth.
ultimately that's what.
Listen,
That
Steve,
is
pop
never
by.
supposed to be
I
taken
know.
out.
I mean, you can just
These
drink neither
kabbalas are
one.
supposed to be
Don't
taken
have
outside of
teeth.
the
You
base of
gotta
the
make
brush.
sure you got a
So the
dentist.
shaila is now that I'm supposed to be taken out, what happens if I
Jordan's
take
got
it
all
out
sorts of
too
teeth
long?
problems.
In other words, I
just
took it out
have
too early.
But I don't
So
have
does that
cavities.
impact the carbon or
Jordan
not?
is getting like a
So the Gemara says, Tashma, the tiny lady, she irabo psubi itziyasa. Remember again, we spoke about this pricing yesterday, that if let's say again something happens that invalidates the carbon being itziyasa, when it is being taken out, my love psu itziyasa, are we not talking about the fact that maybe you took this carbon out of say when? Prior to Zika, which we must low, psu kuma psulima. No, that's not what it means. That is when ultimately eventually the psu of the worker becomes something, or lino, as we spoke about yesterday, it's left open. Prior to the Gemara does not resolve that particular shadow. Prior to the loss, karma has certain circumstances. What happens most in the five situations? Karma has certain circumstances, which are again, are the kabbalas that are totally burnt on the outside. Shiyatsa lupo b'miyot eva. That's actually interesting halacha. So remember again, what happens if the majority of the animals is taken outside of the base of the brush, the miyot eva, but the 51st percent, the majority, is represented by the minority of one particular limb. So the idea over here is 51% of the animal is not considered the base of Yushan. What happens? That 51%, that last piece of majority, is made up of the minority of one of the limbs of the animal. So the Gemara says, here we go. So Mahu, what's the halacha? How can we say that minority of the limb follows after the majority of the animal, and therefore again we do it as if the majority of the animal has exited, so the Gemara says. So now, how can we do the Ibn Basar Ibn Basar the heart no naturally? Oh, Dilma Basar I'm sorry. Dilma say, do we say that that little minority of the limb, it follows what? The rest of its limb. and therefore again, since the rest of that room is not exiting Yerushalayim, for what? Therefore, the minority of the room is considered to be inside as well, which also means de facto what's occurred. The majority of the animal has not left Yerushalayim. Oh, Dilma, or perhaps you say, Basaru maybe you see, no, you look at the minority of the rim not as part of the whole rim, but rather as what? But rather as part of attached to the animal. And therefore, we'll say again in this particular case, therefore, halacha l'maisa what? Halacha l'maisa, we do it after the majority of the animal, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, the majority of the animal has exited. Meaning, as a pshita, the lo shachina rubu d'renimos, v'azina v'basa rubu d'rava. So it's clear that we are not going to forsake looking at the majority of the animal in order to start measuring the majority of the limbs. Ella, so what's in it doesn't make sense to say that we would look at the minority of that limb and look at it as part of the whole limb. Look at it as part of the animal. Ella, shiyatza chatzia below Aver, not high, sorry. Ella, shiyatza chatzia below Aver. The case is where half of the animal ultimately again is God, but half of the animal ultimately is comprised of what? Below Aver, the majority of one limb. Or I guess that half that went out is made up ultimately again of one limb. So the must love of one limb. How do you do the Aver top of the day? How do you do the Aver bust or low Aver submarine? Do we say that ultimately again the meal of the one Aver goes after the majority of its Aver? Behind nothing, and every the animal is just went out. Ultima bust or something else. Or else maybe we say that what? Maybe we say that that piece of the limb is considered to be an extension of the animal as a whole. Which the Gemara says, this is more reason special animal. Now, but I'm going to the gap so say, now please the same type of question, but in his model, we're not really dealing with whether or not the majority of the limbs of the animal, but rather what we're focusing on ultimately is the majority of people carrying the animal. That's another again we saw that also the rest of the Mishnah said that there were 4 things to carry out the common suffering as cerebral. So the Gemara says, Hamisha is asking, Hamisha b'nei Adam. Let's say again, let's say the case of where although you only need 4, let's say you have 5 people carrying the carbon. Enough to tlasa, 3 of them went out. Upash will be tricked, and 2 were left inside. So see, exit Yerushalayim, 2 were left inside Yerushalayim. So mine. Let's say, so what is the halakha? Basalo is asking Aguna to go after the majority of people carrying the animal. And therefore, again, we'll say, therefore, we will view the animal as if it's outside. And we'll say that according to that logic, if you go after this much actually carries a lot more weight. Because if you go busting the assessment, we'll say, what does that mean? Then you see the people who have not yet left Yerushalayim would be considered as if what? They did leave. And if they consider as if they did leave, then what? Then they are today. Remember again, it's according to the opinion of the Mishnah. So those who are involved in the time of some from the moment you leave Yerushalayim, you are coming. So what's this? The Shiloh period, if you have 5 guys carrying the carbon, 3 of them exit Yerushalayim, 2 of them are still inside the city. So the Shiloh becomes do the 2 as if they are Nigra, built after the 3 road, and therefore they're coming who didn't exit the city. Or not. So my Basa Road I'm not asking Adina. Or Basa Adina. Was it do we go after ultimately again the majority of the people involved in carrying the carbon? Or do we go Basa Adina, we would go after the animal, which the mercy people again needs this question unresolved as well. By the law, are in the kind of stuff you see not to the Chazuna, that's now another very interesting piece. What happens if you took out the power or the seer? And then what? And then you brought it back inside the base of it. It's almost right across the national. Shiyatsu b'chazunah. Kasagabait either Pumas and the Shapidu showed seal coming by. That's like Shiloh begins. You took the carbon out, and then you brought it back in. You brought it back in. Now, obviously, the case that we're dealing with over here is you brought it back in without having done that. You took it out, and then for some reason turn around, you come back inside. So since the Shiloh is Rashi said, the assumption right now we're asking is there tumult as a result of departure from the Yerushalayim, even though what? We did not actually do the avoda of the carbon. Miyamiyam here we're not doing it. We say what's the Yerushalayim by definition the tumult devolves upon the individual. Oh, feel like even the 100 Or do we say, no, once you come back, you're back. You're back. I'm going to so what's I don't know said as well. Are you solving or solving the motives? So remember again, the halacha was if they would carry this carbon with staffs, right? The carbon would be on long poles, I should say. Long poles, they would carry this carbon on poles. Are you showing me that to Muhammad Azara when the first two guys would leave the walls of Yerushalayim that are actually in the streets of the Azara? That Torah but the last second one did not yet be. Are you showing me that to Muhammad Azara? Mitamin Begadim, so I'll say ultimately again, the ones who left Yerushalayim would become Tamei Tumas Begadim. The Achronim in Mitamin Begadim Hashemut. And the other ones that will say ultimately again they remained inside. So the halacha was they would not be Mitamin Begadim until they went outside. These sacrifices, I will say that this is actually, and Rashi points out that this is a little bit of a stretch in terms of the Gemara's right, but we'll go through that in the last. These sacrifices gave them the nasty little who I will say that if you assume that the moment they leave Yerushalayim they become tummy, even if they subsequently come back in, Hanoch Yikol Gavoy Litma, then ultimately again, even those who are still on the inside, ultimately what should become Tamei as well. So it's like, so the nice Havamina over here is if you say that it's just automatic departure from Yerushalayim that makes you Tamei, whether you come back or not. So then by definition, what the Gemara is suggesting over here is that once the process of departure has begun, and the first two are on the outside, and the mice of the last two should become Tamei as well. The fact that they don't indicates to us that if you're in the city or if you come back to the city, ultimately again you should not become Tamei. Now when we say come back to the city, what that means is come back to the city without what? Without having done the actual avodah. So Ravina says, no, I'll tell you what, it doesn't make sense. How about, so it's like, here's the difference. Everyone's going to agree. I shouldn't say everyone, but let's assume for now, everyone for our purpose of our discussion is going to agree that if they didn't yet leave Yerushalayim, then of course they're not going to become Tamei. Right? They're not going to become Tamei. Why not? Because even the lashon of the pasuk itself is והשריף עושריך חליץ ולדם רחץ הספיס עליו מים ואחריכם יבוא אל המחנה. So ואחריכם יבוא אל המחנה was in his blood. Means that halacha l'maaseh you were outside and now you're coming back on the inside. So everyone's going to agree that if you haven't yet left Yerushalayim, then of course you can't be Tamei. The shaila is once you're out, even if the avodah was not done, does that satisfy the criteria of and maybe you should become Tamei even if the avodah was not done. So rather, what Rabbi Elazar is actually asking about, first he wants to go so I say ultimately, what we're really talking about, I say Bakusi literally are long, crooked poles. If you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi is the Bakusi, Sha'achsam, not usually Bakusi, Sha'achsam b'makros, v'omdim izmotzno tziyam la'achas shikazu. So I say, so the key here is as follows. The way you have it is like this. 4 people took the kabaros out and then came back in. Brought it back into the Azar. Then what happens? Another set of people will say, hold on, Sha'achsim b'makros. They go in and they take hold of the carbon with poles, with poles. V'omdim izmotzno, standing outside of the Mikdash, lo tziyam la'achas shikazu. After the carbon is already brought back. Becoming one late, me Aminam Kivin Shiatsu Chutbazara, Kalasiki Man Kanga in the Chutbazara and Tamil Garden, or Duma Kivin the Hodder, the Adinaf Kilometer. So this is the fundamental Shiloh here is again, what happens if you have a situation that is brought back in, and now others want to take it back out. So ultimately, again, do we say that once it was brought back out, is by definition Tamei, everyone who's going to be involved in it? Or do we say, Tuma only devolves upon individuals ultimately who are going to be involved in the actual avodah? But if the avodah was done, it's halacha l'maaseh that Tuma doesn't devolve upon the individuals as well. So Tana Rabbis, we'll say. So again, the Gemara does not seem to resolve that. We're gonna find some kind of resolution for all of these cases. Tana Rabbis, Harim, Upara, basically the rest of it. Harim represents the Parman Israel. Harim is Paraduma. Sira Nishtameh is the Sira of Yom Kippur. Pushed off Sir Mishnah, so we'll say the halacha is Mishnah, a surf and balancing and coming. So we'll say in all of these cases, remember the common denominator over here is that paramedics often Hara Azuma, Sir Mishnah are all kabbalas which are offered outside of the base. When I say offered, I use that term a little bit loosely. So they're not actually put that on the staff, but rather again, your avoda is done outside of the base. So the Bryce says, anyone who is involved with these kabbalas, for example, the Mishaleach, one who goes ahead and sends it off the cliff, Sarfan, one who goes ahead and burns it, Motzia, one who brings it out of Yerushalayim, the halacha is, Mutami B'Gadim, ultimately again, the clothing becomes Tami. Ve'en atzman ein mitami b'Gadim. But ultimately again, they themselves, ultimately again, ve'en atzman ein mitami b'Gadim. So we'll say the halacha is that their clothing becomes Tami, but they themselves cannot convey Tuma to clothing. Look at Rashi. Ve'en ein mitami b'Gadim. We'll say it's the first word line in Rashi. Hara u'parim atzman ein mitami b'Gadim. Anogin bahem b'Gadim asli. So we'll say, the Gemara says as follows, interesting halacha. If you are involved in any of these kabbalas, so by definition, the clothing becomes tummy. But if clothing were to touch one of these sacrificial items, then what? It would not become tummy. So it's interesting, again, if you're involved in the avoda, your clothing becomes tummy. But if your clothing, let's say I'm not involved in the avoda, but my suit rubs against the para aduma, halacha is my suit, my clothing does not become tummy. Rashi says, about Haman open to Rashi says, about Haman open mashkin, hanokim bar. But we will see that food and drink which come in contact with the carcass, with the cover, ultimately again does become. So again, what's this? So therefore, anyone who is involved in these things, it's the time of God. They clearly becomes they're involved in the avoda. They actually don't come together, but they themselves do not convey too much to the God. About Haman open the mashkin directly. Right here it says, but it's like open the mashkin food and drink, which touch any of these kabbalas, ultimately again it will become tummy. The chacham say, hara u'parim mitame open the mashkin. The chacham say that all the parazimah and the parim which are mitame open the mashkin. Sibur hamishtalech in the mitame. Ultimately, the Mishnah will not convey to why not? Shukai. Because it's alive. The ain't no coming open. And ultimately, something that is alive cannot convey to open and mashkin. So Bishlam of Rabbi Meir, so most of the time instead of position of Rabbi Meir could be kind of Rabbi Shmuel. Also, Rabbi Meir's Shita in accordance with Rabbi Shmuel. What's the Rabbi Shmuel? So the time for Rabbi Shmuel. Because they talked to Rabbi Shmuel. Al Zera Seigua. So this is actually the pasuk by Kabbalas Tumah. So the pasuk says, "Yipam mitzvasam al kozera zera asher yizara taru." So it's saying something like camel carcass comes upon something that is a couple of character attached to the ground. So it says the halacha is that something that attached to the ground is not in the Kabbalah. So therefore, the Gemara says as follows: Masra. So this is actually Shmuel's drasha. Masra shem sofa mitama tumah chamura. So we'll say zra and themselves, which can never become tamei tumah chamura. It wasn't always saying they can't become tamei tumah chamura. So for example, they can't become an abatama. Seeds can never become, even if they become tamei, can never become a high level of tumah, like abatama. So Mazran shinks over the tamei tumah chamura. Tzrichin haksher. That was saying requiring haksher. Haksher was saying what? That in order for seeds to become tamei, they must first come in contact with a liquid medium. Because if they come in contact with one of the seven liquids, that then they are hoksher. They are receptive to tumah. So the words therefore again, we draw a principle from here. Af kosher himself and becoming tumah chamura, speaking of haksher. Therefore, was like any item which ultimately again can't become an abatuma, also requires haksher in order to become something. Also requires contact with a liquid in order to make it tumah receptive. What does this come to exclude? Yatzis samivevas of tava. Also, this comes to exclude the carcass of a kosher bird, Shesofa becoming tumah chamura. Because we'll say this indeed can become an abatoma, and therefore what? And therefore we'll say ultimately again does not require any type of contact with the liquid medium in order to go and make it. So we'll say, so this is interesting. Trying to do so we'll say it's giving us a cloud by tumah. that only an item that can't become an avatama ultimately again requires hechsher. If it can't become an avatama, only item that only an item that can't if an item can become an avatama, therefore it does not require hechsher in order to become it. If an item can't become an avatama, then by definition it requires hechsher in order to become an avatama. Which will say, actually, think about it, makes not that too much doesn't always follow like a logical sequence, but let's like actually since what it's saying is hechsher means that the item has to be made receptive to things. What the Gemara, what Karen Yisrael essentially is saying is that something is so sensitive to that it can become an avatama, then by definition it doesn't require hechsher. If it's a bit more insensitive or actually say tumor resistant that it can't become an av, then by definition it requires hechsher. So the Gemara says as follows. So what does it conclude? The case of Oftar, Avilas Oftar, because the Avila Oftar will say has the ability to become an avatama, therefore it doesn't require hechsher. So we'll say using this same logic, that the mayor would say, that the Seir La'azazel also has the ability to be Matami something. Why? Because the Seir, like the Novelas of Tahor, also has the ability to become an avatuma, primary source of Tuma. Therefore, again, it shouldn't require hechsher in order to become Tameh, and therefore, what will say? It should convey ultimately to us in contact. Elon Rabbanon, he is the way to find very small. So if they hold like you find very small, after the Siyam Shtalaya, then even the Simstan should convey to them. Unless they don't hold this, after the Para in the Yalem. And I will say that even by Para, by the permanent structure, from where do you know that they convey to them, which the Gemara says, the Asr Abdul Omar. So you can hechsher tumah in makom. What's the ultimately what are we talking about? We're talking about items of Osai that require a hechsher tumah for somewhere else. Not items that themselves could be so we'll say essentially things like this. When we talk about hechsher tumah, we're talking about the fact that in order for an item to become receptive to tumah, it requires some type of tumah, some type of external tumah preparatory process. The simplest example of that is contact with a liquid. Contact with a liquid ultimately again makes something receptive to tumor. Therefore, the Rabbanan will say, what's the list that we're talking about over here? Of items that require hechsher nothing. Of items that ultimately again require tumor preparation external to themselves. These items like siyam, like parim, and like siyam and stuff, ultimately I will say can become tameh and don't require any external preparation to become it. Fine. Chris Rock. So let's listen to this. So what about the following situation? Do Karim and Siyam have a structure? So we'll say these again are the ones that are going outside of this. So ultimately again, are they Mikame ultimately Mashkin Bifnim Kibachotz? So we'll say are they Mikame can they convey Tumah? Ultimately again to open the mashkin, to food and to drink. Inside the base of Mikdash, like they would do outside. So already established that outside the base of Mikdash, ultimately what happens once these items are taken out, they have the ability to convey tumah. So remember again, let's go back to this. When it comes to Parim Asir Hashem, so what's the tumah capacity? If you're involved with them, then what? They make your clothing tougher. If you're not involved, then they don't convey tumah to meaning if your clothing just touches it, they don't convey tumah to your begadim. But they will convey tumah to what? To open and to the mashkin. The shaila that we want to try to clear is, do they convey tumah to open the mashkin outside of Yerushalayim? Or can they convey tumah to open the mashkin even when they're inside the base of the Mikdash? Do we say about the fact that they have not yet been brought outside Yerushalayim? Is that like there's something deficient in the sacrificial process or not? Now, if you say there's something deficient in the sacrificial process because they haven't been brought out, then what? Then Allah says they shouldn't convey Torah. If you hold on the other hand that the fact that they haven't been brought out does not make them sacrificially deficient, then ultimately they can convey Torah to open the mashkin even inside of the base of the bush. So possibly by a hundred passion. Actually, that's the question. The answer is no, he will say the lack, the fact that the covenant has not yet been taken out is the equivalent of the covenant itself being sufficiently deficient, and therefore halach on the main second, it will not convey to them. I will say this actually seems to be a conclusion that everyone agrees on, and as much as we said before, that like the foreign kind of stuff and assuming the stuff, and when they're taken outside of the base of the Mikdash, have the ability to convey tumah to the clothing of those who are engaged in it, have the ability to convey tumah to open the mashkin that just touch it. That ability to convey tumah is limited to when the covenant is taken outside of the base or outside of Yerushalayim. If it's still inside of the base, if it's just outside Yerushalayim, it does not convey tumah. And that seems to be Allah for myself. Why do you mean that out of the velas of top? Listen to this. So if you have the carcass of a kosher bird, the velas of top, the mayor, Ma'u, Sheyitma. Sheyitma the kizayis. So what's that to this? According to the mayor, what happens if you have a kizayis of a velas of Tameir? Does excuse me. You have the carcass of a kosher bird. So let's remember again. So does that have the ability to convey tumah to other food items through a kizayis? If you have a kizayis of the velas of Torah, you have a kizayis of a carcass of a kosher bird, does that kizayis have the ability to convey tumah to other food items or not? To which the Gemara says, well, what's the case? Look at that just a moment. Maushi, it's what's about 5 lines up in the matter. You have a mayor opening a mashkin for kizayis. The Rabbanon Loti Bar, the Amir needy because of the tumah, with the kizayis owned between tumah, Ella the base of Leo. About the Ian Magal, let the shur of the kizayis. Ella the mayor's or kosher something. So what's the case? What's the case? Bruce was the Machal so it's like if the kizayis of time is sitting on the ground and a food item touches it, then I will say that's not a shiloh. I will say because remember again, we already learned this. And interestingly enough, the velas of Torah only conveys to the how the base of Leo, only when you swallow it. Right? It's interesting I look about the velas of Torah. It conveys tumah to your clothing as a result of swallowing. So if it's sitting on the ground, it doesn't convey tumah to anyone or anything. So what's the case? Do not keep the kumei, go to buy it. If you have it in your mouth, obviously again it's not a shaila either. Why? Because it certainly conveys tumah under those circumstances. So keep the buy it. So what is the shaila? Do not give me the idea. Let's see, what happens if I'm holding a kizayis of the velas of Torah in my hand? So what's the shaila? So what's missing over here? When I'm holding the kizayis of the velas of Torah in my hand, what's missing on my side? What's missing is moving it, bringing it close to my mouth, bringing my mouth. So do you view that as we view that what we call the Mechusar Kreva? The absence of bringing it closer to Mechusar Maisa, as if there is a sacrificial detail that is missing, or not, which was supposed to buy under Ashta, where it answers it on the phrase Mechusar Kreva, not Mechusar Maisa. Where it answers that no, the Mechusar Kreva, the fact that it is lacking, the being brought close to my mouth is not going to be equivalent ultimately again of the lacking of a sacrificial nose. And therefore, also the Gemara suggests that in this case where it's holding it, ultimately again it would convey tumah to open and mash. So the Gemara says, where is the kasha?
Yes, the only best foods.
You know what's funny, Mom, is I was telling somebody the story. Remember when I was a kid? We talked about this on the podcast before when the seagull shit in my sandwich?
So where is the kasha?
Oh my god, yes.
There were 13 different concepts that were said when it comes to the velas of Torah. And I would say one of them was as follows. I really see the one you're going to see. Machshava, number one, that ultimately, again, in order for the velas of Torah to be read to love, there has to be machshava. I must say, now, what is machshava? Machshava ultimately means that I have kavanah to eat it. I have kavanah for food. I'm looking at Rashi. Tzricha machshava. Yitzari pakos mikudais and ash and pakos mikudais open. The kavanah is open. Essentially, we're going to see that kizayis. And remember again, just keep in mind right now, we have Mir Shali dealing with kizayis, not with kibetz, as we see in just a moment. So number one, it requires machshava. Next, being tzricha hechsher. So we'll say again, as we said before, kizayis of tar. Kizayis in the velas of Torah does not require hechsher. We'll say why not? Why not? It's always before. Why not? Because halacha l'maisa, remember, anything that has the ability to become an abat, we call it av. Tumah chamura ultimately again does not require hechsher. Next, the tali tumas open kibetza, and ultimately it has the ability to create tumas open. And we'll say, but watch this. What's the shear? The chebetza. Let's say the shear ultimately is an X value, not a kizayis. The Meir was suggesting that a kizayis of nevelas of tahor has the ability to convey to us also. Here the Bryce is clearly saying that they say that halacha l'maisa, no, you require ultimately a kibitza. We could ask in just a moment. When we're coming to us open the kibitza, we become tzricha machshava, ve'ina tzricha hechsher, alma v'dinakit le'yadeh. So also the fact that we say that you require machshava, but you don't require hechsher, we're talking about a case where you're holding the nevelas of tahor in your hand. Di'imas chava amai ina tzricha hechsher. In the Machshava, you can turn it to base in his eyes. So we'll say, Rashi just points out over here, we must be talking about a case where you're holding the Nevelas of Tar in your hand. Yet, again, what did the Brisa say? How much of it do you need in order to convey Tumah to Oklin and Mashkin? A Kibetza. This is contrary to what the Mayor said before, because the Mayor said that even a Kizayis of Nevelas of Tar has the ability to convey Tumah to Oklin and Mashkin. Here we see it's a Kibetza. My level in Mary, we'll say, does this not reflect the view of Mary, in which case we have a stira, a contradiction? Is it a kizayis or is it a kibetza of the velas of tahor that ultimately conveys to Oklin and Mashkin? Which the Gemara says, no, it's not a Mary. We'll say, in fact, it's not the Mary, it is the Rabbanon. I, Bahakat, Manisha, Shvicha Machshava, Shvicha Hechsher. Well, second, what we learned at the beginning of the Brisa, that's what? That is the Velas of tahor requires Machshava and doesn't require Hechsher. So Uman Shanis Le Hai Svara. And I was saying, again, who was going to told us this Svara? Which Svara is it? That if something has the ability to contract or to become Tuma Chamura, it does not require Hechsher. That's Rabbi Meir. We'll say that's Rabbi Meir. So ultimately, again, you're going to tell me, when we delay Rabbi Meir, Sefer Meir, we'll say now again, so the beginning of the Brisa, which espouses the principle, that if something is capable of becoming Tuma Chamura, it doesn't require Hechsher, that's Rabbi Meir. So we'll say, if the relation is Rabbi Meir, then what? It makes sense to say the same as Rabbi Meir also, which we must not necessarily. You need a Yirya, Haki Divisa, Bahaki Divisa. Perhaps not, we'll say, perhaps each one is reckoned separately, and each one is reckoned on its own. Or as we'll say, both the ratio and the state ratio can reflect the view of Rabbi Meir, and therefore the principle will say the principle, which is that halacha l'maisa, if something is capable of becoming Tuma Chamura, it does not require Hechsher, but the Seifa ultimately can reflect the view of Rabban, and namely that what? That Nevelas of Tahor only conveys Tuma to Oklin and Mashkin, what? Bikibetza. Bikibetza, to which the Gemara says, Muhammad Tani Seifa. And what about the end of the Brisa that says, Shchitasa u'Murikasa mitaheres treifasa mitumasa. So it's actually something we studied extensively earlier before. What about the fact that the Seifa of the Brisa says that when it comes to a bird, if you go ahead and check or you do Marika, mitaheres treifasa mitumasa. Well, as I said, the act of shchita or malika removes any type of tumah consideration. So we'll say, whose opinion does that reflect? Man shanas lehai svara. We'll say, whose opinion does that reflect? Rabbi Meir. So we'll say, now we have a real problem. So you're going to tell me, Reish Shav Seif Rabbi Meir Mitzvah Rabbanan. So we'll say, watch this. You have three halachos. So halacha number one is that anything that's capable of contracting and becoming tumah chamura doesn't require hechsher. You have halacha number two that says only a kibetza's worth of nevelas of tar conveys tumah to Oklin and Mashkin. And now you have halacha number three, which is what? That shchita or malika of an oftar removes any type of tumah from its parts. So let's say, here's what I know. One is Rabbi Meir, three is Rabbi Meir. And now you're going to tell me that the middle one, number 12, number 2 is the Rabbanan. So you just stylistically, it's strangely to arrange a Mishnah or a Brisa. Does that make sense? Reish Shav Sefer Meir says Rabbanan. Which Gemara says yes. Reish Shav Sefer Meir says Rabbanan. Yeah. You know, so which the Gemara says. So you must say it's an incredible Musar. Incredible Musar is Chazal. You know, the Gemara always wants these.
That's the first one. Yeah.
Always wants things to be like linear progression. Rabbanan, Rabbi Meir. So therefore, you know, whenever you come across this situation, you have a brisa that reflects multiple opinions. Chazal, the Gemara doesn't like it because the Gemara feels that stylistically it's not the way to go. It's good to go in the arrange things in a methodical linear fashion. To which the Gemara often answers, Reish Shav Sefer Rabbi Meir says Rabbanan. She will say, incredible metaphor for life. Life rarely goes just in a straight linear fashion. There are peaks and valleys, there are ups and downs, there are bumps. Nothing just goes straight according to plan. So you have Restream there, Mitzvah Rabbanon, Sefer Rabbi Meir, and that's how it goes. There's one only from Rabbi Zera. Lotation was another discussion that is still part of the somewhat part of the previous discussion. So from Rabbi Zera, from Rabbi Meir, those is actually interesting Lashon. Lotation Akarach. Essentially, don't sit down. At the end of the Hamilson, to explain to you the following halacha. So let's say, so this is like meaning Rabbi Zera is each other, and Rabbi Zera, don't make yourself comfortable until you explain this. Until you explain this to me. What does he want him to explain to me? So where it says Nevelas of Talar Meir. So let's listen to this. According to Meir, if you have a Nevelas of Talar, let's remember again. The Meir is going to hold that Nevelas of Talar is capable of achieving Tumachamim. It's going to have a more color to know. Also doesn't require action. So according to Meir, morning law Rishon Rishim, or in morning Rishon Rishim. So it's the actual interesting halacha. So if Nevelas of Talar conveys to something else, does it make that secondary item a Rishon or a Sheni or not? So listen, like nobody asked me over here is according to Meir holds that Nevelas of Talar, or Nevelas of Talar, has the ability to have Tumah Chamura. When it conveys Tumah to something else, what level of Tumah does it convey? When you look at it as an Av, and therefore it has the ability to go and make something else ultimately a Rishon or a Sheni, or not? So you gotta do it too. That's what I'm saying. So it's all a mono Rishon Sheni. To which Rabbi Zera responded, ultimately, it says the Gemara, whenever you have an item that conveys too much to a person through maga through contact, that type of tumah will make something else a Rishon or Sheni. We'll say, but in a case where what? In a case where halacha l'maisa, an item, a davar atzoma, will not go ahead and make something a rishon or a sheni. A person a rishon or a sheni from touching it, it'll ultimately again, excuse me. In a case where an item of tumah does not make someone tamei through maga, then ultimately again it doesn't make a rishon or sheni. We'll say, how does that answer our question? So remember again, nevelas of Torah will say. Does it go ahead and make someone coming the maga from touching it? And the answer is no. We're almost there yet. It only conveys somehow the base havlida through ultimately swallowed. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, because it does not convey tumah through maga. Therefore, even though according to the Meir, it is a tumah chamura, it will not make something else a rishon or a sheni. Next, one minute Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Abi Bachia. Well, I'm relaying Rabbi Abin Bachia. So we'll say, so Rabbi Zera asked the question of something. Here we go. This man, this is actually a fascinating case. This man, Hiburi opened Ayadin Mashkin, Hibur the Tumakala, Hibur the Tumakala. Just listen to this. You have the following situation. Look at Rashi actually this moment. Hiburi opened Ayadin Mashkin, it's right by that goes Sabah. So Rashi says over here, Chatzi Zayis Nevila Mikam, the Chatzi Zayis Nevila Mikam, Umashke Tofeach Be'emsa, ונוגע בשניהם. מחברים מתחמי אוכלים ומשקים הנוגע באחד מן החצר האלבוס. Listen to this. So remember again, let's say Nevela. Nevela only conveys tumah if you have a kizayis. So listen to the following case. I have a half a kizayis of Nevela on one side, half a kizayis of Nevela on the other side, and I have the liquid in the middle. And the liquid essentially is in between the two pieces. There's a concept, says the Gemara, of chibur ochel al yidin mash, which is that if you have two half zasim of the veda that have shared liquid in the middle, that shared liquid actually creates a halachic bridge between the two pieces to create what I will say, a kizayis of the veda. And therefore, again, I will say, if something, let's say other food and drink, were to come and touch one of those half kizayis pieces of the veda, the food and drink, the ochel mash, would become tamei as if it touched the entire kizayis of Nevela. That's called chibur ochel al yidin mashkin. So we'll say, now what's the shayla? So that's actually, for our purposes here, an uncontested principle. So that's not the shayla. What's the shayla? So monin bo rishon b'sheni ben orishon b'sheni. We'll say, what type of tumah does it convey? Does it make the item that touched it a rishon or a sheni or not? Amarle, in Metame Adam, bring Monim What's it to which the Gemara essentially says that halacha l'maisa, if it goes, whenever an item conveys tumah to a person, again through maga, then ultimately again it will go ahead and make something of Rishon or Shem. When it's not a Tamei person, it doesn't create a Rishon or Shem. I'm saying in a case like this, although we say Chiburin Oflim Ayadei Mashkin is Chibur L'Tumah, that type of Tumah ultimately again will not that type of item will not convey Tumah to a person. Because it won't convey Tumah to a person through Maga, then ultimately it doesn't make a Rishon or Shem as well. So we'll say the Gemara. So look, let's go back to a little bit. So actually, look at Rashi this moment. So we'll say, so the Rashi says, the Gemara says over here that this type of tumah, which is that two half zaysim combined by liquid in the middle, will not go ahead and be matame a person. Rashi says it won't be matame a person and kelim. Essentially, we'll say the only thing it conveys tumah to is what? Is food. Ochlin and mashkin will not convey tumah to people or to clothing. I will say the end of Rashi is amazing. The taima lo yidana. Rashi says, by the way, I don't know why. Right? This is just the way that it is. First of all, so just I'm going to tell you something. You know, Rashi didn't have to say that. Rashi didn't have to say I don't know why. Right? Rashi just has to tell us again what it's referring to. That was an incredible lesson. Rashi teaches us sometimes things in so many different ways. So Rashi teaches us so big deal that sometimes it's also okay, not sometimes. Anytime. It's okay to say you don't know. It's okay. Like remember second Shabbat says, Lama l'sham shalama in your teach your tongue to say I don't know. People are very resistant to say they don't know. Because to say I don't know something, we often interpret it as a sign of human frailty or weakness. So what do? More often than not, the right thing people do is instead of saying they don't know, what do? They make stuff up. And sometimes the amazing part is you can make stuff up to the point that you can even feel convinced yourself. But you say it enough times over, you begin to take it as MS. And I will say this could be a very dangerous thing because people invent all types of contrived truths for themselves that they used to live their lives based on. And sometimes, again, the best thing you can do is to say, I don't know, and it's okay not to know. Rashi doesn't know. Rashi doesn't know. There are plenty of things that I don't know also. In those moments of us saying when we're confronted with our human limitations that we don't know something, instead of trying to pretend like those limitations don't exist, the better approach is to embrace it and ultimately again to find humility. So remember, a little bit back there. We'll just go back to the 2 lines after record the Parsha talk afterwards. So the verse is as follows: Yatsu Elu B'Elu. So as I just take the beginning of this, and we'll have to stop. Yatsu Elu B'Elu. Remember again, we're talking about over here as follows. The Mishnah told me that halacha l'maisa, once when there are 4 people carrying out the front and sucking the seal and stuff. So the way the Mishnah seems to face will say is that halacha l'maisa, you only become coming when you actually exit Yerushalayim. So therefore, even though the first 2 go out, when the last 2 are still inside the city, ultimately again they do not become coming. They do not become coming. Only Yatsu Elu B'Elu. It's only what once they both are out, that now all 4 become coming. So that the Gemara just says over there, where do we know that from? The Tanur Rabbanon, we learned Lahalon over there. Now we'll say later on we're going to see this is by the power of the Kohen Gadol. What does it say? So Lahalon Omer puts the Gimel Machanos. Kan Lamachana Achos. So we'll say we're going to see in tomorrow's daf that the Gemara talks about by the power of the Kohen Gadol. Says ultimately again that it has to be done outside of the 3 machanos. Kan, yet again I will say over here. Now, but it's not just the power of the Kohen Gadol; it's the power of the Kohen Gadol, power of the Gadol that Tzibor. So we'll say kan, once kan refers to the seer, the power of the machana achos. Talks about the moves from one camp. Lomar lachos, kevan sheyatza chutz lamachana achos v'tayim begadol. He did that once. A carbon is taken out of one of the camps. Ultimately, again, it's v'tayim begadol. We're trying to understand where does this halach itself actually come from. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem tomorrow at the Tanur Rabbanon. And we'll say the idea, remember again, so we're leaving off kind of mid-sugya, trying to figure out where do we learn this concept. I understand you told me that once you're involved in the carbon, the actual avoda, that my clothing becomes stomach. Where do we learn the concept that what? That Allah for myself, taking it out of the machanos actually conveys too much of the clothing. So like if tomorrow, I'll record the Parsha and post the Parsha.
It'll show a picture of like Brian McKnight. And they go back and forth. And if you get the answer wrong, you lose time. And there's a timer, and it goes. And so there's all these categories. It's fucking. I'm not doing it justice, but it's a great show.
Let's finish the game.
BRB. He's like, I love Usher. BRB, dude. It's my favorite kind of music. Oh, really, dude? Fucking loves that shit.
Now don't worry, I'll be
Yeah, but yeah, no, the new season's coming out. It's hosted by Brendan Schaub. Check it out.
rattling
Yes,
around.
it's gonna be pretty good, dude.
It's almost
Oh,
as
yeah.
running.
No, I mean, what other shows can he host? What other game shows?
No shortage of wonderful stuff. That's you. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Today's daf is Kuf A 105. We are picking up on Kuf Dalit Amud Day. Kuf Dalit is 104b, and let's pick up.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. What's the capital of
I believe we left off with Bunny of the Laws.
Boston?
Is that
He doesn't
correct?
even know.
6, 8, 9, about 11 lines up from the bottom. Good.
But,
Bunny
I
of
guess,
the Laws.
with
Those
the
guys follow
suitcase
the
show where there's money in it, he probably tells people to announce.
departed and his stuff from the series. So we'll say what happens. If you remember again, we're on the topic over here about the particular Kabbalah that were outside of the base of English. We spent a lot of time as we were speaking about the geography as to where these Kabbalahs are actually birthed. So also it's not the word was the What happens is ultimately again the Kabbalahs are taken out before Zrika. This is before the Zrika. So Majid told the Parma and Suffer. So what's my favorite? What exactly is the question? If you're taking it out before Zrika, you take it before Zrika and what? So remember again, so according to the opinion who says that it wasn't yet, it's not yet the right time, ultimately to take them out. About honey the self and let's say Chova, low. Oh, Jill Mahakanami will be his man of luck. So let's say, we have a concept that if you don't even take out regular carbon outside of the base of the brush, then it's possible. Now, the difference I remember is that that's a carbon, ultimately that's what? That is never supposed to be taken out. These carbons are supposed to be taken outside of the base of the brush. So the shaila is not that they're supposed to be taken out. What happens if I take it out at the wrong time? In other words, I took it out too early. So does that impact the carbon or not? So the Gemara says, Tashma, the Tani lady, She'ira bo psul b'yitziyasa. Remember again, we spoke about this price yesterday, that if let's say again something happens that invalidates the carbon b'yitziyasa, when it is being taken out, my love psul yitziyah, are we not talking about the fact that maybe you took the carbon out of this when? Prior to Zika, to which the Gemara said, lo, psul tuma psul lina. No, that's not what it means. Rather, it's referring ultimately again to the psul of tuma that becomes tummy, or lino, like we spoke about yesterday, is left over. Wait a minute, once the different Gemara is not resolved. That's particular shaila. Wait a minute, Parma has certain Messiah. What happened was in the constitution, Parma has certain Messiah, which again, other Kabbalah that are totally burnt on the outside. Sheyatsa Yubo Real Eber. This is actually interesting. So remember again, what happens if the majority of the animal is taken outside of the base of the English, the meal Eber, but the 51st percent, called the majority, is represented by the minority of one particular limb. So the idea over here is 51% of the animal is now exited the Yerushalayim. So what happens? That 51%, that last piece of majority, is made up of the minority of one of the limbs of the animal. So the Gemara says, here we go. So now, what's the halacha? How can we put the Iber Basa Yerushalayim? So we say that minority of the limb follows after the majority of the animal, and therefore again, we do it as if the majority of the animal has exited. So the Gemara says, so now, how can we put the Iber Basa Yerushalayim? I'm sorry. Do we say that minority of the limb, it follows what? The rest of its limb. And therefore, again, since the rest of that limb has not exited Yerushalayim, therefore what? Therefore, the minority of the limb is considered to be inside as well, which also means de facto what's occurred. The majority of the animal has not left Yerushalayim. O Dilma, or perhaps we say, Masaru Lehim and Shadira. And as we say, no, we look at the minority of the limb not as part of the whole limb, but rather as what? But rather as part of attached to the animal. And therefore we'll say, again, in this particular case, therefore halacha l'maisa what? Halacha l'maisa, They view it after the majority of the animal, and therefore halacha l'maisa, the majority of the animal has exited. The Gemara says pshita, v'lo shafkin and b'v'kedemino, v'azmir and basa b'v'garba. Okay, so it's clear that we are not going to forsake looking at the majority of the animal in order to start measuring the majority of the limbs. Ella, so what's in other words, it doesn't make sense to say that we would look at the minority of that limb and look at it as part of the whole limb. We look at it as part of the animal. Hello, Shiatza Katia Bro Aver, my hi, sorry. Hello, Shiatza Katia Bro Aver, that's the case. The case is where half of the animal ultimately again is gone out. But half of the animal ultimately is comprised of what? The rope Aver, of the majority of one limb. Or is that what I say? That half that went out is made up ultimately again of one limb. So the Gemara says, "Robo one limb." How many to the Aver top of the face? How many to the Aver plus the rope Aver shadinale? Do we say that ultimately again the meal of the one Aver goes after the majority of its Aver? Behind nothing, and if we view the animal as if it's one out. Ultima plus the shadinale. Or we'll see, maybe we say that well. Maybe we say that that piece of the limb is considered to be an extension of the animal as a whole. To which the Gemara says, we'll see the Gemara uses question on the Rabbi Rafina Masnila, the gap in is asking. So we'll say, Rabbi Rafina uses the same type of question, but in his model, we're not really dealing with whether or not the majority of the limbs of the majority of the animal, but rather what we're focusing on over here ultimately is the majority of people carrying the animal. Let's remember again, we saw that said that there were 4 people who used to carry out the Karman and Srafim as humans. So here we go. So the Gemara says, Chamisha b'nei Adam. Let's say again, we'll see the case where although you only need 4, let's say you had 5 people carrying the carbon. Enough utlasa, 3 of them went out, who partially betrayed, and 2 were left inside. So if you exit Yerushalayim, 2 were left inside Yerushalayim. So mine, we'll say, so what is the halakha? Basar Lo is asking as the we go after the majority of people carrying the animal, and therefore again, we'll say therefore we would view the animal as if it's outside. And we'll say that according to that logic, if you go after this question, lacking more weight. Because if you go Basar Lo, we'll say, now what does that mean? That means even the people who have not yet left Yerushalayim would be considered as if what? They did leave. If they're considered as if they did leave, then what? Then they are Tnei. Remember again, we point to the Akuna and Mishnah. So those who are involved in the primary substance, the moment you leave Yerushalayim, you are Tamei. So what's this? The Shiloh over here is if you have 5 guys carrying the carbon, 3 of them exit Yerushalayim, 2 of them are still inside the city. So the Shiloh becomes, do we view the 2 as if they are Nigrar, pulled after the 3 road, and therefore they're coming in and didn't exit the city? Or not? So my Basar Road as I'm asking as the one, or Basar Him asking was it, do we go after ultimately again the majority of the people involved in carrying the carbon, or do we go bust it in, but we would go after the animal, which the message is American needs this question unresolved as well. According to Sidirim and his stuff in Shia, let's see this fuzzy now. What's this now? Another very interesting case. What happens if you took out the out of the Sidir? And then what? And then you brought it back inside the base of it. Now look at Rashi in just a moment. It's almost right across in Rashi. Shiyatsu b'chazim ma'ud. Kasaka beit kalu'unim tumas v'gadim sha'idim shozir coming by us. Let's say, the Shiloh over here is, you took the carbon out, and then you brought it back in. You brought it back in. Now, obviously, the case that we're dealing with over here is you brought it back in without having done the avoda. So you took it out, and then for some reason you turn around and you come back inside. So it says the Shiloh is, Rashi says, the assumption right now we're asking is there tumah as a result of the departure from Yerushalayim, even though what? You did not actually do the avoda of the carbon. Miyamiyam people do not do it with you. We say once you leave Yerushalayim, by definition, the tumah revolves upon the individual. Or do you given the hundred? Or do you say, no, once you came back, without doing the avoda, you're back. You're back. I'm Rav Aramam. So what's Rav Aramam said as follows. Tashma. How you sold it or sold the motors. So remember again, the halacha was they would carry the carbon with steps, right? The carbon would be on long poles, I should say. Long poles, they would carry the carbon on poles. I was shown in Yatsu, when the first 2 guys would leave the walls of Yerushalayim that are actually in this case of the Azara. But the last second one did not yet leave. הראשון שיצאו חוץ לחומש הזרה, וקאמן בגדים. So I'll say ultimately again, the ones who left Yerushalayim, they become Tamei Tumas b'gadim. והאחרונים אין מתאמים בגדים עד שיוצאו. And the other ones will say ultimately again they remained inside. So the halacha was they would not be mechamed until they went outside. These sacrifices, I will say that this is actually, and Rashi points out that this is a little bit of a stretch in terms of the Gemara's right, but we'll go through nevertheless. These sacrifices, even the nasty I will say, like if you assume that the moment they leave Yerushalayim, they become tummy. Even if they subsequently come back in, then ultimately again, even those who are still on the inside, ultimately what should become tummy as us. So the nice comment over here is if you say that it's just automatic departure from Yerushalayim that makes you tummy. Or do you come back or not? So then by definition, what the Gemara is suggesting over here is that once the process of departure has begun, and the first two are on the outside, and the last two should become tummy as well. The fact that they don't indicates to us that if you're in the city or if you come back to the city, ultimately again you should not become tummy. Now when we say come back to the city, what that means is come back to the city without what? Without having done the actual avodah. So Rabbeinu says, no, I'll tell you why that doesn't make sense. Here's the difference. Everyone's going to agree. I shouldn't say everyone, but let's assume for now, everyone for our purpose of our discussion is going to agree that if they didn't yet leave Yerushalayim, then of course they're not going to become tummy. Right? They're not going to become tummy. Why not? Because even the lashon of the pasuk itself is so the was what? There's a halacha you're outside, and now you're coming back on the inside. So everyone's going to agree that if you haven't yet left Yerushalayim, then of course you can't be coming. The shayla is once you're out, even if the avodah was not done, does that satisfy the criteria of and maybe you should become coming even if the avodah was not done. So rather, what was Rabbi Elazar actually asking about? First, he wants to go to Dinakiti so ultimately, what are we talking about? So what's like a pussy literally are long-footed holes. If you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi is the Lakosi. Sha'achsam b'machlos, va'omdim nichotz, va'otziyam ba'achar shechazu. So let's say, so the key story is as follows. The way you have it is like this. 4 people took the Karbanos out and then came back in. Brought it back into the Azara. Then what happens? Another set of people was like, hold on. Sha'achsim b'machlos. They go in and take hold of the carbon with holes, with holes. They're standing outside of the base of the Rush. Lotziyam la'achar shechazu. After the carbon was already brought back. They come running late. Me amiyam kibin shiyotze chutz la'azara. כל הספיקים האלה מכאן לחוץ לעזור לשמים בגדים, עובדים אותי בחדר ועדינת לא מכאן. So it's the fundamental shadow of the field is, again, what happens if you have a situation where you brought back in, and now others want to take it back out. So ultimately, again, do we say that once it was brought back out, by definition, it's everyone who's going to be involved in it? Or do we say, no, Tuma only devolves upon individuals ultimately who are going to be involved in the actual level? But if not, Boga was done, then Allah Tuma doesn't devolve upon the individuals as well. So turn around, we'll say, so again, the Gemara does not seem to resolve that. We're gonna find some type of resolution for all of these cases. Turn around, Parim and Para, which I think the price of the is for you. Parim represents the Paramaris. Para is Paraduma. Sira Mishtaleach is the Sira of Yom Kippur. Sira Mishtaleach, so we'll say the halacha is Mishtaleach has served from Dalmatzim and Kamel. So we'll say in all of these cases, you're going to become denominator over here. She says Paramaris Rakim, Para Aduma, Sira Mishtaleach are all krabonos which are offered outside of the base of English. When I say offered, they use that term a little bit loosely because they're not actually put that on the staff. For example, again, the avoda is done outside of the base of English. So the Brisa says anyone who was involved with these krabonos, for example, In the Shaleach, the one who goes ahead and sends it off the ship. Sarfon, the one who goes ahead and burns it. Motzia, the one who's bringing it out of Yerushalayim. The halacha is the Tani Begadim. Ultimately, again, the clothing becomes Tani. The Ein Atzman, Ein Mitamin Begadim. But ultimately, again, they themselves, ultimately, again, the Ein Atzman, Ein Mitamin Begadim. So the halacha is that their clothing becomes Tani, but they themselves cannot convey Tumah to clothing. Look at Rashi. The Ein Mitamin Begadim. It's the first one line in Rashi. Hara uparim atzman ein mitamin begadim hanogim bahem v'em asa. So say, you must see this as far as an interesting halacha. If you are involved in any of these kabbalas, so by definition, the clothing becomes tummy. But if clothing were to touch one of these sacrificial items, then what? It will not become tummy. So it's like if you're involved in the avodah, your clothing becomes tummy. But if your clothing, let's say I'm not involved in the avodah, but my suit rubs against the hara aduma, halacha is my suit, my clothing does not become tummy. Rashi says, "Aval mitamin open." So that just finish that. Rashi says, "Aval mitamin open umashkin hanogin b'hem." But we will see that food and drink which come in contact with the carcass, with the carbon, ultimately again does become. So again, we'll say, so therefore anyone who's involved in these things, it's entirely good. Fully becomes involved in the avodah. They atzman in the God, but they themselves do not convey too much to the God upon contact. Aval mitamin open umashkin b'hem. Rameir says, but we'll say open and mashkin food and drink which touch any of these covers, ultimately again will become tummy. The Chachamim say, Hala u'Parim mitamin open umashkin. The Chachamim say no, it's only the paraduma and the parim which are mitamin open umashkin. Seir hamishtalech in the mitamin. But ultimately, in the Shaleach will not convey tumah. Why not? Shukai. Because it's alive. The Hakai in the mitamin open umashkin. And ultimately, something that is alive cannot convey tumah to open and mashkin. So Bishlam Rabbi Meir, so most like I understand the position of Rabbi Meir, keep the time of the Rabbi Shmuel. What says Rabbi Meir's Shita is in accordance with Rabbi Shmuel. What's the Rabbi Shmuel say? The time of Rabbi Shmuel. Because they talk to Rabbi Shmuel. Al Kol Zera Seru. So this is actually the pasuk by Kabbalas Tumah. So the pasuk says, "V'yikom u'miklasam al Kol Zera Zerua Asher Yizara Tarahu." So it's the son of animal carcass comes upon something that is attached to the ground. So it says the halacha is that something that is attached to the ground cannot be makabel tumah. So therefore the Gemara says as follows: Mazroi. So this kind of Rabbi Shmuel's drasha. Mazroi. Seen so far the tumah. So much more. So we'll say zroim themselves, which can never become tamei tumah kamura. I wasn't. What does it mean? Can become tamei tumah kamura? So for example, they can't become an abatumah. Seeds can never become, even if they become tamei, can never become a high level of tumah, like abatumah. So Mazran, since they become a tumah chamura, season hechsher. That was in require hechsher. Hechsher also means what? That in order for seeds to become tamei, they must first come in contact with a liquid medium. Because when they come in contact with one of the seven liquids, that then they are hechsher. They are receptive to tumah. So the verse after, therefore again, we draw principle from it. After himself on the tumah chamura, season hechsher. Therefore, was like any item which ultimately again can't become an abatumah, also requires hechsher in order to become tamei. Also requires contact with the liquid in order to make it tumah l'sek. What does this come to exclude? Yotzis son of Devas Ov Tameh. Also, this comes to exclude the carcass of a kosher bird. The sofa becoming tumah chamura. We'll say this indeed can become an abatumah, and therefore what the in tzviva hechsher. And therefore we'll say ultimately again does not require any type of contact with the medium in order to go and make it. So we'll say so first it's interesting. Friend Shmuel says giving us a cloud by tumah. Cloud by tumah. It's only an item that can't become an abatumah. Ultimately, again, requires if it can't become an abatumah, only an item that can't. If an item can become an abatumah, so therefore it does not require hechsher in order to become it. If an item can't become an abatumah, then by definition it requires hechsher in order to become an abatumah. So we'll say, actually, if you think about it, makes
deal with all that.
not that Tumat Torah doesn't always follow like a logical sense, but it's like actually it says what it's saying is hechsher means that the idol has to be made receptive to Tumah. What the Gemara, what Tanya Yisrael essentially is saying is if something is so sensitive to Tumah that it can become an Ava Tumah, then by definition it doesn't require hechsher. If it's a bit more insensitive, or I should say Tumah resistant, that it can't become an Av, then by definition it requires hechsher. So the Gemara says as follows. So what does it do? The case of Oftar, the case of Oftar, because the real Oftar also has the ability to become an Ava Tumah, therefore it doesn't require hechsher. So we'll say, using this same logic, Rabbi Meir would say, that's what, that the Seir La'azazel also has the ability to be mechanic something. Why? Because the Seir, like the Nevelas of Tahor, also has the ability to become an Avatuma, primary source of Tuma. Therefore, again, it shouldn't require hechsher in order to become Tame, and therefore, what people say, it should convey ultimately Tuma through contact. Elon Rabbanon, so according to the Rabbanon, he is the little behind the Shema. So if they hold like behind the Shema, after we see him, then even the special convey Tuma, we less right if they don't believe this. After the Para in the Yaman, they will say that even by Para, by the Para instruction, from where do you know that they convey Tumah, which the Imam says, he also has things Amar, it's in there, Srichin Hechsher Tumah Min Makom Ha. They will say, ultimately, what are we talking about? We're talking about items that will say that require a Hechsher Tumah from somewhere else. Not items that themselves can be dead. So we'll say, things like this. When we talk about Hechsher Tumah, we're talking about the fact that in order for an item to become receptive to Tumah, it requires some type of Tumah, some type of external Tumah preparatory process. The simplest example of that is contact with a liquid. Contact with a liquid ultimately again makes something receptive to Tumah. Therefore, the Rabbanon will say, what's the list that we're talking about over here? Of items that require Hechsher items that ultimately again require Tumah preparation external to themselves. But these items like Sira, like Harim, and like Sira and Esfakim, ultimately once they can become Tameh and don't require any external preparation to be covered. Fine. Fine, Melasa. Harim is not Esfakim. Now, Shibitu ultimately mashkin between Kibachas.
Attorney at law.
So let's listen to this. So what about the following situation? Do Harim and Sira and Esfakim. So we'll say these again are the Kabbalas that are brought outside of the So ultimately again, are they Mechanic ultimately mashkin between Kibachas? So we'll say are they Mechanic can they convey Tumah? Ultimately again, to open mashkin to feed him to drink. Between Kibachos, inside the Beis HaMikdash, like they would do after it. So already established that outside the Beis HaMikdash, ultimately what happens, once these items are taken out, they have the ability to convey Tumah. So remember again, let's go back to this. When it comes to Harim Hashim, so what's the Tumah capacity? If you're involved with them, then what? They make your clothing Tumah. If you're not involved, then they don't convey Tumah, meaning if your clothing just touches it, they don't convey Tumah to your Begadim. But they will convey Tumah to what? To Ochlin and to Mashkin. The Shana of the trying to declare is, do they convey Tumah to Ochlin and Mashkin only outside of Yerushalayim? Or can they convey Tumah to Ochlin and Mashkin even when you're inside the Beis HaMikdash? Mochosi Yitzia, Kimochosi Naisitami Olo. You say about the fact that they have not yet been brought outside Yerushalayim. Is that like there's something deficient in the sacrificial process or not? And if you say there's something deficient in the sacrificial process because they haven't been brought out, then what? Then Allah Ta'ala they shouldn't convey to them. If you hold on the other hand that the fact that they haven't been brought out does not make them sacrificially deficient, and ultimately they can convey to to open and ashkin even inside of the Beis HaMikdash. So possibly by a hundred. So after he asked the question, answer it. No, you will say the lack, I should say, the fact that the covenant has not yet been taken out is the equivalent of the carbon itself being sacrificially deficient, and therefore halacha and the mice again will not convey to it. I will say this actually seems to be the conclusion that everyone agrees on. That as much as we said before, that the carbon and suffering and single suffering, when they're taken outside of the Beis HaMikdash, have the ability to convey tumah to the clothing of those who are engaged in it. Have the ability to convey Tumah to open a mashkin that just touch it. That ability to convey Tumah is limited to when the covenant is taken, covenant is taken outside of the or outside of Yerushalayim. It's still inside of the Beis HaMikdash, inside of Yerushalayim. It does not convey Tumah. And that seems to be Allah for the Ma'aseh. The velas of Tar. So listen to this. So if you have the carcass of a kosher bird, the velas of Tar, Meir Mahu Sheyitma. Sheyitma b'Kizayis. So we'll say, listen to this. According to the Meir, what happens if you have a Kizayis of the velas of Tar? Does of Tar, the carcass of a kosher bird. So let's remember again. So does that have the ability to convey tumah to other food items through a kizayis? Let me say it a little bit better. If you have a kizayis of the velas of Tar, kizayis of a carcass of a kosher bird, does that kizayis have the ability to convey tumah to other food items or not? To which the Gemara says, well, what's the case? Look at actually just a moment. Now she went to 5 lines up on the bottom. You have a mayor opening master with kizayis. The Rabbanon Boti Barlof, the Amri Midi because of the tumah, but you know. Because aim to the tumah, ella the base of Leo. About the Indian Magal, like the sure because ella the near the kosher, so for the tumah tumah kamura. So we'll see this later on. So what's the case? What's the case? Here's the question. The laughter of our so we'll say if the kizayis of the Othman is sitting on the ground and a food item touches it, then I will say that's not a shiloh item. I will say because remember again we already learned this. And interestingly enough, the velas of Tar only conveys tumah how? The base of Leo. Only when you swallow it. Right? This is interesting halacha by the velas of Tar. It conveys tumah to your clothing as a result of swallowing. So if it's sitting on the ground, it doesn't convey tumah to anyone or anything. So you must, what's the case? The nafik convey roti baila. If you have it in your mouth, obviously, again, it's not a shaila either. Why? Because it certainly can be come under those circumstances. So, Kiki, but so what is the shaila? Do not get ready again. Let's see, what happens if I'm holding a kizayis of the velas of Tar in my hand? So, what's the shaila? Mechusa created from Mechusa Maisitami or no? Let's say, so what's missing over here? When I'm holding the kizayis of the velas of Tar in my hand, what's missing on both sides? What's missing is the moving it, so bringing it close to my mouth, bringing it to my mouth. So these view that, and we read that when we call it the absence of bringing it closer to Mechusa Maisa, as if there is the sacrificial detail that is missing. Oh no, why not? See if he has to bust the body of the Tashka, the answers it on the days. Mechusa Treva, not in Mechusa Maisa. See, Maro says, my answer is that no, the Mechusa Treva, the fact that it is lacking, the being brought close to my mouth is not to be equivalent ultimately again of the lacking of a sacrificial mass. And therefore also the Gemara suggests that in this case we're holding it ultimately again is risking the Shema to Ocher and Mass. So the Gemara suggests the Gemara is the fact of
I'm in touch with Mass since I touched down. It's fantastic.
so the Gemara is the fact of Shmosha Asad Varmenu the Velas of Tar. There are 13 different concepts that were said when it comes to the Velas of Tar. And I will say one of them was as follows. I really assume was in one of these things. Machshava, number one, that ultimately again, in order for the Velas of Tar to convey tumah, there has to be machshava. What is machshava? Machshava ultimately means that I have kavanah to eat it. I have kavanah for food. I'm looking at Rashi. Tzricha machshava. The tzari pachos megirais and the ash and pachos megirais open. The kavanah is talking about. Essentially, we're going to see that kizayis. And remember again, you just keep in mind right now, the mere shine is dealing with kizayis, not with kibbutz. We'll see in just a moment. So number one, it requires machshava. Next, the tzricha hechsher. So we'll say again, as you said before, kizayis of Tar. Kizayis revelas of Tar does not require hechsher. We'll say why not? Why not? We told us before. Why not? Because Allah Almighty, remember anything that has the ability to become an abak, we call it ab. Tuma chamura ultimately again does not require hechsher. Next, tami tumas open kibitza, and ultimately it has the ability to convey tumas open. So we'll say, well, watch this. What's the shear? What's the shear? The chibitza. What's this? The shear ultimately is an X value, not a kizayis. And here, this suggests that the kizayis of Nevelas of Tar has the ability to convey to open. Here the Bryce actually saying what they're saying that halacha l'maisa really require ultimately a kibitza. If you're actually just a moment, when the time to us open the kibitza, the Tani Tzricha Machshava, the Ina Tzricha Hechsher, Alma, we do not give me the idea. Also, the fact that we say you require Machshava but you don't require Hechsher. We're talking about a case where you're holding in a Vedas of Tahar in your hand. The Mascha Ba'ara Amai in a Tika Hechsher. The Dirakat like Manai Tika Makshaba. In the Makshaba, you can kind of debate it in Kezai. So Rashi just points out over here, we must be talking about a case where you're holding in a Vedas of Tahar in your hand. Yet, again, what did the Brisa say? How much of it do you need in order to convey Tumah to Oakland and Mashkin? A Kibetza. This is contrary to what the Mayor said. The Mayor said that even a Kizayim of the Velas of Tahar has the ability to convey Tumah to Oakland and Mashkin. Here we see it's Kibetza. My love and Mary also says, does this not reflect the deal of Mary, in which case we have a skira, a contradiction? Is it a kizayis or is it a kibetza of Nevelas of Tahar that ultimately conveys to Oakland and Mashkin? Which the Gemara says, no, it's not a Meir. I say, in fact, it's not the Meir, it is the Rabbanon. I have a hard time to read Shika Machshava and Shika Hechsher. Well, it's not we're going to be doing the race. That's why that is Nevelas of Tahar requires Machshava and doesn't require Hechsher. So Uman Shamis Le Haisvaya. And I will say ultimately again, who was the one who told us this Surah? Which Surah will say? That if something has the ability to contract or to become Tumah Chamura, it does not require Hechsher. That's Rabbi Meir. We'll say that's Rabbi Meir. So ultimately again, you're going to tell me only the Reish Rabbi Meir, Sefer Rabbi Meir. We'll say now again, to the beginning of the Brisa, which espouses the principle that if something is capable of becoming Tumah Chamura, it doesn't require Hechsher. That's Rabbi Meir. We'll say if the Reish is Rabbi Meir, then what? And it makes sense to say the same as Rabbi Meir also, which the Gemara says not necessarily. Midei Iriya, Hakidi Isa, Perhaps not, perhaps each one is reckoned separately, and each one is reckoned on its own. I was going to say, so both the Reish and the Sefer Reish could reflect the view of Rabbi Meir, and therefore the principle I will say is the principle, which is that Halacha L'Maisa, if something is capable of becoming Tumah Chamura, it does not require Hechsher, but the Sefer ultimately can reflect the view of Rabban, and meaning that what? That Nevelas of Tahar only conveys Tumah to Oakland and Mashkin if what? Bikibetza. Bikibetza, which the Gemara says, Muhammad Diktani Sefer. And what about the end of the Brisa that says, Shitasa Mikasa, Mitaheres Trefasa Mitumasa? So it's actually something we studied extensively earlier before. What about the fact that the Sefer of the Brisa says, that when it comes to a bird, if you go ahead and you check it, or you do Malika, Mitaheres Trefasa Mitumasa. So the act of Shita or Malika removes any type of Tumah consideration. So what's the loose opinion? Does that reflect? Man Shamas the Haismara. What's the loose opinion? Does that reflect? Rabbi Meir. So let's say now we have a real problem. So you're going to tell me, Reish of the Sefer Rabbi Meir is just Rabbi. So we'll say, watch this. You have three halachos over here. So halacha number one is that anything that's capable of contracting and becoming Tumah Chamura doesn't require Hechsher. You have halacha number two that says only a kibetza's worth of the Velas of Tahar conveys Tumah to Oakland and Mashkin. And now you have halacha number three, which is what? That Shita or Malika of an Oftar removes any type of tumah from its carcass. So let's say, here's what I know. One is Rabbi Meir, three is Rabbi Meir, and now you're going to tell me that the middle one, number two is the Rabbanan. So this is just stylistically a strange way to arrange a Mishnah or a Brisa. Does that make sense? Reish of the Sefer Meir is just Rabbanan. Which Gemara says, yes, Reish of the Sefer Meir is just Rabbanan. Which the Gemara says, so let's say it's an incredible Musa. The Musa is Chazal, the Gemara always wants things to be streamlined. Right? Always wants things to be like a linear progression. Rabbanan, Meir. So therefore, whenever you come across this situation, you have a brisa that reflects multiple opinions. Chazal, the Gemara doesn't like it because the Gemara feels that stylistically it's not the way to go. It's good to go ahead and arrange things in a methodical, linear fashion, to which the Gemara often answers in Reish of Sefer Meir. So we'll say, metaphor for life. Life rarely goes just in a straight linear fashion. There are peaks and valleys, there are ups and downs, there are bumps. Nothing just goes straight according to plan. So you have Reish Rabbi Meir, Sefer Rabbanan, Sefer Rabbi Meir, and that's how it goes. Here's only a family of Rabbi Zera. Well, Tasting will say another discussion that is still part of the previous discussion. So another family of Rabbi Zera, Rabbi Meir. Those is actually interesting lesson. Well, Tasting Akara, essentially don't sit down. I'm going to be hummus until you explain to me the following halacha. So this is Rabbi Zira see each other, and Rabbi Zira, don't make yourself comfortable until you explain this. Until you explain this to me, what does he want him to explain to me? So the Gemara says, Nevilas of Father Meir. So let's listen to this. According to Meir, if you have a Nevilas of Father, let's remember again. The Meir is going to hold that Nevilas of Father is capable of achieving Tumah Chamura. It's going to have a more cumbersome law. Also doesn't require Hechshin. So according to the Meir, Monin La Rishon Rishon, or in Monin Rishon Rishon. So it's actually interesting halacha. So if Nevilas of Torah conveys Tumah to something else, does it make that secondary item a Rishon or a Sheni or not? So what the Muslim is asking over here is according to the Meir who holds that Nevilas of Tameh, or Nevilas of Torah, has the ability to have Tumah Chamura. When it conveys Tumah to something else, what level of Tumah does it convey? If do we look at it as an av, and therefore it has the ability to try to make something else ultimately a rishon or a sheni, or not? So it's all any one rishon or sheni. However, to which Rav Zira responded, "Alecha demetane adam b'maga monin bo rishon l'sheni." Also, when it says the Gemara, whenever you have an item that conveys tumah to a person through maga, through contact, that type of tumah will make something else a rishon or a sheni. In monin bo rishon. Listen, but in the case where what? In the case where halacha l'maisa, an item, a davar tumah, will not go ahead and make something a rishon or a sheni. A person, a rishon or a sheni, through touching it, but ultimately, again, in the case where an item of tumah does not make someone come through naga, then ultimately, again, it doesn't make a rishon or a sheni. But it has to answer our question. So remember again, nevilas of Torah will say, does it go ahead and make someone come bin naga through touching it? And the answer is no. It only conveys tumah how the base havira through ultimately swallowed. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, because it does not convey tumah through naga, therefore, even though according to the Meir, it is a tumah chamura, it will not make something else a rishon or a sheni. Next, well, I'm going to say so Rabbi Zira asked the question of son. Here we go. This man. This is actually a fascinating case. This time, Kibur Ochel Ayidei Mashkin. Kibur the Tumah Kala, the Kibur the Tumah, the Kibur the Tumah Chamura. So let's listen to this. You have the following situation. Look at Rashi actually in this moment. Kibur Ochel Ayidei Mashkin. Look right by that goes about. Rashi says over here, Chatzi Zayis Medina Mikan. The Chatzi Zayis Medina Mikan. Umashke Tofeach Be'emtza. Benogya b'shneim, mechabrin l'tamei ochlim umashkin hanogim be'echa min ha'chatzar elabos. Listen to this. So remember again, let's say nevela. Nevela only conveys tumah if you have a kizayis. So listen to the following case. I have a half a kizayis of nevela on one side, half a kizayis of nevela on the other side, and I have liquid in the middle. And the liquid essentially is in between the two pieces. There's a concept says the Gemara of Chibur Ochlim Al Yidei Mashka, which is that if you have 2.5 zaysin of nevela that have shared liquid in the middle, that shared liquid actually creates a halachic bridge between the two pieces to create what I will say, a kizayis of nevela. And therefore, again, I will say, if something, let's say other food and drink, were to come and touch one of those half kizayis pieces of nevela, the food and drink, the ochel mashkin, would become tamei as if it touched the entire kizayis of nevela. That's called chibur ochel al yidei mashkin, an incredible halacha. So what's this now? What's the shayla? So that's actually, for our purposes here, uncontested principle. That's not the shayla. What's the shayla? So monin bo rishon l'sheni, and then origin l'sheni. We'll say, what type of tumah does it convey? Does it make the item that touched the rishon or sheni or not? Amarle, kolecha b'metame adam monin bo rishon l'sheni. In metame adam in monin bo rishon l'sheni. What's it to which the Gemara essentially says that halacha l'maisa, if it goes, whatever item conveys tumah to a person, again through maga, then ultimately again it will go ahead and make something a rishon or sheni. When it's not metame a person, it doesn't create a rishon or sheni. We'll say in a case like this, although we say chibur ochel ayidei mashkin is chibur l'tumah, that type of tumah ultimately again will not that type of item will not convey too much to a person. Because it won't convey too much to a person through maga, then ultimately it doesn't make a rishon or sheni as well. So let's say the Gemara says, so let's go back to it a little bit. It's actually look at actually this moment when he were to Nakamura, the Kame Adam Mekira. So let's say so the Rashi says, the Gemara says over here that this type of tumah, which is that two half zaysim combined by liquid in the middle, will not go ahead and be Mekame a person. Rashi says it won't be Mekame a person and Caleb. Essentially, we'll say the only thing it conveys tumah to is what? Is food. Will not convey tumah to people or to clothing. I will say the end of Rashi is amazing. The time of no yudana. Rashi says, by the way, I don't know why, right? This is just the way that it is. So first of all, so just I'll tell you something. You know, Rashi didn't have to say that. Rashi didn't have to say I don't know why, right? Rashi just has to tell us again what it's referring to. That was an incredible lesson. Rashi teaches us sometimes things in so many different ways. So Rashi teaches us over here that sometimes it's also okay, not sometimes, anytime. It's okay to say you don't know. It's okay. Remember Second Shabbat says, Lama B'Shon for Lama in your day, it's your tongue to say I don't know. People are very resistant to say they don't know. Because to say I don't know something, we often interpret as a sign of frailty or weakness. So what do? More often than not, what people do is instead of saying they don't know, what do? They make stuff up. And sometimes I will say, the amazing part is you can make stuff up to the point that you can even feel convinced yourself. And you say it enough times over, you begin to take it as headaches. And I will say this can be a very dangerous thing because people invent all types of contrived truths for themselves that they used to live their lives based on. And sometimes, again, the best thing you can do is to say, I don't know. And it's okay not to know. Rashi doesn't know. There are plenty of things that I don't know also. In those moments of us again, we're confronted with our human limitations that we don't know something. Instead of trying to pretend like those limitations don't exist, the better approach is to embrace it and ultimately again to find humility. So remember this little advice. So we'll just go back to the 2 lines. I have to record the question afterwards. So the verse is as follows. Yatsu Elu B'Elu. So let's just take the beginning of this and we'll have to stop. Yatsu Elu B'Elu. Remember again, we're talking about over here as follows. The Mishnah told me that halacha l'maisa and halacha l'maisa once when there are 4 people carrying out the time hanasaf and the sin hanasaf. So the way the Mishnah simplifies will say is that halacha l'maisa you only become tamei when you actually exit Yerushalayim. So therefore, even though the first 2 go out, when the last 2 are still inside the city, ultimately again they do not become tamei. Only Yatsu Ilu. It's only once they both are out that now all 4 become tamei. So that's the Gemara just says over there here, Menahani. Where do we know that from? The Tanra Abanon, we learned. Lahalon over there. Now, we'll say later on, we're going to see this is by the power of the coin bubble. What does it say? So, Lahalon over, what's the Gimel Machanos? Kan Lamach Nahaf. So, we'll say, we're going to see tomorrow's daf that Gemara talks about by the power of the coin bubble. Says ultimately again that it has to be done outside of the 3 Machanos. Kan, yet again, I will say over here. Now, by the way, it's not just the power of the coin bubble, it's the power of the coin bubble, power of the government. So, we'll say, Kan, when you say Kan, it refers to the seer. It talks about being moved from one camp. Lomar Lacha, Kevan Shiyatza puts the Machana Achas with time to Gadol. Teaching that once a colony is taken out of one of the camps, ultimately again, it's the time to Gadol. The heat from Minoma, Rabbi said, we're trying to understand where does this halakha itself actually come from. So we'll stop here for today. We'll pick up on Mir Tashem tomorrow at the Tanur Rabbanon. And we'll say the idea, remember again, so we're leaving off kind of mid-sugya, trying to figure out where do we learn this concept. I understand if you tell me that once you're involved in the karma, the actual avoda, that my clothing becomes stomach. Where do we learn the concept that what? The halacha l'maisa, taking it out of the machanos, actually conveys tumah to the clothing. Let's see tomorrow. I'll record the parsha and post the parsha doesn't answer after that.
I wish, but no, I can't do it. I only smoke cigars when I'm 10 toes down. Oh yeah, standing on business. Yeah, when I'm standing on business. Nah, I don't smoke cigars. Damn, dude, I'm like falling in and out of consciousness. Oh yeah, no, this is crazy.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
You fuck with water? I
Probably not joining us on Zoom and YouTube.
You smoked all those cigars. You smoked all those cigars.
Concept for today.
Told me bring back Cooney Plainview. I know we need to bring back. If I told you I
The
spoke
commissary sponsors for the month of
might be
February
too tired.
are Ushmi and Mindy Fiber and Sports with Chris Raymond for a young Miriam, Lucky Hannah, Margaret, in memory of Lucky's father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel, and Shukra Yuga,
I'm the wolf from the TV show
and got the only sponsor of the day. Ryan Karen Gold, in memory of
Shane was just me sitting in this chair. I'd still
Stefano
wouldn't
Rafa,
get
Bracha Spinner, Stefano Rafa, Jerry Fogel, Stefano Rafa, Stefano family in the comment.
rub that wall, Daddy.
Okay, we begin on
I mean,
Shop Hook Kimmel 103,
I don't know.
right at the top.
Smoking cigars. I know Red Bar has his feelings about it.
Oh, Roger got arrested?
Misha says,
Oh yeah, you didn't see that?
Coach is up on the Bayah with Sarah.
Just because it's so sad.
There's up a front of
He's
it.
filming. He's like, "You filming me?"
Anytime,
He's getting walked
where
over.
without transitioning to discuss the highs, the aura
He
of
did
the
a really bad thing.
So the mission
I
tells
feel
us,
like he's just.
anytime that the Mizbeah does not
He is clearly caused by serious mental issues.
get or get the benefit of the basar, meaning there's some tool that happens before this weekend, so the meat is not brought under the Mizbeah. Then in those cases, the Kohanim do not get the benefit from the high, they don't get to keep the high. Neymar, Ola Steve, because it says, Ola Steve, I'm showing a matter of Ola Steve, or Ola Steve, the point that the positive team is that Cohen gets the ore of the carbon Ola, and it says, Ola Steve, Ola also, it has to be an Ola that has some type of benefit to a person, right? So if the bus are between Kame, and therefore we're not part of the playoff, and so there's a benefit to a person, so therefore Kohanim do not get the benefit from the high. Okay? Ola Nishko Shalom. How about if we have an Ola that was brought to Ola Smith? We know that an Ola, when it's all the way back, an Ola that was brought to Ola Smith is not Apapisha, in the Mishnah. Apapisha also the Byron, even though the owners do not get credit for the Ola, it still is a valid karma. They just still need to bring owners and still need to bring another Ola, but it's still a valid karma. And therefore, even though the Byron do not doesn't count towards the total of the Byron, the Kohanim, Ola Khan, the Kohanim still do still a from the Ola because the karma is still brought. It's still a valid karma. It just didn't satisfy the obligation of the owner. Okay? Mr. continues to tell us, Echad Ola Safish, Echad Ola Safish. Whether it's an Ola of a man or a woman, the Ola is required. We'll see exactly why in the Gemara, but again, bringing it down because the passage is Ola Safish. So we're saying each is not, in this case, is not specific to only men, but it's including an Ola brought by women, those hides would also go. Okay? How about Ola such a cushion? However, if you have a carbon that's a cushion column, those skins, along with the rest of the animals, go to the owner. They do not go to the owner. Ola such a cushion, the bottom how the owner. The owner, the skins of other such a cushion, those leaves go to the owner. Why? It's the top of Omer. You might know, we read Mishnah started telling us about, and the pasuk talks about the hide of an Ola that goes to the owner. So an Ola, so it's exactly the Sarah, exactly the Ola. So Kohanim, who do not get the benefit from the basar of the Ola, because obviously the Ola, the basar of the Ola is burnt out of the staff. Even so, the pasuk says that the or the hide does go to the Kohanim. The Kachikachim is double the Sarah. We have a Kachikachim where the Kohanim do get to partake in the portions of the basar. They don't get it, stuff the Ola. So certainly in those cases, the Kohanim should be able to keep and have the benefit of the Ola.
You know, the one thing I'm looking forward to at the end of the stream.
And then Mr. just goes in, so yes, we will discuss more in detail with Ola. In this definition, don't come and try to struggle my Kalmakomer from this Bayah, which is what Iraq is also right. If you look in Rashi, it's right in Rashi everywhere. The
I'm at Grapes. Yeah, that was so great.
Don't say that you can just keep his logic because when it comes to an Ola, the basar is gotten by the Mizbeach, but the Mizbeach does not get the work. The basar also goes to the Kohen.
Well, I got this one to cut your touch. That would be your up a ton of soda and we used to go. And let's say so you should never use the same logic or to refute the logic why the coin would get the oil of touch it. Yeah, the Indian will talk about shame is that all before Makkah. Like, you can't use this because the Mizbeach never is no such a thing. Right? So you can't say they don't get it in this case, and therefore Barnes should also not get it. But the Mizbeach is never Zopah Zor. Since it's never Zopah Zor, we can't use the same logic. The Kavachomer, we should still use the Kavachomer, use Kavachomer, and again, we'll get it in a bit more detail in the Gemara. Okay. Gemara brings down. Donor Abba. Ola Skish. Bravo, so now we're going to break down the pasuk. So again, the pasuk is discussing, and Ola, the pasuk specifically says that the hide of the Ola goes to the Kohen. The pasuk says, "Akohen hamakriv Ola, Akohen hamakriv Ola Skish, or the Ola sherikiv the Kohen Lomiya." Okay, you say Ola Skish, the fact that it calls it Ola Skish, Bravo, Ola Hagdish. That is coming to exclude an Ola that belongs to Hagdish, and we're going to define what this is in a moment. That's a new thing. The reason says Ola Skish is an exclusionary phrase to exclude Ola's Hagdish. Yossi Baruch, the Yehuda Omer, not Ola's Hagdish. He says, no, I agree, Ola's Skish. It's an exclusionary phrase, but it comes to exclude the Ola of a ger. And again, we'll discuss with this as well. Okay, now we're going to break down, we're going to discuss Rabbi Yehuda's Shita. What does it mean by to be an Ola Hagdish? Why is that excluded? So my father Ola Hagdish. What does it mean to exclude Ola Hagdish? We're going to have three of them. The Kia by this. The Ola Habba Min Amos Saras. The Kia by Yehuda says, the Kia by Yosef says, this excludes an Ola that comes from Mosaras. What are Mosaras? Let's look in Rashi, Mina Mosaras. It's the third Rashi in the Gemara. Mina Mosaras. The whole Hashem is so he go. Let's talk the Hashem Shmeish, the Bala, this is Keeper Bala Bahaka. So you have any of these instances where someone brought in Hashem and they're getting a payment from someone else, and now we have this extra Hashem. What do? We leave it out to graze, it gets a loan, you sell it, and that money is Mosaros. Those are the extra funds, right? The time alone, what we do, you using it, you can demand it, and with that money, we Ola take some of that. We bring the offerings that we call take some of that just to kind of keep them as bath going. Why they're not issue, but those are not the Ola of a specific person, right? Because that person had to bring another Ola or got kapara from somewhere else, and therefore these are just.
Who are the old ladies on your shirt?
If we hold that,
Golden Girls, Daddy.
the Mosaros, these extra Olas that are brought are considered a communal, right? That makes sense. And this is not our speech. Certainly, the calling is not because of two eyes. However, Elamanda Amar Mosaros when we dress Yakinazli, but there is an opinion that says that yes, these don't count towards that person's Ola, but they're brought as Ola Sandava by that individual. So now, if we're talking about a Nidal of Yakis, why shouldn't the Kohen be Zilcha to the highs the same way it would on any order, which should still be an Ola Shri, because it is still a personal problem. Michael, remember what he said? Some of us also Rabbi tells for Ola. So Rabbi's talking about the case, it's talking about Pasuk of the Kohen Gamishal Shachar, and he says Ola, the Ola Rishona, it refers to the Ola that has to be the first one. Right, so the Drasha is just Ola that refers to the first one. Akanami, we make a similar Drasha. Ha'ola, our pasuk said, or Ha'ola, the Ola Rishona is only the first Ola, and in our case, only the first one brought. It means the first one that was designated to be an Ola for the person, and not these Mosaros, which are sort of secondary. They're still brought as Ola by the person, but they're not the Ha'ola, they're not the originally designated Ola, and therefore they still consider these Mosaros still not fit into Ola. Okay, that is the first answer. That's the first answer of what we mean by Ola Tegel. Comes over with eyeball, Ola of Yanai. He says, no, but the Makis Ola of Yanai. Now, what does it mean, Ola Tegel? It means if somebody donates an Ola for Tzedek. Right, we know we have two types of kedusha. We have kedusha, so the animal itself is to be brought as there's intrinsic value in the animal, and then you can have where you donate an animal, you donate something else, and for Tzedek it's for general based on the. And that case is this kedusha. It's kedusha stomach, just the value of the animal as kedusha, and not the animal, not the animal itself. So in this case, the asshole has an ola, and then they donated that ola for Tzedek Habayis, right? So now we sort of have kedusha. We have the intrinsic kedusha of the animal as an ola, but then we also have kedusha damin because it was donated for Tzedek Habayis. So look at this. So nobody by the Manda Omar, Koche Tzedek Habayis, Kapsi, Mid Oraisa. The point is that even in this case, that the kedusha of the Tzedek Habayis, the secondary kedusha, is focused on the animals, even though it already has kedusha of the book, and that is focused on like this. Now we have multiple kedushas on the animals. So according to them, I understand that certainly it is now Tzedek Habayis Ola, and because it's Tzedek Habayis Ola, it is not personal Ola, it's not Ola, so therefore it's huge. So I understand according to that. However, even according to Mandama that says that in this case, because the animal already had kedusha is not co-faced Mida Oraisa when it gives it that bias. I mean, well, that opinion is only talking about the meat. Why? Because the meat itself is going to be brought on the Mizbeach. And therefore, that we can say that has kedusha azot, and the kedusha damin cannot take effect because the butter is meant for the mizbeach. However, even that opinion will say that the hides that are not brought on the mizbeach, the kedusha of Tzedek Habayis is co-faced, and by virtue of the fact that the kedusha of Tzedek Habayis is co-faced on the or, it is no longer considered Ola Ish, right? At least from the perspective of the or, it is on Ola Ish, and therefore does not go to this Kohanim. Right? So that's the second answer, right? The first answer we had was that it's Ola that comes from these mosaros, the extra money that's found because a Asham was sent to graze, the money was brought in and used to purchase Ola. The second answer was that it is coming to exclude the case where you take an Ola and you designate from Tzedek Habayis, so therefore it's no longer considered Ola Seek, it's considered Ola Seek. So those are first two answers. Slight digression, then we'll go to our third answer. Amar Nachman, Amar Abba Bar Abua. So sorry. The number of Nachman, Amar Abba Abua. Amar Abba Abua. Baba Ola Abba Min Amar. So the Nachman, the name of Rabbi Bar Abua, comes along and agrees with our first answer that Ola Seek comes to exclude an Ola that comes from the Mosai. That is what's considered Ola Hegel. Amar Abba Abua, Nachman. Siman, she says, why do you hold this opinion? Rabbi Yehuda, enough to give you the Rabbi Yehuda, we're going to get to in a minute. The Rabbi Yehuda already retracted his shita. Titania, what's the opinion of the Titania? She shall in a dava. The Ola Abba Min Amar Saras. So we had, there are 13 boxes, 13 shofaras. Actually, that were in the, and 6 of them had held coins for these mosaras, right? The mosaras coins were always apparently it was common that happened, and 6 of the shofaras held coins out of the mosaras, and that's when he would bring these olas, right? They would bring the ola abam and the mosaras, shiloi shahan zakan the ola, and the kohanim would not be directed to the ola, like you said, like our first answer, right? Shir Rabbi Yehuda, that was the opinion of Yehuda. Amar Rabbi Nefelia, the Amar Rabbi Shimon, asked Rabbi Yehuda, in theory, if so, you're going to say that these olos that come from the soros, the hides do not go to Kohanim. In case you talk the Jerusha shall Yada Kohen, then you are going to be nullifying the Jerusha that was made by Yada Kohen, which is Titania, or I think some say Titan. Then the Jerusha Yada Kohen. Also, who Hashem Hashem Hashem. So one pastor says he's the guy that the Hashem is La Hashem. And then Rashi only brings us part of the pastor, but the other pastor that says, Pachatas Ka'asha, Pachatas Ka'asha, until after them, and I get the exact name of the pastor, but it says that the Kohanim are zocha to the Pachatas Ka'asha. Two competing chicken. And one pastor sees the Asham is well, and another pastor says the Asham is for the Kohanim. So we have to be able to see the answer. Right? Kosher, but Mission Katas and Mission Asham, look up Bo Olos. What do we do? We're talking about, so we have these Masalas, and they come from the Chatas and Hashem. So what do? You let them get them in, you sell them, and what happens to these coins? You buy Yokot Olos, you purchase Olos, Abasa Hashem, the meat goes on the Mizbeach for Hashem, and Ola Kohen, and the skin goes to Kohen. So we see clearly here that the drasha of the Yoda is that when we have these Olos brought from the Masalas, the Kohanim do in fact get to keep these going. So this would be a negative our first answer, and negative of Nachman, the name of Rabbi Baruch, who agreed that that would be key for those mental conflicts. All right. Okay, so he says, okay, I'm a Tabo. So now, what do you exclude from Olas Ish? So when we say Olas Ish, Olas Hedvig, what do you come to exclude? If it doesn't come to exclude the Masalah, because of the drasha of the other Kohen. All right, this is our third answer. The Pirei, the Makdish Nefasa, to Rabbi Yeshua. This is a case where someone is Makdish all of his possessions, and according to the opinion of Rabbi Yeshua, which is success. A Makdish Nefasa, let's say someone is Makdish all of their possessions, and within their possessions, they have certain animals that are ready to be brought as a carbon. What do you do? Other Omer, Zepharim, Yimachul, Tzarech, Olos. You take the male animals and you sell them to people who need to bring in Ola. The Kivos, Yimachul, Tzarech, Zepharim, Shlamim. Take the female animals and you sell them to people who need to bring a Shlamim. Right? And now the animals that you talk about it, you demand, what about the money that you just received in that purchase? Usually, in Ghana, that money gets given to the Israel, that's just for Tzedek Abayis purpose. Okay, that's first thing. Now this is the opinion we're focusing on. Rabbi Yeshua Omer, no, don't sell the Zepharim. All of the male animals actually get brought as Kavros Ola in the Kavos, right by the Kavos. That cannot be brought as an Ola. You do the Tzarech Shlamim, so you sell those to people who need to bring a Kavros Shlamim. And what do you do with the money? In this case, we have you do the male Ola. So now you buy Olas with that money. That's Shana Pasim, you do the Abayis. And then all the other possessions, they have those that are by the buy. But he, Rabbi Yeshua, even according to the opinion of Rabbi Yeshua, the other Ola Ekdesho, even according to Rabbi Yeshua, who we see that when someone says I'm not just all my nefashim to the Tzedek Abayis, we can split what that designation is. It doesn't all have to be just the value, but we see Rabbi Yeshua holds the animals that are ready for carbon are brought out of the carbon, and the animals that are other possessions are sold and given for Tzedek Abayis. We see that in the designation we have some that are given to Hashem, some that are brought in the back, and some that are given to the Tzedek Abayis. Right? So I mean, it's Barca. But this is only the meat, right? The only meat is what's brought on the Mizbeach. The hides that are left over that can't be brought on the Mizbeach, I might have thought they go to the Kohanim. No. Really, the Kedusha Tzedek Abayis is spoken from, and therefore that is what's considered Olas Hegdesh, right? Olas Hegdesh, that the animal itself is brought on the Mizbeach, and the hides, which would ordinarily go to the Kohen, are instead have Kedusha Tzedek Abayis, and are not the Olas Hegdesh. That's our third answer. There's three answers. Just to quickly review. We brought in the concept itself said Olas Ish, and the Hebrew Shita was Olas Ish comes to exclude something that's called Olas Hegdesh. Three opinions what it means to be Olas Hegdesh. There. It is an Ola that is brought from these Mosaras, the extra funds from Hashem, that have to graze and get a mug. So those are considered property of the Mizbeach and not Olas Ish. So those hides do not go to Kohanim. Or we say it's a case where someone takes their Ola offering and they're makdish that Ola for Tzedek Abayis. So again, they co-faced that hide with Kedusha Tzedek Abayis, and therefore it is Olas Hegdesh and not Olas Ish. There's not going to Kohanim.
final answer that we have was somebody who did not fish all of their Nechassim, and within their possessions they had animals that are run to be brought as Ola, or other animals that are sold to people who need it from them, and then with that money they're brought, you're brought, an Ola is brought, and in those cases, those are Ola Hende, because the hides do not go to the Kohanim, and instead go to the fishermen. Okay. Now we look at but now we go back. We had a second opinion of what Ola's fish can exclude. That was the opinion of Yosef ben Yehuda. Omer, Kaza Ola's gator. He told us Ola's fish comes to exclude Ola's gator. So we're going to ask.
We got some surprises for you guys.
Why would Ola's fish exclude a ger? Why isn't ger not an each? An Ola's ger should be included. A ger is an each like any other each.
Oh yeah, tire Saturday.
No, practice ger should make a yosh. No, specifically, it's a case where we have a ger who dies and does not have any yosh. And we know a ger in a ger could cut up a dummy when a ger converts. It is as if even his biological relatives, even if they convert with him, it's as if there is no relationship, there's no connection, correct? And therefore, if a ger has an Ola and then he dies, there is nobody else, and he hasn't gotten remarried and doesn't have any other option. So now we have an Ola that doesn't have violence. It's no longer an Ola fish because it has no owner. It's still brought, but it's brought, and the hide stays in the base of the Kohanim because this is not considered an Ola fish. Okay. So a little less time, a little less, let's talk to the Yehuda's opinion. That's more fair. Okay. Now we're going to go in a bit more detail breaking down the concept. We'll read the concept one more time. We have a couple of we'll read it one more time because we're now going to touch on different parts of the concept. Concept says about Kohen HaMakir as Ola is, or HaOla Shehiktiv HaKohen Lo Ya'eres. The Kohen who brings Ola as a fish, the skins of that Ola which he has got, go to the Kohen, but Shehiktiv HaKohen Lo Ya'eres, they belong to that Kohen. Okay. Ola fish, Pasuk says Ola fish, Ainli Ella Ola fish. We only know if it's an Ola brought by a man. Ola, so then we take out these gears. So here's Ola Nushin is our other reason discussed here a second ago. Ola Nushin is our budget in the night. How do we know that if a woman or an Eved brings an Ola, that also that high goes to the Kohen? Kabbalah or Ha'ola. Either. So Ha'ola is actually, we didn't really need the word Ha'ola to be used. We could have just said Ola fish, Ola fish is a Kohen. Why Ha'ola is revoid, and it comes to include the Ola of Nushin and Avagin as well. In Cain, Matam Ola fish. And why do you say Ola fish? Then what is each coming to teach us? Ola should also the fish. It's only an Ola that actually benefited a person. Stop with the mitzvah of pictures, not of the pictures you come up. Well, you can't have the Kohen, unless you got a Kohen. Well, he's dejected outside of his time, but outside of the proper place, and in which case it's possible, and the Byron do not get any benefit from that Ola, but they're not there. It doesn't satisfy their application. So those, in that case, the Kohanim do not get to take the high, right? If the rest of the Kohanim is not accepted, the Kohanim do not get to take the high in that case. Okay, Yachal, anymore, but Mishnah, Shiloh, Mishnah. Okay, I might have thought, negative our Mishnah, that maybe I would then also include, in this case, really also exclude, if a Korban Ola was brought Shalom Lishma, right? The law also by him, and therefore, we know even though the Korban is brought, it does not count towards, it doesn't satisfy the owner's obligation on the day. So I would have thought that in this case, as well, this is not considered Ola's fish, and therefore the Kohanim do not get. Right? Ola is including any type of covenant that is brought. So even so different things, when it's brought, not only from Byron, the Ola is still valid, it just doesn't count towards the obligation of the Byron. Versus when it's split from the Kobo, but it's not where the offering for the Ola is invalid in and of itself. And therefore, in that case, only the latter case the Kohanim not benefit from. Now, but is and now we're going to get into how we extend, which we touched on in the Mishnah, we're going to get to now more detail, how we extend from the
got Brendan Walsh, Alex Williams,
and now the four
he
of
missed about
other
30 to 50 replays of Beachy's.
Haley, Ella,
Like,
okay,
you
only
missed
know
that
from the
motion.
English concept. That is the four of the Ola that goes to God. How about Ola's Kachin Nayim?
Oh,
How do we
I
know
did one
that?
time. I think you probably saw. I did like the first 10 minutes.
How we go, Mars?
The second 5 minutes on the Patreon, but I've never done the full
That
thing.
is
I know I've let you down. I apologize.
Any
I want to get there someday.
any cover that's brought. Right? The other country. Other country. No, because any my about country tell them, okay, I'm gonna find out let's bring in all Carbonas
Brian,
and
the events on the show recently have been
Kohanim will get
amazing.
the
As
oil from
always,
also
man,
on
they're
it.
getting
Even
even better. I don't know how you
told
keep
us
doing it.
is not
Every
true.
time
I'm
it's
a
amazing.
Mark. Ola, it has to be something similar to Ola. My Ola country, I'll call country. It has to be some comparison to Kartu and Ola, which is country, and therefore we learned here that we were basically concept common holds that only that all that the coloring is open to the or in all cases of country. Okay, that's our first answer. First answer Tanakama says it is learned out from book from the Psukim, specifically Asher. Okay, very small comes with a different answer.
Some of the funniest guys ever do it.
The
Or mainly
repository
just
says the same way, or the repository tells us
all I see is Brendan Walsh, comedian,
how do we
he
know
was saying he's
other
like
countries
addicted to the Brendan. Do you ever feel like you're addicted to the Brendan?
It's also touched upon our Mishnah. Ola, with the Kohanim, and not Zilka to the Basa, because the Basa obviously is very
These are good questions to ask
the
every
Pasuk
day.
tells us that they do get the or, the Kachin Kachin, the Zilka to the Saran, or Taylor did, the Zilka to the Oran. But if you have such a custom where the Kohanim do get to partake in the Basa, certainly that they should partake in the or, which they did by an
Yeah,
Ola.
I mean, it's hit after hit.
We're going to ask Ms. Back with him, but without doing this was the reputation that we noted in the Mishnah. The difficulty with Ms. Back is the Zilka of the Basar. There was a Chabal in Ms. Back when it comes to the Carbon Ola. The Zilka of the Basar, but it is not the Ola. The Pasuk tells us that the or goes to the Kohanim. That's not a good reputation. It's not Ms. Back.
Every show starts with these like,
Ms. Back is never Zilka of the Ola. It doesn't ever have
and then 6 months later, there's a new
departure
show.
of
So
the or by the
in
Mizbeach.
a
So
few more
therefore,
months, maybe
we can't plug up the Talmud from that. So going according to Zachar Mitzvah, we can't apply that to Kohanim who do have in other places, namely by an Ola, but they are Zachar. However, Zachar Mitzvah, Zachar Mitzvah, and therefore, once we know that we have this idea that before it goes to Kohanim by an Ola, we can make this Talmud that it works on all other sections. Okay, second, right, the Tanakama learns it from a Pasuk, Asher Iker, and Shmuel learns it from a Talmud, and then the third opinion, Rabbi Omer.
Yes, now that's a good question. You know, we should have that, but we don't. Unfortunately, we just,
So we don't need to all
there's no
rules.
all results. You know,
Right?
yeah, me and Mark, we went out to dinner before the first time I met him, and we sized each other up. And, I was like, I could take
All
this guy.
cases, we know that the or always follows the Basa, right? Outside of an Ola, so get right. Let's drop in, hey, brother, say, and let's drop me on. We love it, right? This all burns off. Then the or gets burnt off with it. What is Tavisashim is if they shall make Tiba. That's kind of the Kohen. It's a gift for the Kohen, right? It follows the Basa. Not too much sheep with our son. If the Kohen wants, he can flay the animal and take the or separately. No, not if he doesn't want it. So then I thought I got he can eat the meat and leave the or behind. But either way, you see the or follows the Basa. What about touching Colin? They all go to the owners. Not too much sheep in our son. If they want, they can play and take the or for themselves. That's the same way. Or they're going to use the or and you can eat. We see, Rabbi tells us in all cases, it's clear that the or always follows the Basa.
Yeah, I mean, that was all
However,
Photoshop.
Ola is a problem. Plus it doesn't matter about if she does the
I will
Ola,
say
you have to sell stuff else.
He
That
actually,
you have to
BC,
slay
I gotta tell you,
the
he
skin
said
off of the
he
Ola
addressed
and
this
cut
on
it up
the
into
pod
pieces.
today. I don't know
So now
if you
the
heard this
Pasuk
part.
tells
He
us
actually
that
said
it has to
he's
separate it
not
from the Basar.
narcissistic, he's autistic. So he's saying he's autistic.
that the Kohanim are not Zelda nor because there's something different here. There's something different going on, unlike the other Karbanos. The oil is always connected into the Basar. Here, the Torah tells us it must be played and separated. That's where the pasuk. That's when we have the pasuk of.
Oh, yeah, no, great, thank you. Yeah, great question.
The teaches us that the or in the
So
case of Ola
what
goes
happened
to
is our mutual guy that we both know, Othello,
But anyway, we
he
see
told
from
me
the things of Rebbe that how does Rebbe understand that kachin the
he was
or
like,
goes to
dude,
the Kohanim.
this guy Shah has like a stand-up special. You should do a stand-up special. It's on YouTube.
All pieces of
And I was
Kabbalah,
like, yeah, sure,
wherever the Basar
okay.
goes,
Like,
the or
sure,
will
we're
follow.
the same
And therefore, we
level.
don't need any quickly, we don't need a pasuk
It was
like
Gringo
Tanakama,
Poppy.
and we don't
So
need a
I was like, I'm not
Kavachomer
gonna
or a Shlomo.
do that, but I'll
Standard
do a
logic
joke
is
called
that it follows the Basar, and in fact, the pasuk is already needed to teach us the non-standard case of Ola that the hide
I had
still
just
goes
started
to
that podcast
the
with
Kohanim.
Gerardo. We had some episodes out.
Um,
And I said, why don't we
that
watch
we
the
we
Gringo
continue
Poppy on the stream?
Dashman.
And the
No,
song
you're right.
read,
Let's
like,
go
off
with it
and
quickly. Read
me
the
kind of
pasuk.
thinking
Yeah,
about
Kohen
it.
Makar.
So
That's
we
Ola.
watched
H-R-O-L.
the
This is a Kohen.
stream.
Lo,
We
yeah, right.
streamed the Gringo
It
Poppy.
goes specifically to
And
that
it
Kohen.
got such a
Lo, yeah,
huge
this is
hit
dress we
that
had
somebody
yesterday. Similar
independently
dress we had
posted
yesterday.
in the
Lo,
Reddit.
yeah.
Could have been
Stop
open.
with Kohen.
We'll never know.
Lo,
Allegedly.
yeah, only to that Kohen. It comes to
It got this big
exclude
hit.
a
And,
Kohen
we just
or
started doing, we started finding out about Papa.
Ononim.
And then
Why?
we were going to do
Yako,
it.
I might
And
have
then
thought
we were
maybe
like, why don't we
it's
just watch 10
about
minutes of it? And then we started making the
But I really
songs.
said yesterday
And then
or the
Bobby
day
Lee reached
before
out.
that it's Kohen they do not get to eat from the Basar. Why? Because they get sorry, they do not get to eat whole in the Basar. Why? Because they cannot eat it. Right? They have a problem with Bakita. However, these people are maybe I would have thought that they do get to do whole in the heart because the or doesn't have a Bakita. So the fact that they are that give it to Yom or okay, maybe that doesn't matter because they should still be able to. And they should be maybe they're not excluded from the or. So that's what Pastor says. Only because probably because of Kippur and the Yom of the Onen. We come to exclude the first Kippur and Yom and Onen. They do not get to partake in the trust. Okay, and I'm going to break down. Remember, three sheets. Tanakama learned from the trust in the pasuk Asherikis. The Shmuel learned from a Kalvachomer from the Kalvachomer. That from the Kalvachomer from and Rebbe learned just generally the Basar, the oil always follows the Basar. Okay, now we're going to say why doesn't each one hold by, not all of them, but why some don't hold by the other. Tanakama, why did Tanakama have this drasha? Why did he also use the Kalvachomer? He did, to the time, also the Kalvachomer, part of the concept of Lukra. But even though you're right, the Tanakama could have held by the Kalvachomer, but he wanted to actually hang it on a pasuk. He wanted the drasha on the pasuk itself. Okay? Rabbi Shmuel. Hi, Asher Hikr is my other way. Okay, and Rabbi Shmuel, who doesn't use the pasuk of Asher Hikr that Tanakama did, what does he do with that phrase Asher Hikr?
That's a good question.
That was for you,
They were all going to stick together,
he comes to do the thing we just said, from Rabbi to exclude, but for you, the Kippur and Onen. The Kippur need Logia. Why did he learn it from Logia like Rabbi did? Rishma has using this phrase for something else. Like, oh, the Yochanan, Yeshiva Rishma. Never the Ola, the Alphas of Logia, the Merabas of Logia. Hala Halan, Atznosa, Mutarim, just like the body, Asham, the bones are Mutter. After just here by Ola, the bones are Mutter as well. So learn that from Logia. And we have to say Mutter. It has to be the oath, right? Because otherwise we could have said, that's fine, you can make the drasha on Logia and still use it for example, and still use it for example. It just wouldn't be example that's Mukna, it wouldn't be that's open, right? We know if you have a example that is Mukna, even if you have a perfect example, it stands. But if you have a example that is not Mukna, these words are used for something else, then if we have
and if we have logic that counteracts the Danish shovel, we knock up to the shovel. In this case, there's no use to have it. Why do you know if you use that low reactor for this other drasha, and therefore you're not Mutna, you're Mutna, Malashim, she can decide Mutter, low Yel, why we think we could have excluded a thing with the Asam, because there is an element of buffer which there isn't by an Ola, and therefore we would be able to spot up the regular shovel, so we have to make sure it's Mutna, and we can keep the various stuff.
I'm still gonna put his name on, and they just ignored it.
Okay.
Actually, no, the poster guy was like, I'm just kidding. I can still
We'll go a little bit.
He was at least aware
Director might come back tomorrow, but we'll a few minutes. So we'll take the first piece of the mission. Okay,
I just can't believe how much the shop
okay, call it production. Here, that's it. Code on that shit, don't. So now, remember, we'll get to it in the glow. We're going to call on this. But this mission is telling us that any can have a tool in the function that happened before the hide was separated. They don't say about it. Then the ore does not show the phone, rather it stays in the buffer, which is out of tool. After the Shita, however, if the ore was already separated from the buffer, and then there's a tool in the carbon, it's in the column. The column I'll get to keep that one. You see here, he's deciding the moment in time that the deciding factor is whether the ore was separated or not, right? It's the time of touching, the time that the ore was separated. If it still happened, for instance, we can't do nothing. Well, if it still happened after the ore had already been separated, the bottom is up. Okay?
Absolutely, 100%. I am subscribed to some of them.
Experience is that I've never seen a skin that was brought out to basic certified and Jesus dropped you guys in. He's talking about a skin that was already clear, right? But obviously, many times with a whole carbon instead of brought out to basic certified, but he's talking anything that a skin is separated and then brought out to basic certified. Already, you heard Mitzvah, Ramagnu, to learn from the words of the famous kind of canon. Shamachit Asa before, Mitzvah certified. She was a corner, but oh no. You see from here, then if you're matched it before, and then it's time to be the paper, so then you see that there's a tool afterwards, and the client still to keep it. Or something that he's going to say, no, ain't no right. Just the fact that he's seen it, this kind of client say he hasn't seen it, that's not a right, just maybe he hasn't experienced it. That's what basically. In this case, a trafer, which obviously was a tool that happened before, or you didn't know about it, but the trafer tool obviously happened before the skinning of the hide, and therefore the hide would go to the base of state. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do the first one piece here. Nora says, Moshe was up on his Bea, Bidasara, quoting our Mishnah from the beginning of today, that said, Moshe was up on his Bea for Bidasara. Anytime that the Mizbeach is not Zofa to the Basar, no Zofa to the Bar, the Kohen do not to the Or. But Afagav, the Ash to the Or, for the Yika, seems to imply, even if the hide was separated first, right? In our Mishnah, the moment that we really care about is whether the Basar went onto the Mizbeach. The Basar goes on the Mizbeach and get the Or. If it didn't, the Kohen did not get the Or. But whether or not it was played before the tool is irrelevant.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Somebody in the opinion. And rather than saying this must be the opinion of everyone that's here. But I'm not. Everything that just also is not focused because we're going to be it's going to be brought up in detail tomorrow. But regardless what Shimon says, they have done the rights to our order they ask me. Regardless says that the Rikas Hadam can only be Baratza when the oil is connected to the basar, but not when they're separate, that they go together. Only when they're together. Finally, in a Seifa, what about this mission we just brought down, which is actually one mission? We just broke it up in our Gemara. In a Seifa, it says, Kola Kachin, Shir Ben Psul, Kola Shaitan, and Orsena Kohanim, Laka Shaitan, Orsena Kohanim, which again, now, the exact point that we're worried about is whether the Psul came before or after the hide was skinned. Now, this was now from the Rebbe, the Amar, Adam Rata Order, and Rebbe says that you can have this Rika that is not here, the hide, even when it is not connected to the basar, right? So if you skin it first, and then that something happens to the tool after the basar, so you can't, so there's no basar, right, for the Rika to be makir, but the Rika can be makir for the or by itself. That's within the Rebbe.
didn't get,
Right?
or you
So
were
now,
either
make sure
like,
because
oh, you know, one thing I wanted to ask you,
we have
feel free to,
two different offers on the mission, which obviously we do not like.
we
Our Abaye says,
we
for the
first
sake of
started on the
Rebbe,
Reddit,
Rachel and Rebbe. So
we would
Abaye
hear
says,
about
well,
you.
we're going to make both of them Rebbe.
The CEO
So
of
Moses
Brian
Rebbe,
Campbell.
they have to come to Rika, and we said, right, we had a problem. We had a problem with the Rachel, our mission from the beginning of the day. That we said it can't be a Rebbe. He says, no, Rebbe, while he agrees to that principle, Rebbe says that just never happens. And the general rule is, you are not matching before Rika. You first do Rika, and then you play the animal. So Rebbe's saying that's not how it happens, and therefore that's why if it happens to be that way, like it is in the Sefer, that's the case. But in the Rachel, you just dealing with a regular case where you do not play the animal fight with Rika. Okay? Rabbi says also he answers the contradiction, he answers the other way. He says we do Rachel, because Rabbi Shimon, since we said at the beginning of the Mishnah, his according to the Rabbi Shimon, Sefer not the Rabbi Shimon. And he said, okay, therefore then we have to answer the Sefer of the Brisa, which said, Koden have shade, which seems to imply that the animal can be skinned and still have the Rikas Hadam, the Maratza, or by itself, which is negative in Rabbi Shimon. Say no. What does it mean? What does it mean when we say before and after action? Kodim shenir action, after shenir action. It just means when it is right to do the hashkafa and when it is right and when it is not right to do the hashkafa. It means before or after Rika. It's really talking about the exact same point. It's saying it's not that it's played beforehand. It's saying when it is finally right to be played, which is only after the Rika. And we'll go and put in
speaking of attorneys, you think this is funny? When Mark was on, he had his attorney call in the show, and he was just live on the air for a while. And then Mark was like, "Is it okay to talk on the thing?" And his attorney's like, "Yeah, it's fine." He had some sort of comical like TV character, like blah blah blah. And then his name was Rob Pebble. We're like, "All right, sure, he's an attorney." It was ridiculous. And he was like, "Yeah, he's a great attorney. We went to college together, and we did Roy's." We're like, "All right,
so any or that is from a touch that goes to Kohanim. They just about a seaboard, they about a jacket, and any whether it's for a seaboard yafid, Shinamar, or Ola Asher Hikrik, right? And it seems to me that I'm learning has learned from Asher Hikrik, which was
the thing that I was disturbed by the most is the
opinion of Tanakh. Okay.
When he was the person was telling him that their child
that goes the
epilepsy, and the child's like, "Oh, you gotta get on CBD."
This is our beginning of it. Any Ola that is not so that is not broken from the basar. Those Ola Ola Shinamar, Ola Stitch, Ola is also CBD. Right, so that's the same structure that we made. And then in Halacha we put two of our great members. We have three opinions as to what it means to be Ola Pendish, which the skins do not go to the bottom. And the Rambam quotes two out of those three opinions, which is Amakis Allah Ben Kabayis. If you have an Ola and you makis it to Ben Kabayis, makis Nefasa, right? That's the current. And or you have your makis over Nefasa and you happen to have male animals that are rising in the back. So you could go Ola, and all those cases in Ola Sam, Lakan, Shanama, Ola,
I guess I'm not a litigious person. It would not cross my mind
to hold like
to
both
sue
of those
somebody.
cheetahs that those are considered Ola Sagish, but does not hold by the third cheetah, which was right. So the third cheetah was disputed by the Russia of the Yoga and therefore the Rambam does not quote that. These are only two opinions within what is Ola Sagish. Really, I do not think
Once them streets were no longer safe, we could have had a third comedy special. But here's what I really want to bring up to you guys. I'll just interview you on your own 24-hour podcast. I listen to I'm an old school pro wrestling fan, so I listen to this fantastic podcast called The Lapsed Fan, which is built upon old school wrestling fans who hate the current product that just deep dive the shit out of what went on back in the day.
All right.
So
good morning, everyone. Good morning.
They are the
Thank
midst
you
of
for
like
joining
a
us on Zoom,
9-episode
YouTube.
special about like the history of his life.
Sponsorship
Each
for
episode
today.
is like 3 hours long. They research every newspaper archive in history. The other day they
Comic
had on
sponsors
some
for
like
the month of
75-year-old
Pages
guy who grew up
are
with it. Like
issuing
they're
maybe
literally
libraries
trying to find
push famous
every basically just to
Mariam
prove how much Hogan's
Maki
alive.
Margaret in memory of my
Interviewing his
father,
little league
Joseph
teammates,
Como
and they're
Moses
like,
Shmuel,
here's what
Ben
he said in the
Tuke
second
Liga.
book. Is this
Jose
true?
is on
I don't know
Top
if this
Pages.
is you guys, if you're
And
smart
got the
enough.
only sponsor for today,
But at some
Ryan
point, if
Karen
this thing
Gold in memory
continues,
of Gordy
we're
Esserson,
gonna need people
Colonel
that are
Rafa,
like,
Colonel
find
Rafa,
the guy
Jay
that got
Fogle, Colonel
produced
Rafa,
through the glass door,
family in the
put
summer.
name tags on all of his Nutri-Grain bars. We gotta find, you know, I mean, we really
Okay,
get
we
Gary
begin
Barnett
on
out there and get that
Stop
chick who,
Hook Him
you know,
on
like the
103,
taste of the
right at the top, New Mexico.
Yeah, look at the way the dictates.
Okay.
Yeah, kicker. I mean, there are so
This is
many
it.
people that.
Folks,
Timo,
was up
that
on
would
the
be one
Bay
of them. You know what I mean?
Sarah.
Find out about
Lows up
the
on Canada.
bench press record there for the
Anytime.
Broncos.
We're now transitioning to discuss the highs, skins, the aura of the country. So the mission tells us.
That no one stepped up.
Anytime that the Zaya does not get or get the benefit of the boxer, then there's some shield that happened in the 30s ago, he was not brought on the Zaya. And in those cases, the Kohanim do not get the benefit from the highs, they don't get to keep the highs. Now, Olas ish, the Pasuk says, the Pasuk not going on Machilas, Olas ish, Olas ish is a coin. That's the Pasuk teaches us that Kohen gets the ore of the Kohen Olas. And it says, Olas ish, Olas also means it has to be an Ola that had some type of benefit to a person. Like so the Basa between Karne, and therefore not brought on the Zaya. And so there was a benefit to the person, so therefore Kohanim do not get the benefit from the high. Okay? Ola Mishra to what was not. How about if you had an Ola that was brought to what was not? Because you know that an Ola, when it's all the way back, then an Ola that was brought to what was not, while it was not Apafisha, even the Mishnah, Apafisha were also the Byron, even though the owners do not get credit for the Ola, it still is a valid covenant. They just still need to, the owners still need to bring another Ola, but it's still a valid covenant. And therefore, even though the Byron do not, it doesn't count towards the curve of the Byron, the Kohanim, Ola that's the Kohanim still deserve more because the covenant is still brought. It's still a valid covenant, it just didn't satisfy the obligation of the owner. Okay?
We tried to find.
Ola
actually tried to find
whether it's an Ola of a man or a woman, all this we'll see exactly why in the Gemara, but again, it's bringing it down because the Pasuk is Ola's teeth. So it says teeth is not specific to only men, but including Ola brought by women, those ties will also go.
Took over for a long time.
How about Ola's Kutchin, the violin, but however, if we had a carbon protection housing, those skins, along with the rest of the animals, go to the owner. They do not go to the Kohanim.
I'm sure people tell you a lot of stuff.
The Kohanim call them over. The owner, the skins of other country Kutchin, those
situation
goes
can
to
only
the Kohanim. Why? Because the Kabbalah over. Well, not in the law. We read the Mishnah started telling us about it. The Pasuk says, talks about a hide of an Ola that goes to Kohanim. And Ola, so it's up with the Ola. So Kohanim do not get the benefit from the box like how we read it, because actually the Ola, the box is always first. I understand. Even so, the Pasuk says that the Ola, the hide, does go to Kohanim.
That was the craziest thing ever
The
because he sent it. I don't know. He sent it to you, right?
where the Kohanim do get to partake in the portions of the Bashar.
I think Charlie was like, look at this, and I was like, what does it even
those
mean?
cases,
And then
Kohanim
it happened,
should
and
be
we were
able
like,
to
oh
see
my
and have the benefit of the oil.
I knew it was the exact same picture. Yeah, and then this
And then
guy,
maybe
whoever it
we'll
was,
discuss more in
if
detail
we
later.
had really,
Only
then surely
don't
get
come
fired
and
forever. And it's
try to slug up my Talmud Homer from this there.
It's like we were like,
Which is what Rashi tells us why. If we look at Rashi, it's right to Rashi of the Gemara. Because when it comes to an Ola, the Basa is gotten by the Mizbeach, but the Mizbeach does not get the work. The Basa tells us it goes to the Kohen.
seems
This one, the country culture, down features up a plan of Sarah and the East Florida. Now, let's say, so we should use the same logic or to refute the logic why the coin would get the aura of country culture. Now, the angel of our angel is that all the Palaka, right? You can't use this because the Mizbeach never is open to the heart, right? So you can't say they don't get in this case, and therefore Barnes can also not get it. But the Mizbeach is never open to the war. Since it's never open to the war, we can't use the same logic. The Kavakoma is good.
It could be. I mean,
you can still use
but
the
he's putting a lot of effort into it, so I think they're both really
We'll get to it in a bit more detail in the Gemara.
every offense.
Laura brings that. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I just hope they don't kill us someday.
Bravo, and now we're going to break down the process. Again, the process is discussing Ola, the
I think I'm going to be sitting in a cafe someday, and someone's going to come up and put me to death.
I'm not going to say Ola, but I'm calling a master that's Ola speech. Or Ola speech, okay. He said, Ola speech, that's what it's called in
Are you
Bravo,
like
Ola's technique. Now it's coming to exclude if Ola belongs to Hegdish, and we're going to refine what this is in a moment. These are the that's in the future.
Some shop relative comes in, he's got stuff on his shoes, so there's no fingerprints, and he's like, fuck you.
Yes, Ola speech. No, I agree. Ola speech is the exclusionary phrase, but it comes to exclude the Ola of there. And again, we'll discuss what this means as well. Okay, now we're going to break down, we're going to discuss Rabbi Yehuda's details. What does it mean by the Ola speech? Why is that excluded?
We're doing some
So my problem is like this. What is the exclusion like this? How about we have a few more focus? How about we see about this? The Ola Habam in Amos Sarah. The Yehuda says, sorry, the Yosef says, this excludes an Ola that comes from Mosarah. What are Mosarah? So it's Rashi, then Mosarah. It's the second, third Rashi in the Gemara. Then Mosarah. The first Shabbos said we Kikro, Muras Pasha, the Ashim Snakes, Bala, this is Kikro Bala Baka. Right? So you have any instances where someone brought in Asham and they're getting atonement from someone else, and now we have this extra Asham, and we leave it out.
follow your journalistic instinct there.
We sell it,
I think you can do
and that money
anybody can.
is Mosarah. So those are extra funds, right? They're kind of long. What you do, you use it, and that money, all us takes in his back. We bring the other offerings that we call takes in his back, just to kind of keep him in his back going. A lot of those issues, but those are not the Ola the person, right? Because that person had to bring another Ola, got kapara from someone else. And therefore, these are just.
Oh, dude, I was looking forward to
if we hold that.
I watched it in bed.
The Mosarah, these extra Olas that are brought, are considered a communal, right? That makes sense. And this is not an Ola. Certainly, the Kohen would not be set up to
I turned as the show went on.
There's an opinion that says that yes, these don't count towards that person's Ola, but the brought in Ola by that individual. So now, if we're talking about in Yigdal Vashnafi, why couldn't the Kohen use it for the high? The same way, the Kohen seems to still be an Ola's ish. It's still a personal program. Micah, then what he said?
So here's what my knowledge of it
So we're talking about the case, it's talking about
and I'm pretty sure I watched the Ultimate Fighter that he was on, and honestly, I was like, wow, I like this guy. But I didn't really know anything about him. And then
when
I was doing stand-up, like the time when he started, people would post about how, like, oh, this like angry bitter comics, and like, this guy thinks he can do stand-up now, so he did UFC, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, they're just hating on him. And then he had a Showtime special, and I was like, I don't have any interest in that really. I kind of was like vaguely remembering it from the fighter thing. I was like, that's probably bad, I'm not gonna watch it. And then Othman was like, dude, you gotta check this out. And I watched it with Gerardo. I was like, oh my god, I have no idea. And then I went back and watched You'd Be Surprised. And
he said, no,
I mean,
but
story,
not just Ola Levaim. Now, what does it mean, Ola Levaim? It means that somebody
I was very surprised by what I
donates
saw.
Ola
The
for
Jamal story,
Benikabai. Right, so you know we
the
have
story about the doctor.
there are two types of kedusha. We have kedusha of the animal itself is to be brought has kedusha that there's intrinsic value in the animal, and then you should have when you donate an animal, you donate something else. For Benikabai, it's just for general based on example. In that case, there's kedusha. It's kedusha
Do you know
summon,
Greg
just
Sue?
the value of the
You
animal
ever,
as
you
kedusha,
ever met him?
and not the animal, not the animal itself. So in this case, we had someone who has an Ola, and then they donated that Ola for Tzedek Habayis, right? So now we sort of have competing. We have the intrinsic kedusha
That was so
of
crazy.
animal
It was a
as
special
Ola, but then
time.
we also have
Yeah.
kedusha Sadamin because
That
we
was one of the greatest things
donated for Tzedek Habayis. So Mark continues. The moment by the Manda Amar, Tzedek Habayis, Tafsi, Midda Oraisa. The point is about number that even in this case, that the kedusha of the Tzedek Habayis, the secondary kedusha, is focused on the animal, even though it already has kedusha Sadamin, and that is focused on right. So now we have multiple kedushas on the animals. So for them, I understand that certainly it is now Tzedek Habayis Ola, and because of Tzedek Habayis Ola, it is not personal Ola, it's not Ola speech, so therefore it is.
There's never any
So I
reason
understand
for
the
his
question
lies, like the random things. I just think about it at the time when he was like, yeah, so I had this Spider-Man
that
over
in
for
this
my
case,
son's
because the
birthday. He's
animal
this fat
already
guy on
has
cocaine. He's fat. Mexican guy on
good.
cocaine. It's like,
The
what?
kedusha Zamin is not co-faced with the Oraisa when it gives it that some
There's no
bias.
fat Mexican
I
Spider-Man.
mean, really, well, that opinion is
It
only
just doesn't
talking about
exist
the
in real
meat.
life.
Why?
It's,
Because the meat itself is going to be brought on the Mizbeach. And therefore, that we can say that has kedusha of both the kedusha Zamin cannot take effect because the basar is meant for the Mizbeach. However, even that opinion will say that the hides that are not brought on the Mizbeach, the kedusha of Tzedek Habayis is focused. And by virtue of the fact that the kedusha of Tzedek Habayis is focused on the or, it is no longer considered Ola speech, right? So at least from the perspective of the or, it is on Ola speech, and therefore does not go to this Kohanim. Right? So that's the second answer. Right? The first answer we had was that it's Ola that comes from these mosaros, the extra money that's found because a Asham was sent to graze, the money was brought in and used to purchase Ola. The second answer was that it is coming to exclude a case where you take an Ola and you designate for Tzedek Habayis, and therefore it's no longer considered Ola speech, it's considered Ola text. So those are first one. Slight digression, then we'll go to our third answer. Other Nachman, other Rabbi Rabua, sorry. Yes, the same. Other Nachman, other Rabua, other Rabbi Rabua, Rabbi Ola Haba Minimum. So Nachman, the name of Rabbi Rabua comes along and agrees with our first answer that Ola speech comes to exclude an Ola that comes from the Mosar. That is what's considered Ola heavy. Why do you hold this opinion? Must be hold whatever you we're going to get to in a minute. Already retracted his shita. Titania, what's the opinion of Titania? She said in a dava.
Can I ask you a question, BC?
Well, Ola Bum and Amosaras. So we had there's 13 boxes, 13 shafaras, that were in that were recommended, and 6 of them had held coins for these mosaras. Right, the mosaras coins are also apparently this common that happened, and 6 of these shafaras held coins out of the mosaras. That's when you would bring these olas, right? They would bring the ola habam and mosaras. The loy kohanim zakan the ola, and the kohanim would not use the ola, like we said, like our first answer, right? Did Rabbi Yehuda? That's the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. Otherwise, when the Shani of Amri Bar Shimon asked Rabbi Yehuda, in Cain, if so, you're going to say that these olas that come from the soils, the hides do not hold the kohanim. In Cain, the Talta, the Jerusha shall Yada Kohen. Then you are going to be nullifying the Jerusha that was made by Yada Kohen, which is Titania, or I think it's going to say Titnan. Then it's a joke of Yada Kohen. Hashem, who Hashem Hashem La Hashem. The one pasuk says he's the blind of the Hashem is La Hashem. And Rashi only brings us part of the pasuk, but the other pasuk says Kakatas Hashem. Hashem. Kakatas Hashem. I forget the exact pasuk, the exact word of the pasuk, but it says that the Kohanim are Zosa to the Kakatas Hashem. Two Psukim. In one pasuk, it seems that the Hashem is Hashem. Another pasuk says the Hashem is for the Kohanim. So we have to just hear the answer. Right? What do we do? We're talking about we have these mosaras, and they come from the Chatas and Hashem. So what you do, you let them get them, you sell them, and what happens to these coins? You buy Yukaf olos, you purchase olos, a bus
Yisrael Hashem, the meat, built on the Mizbeach for Hashem, and Olafon, and the skin goes to Kohanim. So we see clearly here that the drasha of Yoyada is that when we have these olos brought from the Soros, the Kohanim do in fact get to keep these so on. So this would be a negative our first answer, a negative of not putting the name of Rabbi Barahua, who agrees that that was the exclusion for those negative concepts. All right. Okay, so he said, okay, I'm a Cabo. So now, what do you exclude from Olas Fish? So when we say Olas Fish, try the Olas Hegdesh, what does it come to exclude? If it doesn't come to exclude the Mosalas because of the drasha of the Yadol Kohen. So, right, this is our third answer. The Pinalay, the Makis Nefasa, this is a case where someone is Makis all of his possessions, and according to the opinion of Rabbi Yeshua, which it's not. I'm not this Nefasa, are you behind the Hemos, are you gathering in Bayah? Let's say someone's Makis all their possessions, and in their possession, they have certain animals that are ready to be brought as a carbon. What do you think? I mean, those are all there, Zikarim, Yimakul, Sarte, Olos. You take the male animals and you sell them to people who need to bring in Ola. The Kavos, you're not going to sell them to fish women. Take the female animals and sell them to people who need to go bring a woman. Okay, so now the animals you use for the mother, who's the man? What about the money that you just received in that purchase? You're doing trying to sell the medical bias. That money gets given to the research, that's just for medical bias purpose. Okay, that's first thing. Now we're going to focus. This is getting a focus. You're not going to be a shoe owner. Zikarim Atzlam, no, don't sell the Zikarim. All of the male animals actually get brought as Kardos Ola. In the Kavos, what about the Kavos? That cannot be brought as an Ola. Usually the Sarkish Shvanim, so you sell those to people who need to bring a Sarkish Shvanim, and what do you do with the money? In this case, we have to do the Mayam Olas, and now you buy Olas with that money. Right, Shana Pasim, usually with and then all the other possessions, they have those are Rabbi Yeshua. Even according to the opinion of Rabbi Yeshua, the other Ola, okay, so even according to Rabbi Yeshua, who we see that when someone says I'm not this all my Nefasa to the Gabayas, you can split what that designation is. It doesn't all have to be just the value, but we see Rabbi Yeshua holds the animals that are right for carbon are brought as a carbon, and the animals that are other possessions are sold and given for better advice. We see that in his designation, we have some that are given to Hashem, some that are brought in the back, and some that are given to the better advice. Right? So I'm doing Basa, but this is only the meat. Like the only meat is what's brought on the back. All it's office. But the hides that are left over that can't be brought in the back, I might have thought they'd go to the Kohanim. No, those because the pieces better advice is still face them, and therefore that is what's considered Olas Hegdesh, right? Olas Hegdesh, that the animal itself is brought on the Mizbeach, and the hides, which would ordinarily go to the Kohen, are instead have to use better bias and are not the Olas Hegdesh. That's our third answer. Just to quickly review, like three answers we brought in the pasuk itself said Olas Fish, and the Hebrew Shita was Olas Fish comes to exclude something that's called Olas Hegdesh. Three opinions. One, it needs to be Olas Hegdesh. It is an Ola that is brought from the Mosaros, the extra funds from Tasha, not production, they have to graze and get a milk. So those are considered property of the Mizbeach and not Olas Fish. So those hides do not go to Kohanim. Or you say it's a case where someone takes the Ola offering and they're not just that Ola for Bedek Habayis. So again, they co-face that or that high with to use Bedek Habayis, and therefore it is Olas Hegdesh and not Olas Fish. Does not go to Kohanim. The final answer that we had was someone who did not take all of their Nechasim, and within their possessions they had animals that are going to be brought in Ola, or other animals that are sold to people who need running, and then with that money they're brought. You're brought an Ola as well. And in those cases, those are Olas Hegdesh, because the hides do not go to the Kohanim and instead go to the person. Okay. Now we look at it, but I go back. We have a second opinion of what Olas Fish can exclude. That was the opinion of years ago. Omer.
Father Ola's gave him. He told us Ola's fish comes to school. Ola's fish. What I asked. Other Sumai, if I could call her Hina. I could get. Why was Ola's fish excluded Gare? Why isn't Gare not in each? Ola's Gare should be included. A Gare is in each like any other each. No, not with Gare makes alien. No, the specific case. The case they have a Gare who dies and does not have any Russian. And we know Gare in his diet to cut them lower dummy when a Gare converts. So it is as if even his biological relatives, even if they convert with him, it's as if there is no relationship, no connection, correct? And therefore, if a Gare has an Ola and then he dies, there is nobody, and he hasn't gotten remarried, and there's nobody of the Russian. So now we have an Ola that doesn't have violence. It's no longer an Ola fish because it has no owner. It's still brought, but it's brought, and the hides stay with the base of it, distracting them from the Kohanim, because this is not considered an Ola fish. Okay. Good. A little less time. We're going to get a little less, let's talk to,
Because this will be like, forget Andy Kaufman, this will be the greatest work.
Now we're going to go in a more detailed breaking down the concept. We'll read the concept one more time. We're going to couple that, we'll read one more time because we're now going to dust some different parts of the concept. Concept says, I'm not going to Ola Shish, or Ola Shish, is like, the Kohen brings Ola the king, the skins of that Ola, which he has brought, goes to the Kohen, but Kohen, they belong to that Kohen. Okay. Tell me about it. Ola Shish, concept says, Ola Shish, mainly Ola Shish. We only know if it's an Ola brought by a man. Ola, so maybe we take out the QSO here. Ola's Nashim without other people discussed here than last second ago. Ola's Nashim without above the nine. How do we know that if a woman or an Eved brings an Ola, that also that high goes to the Kohen, Kabbaloma, or Ha'ola? So Ha'ola is actually after. We didn't really need the word Ha'ola to be repeated. It could have just said Ola's ish, Ola Shish, yeah. Why or Ha'ola? Ha'ola is Revoice, and it comes to include the Ola of Nashim and Avadim as well. In game, Kabbaloma, Ola Shish. Why do you say Ola Shish? Then what is going to teach us? Ola should also is. It's only an Ola that actually benefited a person. But Mishnish, the Push is not of the Push is in the Kama. So you saw him in the Kama. Let's say I'm going. That keeps the shepherd outside of his time, or outside of the proper place, and in which case it's possible, and the violent do not get any benefit from that Ola. Okay, they're not there. It doesn't satisfy the obligation. So in that case, the Kohanim do not get to take the hide, right? If the rest of the Kohanim is not accepted, the Kohanim do not get to take the hide in that case. Okay, Yachal, Shanimar, Shalom, Lishma. Okay, I might have thought, negative our Mishnah, that maybe I would then also include, in this case, we would also exclude, if a Korban Ola was brought, Shalom, Lishma, right? Shalom also by him, and therefore, we know even though the covenant is brought, it does not count towards, it doesn't satisfy the owner's obligation on the days. But there's two times the Ola. I would have thought that in this case as well, this is not considered Ola's fish, and therefore the Kohen did not get died. Ola Mikoma. Because Ola is including any type of covenant that is brought. So even different things, one is brought, not within by them. The Ola is still valid, it just doesn't count towards the obligation of the Bible. Versus when it's split from the Koma, where the offer is not, where the offer or the Ola is invalid in and of itself. And therefore, in that case, only in a lot of cases the Kohanim not benefit from. Now, but this Russian continues, and now we're going to get into how we extend, which we touched on in the Mishnah, we're going to get to now more detail, how we extend from the Ola, which we said goes to the Kohen, and now the Or of other participants. Okay. So the Or Ola, Eli, Ella, or Ola. Okay, I only know from this concept that the Or of the Ola that goes to the Kohen. How about Ola such a touch of Mayim? How do we know
working at a
that
bookstore or something, and you see
the
the boss
other
go
country
visit the
also
sick.
go to the Kohanim? How
Did
did
you rinse
Omar?
it? He's like, I didn't shit, I rinsed.
Asher Hikri.
Why would I rinse it?
That is his right. Now, just call it about his right. Any trouble like that, any trouble like that, right? The other touching time, other touching time. No, because any matter about touching time. Okay, I'm gonna find out what's bringing all Kabbalahs and the Kohanim will get the oil from all Kohanim, even touching, which Mishnah told us is not true. Talmud Omar, Ola, it has to be something similar to Ola. My Ola touching, not touching. There has to be some comparison to touch to an Ola, which is touching, and therefore we learn here that we learn basically possible. Talakama holds that all the Kohen is referred to the or in all cases of touching. Okay, so the first answer. Talakama says it is learned out from the Psukim. Specifically, Asher Hikri. Okay. And the small comes gives a different answer. Or the pastor writes starts the same way. Or the pastor tells us, Ola, and how do we know other touching the Kohanim benefit from the Ola as well? It's a common Ola, and it's also touched on our Mishnah. We're not Ola, we have a carbon Ola. We're the Kohanim are not Zohar for the Basar. The Basar obviously referring to the Mishnah. Yeah, the concept tells us that they do get the or, just like Shekach and Shizachu with Sarams, or Erodin, Shizachu, the Oran. But if we have Shekach where the Kohanim do get to partake in the Basar, certainly then they should partake in the or, which they did by an Ola. We're going to ask Ms. Baffert here, so what I did, this was the reputation that we noted in the Mishnah. The difference in Ms. Baffert is the Zach of the Basar, the Kabbalah in Ms. Baffert when it comes to a common Ola, is Zach of the Basar of the Ola, but it is not Zach of the Ola of the Ola, because we just said the Pasuk tells us that the Ola goes to the Kohanim. Because they know that's not a good reputation. It's not a Ms. Baffert, it's an example of the Mikvah. Ms. Baffert never Zach of the Ola, doesn't ever have the parsha of or by the Mizbeach, so therefore we can't plug up the Talmud on that. So the Kohen is Zach of Mitzvah. We can't apply that to Kohanim who do have in other places, namely by an Ola, and they are Zohar in mind. Ola is Zach of Mitzvah, Zach of Mitzvah, and therefore once we know that we have this idea that the Ola goes to Kohanim by Talmud Ola, we can make this type of Homer that it works on all other touches. Okay, second, learns it from a Basar, after Hikri, and the small learns it from a Homer, and then the third opinion, Rabbi Omer.
We didn't think of any moving expenses for you. We didn't help
Rabbi
you.
says,
So you're living with your brother now in Texas. What?
We didn't need
Doesn't
this
sound like
process
a good job.
at all. Right? We don't need this process at all to teach us touching. That's only leaving the process like the first two seconds.
Well, we got some.
You only needed a process to teach us that the Ola and Ola goes to the Kohanim.
Mark was selling some Mark
So the Kohanim follow Basar. In all cases, we know that the Ola only follows the Basar, right? Outside of the Ola, we'll get there. Right? Minus Rachim, minus Rachim, Tavo, and the Rachim, right? If it's all burned up, then the Ola gets burned up with it. Kaddish Rachim, when you Kaddish Rachim, it's a fish on the tuba. That kind of Kohen, it's a gift to the Kohen, right? It follows the Basar. Not too much sheep, son. If the Kohen wants, he can flay the animal and take the Ola separately. No, Rachim, he doesn't want to. Also, not to knock out the Ola. He can eat the meat and leave the Ola behind. But either way, you see the Ola, right? The Ola follows the Basar. So that touching power. The Bible, they all go there and go to the owners. Rachim, not sheep, no son. If they want, they can flay and take the Ola for themselves. That's the Ola for the Ola. Same way, or they can use the Ola and you can eat. We see, Rabbi telling us in all cases, it's clear that the Ola always follows the Basar. About Ola, however, Ola, we have a problem. But it doesn't never bar. If she gets an Ola, you can't put some of the stuff down. That you have to flay the skin off of the Ola and cut it up into pieces. So now that the Pasuk tells us that it has to be separated from the Basar, I might have thought that the Kohanim are not Zohar Noah because there's something different here. There's something different going on, unlike the other Kabbalahs, where the Or was always connected and stayed as a Basar. Here, the Torah tells us it must be played and separated. The Talmud Omar, that's where the Pasuk, or Ha'olah Shedek is. That's where we have the Pasuk of. The Pasuk of or Ha'olah that teaches us that before, in the case of Olah, goes to the
Pro Wrestling
All right.
Federation. We don't deserve
But
people.
anyway, you see,
It's
from
the
the
same
thing of
shit.
Rebbe, that how does Rebbe understand that Kachin,
In a
the
way,
oil goes to the
in a way, Mark is
He
kind
said
of the
that's
character
that's
we're
the
talking about, where there's like a
standard
turn.
in any case.
He's
In
doing
all
what
pieces of
Bubba
Kabbalah,
should have
wherever
done.
the busser goes, the oil will
He's
follow.
the
And
character.
therefore, we don't need
And
any
this is a great
we don't
point
need
by
the passer,
Mark. Is
like Tanakama,
25K
we
is
don't
Brendan's
need
quote, so you know,
a Kalafona like a Mishkan. It's just standard logic is that it follows the busser. And in
Oh, it's
fact,
how old is
the
it?
passer is only needed to teach us the non-standard case of Ola that the hide still goes to the Kohanim. Okay? We continue darshaning. Let's go. Let's just quickly read the passages that are Kohen HaMakar that's Olash Ish Ora Olash Sharif Kohen Lo Yiyah. Right? It goes specifically to that Kohen. Lo Yiyah. This is a drush we had yesterday. A similar drush we had yesterday. Lo Yiyah. Tavis Fuyom Ronin. Lo Yiyah to that Kohen. It comes to exclude a Fuyom or an Onin. Why? I might have thought Lo Yisku
Let me ask you a question. Are you ready for Sundance?
Right? We said yesterday or the day before that the Fuyom and Onin, they do not get to eat from the buffet line because they get they do not get to be sold in the buffet line because they cannot eat it. Right? They have a problem with Achila. However, these people also maybe I would have thought that they do get to be sold in the Or because Or doesn't have a Achila. So the fact that they are lucky with Fuyom and Onin, maybe that doesn't matter because they should still be able to, or they should be maybe they're not excluded from the Or. So that's what Pascal tells us. Only the contract because the Kippurim, the Fuyom of the Onin, we come to exclude because the Kippurim, Fuyom and Onin, they do not get to partake in the Or. Okay, and now we're going to break down. Remember, 3 shikes. Tanakama learned from drush in the pasuk Asherikri. The small learned from a Kalvachomer, from the Kalvachomer that from Ola. And Rebbe learned just generally the Basa, the Or always follows the Basa. Okay, so now we're going to say why does each one hold by not all of them, but why some don't hold by the other. Tanakama, Nami Kedu, why did Tanakama have this drush? Why did he also use the Kalvachomer? The time most of the also the Kalvachomer, by the cause of Lipra. Right, you're right. The Tanakama could have held by the Kalvachomer, but he wanted to actually hang it on a pasuk. He wanted to drush from the pasuk itself. Okay? Rabbi Shmuel. Hi, Asher Hikri. My mother, right? Okay, and Rabbi Shmuel, he doesn't use the pasuk of Asher Hikri as Tanakama did. What does he do with that phrase Asher Hikri? But with Fuyom, he comes to everything we just said. I'm ready to exclude but Fuyom, Kuzikipurim, and Onin. The takeaway he Lo Yiyah. Why does he learn it from Lo Yiyah like the Rebbe did? Rishon has a reason that Rishon uses this phrase for something else. Like, Yochanan, you see what Rishon. Never but Allah, in our part of Lo Yiyah, the never but Lo Yiyah. Kala Haran, Atzmosa, Yutarim, just like the Bai and Ashram, the bones are Mutter. Afkat, just look on this year by Allah. The bones are mutter as well. We learned that from Zereshava, Lo Yiyah. And what to say, look, it has to be the oath, right? Otherwise, we could have said, that's fine, you can make the Russia on Lo Yiyah and still use it for Zereshava, and still use it for Zereshava. It just wouldn't be Zereshava that's Mukta, it wouldn't be that's open, right? We know if you have a Zereshava that is Mukta, even if we have a perfect, like Zereshava, it stands. But if you have a Zereshava that is not Mukta, it's with the use of something else, then if we have logic that counteracts the Zereshava, we not have to do Zereshava. In this case, which don't use that in Mukta. Ideally, almost, if you use that Lo Yiyah as for this other drasha, and therefore we run Mukta. We go Mukta, Malachos can decide Mukta, Lo Yiyah, so why we could have excluded it saying the Asham, because there is an element of Basa which there isn't by an Ola, and therefore we would be able to shut up the Zereshava, so we have to make sure it's a Mukta, and we can keep the Zereshava.
You gotta have the word brown in there potentially.
Okay, go a little bit ahead.
I don't know.
All right. We'll go a little bit ahead.
Is there
So the director might come back tomorrow, but still a few minutes. So we'll take the first piece of the mission. Okay,
is there a redemption angle? Short of short of coming clean and saying either it was
Okay,
the
call
old
it Kardashian.
or either
Shia Deb
all
Sword,
right, guys,
coding
I'm
up Shia.
finally gonna,
So now, remember, we'll get to it in a while, we're going to put on this. But
because if you're that,
this makes us telling us that any can have a tool in the cushion that happened before the hide was separated. They don't say look on it. Then the oil does not go to the bone, rather it stays in the butter, which had a tool. After the sheet, however, if the oil was already separated from the butter, and then there's a tool in the carbon, also look on him. The Kohanim I get to keep that oil. So see here, he's deciding, or the moment in time, that's the deciding factor is whether the oil was separated or not, right? Because it's the time of hectic, the time that the oil is separated. If it still happened before preparation, the Kohanim do not. If the oil still happened after the oil has already been separated, the Kohanim as well. Okay? Amar of Sinina, Skana Kohanim. The Yama Larisi, oh, she has a this. So he says, because, his experience is that I've never seen a skin that was brought out to the base of Sefer, and then Jesus Rashi was in. He's talking about a skin that was already flayed, right? Because obviously there's many times where a whole carbon instead of been brought out to the base of Sefer, but this is talking he does where a skin was separated and then brought out to the base of Sefer. Other Kiva, give a mitzvah of the Magna to learn from the words of the Shemidas kind of common. Then not shit as I before, link the Sefer. She's a Kohen, we see here that if you're matching it before, and then it's found to be the Sefer, so then you see that there's a tool afterwards, but the Kohen still get to keep it. Or some people do the Kohen say, no, right? Just the fact that the Shemidas kind of Kohen said he hasn't seen it, that's not a right. Maybe he hasn't experienced it. Oh, well, that's what it is. In this case, a Trefa, which obviously was a tool that happened before, right? We didn't know about it, but the trace of soul obviously happened before the skinning of the hide, and therefore the hide would go to the base of spirit, according to the Haman. Okay. No, we'll just do the first little piece here. Nora says,
it's very possible.
Moshe was up on his day off, quoted our Mishnah from the beginning of today that said, Moshe was up on his day off of the Basar. Anytime that the Mizbeach is not Zofa to the Basar, no Zofa to the Or, no Kohen do not get the Or. The Afagav, to ask for the Or, for the Yuka, seems to imply even if the hide was separated first, right? And this, in our Mishnah, the moment that we really care about is whether the Basar went onto the Mizbeach. If the Basar goes on the Mizbeach, you get the Or. If it didn't, the Kohen do not get the Or. But whether or not it was played before the tool is irrelevant. Some money is the opinion. And then we're going to show this must be the opinion of the other Shimon. And we're going to just gloss over the Nachlokas because it's going to be brought up in detail tomorrow. But Rabbi Shimon says, the Rabbi says that the Rikas Hadam can only be Baratza when the oil is connected to the basar, but not when they're separate, but they go together. Only when they're together. Fine, but what about this mission we just brought down, which is actually one mission? We just broke it up in our Gemara. In the Sefer, it says, Kol HaKodshim, Shir Ben Shul, Kol HaKodshim, which again, now, the exact point that we're worried about is whether the cooking before or after the hide was skinned. Now, also the Rebbe. This was now according to the Rebbe, the Amar, Hadam Merata Oda, the answer. Rebbe says that you can have this rika that is not here, the hide, even when it is not connected to the basar, right? So if you skin it first, and then that's when it happens, the tool happens in the basar, so you can't. So there's no basar, right, for the rika to be makir, but the rika can be makir or by itself. That's the opinion of Rebbe, right? So now, make sure we have certain nonsense for us. Well, we have two different authors on our mission, which obviously we do not like. Other Abaye says, we can say for Rabbi, Rachel not Rabbi. So Abaye says, no, we're going to make both of them Rabbi. We know the Rabbi, she actually comes to Rika. And we said, well, we had a problem. We had a problem with the Rachel, our mission from the beginning of the day, that we said it can't be like Rebbe. He goes, no, Rebbe, while he agrees to that principle, Rebbe says that should never happen. The general rule is you are not mashit before Zrika. You can first do the Zrika, and then you play the animal. So Rebbe's saying that's not how it happens, and therefore that's why, but if it happens to be that way, like it is in the Sefer, that's the case. But in the Rachel, he was just dealing with the regular case where we do not play the animal prior to Zrika.
Okay? Rabbi Rava says also he answers the contradiction. He answers the other way. He says Miduration, the other Rabbi Shimon, since we said at the beginning of the Mishnah, stays according to the opinion of Rabbi Shimon. Same phenomenon as Rabbi Shimon. Okay, therefore then we have to answer the state of the Brisa, which said Kodim Hatchet, which seems to imply that the animal can be skinned and still have the Zikas Hadam, the Maratza for the or by itself, which is negative opinion of Rabbi Shimon. No. What does it mean? What does it mean when we say before and after hatchet? Kodim Shemiru Hatchet, after Shemiru Hatchet. It just means one of these ready to do the Hashata and one is ready and one is not ready to do the Hashata. Which means before or after Rika. It's really talking about the exact same point. Because you're saying it's not that it's played beforehand, it's saying when it is finally ready to be played, which is only after the Rika. And we'll look very quickly we'll go to the Rambam. The first person we did, Rambam in Sogos Maisa Sabanas, Perik Hay. Rambam says, now we're talking about where do the various oros of the various Kohanim go? Where do the oros of the various Korbanos go? Do they go to the Kohanim? Do they go to the Baalim? Or do they not go anywhere? Oros Kachim, not Kohanim. So any or that is from a Kachim, that goes to Kohanim. They become a Tzibor, they become a Yativ, any, whether it's called Tzibor or Yativ, Shinamar, or Ola Asher Hikir, right? And it seems to me that I'm learning has learned from Asher Hikir, which was the opinion of the Tanakh. Okay? Or it's Kachim Kalim, but if it's Kachim Kalim, that word that follows the Basar goes to the Baalim. They call Ola, and we'll talk about Mizrach. This is our beginning of our Mishnah. Any Ola that is not so that the Mizrach is not Zilcha from the Basar, no Zilcha kind of Ola. Shinamar, Ola Skish, Ola also Ish, right? So that's the same structure that we made. And then in Halacha Paparis, we take two of our, right? Remember, we had three opinions as to what it needs to be. Olas Kedesh, which the skins do not go to the Kohanim, and the Rambam quotes two out of those three opinions, which is a mattress of Lasa Bedek Habayis. If you have an Ola and your mattress is two Bedek Habayis, or mattress Nefasa, right, Ben Safarim, or you have your mattress over Nefasa, and you happen to have male animals that are running in the bath. So you can go Ola, and all those cases in Ola Sam Lakan, Shinamar, Ola Sis, Strat, the Ola Kedesh. And I think you don't know. You see, the Rambam seems to hold like both of those Shita that those are considered Ola Kedesh, but does not hold by the third Shita, which was right. So the third Shita was disputed by the Drasha of Yoyada Kohen. And therefore, the Rambam does not quote that. Shita only two opinions within what is Ola Kedesh. Really, I do not go to that. All right.
You know, I want to wrap up this next and make you a part of my family. What's up, Dallas?
My dream, yes, did not disappoint. Zach Cam.
Thank you, Saul. We couldn't have done it without you, Saul. You're the best.
We're driving the couple's third. She's crying just because you're running from Cheetos. I'm crying just because my life's great.
And by the way, we still have more stuff planned for you guys, so stick around here.
We love this small wrinkle of this.
Can you be mine the special life is life and you?
Okay, which junk is that? Is it obviously
Take the three fucking words. Dude, I hate bean cheese. Like, what the hell, man? Cartload year round every day. Bean cheese. Like, what the hell, man? Cartload year round? We never tail off the carbs. That's a game plan. Salt and beef built like armadillos.
Oh shit, I'm back. Am I back? Can you hear me? Okay. I
after the high group, then ultimately again, take on having to get so the Venus kind of corny said, I never saw all of my games. I never saw high
It's all good. I gotta text
so
him.
the out.
It is hard to take and do a show at the same time.
Based on
Stick around, brother. I was in the waves.
based on
Stream
this.
was right.
So the Gemara says as follows. The
Dude,
Gemara
you gotta
says,
shout out from DC. How
and it's
cool is
definitely
that?
so it's awesome. And what we love. So the Gemara says as follows. That ultimately, any time that is gas is not required
I got no idea what you're talking about. Guys, we have surprises coming up for you. Just checking to see the surprises. Talk to the chat. This is e-learning. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Prior to speaking, but then for some reason,
Christ, what else you got? Yo, just hang on. We got more. At least we're gonna get the It Doesn't Matter people on at some point. I think we have another surprise for you. How awesome was that interview? I was so tired. I think my headache went away. That shit was crazy. BC is hilarious. Right? How funny was he? Oh, you know what? I wish I had connections to Mayhem. We have them on. Maybe we should have an episode of Mayhem and Sean. DC, that's funny as shit. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I'll be right back, folks.
So weak is disqualified, high is disqualified. So that sounds like that's what it is. Our touching share them soon. It's like catnip for excellence. Where the seal ultimately occurs before the high is used. Then the high doesn't go to the high. Last one is the seal occurs after the high is used. But the high ultimately again the high doesn't go to the high. My wife reads her day Latin. I saw just for the Spanish, but life and English help her to be on my job. I struggle with shit ton. You know what it feels like that my 5-year-old son grow up on his mic and talk shit to me in Spanish? You know what that feels like? As a father, you know what that feels like? I don't have a clue what he's talking about. I have a clue. That's very
I thought the dude all the time. I dropped out of school last week. I was all, teachers like, what the fuck? All right, we're back. Shout out to COVID protocols for all upset.
As a white person, my dad wanted to
What are we doing, B?
before the height was moving after height.
Not even realize
I was just
this
zero the
face
after
mask is unfortunate, dude. I do not like the face mask. No, I can't really
and after you put
be airport. Good thing
price
we're
for
coffee.
Both institutions, however, one watching the great one offense, Felicia as so my record, my relationship, so that's
I don't think I can read their life.
what are the respective
I like your jersey. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, just because you're being safe doesn't mean you can also not have fun. I can make a bigger box.
Usage of the high biceps.
And
if this is a proper itself,
maybe we got black belts on right now.
now this week off will still allow for the hide to be valid. That's what it is. So I was calculating the maybe holds the halacha the nice so the fate of the halachic state of the hide and the move are not necessarily
not a good idea to have
you
a
can have a
jersey
case
on
of
the
the
point
second
of
is invalid.
the
As hide is
because
still
they
used
take
to
it
for
off
the
the burn and after
if
it
you show a basar, but we'll say when the hide is together with the cars, the hide is not being removed. So then let's go say again. So if the hide is being removed and sleep is being done, even if the subsequent cause moves valid, the hide will still remain valid. However, that is only when the hide is being removed from the move. If you show a basar, but if the hide is together with the move, then no one will call the big holding Zika being Lahakar Zika, or even Zika. They will say if the hide is still with the move, then what? Then Allah said if the meat becomes disqualified, then the hide becomes disqualified as well. The Lord will show the Omer in Adam and that's how the other things. So also Lord will show says no, there's no such thing as the Zika affecting usage of the hide by itself. Rather again, the hide, the usage of the hide, or the element of the hide, is directly wrapped up with the effectiveness of the conscious of the if the meat is sacrificially valid, then the hide will go to the Sahara. If the meat is not sacrificially valid, then the hide does not go to the Sahara. So about that. And the hide is with the no level, so according to God, how we feel. And when the hide is if the invalidation is ultimately again, the hide is like me. After Zika, put some process yeah, tended to overlook our lesson. This is actually interesting. If, however, again, the absolute only occurs after Zika, let's say significant after. If Zika was done, the resolution is again used as a moment in which the meat is kosher.
we look like people Jesse on fire hired.
That means the hide is kosher, and if the hide to be given
So like with the mask on earlier when it was fully over my face, it was so hard to concentrate. I was like, you know what, I think I'll take a nap.
See, the mathematical is Nabi and Nabi Allah is the same mathematics as Nabi as in Nabi Yeshua. So what the resolution is?
Now it feels like I'm a poker guy.
Habasar Nahadani. Because it says, you shall perform your Olosha Habanos. Habasar Bahadani. The meat as well as the meat as well as the water. So the Gemara says, so we'll say, obviously,
Welcome back to Rick Glass's podcast. I'm Rick. This is Glass.
So what's the shot?
I feel
He wants to be short on there. And in that, in Basra, in Basra,
thank you. Appreciate that.
and Yeshua says that if there is no blood, there's no meat. And if there's no meat, there's no blood. Yeshua says essentially.
Should we thank the guy that got us the? Oh yeah, dude, shout out to Paul C, dude. Paul C's the realest dude. Yeah. He got us. Oh really? He got us meeting carrots.
Yeah, that
makes sense. I can only eat smaller size carrots because they.
Dam,
And he was like, also, I would have got the bigger carrots, but just
he
actually got carrots.
Moses says that the dam could be affected.
Fuck carrots.
The dam is
Actually,
the
but I only want to help you things.
not on the Roma about Sisa or Sefa, Abasa Mahazan. We'll say that's the case. So ultimately, again, the same amount of Roma about Sisa or Sefa, Abasa Mahazan. That's the ultimately when once you leave the puzzle, when it says you shall do your own puzzle, Dam Roma Lafot, to teach you as follows. Not Dam, Zika, Akbasa,
Oh shit, you actually did do it. I'm not joking. You actually did that. Is there a cookie on it? I'll do it. Yeah, that's probably the safest way to eat a messy cake. Oh shit, look out again. Oh shit, like off the subject. Salsa with cream. Salsa cookie. It is kind of like the equivalent of a what time is pizza delivery coming? Pizza delivery coming this weekend too. I don't know if I have pizza in me. I definitely want it.
So
this is not good. Adam Ray is coming on next. We have Adam Ray on.
So
One of his characters. First sleepover episode. Our favorite comedians.
say
He's doing
But
Dr.
ultimately,
Phil.
according to the one who says that the
I'm
height
Dr. Phil.
is fixed,
Everyone can
right?
do
The
this.
first sentence is
What do you mean you watched it for 24 hours? TV?
the height. That the height is fixed even when the bustle, his bustle, holds us together. ومعنى أما الله صار ربي يسجل معنى أما الله صار يشوى أما الله صار again the height itself holds us ربي يشوى.
I mean, people watching this probably think they're in a simulator. Look at that shit's crazy.
I mean, it's hard to talk about it. Like when you see it's everybody
You could have a yellow suit too. All you gotta do is not be a bot.
is master the height, even if it's self-issue value.
Oh, there we go. Daddy's number is full again. Mark, if you ask that nicely, maybe. Jesse.
So you sure? Man, the pulsa, I'm gonna go. The one who says that
I said the other day on Twitter that everything that Walt did, and I said nothing that Walt did in Breaking Bad was worse than Andrew Schultz's voice.
Especially, let's say, when you show tell you, I'm going to say now, it's like the buses. There's the athletes on the buses and down the buses, about cars. Where again, if it becomes a gallery,
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
I'm still like you show up.
Do you guys want me to eat a Mexican cookie again?
I lost my nice again. The high of the started.
Just some Mexican cookie here.
As long as there's even if you see the high is still come to the
You're welcome to it. I like you.
have the idea. But don't take the crazy Yeshua or the face like together.
Take your shoes off.
Lift your box on yourself.
Take your socks off.
The ground. Or it became
I've only seen one
somewhere.
episode.
Or it was thinking outside of the confines of the game. The only those Israel. So the rest of America, Israel. And the rest of ultimately again, that's the
They had grievances against
Yeshua
each other
Omer,
that
no,
they
you can't
hired down. I want to
speak
speak
up. Like Israel, there are the speak up. It's like, even though even as the meat has been removed, in a way that compromises it, it's still
tell the
speak
issue
up.
that
Or it's like,
I don't know the
even
name
if
of
the
the name
meat
of it,
itself is going to
I'm not gonna do it. It was funny when Brian was like, he's like, I really like podcast.
Sure,
Like,
it's not a good stuff.
Sure,
Sure, it's like you shouldn't be
I don't know.
ultimately, again,
God damn it, I'm rubbing my feet together. Son of a bitch. Yeah, that's a bot. Yeah, thanks for letting me know, bot. You know, humans, it's a human body. Have you ever heard of it? Sometimes it grows.
Right, grab it right, scruff of the neck. Enough's enough.
Enough, kitty. I love it. You kicked a line. He kicked a line. It's a line of the mountain.
So what you saw,
That would be funny if they had to play this in
what you saw begins is
like dressed like
look from the face of
yeah, we're being sued, and we're like, they think that they play this.
first
The watch the 24-hour stream.
high 24 hours. So the height
I don't want to see this image in the court.
it's full. After the height is
I would not be happy with that.
just part of the progression.
But it is hilarious.
I never saw
It's
high,
a great.
which was good.
It's a great
I
costume.
never saw high, which
It's
was
a Halloween costume.
I never saw it.
Yeah, I feel
I mean, even when you see
looks like I found my Halloween costume.
even let's say again,
Oh, man.
the high school,
I thought we just
and then we discovered that the before was trademark. The before had a pre-existing already there. Kind of being used for height.
Ringo coffee.
The height is still broken. Otherwise, again, the community standpoint must have seen other height. There was the college flow. So that's again, and you see this in the fact that the unit never saw height being destroyed. Indicates to us that even if, by let's say at the fall, they find it huge, they thought as
long as you're high,
Oh shit, I'm open if anything. Should I get that plate? Maybe throw it down at the starting at
hustles from the
still
beginning.
working.
Come and say, no right, you know, right. So, come and say, this country is highly this testimony. They say, we don't care what you did to it, if you was on the good of yourself. You weren't going to get something close. That was the day that you went. You can't see the right on your eyewitness testimony. Rather, again, he says, come up to the right side, and next he says, apart, he would in fact take out the card to the card. Now, we're going to break this apart. Some of the thing is kind of fun. Why you find out something?
You guys know this for me?
Yes. Burn cold. You burn cold. When I say cold,
That means it's not touching the fucking table.
for example,
Refer to you.
part of
I put a little bit of sauce on it. I got plenty of sauce on it. You know what I mean? You really did that? I swear. So why did anyone see it? Only one person commented about it, but I didn't want to make the whole thing about what I just did. I was trying to do like incognito mode. That's fine. And so like, one person said something and I was happy with that. I feel like they have to do something for me to validate. I don't know what. I mean, they've done so much of it.
With the burning of the high
They have done a lot. This has been a great training. Yeah, you guys love this.
Are you part of that she's supposed to serve up? So what about we're ultimately again with a high degree tussle prior to being removed because there are cases of us where carbon becomes invalid. And again, we saw that everyone sees to agree that if the carbonic invalidation occurs before the hide is removed, then the hide is burned. That never happened. All the cases that we have in this California, which the United States
Remember when we were preparing for this, we're like, dude, it's gonna suck.
he never saw a hide, which was already removed.
Dude, that was amazing. And also, opening this made me feel like that right wing podcast with the convention single jar. That guy, I was like, oh shit, I'm that guy.
But then
I
it's
just always leave like that open.
which I was like, sounds like it would be invalid. Usually, my hands are ready. A lot of them are still in the has gotten that side. I love you must have always been a little blood is not from the rasa or the hide by itself. And therefore, again, only so such in that kind of case, the hide itself was never valid when you get so the canina, so when the canina is going to be sealed. Listen, ultimately, again, we have to see that for a while ago. Canina also said, be by saying, I feel so most of the levy, she has to hold these people. Listen, just like before, even if you want to set up the revolution of very short heavy code, it's a matter of practice. So generally, the hide is not the the hard you can see the trees for the name that I. Listen, remember, all the time you were the but in this kind of fun, it makes a very dramatic thing. What's the dramatic thing? I never saw a case of a 5 weeks old this morning. Because it's not just says,
I think I did more sauce than that, but it's fine.
what is that we never all of the years of serving
Wants me to have the sauce and
we never saw once of this coverage like I so we're trying to figure out how that's compressing so it's not much just as follows. Bahar Ika, the main safe case of the main eye. Also, what about the case ultimately again, the animal is found in the shape of the so what's the that's the case of it's 4 lines better than 1 line. But if you have these cases in the eye, lo means up to access it. So that concept is called the texture. A soccer night, but your game, you ready? What happens if you find school in the kitchen?
It looks good. I just
that was hard.
I struggle with it.
But remember again,
It's keto, bitch.
you would go ahead and check down, cut it open, take out the meat or whatever the sacrificial parts are. All of that
You know what? Maybe it's more of a, it's more of a cookie that Chop says.
So listen, what about you? Where you would go ahead and you find the soup in the kitchen, and then you test it. So So
Like it's a really serious topic. Technically, doctor, it is also.
including what? Including what? Including the
I
hide.
kind of want to
So
try
that
to
would be a case of where you would see the hide.
I'm worried that family is mine. They see
Destroy
that I'm doing
because other names say shit, name it high into that.
people should stop talking to me.
There's kind of point of hope that what? That a lot of the nice stuff, a lot of the nice stuff that although we could pursue holding that listen, so that's the high
I got a Diet Coke, so I
or
can get
that
lots of games.
pursue
Oh,
what
great idea. That'll get with water.
it's really discovered with the high
Perhaps in a minute.
for some reason that's what it's not discovered that after the high whenever you go on after as a matter of
Shout out to Walking Dead. Good to see you again.
as a matter of practice,
Oh shit.
to say that generally
Dude, shout out to all the new subscribers. We got a lot of subscribers today.
it sounds like on a technical level, it's
Oh really? Yeah. Welcome to this welcome to the show. Hope you're enjoying it. You know, this started off surprisingly as a podcast about records and CDs and that's about so great. Where's the dolphin bottle? Yeah, I wish I had that. The dolphin bottle is so fucking funny. I guess you can only get that if you watch
Speaking
records.
of I'm gonna be a
Because
keeper.
it's only on the
I'm
Patreon.
gonna be a keeper. You drive the man who's the matches and the covenant keeper. She also had one of them. But although, we'll say again, we can further the point, we can give them the prior to the start.
I can't hear the special anymore, but I don't need to. Can you hear it? I think it's my headset. I don't know if I fucked this up.
The elemental
It's all good. Until we
found more. I love this a fully gets at the point. So it has second. What happens if the car has this found more? That ultimately can be shafted by the point you can outside of the even outside. We're right into that. Or vamos, a new structure that you know, we're here across the other back. About names, all of us. So the coin has a reserve boundary. It's checked to be ultimately again in his house. Outside of his house.
So this is the first bite.
So let's say again, for check that the part is a problem. Numbers and ultimately again the animal is a tree. The animals rush out of the animal. She knows about them. That's the craziness. So let's say in the
It's like the joke is so funny.
as the after
So funny.
Shiraj, Chitasaba, Chita, or Instruction of the Rush.
I just want to be
So
on
that
the
was like,
I just want to be
he
on
was
the
trying to add in these things. That even in the case of the hardbound more, if the coin ultimately again removes the high, prior to the suffering of that paper, ultimately again, go ahead and use the high.
It's like two swamps. I think it's
I love her.
This is really odd.
So we'll say, if he is perhaps a little bit, I love how hard it is. But after the I'm an Ella.
Hey, we're gonna watch Britain's podcast. Oh my god. So mainly it's like imagine him doing vomit in a hazmat suit. I guess that's the purpose.
In order for it to be next picture of the fun, that's the upper is a balance. Once you certify as a common, once you do this, you need a mumma. Everybody's gonna have a mumma.
And you have to have a monster, ultimately, again, with 5 million dollars. In that case, have you keep a hold. And
I sent this to the Discord.
the hide was removed.
Dude, I got fast off this piece really
We found
Take
even
the
the
face
animal
mask
was
off.
very,
No, because then I pass
the
out for a
hide
couple
was
hours till we go. You want it? That's
And also
awesome.
the sound, and I love how also follows
I'm sending the.
you approach the
I should post.
So I love when
I should post the. That on Reddit. Yeah. Or I think let's test. You always hate. You say I can't multitask. Well, wonderful. We'll prove you wrong right now. So fuck you. You're a bot.
Eric, you want to look at you. The car, Shalim said,
You're being like all super nice. Fuck you. You're a bot. I was saying, look at this bot. I just want to say shout out to Mark, dude. Shout out to Alex Williams. Shout out to Brendan Walsh. Shout out to Brian Campbell. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, shout out to everybody that came and the help you shopping for. We'll do another 24 hours tomorrow on you. I'm gonna take you out here as well. But I guess you gotta go from Talavera to Mark. Well, that's what he said. Damn. He didn't say it's crazy.
Presented as a
Oh man.
right? And ultimately, again, the Schaefer was found
What was
after
your
the hide
favorite part
was
of the
removed. The hide must be destroyed and the meat must be buried. Then the Mumonishka, Abbasi cover, the Anrak Hanbalo, which cut up this is the halacha specifically by the court. By the court. The halacha by the court was years if it was a proper court that we were trust what was checked and found to be
that was a great crazy interview. Somebody said something that I wanted to react to, and now I can't remember what it is. But I can know it's not. It's not even something that I wanted to touch on the fact that the Red Bull actually worked. Like I feel better. Usually Red Bull makes me feel like crap. It was funny because that the fucking rain did not work. I was like knocking out during the games. Oh man, it's Red Bull feels kind of like goes on. You're on fire. I mean, thank you. The fucking, the Red Bull was a good idea for you. You took one for the team. You had a range. You deserve props for that. Because I am a bitch. I won't drink it. I think it's disgusting. But you will. Yeah. So thank you. My body's a dumpster. You're a bot. Or am I a bot? When I'm actually some bubble, I'm a bot. My body's a dumpster. What a fuck. It's like you don't even need to like cook food. It can be anything. I eat sausage salad. And by the way, we're gonna eat some. Yeah. I mean, sausage is great, but it's probably healthier than pizza. Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, I'm out. I am out. And also, let me compliment you again on the place. It's very clean. You did a great job cleaning up. Yeah, set up. You did a wonderful setup. You didn't land the end. You did a perfect setup. Right? You clean. The setup is amazing. You got it. You're like, say it again. It's so funny you didn't stick the landing because you were asleep. Oh, you're right. I can stay up late. Then just be asleep. You're like, and I did it all. I'm ready. Brendan's probably gonna show up at fucking 10, and then you're asleep. Cooney is being held hostage. This is all right, bot. Great. Another bot comment. What are we gonna do with that? Put it with the rest of the bot comments. Did two massage? You've never actually done that before. I don't think you've ever been asleep. I think I have slept. I haven't been asleep. You haven't, or I haven't. I'm sure I've slept. Oh no, I'm thinking about getting picked up for gigs. And they would just scream about that. Yeah, it's funny. it makes it easier to get in contact with that setup that you got. If I ever slept through, I've definitely been late. Not often. Neither of us are really late.
Sometimes it was somewhere on the Harabah.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, I got my why aren't taking this opportunity to Indian style go all the time, commit to the bit? You don't want to see my feet. Yeah, haven't I talked about that before? How gross my feet are. You know, but there's a toe.
Ultimately, again, it was this that we called
The two middle toes. Both have hammer toe, which makes the nail look like something out of a
he was
Lord of the
carried
Rings.
on poles.
And
They
I have
carried
flat
animal on
feet.
poles.
Listen, team, I really am fucked up.
Ultimately,
I got a lot of problems.
two poles, four people, and all the poles were carried on to each other. So how you solve it also in order.
That's
The
9
other one
hours.
is showing
We
how
got more
you
time
solve it
because
from the
I
Hazara.
think
That
we
one
could maybe
is
send a link
how you
to
solve it having the
idea maybe
that one is
9:30.
having the guns actually very
Like,
listen
like
before
their time.
that those who are involved with the burning of this carbon,
Yeah, so like that's not
ultimately the
far from
clothing
that.
becomes coming.
It's like
I will say clothing only becomes coming when they leave
and
the
then
shop.
after that we'll do
So
some
you listen
self
to some of here, you can have a situation where the two guys in front, the clothing becomes carrying each other, the front of each other.
This stream is a plot to kill
city,
Cootie.
the clothing does not
Bot.
listen, you guys are all
Oh my god.
the same
Cookie's
carbon.
disgusting. This gargoyle feed is fucked. That's a boss.
So again, in that moment with the first two weeks,
Another
the
fight.
second
Sometimes
to
tears
second to
overflow.
the
Comedian Brendan Shaw from Most
Lots of
Not a
maybe
fuck
they
with.
even having the best. Once all four go out, then ultimately again they all have to
You're like
must go.
prolonging the misery. I was
Sure,
just
no
showing
man.
the pause.
Anyone in
Shove
the
it all
family
in.
attributes
Thanks,
us to
thanks,
our
Mom.
belief.
I literally put it on top of it.
You don't talk about the requirement.
I don't think that's hard. It's funny, like, here's what's funny to me
Majority
now
of the
eating it.
parts of the animal is
There are parts of it that don't have hot
Utah
sauce or
have
salsa.
also. They say once
But when they eat those fuckers, it just reminds me of the It's like a flashback. It's ruined these cookies forever. I want to see if I can show you. Let me see how many this was. I can't see shit. Oh my god. Oh, I can't see it. That's big. There's a major change.
Which was outside of the
Why is it so bad? I love cabbage. So bad.
Where was the pizza? You know?
You know what sucks? And I've fully come to terms with this. I'll talk to Chad about this.
What's the
I would use it if I had no hot sauce. I used to hate on the original Tabasco. The original Tabasco was way better. Chula was worse than better. I'm so glad we were recording for 9 hours. I didn't know that that's how long it took for you to admit Chula sucks ass.
So the base idea was a place on Harabite.
Yeah, it looks like it would be good, but every hot sauce is better. Every hot sauce is better. If somebody told me that they like Cholula or Louisiana hot sauce, I would just be like, I would never talk to them again. See, Crystal's way well, Crystal's good. And I do agree with you, Papa Campbell is better than Tipitio, but
The ability to prepare, to build the bira,
they're both Tipitio's good. Yeah, it's a good hot sauce. Tabasco, just I'll say it. I'm not afraid to say it. Louisiana's amazing.
somewhere in the base of it, whether it be the
Kind
Arizona,
of sucks, but it's still way better than that's
those
still way
are
better
base
than
at the front.
Figuring out who's trying. I'm trying to find a spot where I can
You have three
hot
base
sauce
at
is
the
good,
front.
it just doesn't
Three
belong on
base
a
specials. Base at
Jelly
the
roll,
front.
I love this. Imagine jelly roll eats them and
You want to have this a little base at the front.
You mean to tell me you eat cookies without salsa?
Which means that
Baby girl told me that we can have it together. She makes
base at that
I stopped liking them after my GLP one shots, but during the week, I get back to it. What kind of sausage are there? Good again. I like Mexican cookies more than I like singing about smoking men. Somebody put some salsa on my cookies. wish Jelly Roll would do the show because he's my favorite singer in the world. I believe it. I believe it.
الشمس
I don't know what
حرارة
Classic Sauce is. He said English.
كده أخذ
Everything is what it should be. Tiger thinks on sauce.
where I'm going to see her
Can we watch a Jelly Roll rap video?
ultimately
No,
where the
because
cargo
the
is
Kringle
burned.
Pop is on your
So
box.
if the seal occurred before
DC
Zika,
8
it was burned inside the
T87 classic bot.
Yazara. If the seal occurred after Zika,
I know a bot named Leslie.
on the Harabites. Ukilispassan puts the
Lot of
sauce
sauce, you
back.
guys.
Specifically for
I like how
the
Habanero sauce,
and
dude.
see my
Yeah, Habanero's pretty good.
when they
When
were
I was in
crushed
Nashville,
offering
I went to
and really
Princess.
burnt, they were burnt ultimately again outside the base of
The mayor,
Honey baby
that was
was a
delicious.
of
It was too hot tea.
He also
Oh, that's when I ate it.
slow shot based on the
Oh, that's
sun.
when I ate it. Look at my
Your
fucking
face
face,
is
dude.
basically was used to burn. It used to burn carbons. So remember again, this is
Oh, I see.
shape. Base addition to all you guys got. It's a large base
I ate
addition.
it all the time.
Oh,
That's gross. All right, one
Just
last
have
bite.
to
Should I say, who should I dedicate this bite to?
the easy what's it considered
All right, Sam, dedicate
Again,
Thank you for all your
invalidated
generous
touch of
donations. Yeah.
and it's a touch
I'm
of color.
donating this
All
last
the matter
one. Smash the most salsa on it.
share
Save
that
that for you.
being
There we
potent
go.
chica, being active, what's the difference? The latest version, they're burning, invalidating, serum honeysuckle, and corn honeysuckle, where the base addition inside the point. The base addition, I tell you what the Harabais. There was another base addition, Harabais, I'll tell you this in the Dutch.
Yeah.
Some surfing by some surfing, Harabais surfing, serum honeysuckle, you are then slowly in Siasa. So what's like the base addition of Harabais, they would burn,
Anything for you guys. I ate another second hot sauce cookie. I ate my nuts. Disgusting, dude. The first one had a lot of salsa on it. And we overdid the first one.
before he was supposed to be.
TCP887, I will kill you, bot. I forgot I'm supposed to like make it seem like it's not so fresh.
What's the shell was ultimately again burned outside of the defense. So both Lava Barabua and Leaf are both
You didn't have to do this to yourself. Well, I guess so. I mean, that's what we say every time we record. Man, Lehman, that's a bot comment. 5% batting.
What's the matter? Yes, my focus essentially is what's burned where. That's my focus, specifically in the realm of foreign kind of stuff and see.
Get a better phone.
By regular. Lina, my outfit from the apartment. What's somebody Lina?
Yeah, I mean, I still feel pretty good. I'm surprisingly like
has
coaching. I have all seen that restaurants to add for breakfast.
what is the how
Yeah, I would feel horrible.
does
Oh yeah, tomorrow's gonna suck. And I gotta wake up at 5 in the morning tomorrow. I don't have to wake up early.
you have
That's
to
super easy.
go ahead, you check the over, and you go ahead and
Oh, I guess 5
you
in the morning.
let's say that
Oh god.
sit overnight. So it's that's Kokura, and that will validate a card. The question over here is what about kind of something
Oh yeah. I mean, that might be kind of gross.
ultimately again doesn't validate the covenant. Yeah, he's not
Yes,
going
Goody
to
looks like a big sugar. It's my favorite pop. It's my favorite pop.
That's only way
It's 5 a.m. in Australia right now.
some about
7 days.
hundreds of large people need to go.
But, you know, a lot of the suggestions that you have would be
Which have
great.
no element of consumption.
I'm sure
Remember,
we'd love
consumption
that
by
class
people of
one,
consumption
but
is there.
chances do
There's
it.
no element of consumption, then maybe there's no
Get
deal.
serious.
Okay, my answer has full sun makes no difference. I'm a lover. Humble see by the rabbi. Shine on the eye. So this shine, this lover has said, this shine is not right. It doesn't mean that. So it's like, understand what you're going to be asking for here. Let's take it to the house.
What time did Mark leave? How about 5 o'clock,
On
Bob?
one hand, are problems. On the other hand, are
It's a line of the mountains, dude.
outside of the
Big boys, Bob. Big boy. They don't understand. That might be sad.
not only is it puzzle, but it's a very
I guess that could be what we could do is like
right?
could make something up here.
I
don't feel like
here you have Kamanos where you are mandated to go ahead and burn it outside of the
Brendan.
So what we're trying to figure
Now
out
that know my name, son.
which elements of sacrificial law apply to
Back to
this
this
Kamanos.
topic.
So now the subject matter you ask them about and
Listen,
Neha,
sorry, you
shove
gotta
it.
do a lot to be on this pod. Not
Shove
gonna
it.
sugarcoat for you. Not
So
gonna
back to
sugar
that
out
time,
everything.
this is so us, okay. And let's say, and
You
shove
think
it.
you got the same
Everyone.
stuff as Brendan Walsh,
Back to that time,
Williams,
and let's say you had an erroneous thought.
Wrestling Fox, Brian Campbell,
You had
Brian
an erroneous
Campbell.
thought. Ultimately, again,
Let's say
with the consumption of part of the research on
we gotta
or also
restart the thing so we can keep watching it.
my love using my shovel of hardcore.
It's funny you guys swap it with Brian. It changes every week.
I love some of my
I mean,
stuff.
God,
If
I
you
don't
had
say that.
shovels,
Wherever Brian.
like something like that, why I'm an associate shovel doesn't value because of the practice we must
Paul's Gandhi, son. I wish this pod was
shovel
Gandhi.
to a possible about the first one. Again, there's no sequel, in other words, because
Says Tim. Tim, that's a bot comment.
they don't have the same amount of collectors. So
It's a good
therefore,
question.
the
I don't know what's
amount
happened.
of value.
Browse.
That doesn't necessarily mean that
Probably
Luna
it
won't
probably
be valued. So Tashma,
just
primary
looking up
more Limpa and
Grammys.
Misha Hokush.
Gerardo, Ricardo, Leonardo, Aldo, Craig.
Primary substance, ultimately, again, subject to Luna, as soon as they are restricted, or once they restrict, both surely plus of
That's me cookie, dude. We both did it. A whole
they
cookie,
can
too.
become puzzle
It's crazy.
through contact with the fluid or
Which one of you grasses HVAC?
Rubelina. And it can also become puzzle
Steel's not touching that
my
tip.
lab, so we're not talking about again. That if you use the actual carcass of the animal, the actual puzzle, inside the base of the control overnight, the animal becomes invalid. So, we not seeing this.
I really can't tell what he's saying. But
Even in the case, you already know
in a way, I'm jealous that he loves the state so much. Because there's no state where I'm like, I love you, Texas. That's my time flapper.
So when the Bryson says that Luna will invalidate the carbon, you have not the Luna of the actual carcass of the animal body, rather what is it Luna of? It's sacrificial carcass, which the rest of the 120 seed cost.
If you get home before me, there are cookies on the counter. You can have some. Don't eat them all. LOL. Because that just sounds like a real
Carcass
text.
itself is subject to the Luna. In the days of national safe
That's
about
her, like, I'm
racing
leaving
on
them.
Buster since the end of the year
She's gone.
first part of
This mod situation is getting out of hand. I recently realized that I myself have a mod. This is like way worse. I know, every time you think about saying something other than, you know, great show, I just subscribe to Patreon, guess what? Look in the mirror, all I can say is and all I hear is fat talk. I mean, honestly, like, if you're not on the Patreon, look in the mirror, look at what looks back at you. Instead of nothing, because you're a bot. You're not real.
What's the
We know your trick spot.
What's the
special call? It's called you're a bot. Banowski, I can tell you, I just said how you can tell if you're a bot. Check, I mean, do you have a recent Patreon charge? For what? Bracket. It's not a bot. I'm tired of explaining it. I'm wearing a hazmat suit. I want to miss one car. Shit. I'll tell you what, guys. I swear to God, I'll stop doing this podcast if anyone calls it sick to work.
My love, so again, trying to figure out what lady said,
Don't call
that
it
there
sick
was
to
a
work.
single that occurs to hammer some
Well,
sort
because
of
they watch your
see
bloggers.
What's it
Because they watch
doesn't
us
see
all the
sorry,
time.
fire of a
No, you gotta work.
see
You gotta go to
mount
work.
your
Yeah,
oil the
we're not
hammer
gonna be held
some stuff.
responsible for any kind of sick days or anything.
What about see
All you see is
see
bot means something else
will
over
take
here.
you out of the primary before it's remember again, teacher still here is when you learn about
Somebody's throwing a shoe already called off. Fuck. I mean, that's fine. Jay is donating quite a bit.
the Argentina second country that social speaker. The speaker
You're watching?
it's not
comments.
If I look
Nice.
from the main stuff,
I mean, I'm not. I would not right
stuck
now.
with it for today.
Right away.
But at least the takeaway from this, that everybody agrees with so far, is that there are three places,
That's not a box. Good to see you.
there are three places in which Carbonos are burnt. Now, Carbonos are burnt
We do accept English money. Or I mean,
primary
Scottish
reason
money.
Carbonos are burnt is why? Because they're compulsory. And I'm not talking about actual Carbonos are burnt that is there. I'm talking about now,
We'll tell you if you're a modern.
primary reasons that
We know a lot. Short folks that I called off for the next 6 weeks because of this.
when it says individual, is this stream and stuff.
Watching from Hong Kong, dude. What the fuck?
I told you
Oh
itself was
shit.
to
Hell yeah. Welcome, dude.
three
Pretty
different
place, never been. Do you have a beach there?
one inside the Azores
River, I love you guys.
one
Did you
on the
invite him?
Aragais, and one outside the
I
beach.
can't speak for Cootie,
The
but I love
only
Red Bar.
items
Yeah.
burned outside of these animals are lots. Our purposes today, part of how to start from the
I think
suicide
two other podcasts. I don't think so. He talks about it on his
That's the
streams
part I
where he's like, I'm
love.
not
The
gonna do
paradigm is its own
Have
set.
you saw because you watched
And again,
the latest
so
the Ukrainian Red Bar?
are burnt outside of each other.
That's amazing.
Everything else either burnt in the Azora
I know
or
we're
on
not big enough. It doesn't matter what account, but I live for two a Ukrainian Irish person, Ukrainian Mexican. I'm good. I don't want to. You know, on that, I rather just praise watching Red Bar. That's true. I'm always looking for more operating. That's my fault. That's my fatal flaw. I want a Ukrainian name. Monster trucking is a bot, dude. I would have realized this unless I was locked in. Ukrainian Red Bar. That is the funniest shit ever. Gerard, you're realistic looking Mexican bot. He may want you guys on. He doesn't do other people's shows. I mean, I doubt it, but sure. It won't be because I asked. Yeah, no. I gotta get that. You have to have the tap on the shoulder. Yeah. Jules? Salvo pancakes into sushi. Check out this first album. I'm kidding. I'm saying that. Oh, yeah. Dude, I don't even remember at this point. Too deep into the stream brain. Dude, I was so worried about the stream. What's 24 hours of green coffee going to do for you? I feel better now than when we started. You know what that is? What you're feeling right now? Extreme brain. Oh, it's like Austin brain. Austin combat stream. Yeah, extreme brain. I got SB, dude. Come do thick down here. Do you feel the CT graves? Yeah, it is. Oh, that's street brain, dude. I have no way. You got thyroid, bro. The doctor's like, we're gonna have to remove your thyroid. Put it where your wrist is. You're like, oh, don't you need to do like tests before? He's like, we've done the test and it's just the street. They showed me talking. What's up, Dublin? Oh shit. Vegas, been there. Great place. Reverse graves. I don't think Dan Soder would come on this. Thank you for thinking that. He's a funny guy. How many hours have we been at it? 9 hours. We're in our 10th hour now. We've been doing this for 24 hours, guys. You don't realize that this is the last hour. This is an hour. And if you don't think that, you're a bot. Oh shit, Formula One. Here to rejuvenate us. What's up, Formula One? Finally, you guys are privileged with a comedian. Like, no, we said a few people that were funny in this stream. Yeah, Bob. I don't know, prove it, you, Bob. Cheese. Dino's very funny, too. David. We explained where Corey was at. He told us earlier to get him earlier in the day, otherwise he couldn't do it. And everything happened so fast, your boys lived in a little bit, you know what I'm saying? So, today on Kermit's report to be a guest tonight. No. That's very funny. Me and Buddy's went at it about Kermit's on the Discord. Oh yeah, I just kept saying I don't like that motherfucker. I forget what I said during that stream, the tier list stream, but that's what I think. Do I remember it? No, but I think that. Cooney ball guy slinging dick, you know, dude. Nick Nectar, you knew that before you knew that when the stream started. You love you guys. That's a real person right there. Yep, straight guy. Shout out to you. My mom already made a series about white person and out. You can make this actually. When you ask about people joining, you should just get them to join. Tell Sasso to text me. Should we send a link to? They haven't texted me, but should we send a link to the IDM? I don't have a link. I can try to figure it out. I'm gonna go text them and see. I'll keep talking, but are y'all ready for stream? I don't want you on. Here's what I'm worried about. Remind me not to turn on the air fryer. Don't turn on the air fryer? Yes. If you see me going over there, because the air fryer will shut down this whole operation. Okay, don't turn on the air fryer. Do not turn on the air fryer. Got it. I don't plan on leaving again. Okay, cool. If you get up, there's a chance that you come back on this. You know, it's funny to me telling you that, but like the chat now, because I know whatever I just said one ear, not the other. Oh, now the air fryer? Okay, cool. I got that shit. Because I think getting frying an air fryer is great. I feel like my brain is air fryer. If they rubber free turn on the air fryer. No, but it'll for real turn off the Wi-Fi. What are you trying to fry? Air fry actually. It's either tater tots or sausages. I don't need that stuff. No, I just put it in the oven. What? I put it in the oven. Yeah, put it in the oven. You can go turn on the oven now. It'll make it hot as fuck. You're gonna have a hard time doing that? Doesn't that get hot? Why are you trying to kill me? I've tried for 4 years, dude. Because you're cursed. You can't get away from shot. The only way to get away from shot is to kill. Crunch your numbers. And you survive and you're like, fuck. Oh, shit. Marathon first. That's kind of funny. I didn't even think about this. Air fryer. Doing some work.
Marathon on the fries today.
Put the air fryer in the oven. It probably fits smaller, right? Oh, we should just order tater tots from some fucking restaurant. You're right. Dude, I think maybe I'm losing it because now I hear. But I don't hear the shots. That I don't hear. Taquitos, bitch. Please take the mask off so y'all make it. I'm okay with that. I'm cool with that. I probably won't take it off. Tater tots with salsa is actually good. Oh yeah. They have and that's early, but they bring out salsa with this slobber this year. 7 days a week. Next time we'll ask Susan for this bit. I'm looking like a pair of condom fishes. Yeah, Mike did Domizio. Mike did Domizio. It was actually like, if not a month, it was like at least 2 or 3 weeks. Shout out to the subscriber. Oh, hell yeah. Justin Wood. FB, you tell me. I don't know what we're doing here. FB, watching the Gringo Pop for 24 hours, I guess. Bob. Then we dedicated the cookie to him. He's donated like 15 times. And we're like, wow. My mom's watching this. That's so funny. Are you sleepy yet? A little bit. Am I sleepy yet? No. Yeah, my body feels tired. Yeah. I took a Red Bull Saturday. I took a Red Bull. That thyroid's still working overtime. My thyroid is fucked, dude. My doctor's been like, bad news, thyroid levels are not good. That makes sense. That's what my doctor said to me when he saw my T3 levels. He's like, that makes sense. How do you spell Augustino? No way. Victor says, Hail Mary pizza? No, you're not. Dude, that would be crazy if that's true because Hail Mary is the place where you get recognized. Oh, yeah. That pizza's amazing. Have you read the Pep Pep? No. Oh, my God. That would kill me for Pep Pep right now. I love Pep Pep. How charged are you? For the phone, no, I'm not charged. You can charge.
Yes.
I don't want to bring this up, but it's funny that you saw somebody in the chat. You know much better. I mean, look, I also thought Indy was going to be funny. But Victor, where'd you go, dude? Are you a Hail Mary? Ask him if they've heard. Ask him if there's a T-Most discount. That fucking pizza's awesome. Tell them that we have 400 people in here and we're like, yo, what's wrong with Hail Mary is the best, dude. It really is good. It really is good. And we don't want free pizza, but Daddy's number says, I want free pizza. Yeah. We would love free pizza. I'm not hungry, but I only eat it later. I want pizza. You think I'm going to wait to eat free pizza, dude? I'm not waiting. I'm getting it now. It's delicious. Yeah. Pep Pep from Hail Mary is fucking amazing. My mom. Let's come on. Bond. Frozen to Bond. Mom has turned into a Bond, dude.
Just wait up. Please don't do this. I promise you. I'm not fucking good at it.
But Daisy's going, that thing's trying to rile up your mom. I think I heard AOC is running in 2028. But she knows how to get her names. Trump graduated from war tip. I don't even know what that means. Is this a hazmat? You could pee inside of it?
That's the
complete opposite of the spectrum of politics. It's like your man's whether it's okay to pee. Of course, my mom is the first person to fuck Kim Walsh. I mean, she's gonna go Bahama in this chat. That's my deal before it started. You know, you can judge the stuff that comes out of her mouth, but guess what else came out of it? This guy, I came out of a bomb, dude. I couldn't tell whether you're calling her or me a bomb. Then he clarified. Rosa went, uh-oh, Trevor was getting it. What's this going to indicate? Whatever, a million years, man. She's always. My mom is carrying the freaking tiki torch stamps. Oh, yeah, she bought almost the torch. I like how my mom hasn't asked any questions about the hazmat suits or anything. She's just like, you know, classic or she's like, let's go. Okay, you got the political yellow suits on. Let's go. She sees the suits and she comes back. She's like, what's it? And she goes, so, are you like happy that Trump president?
What's the animal? Another one, up the second one, and then find
the same mag on the
so
back.
again, I let it graze, develop a mug, redeem it,
That's a terrible idea. Just, I'll take it. I'll figure it out.
So, I wonder who said that earlier when they were like, this is the first person I've seen tripping on acid reflux. That was hilarious.
Elements, I'm also
I got away with that joke with BGL. I feel like it was going to freak out me. Which one? I was like, you're lying with a gay device. Nah, I think he likes the name. Okay, cool. was risking it all for that.
Olur bir şey.
Yeah.
Önemli. Ha o da olur
Yeah.
bir şey.
This entire
Gerçekten love it dance. The classic set.
Yeah, because Bob is hollering at your mom. She's not Christian Elsa.
The first.
Mom, don't answer that.
Oh man, it was surprisingly easy to get into this suit. It fits well. I was like, yeah, okay.
How small is she? You know, my fucking size.
And he's a fucking savant when it comes to sizing. He's still got a lot of talents, plus
Yes.
a man that wears many hats. And all the hats they redact.
This mountain like my goddamn dog.
When you cut Gerdo's hair on stream,
Jesus Christ. LSD for you and me. He said, oh shit, Geraldine did with the callback to my acid reflux joke.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't do it because, like, I'm just not going to do illegal drugs on stream. But yes, Adderall will help break those. Obviously, that would make doing this extremely easier. I'm just like, I'm not willing to do it this drugs.
I was also doing drugs. I would want to do shrooms and watch the dream about it.
Wow, that'd be awesome. I mean, you probably laugh a lot.
You probably understand it better.
You think we'd understand it at a deeper level?
Yes. That gives me an idea of like
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it would make the Dallas skyline pop.
triple backs my mom. I'm 66 times back.
Kratom is legal, but it's not touching this type of daddy. I'm not dying from Kratom. Don't make me do another Kratom rant on this. I'm tired of ranting against Kratom.
I already shouted out Kratom earlier saying it was taken intravenously. Much like heroin to its brothers. I went down with $0
Yeah. It's related to heroin. They grew up in the same household.
Facts.
I don't even really understand what scorpion venom is.
I just know it makes me rock hard.
It just sounds like something that's used to trick idiotic kids. I need more reps in the gym. Let me try scorpion venom.
Rosa has definitely shown it does my lines.
If there was somebody I would trust to shoot him at a line, it's absolutely Rosa.
Yeah, she looks at it and she goes, it's a line on the mountains. You know? It's a January 6th. No, it's real Amber Rose is not single, dude.
I honestly would, if anybody could kill a lion without a gun, between the three of us, sweet, me and Gerard would get eaten by it.
This don't get me wrong. This Justin Woods guy saying that he was baseball dead.
No way.
I said this was also serious from a comedian. I was baseball dead.
I don't believe it.
Me neither. Justin Wood comments. Don't trust it.
No, I don't think so. If you're a baseball dead, you wouldn't be doing stand-up.
I got my 039 vision on, right?
I mean, it would be great though if we found the baseball dead through the stream. Then we'd be that much closer. We'd be like species tree.
So as long as we're taking one day, you know what I mean?
I know that would be like huge. Like we're exhausted, right? Like let's we get to the very end of the stream, we're like dead tired, and then baseball dead's like I'm here for like 24 hours. No suit.
This is the
Oh,
message. Aşağı bir
that's crazy hair. That's it. I mean, he reinvents himself all the time. What they like different hair shit.
Most of them show
More of the best ones can do that.
you lock up.
I can't do it. I got it troubles me with how many open Diet Cokes there are. I only drink one though. I only have one. So I think you had probably two or three. I had three. Yeah.
That's what
I drink once. When I start saying son, that means I'm in like almost gone. I swear on everything you was me. I'm being dead serious. I doubt it just
lost
bought.
the first separated
Nice try, Justin.
offered it up and then what?
If you can send me a DM of you and shops.
So what was it? Now what you do with that first animal, you let it graze, you let it mold,
It's like you think everybody's like, Bob, you're like 25% of a 24-hour stream. Yeah, what more do you want? What the fuck, Rosa? Bot?
Hold
Shouting out that you're a bot.
Flex behind.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what else you want. Oh my god, dude, it feels like it just restarted. Can I give you my number to Pascal? Oh, dude, come on, son. Dude, my dad will like that, dude. Yeah, he has a father. Okay, it was a great baseball. You know, he doesn't have a father, that fucking bot. Dude, your dad was a hard baseball dad.
Russia,
Gerardo's dad kept him busy when it comes to baseball. I'm not telling tales here. Big boy bot, big boy nation. You know what Thrill Hammer kind of did? Because I've met, damn, I'm stuttering like Papa now. Oh my God, Rosa, thank you. That's too kind. What a nice lady. You know, what I was saying, I've met Gerardo's dad, and he's a great guy. Love him. Intimidating man.
We thought Olas hektisch what? Most sorrows. Now we're seeing that based on Joshua
I've told the story before, but you should have seen how scared this guy. We were at this party, and your dad turned, Gerardo's dad turned his eyes to this guy, and the guy was wearing a Red Sox hat. And he was like, what the fuck, Red Sox? And the dude pretended like he couldn't. He was like, I don't even know what baseball is. Remember that? I tell that story so much. I don't even know what this hat means. I don't know what the Red Sox are. I don't know what the Red Sox are. I was like, bro, I think your dad, I think he's kidding. But no, should I hit up,
and part of his estate.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I know Shorts is ready. I haven't heard from him. Let me see. You can't even get in the seats, please. Yeah, like, come on, man. Jesus Christ. Let me just see. So I'm ready to. So easier. Get your shit together, IDM podcast. Bots.
Purchase with them money for animals for slaughtering.
Victor. You had one job, and that was to get us Hail Mary pizza. We talked about drinking. If I fucking drank during this shit, there's no way I could not do it. I could not do it.
Sell them off.
Oh shit, Radis, what's up, dude? Where are you at? I moved to Austin to be closer to North Star when you come. You ever meet that guy? Great guy. When you get Radis, please.
The male animals themselves and actually offer them up to
That'd be funny if he's really in Austin. I kind of doubt that too. People are just lying in the chat now.
Yavi Bidnev, Olos, trying to use the monies. Ultimately,
No, we don't
more
fucking
Olos,
Don't jinx the fucking stream. Nah, I'm kidding. We love Caitlin. She sent a DM about it, I think. Oh, good. I ignored it because I don't want to be associated with her.
That's the idea.
I'm trying hard not to be associated.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, you gotta restart. You want me to restart? Oh, I'm waiting for. Oh, shit. Yeah. Blue Shirt says, I don't know where Oakland is, but I'm watching the stream and ready. We'll watch longer, bitch. Oh, fuck, I really lost it. Let me see. And they're lying to this. Augustino Sigma was lying. No, he didn't. Stop lying in the chat. We were promised Hail Mary pizza. That was a lie. We were told that Oh, my mom here. What do you, Mom? Oh, shit. Lupinowski thinks Blue Shorts is funny. Mom, thank you for the $50. Greatly appreciated. Did you hear that, Blue Shorts? That's the first time anyone's ever said that. Oh, my gosh. I've never seen that. What? I've never seen that before. Blue Shorts is funny. Oh. I'm just saying, it makes no sense. Jay-Z's live. What he wants to do is tour a stream and then join if he's live. It's almost 3 a.m. in the UK. Well, we'll see. I've said before, I would love to have Agostino on. The chat is fake news 100%, but it's a lie that when T-Books. Oh, there he is. Chris is on the chat. Chris, go get us. Oh, when is Scott Lurs going to join the stream? Dude, that would be amazing. I doubt Scott knows what's going on.
That wherever Uzbek gets its meat, like
Everyone give it up for my mother sending in $50 to keep on the stream alive. That was amazing. She's a great one.
What is that?
She doesn't know what I don't need a nap. I'm good. It's just this couch, dude. I'm telling you, it sucks you in. It feels good. It takes your soul away. You become part of the couch. I'm excited to go back to the chairs because the air conditioner's poison. Chris, drive to his house. Call. I shouldn't say his wife's name. Call his wife. That'd be so funny if Chris doesn't have his wife's phone. I can text his wife. Chat, should I text his wife? Jack is crazy. I couldn't do it. I think it's funny that I remember one time I was making fun of him in the chat, and I sent it to his wife, and then she texted a picture of him sleeping. I was like, he's lazy or whatever, and she took a picture of him sleeping when he was supposed to be watching the kids. It's pretty funny. It's like Monstro Truckin'. His mom's downstairs cooking food, and she's like, Monstro Truckin', come down for your food. And then Monstro's like, shut the fuck up, Mom. Cody's texting on his wife. I'm writing some like ridiculous text. I must say, hey, sorry to bother you. I know you deal with a lot. I'm living with that monster. Monster's good. I'm gonna say big fat O. Then Moroccan. Big, dumb O. But yeah, that Moroccan's good too. Moroccan O. Big, dumb. Okay, I'll include that when I was in the stream. Oh. If possible, can you tell him to text or call us? Call me.
So therefore, again, technically, obviously, again, married.
Thank you.
But that's the show. He's alone. He's never married.
Hey, Greg.
You can have absolutely
Mother, Greg.
So
I would love if the text back to Bob.
Never offered it up.
Rosa LMAO.
Now because
my mom says.
That conduct ultimately
Rosa
again
tells her
when
racist joke.
offered up,
Cody!
employee will not be entitled to
Sorry,
that
Gerardo, I'm a
right.
fan.
Why not? Because the only time a claim is deserved to have a what is
Thank you for all you do.
Olas means there's an owner of the car.
Yeah, we're waiting
In this
for the
case,
next
what do you
guest
have?
here, too.
You're the owner of this car.
So this mom is sent Othman's wife. Hey, sorry to bother you. I know you deal with a lot living with that big dumb blank oaf. If possible, can you tell him to text or call me? Thank you for all you do.
You're the owner of this car. Which will still be
You know
offered
what's funny
up.
is that we could do like 24-hour stream of just you texting people. I think you'll send 9 texts.
No.
Fuck you, whatever, bot. Dude, no, I did a 24-hour stream with the bot.
Rushing about the nine. I don't know about the older ones.
I'm the leader of the
Older that
bots.
belongs to women or to servants from where that
Chris Langback, a great grandmother. What's that?
lower or
A great grandmother. I don't know.
or how old.
He's not all there.
Because it says the height of the older Rico.
Oh, shit.
Anything not coming over older.
Oh, she's a great person. I want T-Merch. T-Merch merch me.
Older
Someone's in the most spots.
which satisfies someone's obligation.
Check if I have water. Damn, dude, isn't it crazy? We're just throwing away a day. Yeah, man. Look, sometimes you gotta give a day to get a day, man. I couldn't have said it better myself. Give a day, get a week. Give a week, get a month. Stack that over a week of toast.
I'm at a thought that wasn't maybe therefore using these conscious. If the old was checked and showed
Man, on the next segment, we're giving away truck like LPG. So I got a T-Rex standing. Lubinowski,
since
not a
what?
chance.
Since such a problem does not
Easy
stop
machine.
the application.
What, Lubinowski? If y'all get 1,000 likes,
Though
on
you
this,
find
we're
himself
gonna
about
make
it,
now.
maybe the coin should not get
Not
happened.
a chance.
No matter or how old you come up with. Therefore the pasuk says what? Therefore the pasuk or how old
Yeah.
which comes to do all things in the most like that what we just saw when you were
Honestly, it was fun just to text.
going
The
or
joke
get.
was-
So far we have two criteria. The coin, in order for the coin to get the height, really three criteria. Number one, really two criteria which are possibly three.
If Bobby doesn't hear about the strain, then he's
which
lying.
is that
I don't
the
know.
carbon has to be.
I mean, how many people really know
That's
about
pretty
this?
much the criteria.
You, me,
Carbon has to be
me
a
and layman.
layman. What is that?
What's
What is
that? 5 people,
What
LPG
that means
6,
is there has to be a defined
Parker
owner.
Beers,
That wasn't an
Trexlip,
interesting enough.
Cody.
That's
That's like
true even if the
15
carbon
people
does
top-
not
tops.
work to
I've
discharge
never
the
been in a
application
that
of
doesn't
that
sound like a whole
particular
lot to me.
carbon, as long as the carbon was crushed and it started out with an owner.
Raz,
Even if
I
it
did
does
actually
not
move to
actually
Austin. Can
satisfy
you
the
guys
owner's
please play
obligation.
Gringo
That's a
Poppy so I can
example
put my
of this.
son to sleep?
That's an example ultimately again of Shalom
And
B'Shma.
he's still
Let's
funny,
say the
folks.
carbon was offered
Can
up
you believe
Shalom
it?
B'Shma. Shalom B'Shma. So once I
Yeah,
the carbon crusher, the
maybe
carbon
that was
crusher,
wrong, but that was wrong.
yes. Does it
I don't do
satisfy
that.
the owner's obligation? So a little bit of a trick question. I'm going to be going back to this.
Yeah, I'm not sold Justin Wood.
Some carbonates have offered up the Shema do satisfy
Yeah,
the owner's
prove it.
obligation, some don't. But even for argument's sake, this type of carbon
I asked for
which
one
doesn't
thing and one thing
satisfy the
only.
owner's obligation, it's
A
okay.
picture of you
It's
and
okay in
Bob.
that it's still a valid carbon.
Yeah, where is
Since
it?
it's still a
Bob?
valid carbon, you can only get the hot. And it's only in cases where the carbon is not quote unquote valid and can't trace itself back to a defined owner.
I mean, you gotta prove it, Bob.
Will not go ahead and
Yeah, what you sent me is no proof whatsoever.
here we go. Or how old is it?
It's so funny that the last still in the Gringo Poppy is
the pasuk says
Shock,
or how old
Callan,
gets the
Leah,
high
and Bill Burr.
Amy or
As if Bill
Or
Burr
is
has anything to do with
I only know what Ulla.
That's great. I didn't even realize
I don't know
that
that
until
point
just
gets
now.
out of controversial.
I mean, that's pre
Lomar or how old
masks.
it was the pasuk says the or of the old which
That's when he helped Bill Burr in the last 20 years. Our comic was kicked out by masks. Yeah, dude, I mean, nowadays, try and get you out of masks, he's gonna let you out. Oh, okay, so maybe I believe more of that. But we don't want to talk to you if it was all made up, dude. Yeah, I want it to be real, dude. I don't know if it was all made up. Good job, Justin Wood. Love you, fam. This is so funny. I'm gonna get into a hazmat suit, and then you kept pointing at the phone, and I didn't understand ever. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, you're good.
So again, possible just be clear. The concept of high element is stated exclusively in
I mean, okay, so dude already said he made up the baseball dad post. Gordo, Justin Wood. Yeah, but why would I want to talk to him if he made it up? Yeah, I don't communicate with lots a lot, so maybe I'm not. Yeah, maybe there's a lost translation. Yeah, but I don't care. Oh, they don't get it though. They don't get it. We don't speak Bach, dude. We get it though. Yeah. I don't speak the words when I read the language. You feel me? Like, the wet spot forming under Cody's mask where his melon is sweating his next level. Bach. That's Bach right there, dude. That's a Bach comment. A little dead air here, fellas. We need Mark Hardy energy Bach. We could just have on blue shirts, I guess. What comments are they reading?
Thank you,
Thank you, Angel. You're not a bot. Guys, I really appreciate you guys doing this for the fans. This is good, so forth, so forth. Thank you, Angel, so good. See, why can't you guys be real people like that? I'm gonna go to the front here.
Never a case
Okay.
where it was Gerhard's quote unquote
You wanna stay back here? Oh, go to the front.
You never burn
We're doing a change. We're gonna fall asleep on the couch. I'm also gonna get a Diet Coke.
As we're going through this moment, that burning usually takes place outside of the base of the
Har Helen Dennis Seaboard, Harsha for Mashiach, the animal is burnt whole, but never hide it or burnt in the gas. So you see again, there's not necessarily a correlation between meat entitlement and hide entitlement. So which one do I say? You know, Mizbeach, you can find it. There's a lot. While Mizbeach, she came with a mix-ups. That's why here's the difference. Yeah, but Mizbeach, the most has absolutely no hide entitlement. In other words, it's just in the fort. There's never a case where the hide is burnt in the gas. Yet, Omar bin Khattab shows the whole mix-ups. Yet, I was saying, in other cases, but I mean, you get the hide. I was saying, if there's one case where everyone agrees that the against the hide is where? It's where? Hold up. Right, for a second mix it because it's stated there. So again, I already see that Kohanim do have a high entitlement. Therefore, I would say, Kevon, Torah gonna hold the Zachar mitzvahs, Zachar b'kulei. There was an issue. All the high Kachi Kanashim as well. But where Mira says, Atzmo, lo utzrachu ela la'or ha'ola yoga. Again, this entire passage is really very necessary to teach me about higher people. Shemechol makom, ha'or b'chalech achar ha'osim. Because in general, the hide, the status of the hide, follows after the movement. For example, so what's that you remember?
Is this one just song?
Yeah. Dramatic sit-off. High profile sit-off. In these cases, so the halacha is aim ba'olah say and destructing the in these cases, the animals and its body are burned together with katas, not much of the stream, katas, asham, also low latsu. Open also
That's much, but I couldn't hear anything before, but now I can hear shit.
The other pastor will say that what they can eat the flesh off the heart. In other words, how many choose to eat the hide on?
I'm not used to this. That was a little different. There's some ladies in the crowd
What do you choose to go ahead and
I'm not used to that.
remove the
My
hide?
demo, 18 to 36 rows.
No rush to open also I got you.
That's what I saw.
So it's a touching sound. So ultimately again, the meat and the hide goes to the owner. Not to mention if the owners want to take skinny animal, take the hide off. To open also I got you or it is simply remove right off the hide. About Ulov, Ne'emar God, the sheep as a Ulov, the least of the Salis, there was an interesting aspect of Ulov, because it says that it shall be free,
There's always one guy go, look at my bro.
that the Ulov is supposed to be skinny. The least of the Salis, you will cut it up into three parts, Yaakov will be a part of the Ulov, and I put up on Hani, and then I will ultimately again to the hide, all for Ulov should be free. All of the order, how do you say that? Low is all of the
We can try, maybe.
so I say it. So what's the again that you will say? Requires an additional attendance service. But only so not only this is the last although they do not get their consumption,
Remember the French dumbass that has
they should get what? They should get a portion from the high. Walmart knows the idea. Never looked at the concentration shall be for them. Just to put in the novel.
They just
No,
It's funny. It's like not sinking in. I have to really concentrate to memorize. You can't just listen to it over and over again. Maybe if you're trapped in a room, you can't leave forever. If you just walked around, I remember I played this for Bianca Kristova once, and she said it sounded like a little. Oh, yeah. Out of context, it sounds like a homeless person ran.
Yeah.
They need to hire some just right face actor.
Russell, you can hear Bob. I just question, are you concerned about giving it so many views? No, because we want everyone to go watch the real hockey games. This is Gringo Hockey Awareness Day. Restream.
The safe of running,
Goddamn dicks down
yeah,
here.
why did you run after the very way you left? And you saw the time and you saw the thing
I didn't think that would be here.
Nema ba ono rodzinie. Jesteś na ulo, i szali. Nema ba oczom
This does feel like
oczom
blood
szali.
out.
Mam na
Like we
hagon,
get killed
small
if we
something.
don't blood.
Just like the little
It's good to be in
I
that.
did not block your comments, Mom.
Technical difficulties for president. Why would I block you?
That guy was boring. Is your last comment that I see?
And it's therefore also
Fantastic. LA is not like this show. LA is LA is North Korea. But they give us Wi-Fi, so that's cool. Talk about locking us back down. I can't go through a lot straight up. The shop house will really ran through last week. We enjoyed the last one. We did not do well with it. Also, Alex, I like that it's different.
Look at that. My mom's about to get some cookies, dude.
Yeah, yeah, right on the cookie, dude. The meat lollipop.
Oh, Mom, I see your
We're not locked down. My girl's fighting with me the other week. Get locked down, we're fucked. She was fighting with me because if that was nasty, what are we gonna do? And then you know, think to myself, oh my god, my life would be so much easier if I just did shit.
All those touching the bus, look behind. Let's say all of the heights and touching the bus, go to the behind. Being the behind, being the behind, nothing in that, or Allah. I share with you. What's this? This son of God. Even though, just like the oldest production, so to what? Any previous production about all those countries coming on the back. Ultimately, again, but touching power, they say the heights. Ultimately, again, go to
I never thought I'd say this
one
to
last
a live
thing.
audience.
But all those things that come back with Salah, that's why I'm
I would have realized this unless I was locked down with my family for an entire year. I realized my girl's not cool. Just
There was no intro song today, but we did have Cowbell was here. Yeah, Cowbell came through. Also, there was a CR guitar appearance.
the comment
Yeah,
can work
sing.
even if it doesn't
Yeah,
sound
I
like
was
the
gonna say,
individual. In some cases,
He made the song. Shout out to Sarah guitar.
and all those other
A lot of people have helped us do this.
Check out this
So as long as the contract is the bottom line, point get the touching production, as long as it is a valid percentage.
Okay.
Even if it's
Thank
not
you.
so
That's not a bug.
the application of the owner,
That's never
as long as
been a
it's a valid
bug.
percentage,
She's out there ready. 1, 2, 3.
beautiful. Don't forget students. Code on production, student and school, code in the
Snap a pic.
now we can get a little more.
We'll bring, I promise
Any
you,
carbon.
we'll bring back
When there was a soul in the animal, soul in the carbon, before the animal was free. Like before the animal was free. So any time that you soul in the carbon took place before the hide was released, aim or seal of that. Let's say that the case that the carbon was before the hide was released, the phone did not get the
I'm
hide.
sorry.
La Akrish, this is actually very
You weren't even all caps.
what happens is you check to the animal, you remove the hide, and a seal was discovered later on. Now we'll discuss what type of, remember that I did not have that seal. It could be a seal that is or there could be some type of abundance seal later on. So we'll discuss that. But what happens if the seal is discovered after the animal is free? This is a seal that point gets I'm ready for this guy, but if I'm in this kind of fun and said, you're mine, Go right to see our shield thing. This kind of question, I was like, I never saw this. I never, in all of my days, I never saw
Barry
this.
Sanders
A
highlight right
high
there.
that was taking out to
Did I get better than that?
Guess what, Greg? Touchdown.
I never saw this. I'm weird. Oh, you got the high.
You got scoreboard.
Super Bowl.
Yes.
My own son introduced to me. What the fuck? Mom, I see your comments. What are you talking about?
Not shit, that's how the part.
Oh, you're right. I forgot my mom's in box. Russian bot. He's gonna fall for bots this late in the stream.
That was like the other part. That was
That's what that means.
the animal then when they had hands. So the point got then when it starts to be open up, it was down to be
Dude, when we first got the other
apparently
shit,
even in that kind of
Damn,
place,
Brooks
that's not the heart. The point gets to be the heart. Because the Venus kind of point in the same that you never saw things. And it's a hundred that's a high neck deal. But it's like in this case, I never saw things. It is such a high back from the car and then purchased. Even in
My mom is not
here,
blocked.
but if you laid them apart, even if you subsequently found the initial stuff, which one item can still go ahead and keep from the fun and say, hey, you know what,
Quit botting on me, dude. Right, bot. My mom said, oh, I don't make your react. What the fuck? I don't got on.
Hello,
So blocked. Let's see my mom's next comment. Oh, Austin Comedy Police is here. No, Austin Comedy Police, we just started.
Ultimately, again, fascinating my focus. So, apparently, again, that the thing is kind of cornered and that the
Count, yeah, man.
piece of the power we created and discovered it so accurately, why we still get to keep the ice. But come say no. As soon as you find the animal disease, you have that animal process that you could be doing. I'm not going to say what. The high actually is right. It's not
I don't know, Bot. What do you think? You think so, Bot? Someone say the most, Bot. Supposed to be the word shop, biggest fans, Bot. You think you can watch something for 24 hours and not enjoy it? How are you not hungry? I mean, it's also it's got all the proper get out of the way, acknowledge me, comment on that. I'm like, see your comments. Cooney's looking rough. He's definitely going to make it. I was looking rough at the beginning of the stream. Fucking eyes are red. I'm tired. Before I started asking you, my girl, hey, you know, I love your mom. You're the best in the world. It's my favorite. You know, I like small. I kind of want to go piss again, but I also don't want to see my face in chair. Yeah, because last time I was like, I know, because I looked at here. Because I started at a pretty low rock bottom, and I just made it. Drink some coffee. No, I'm just looking over to your comments. You saw it. Diet Coke, fucking kick your ass over my best. Nothing. I swear, Cooney's hard as cakes. Yeah. It's crazy how vodka knows that. He struggles with cocaine. Like if there's cocaine on the table right now, he'd fucking squirt from right field. You feel me? God bless Victor, dude. I don't want pizza cheese. I want Strawberry pizza. Make it happen or you're a boss. I see that here.
was not good. Therefore, again, as a result, to make sure we have the right door ahead and the does not have a license. Go ahead and
I didn't fucking HVAC check, bro. Hey?
I don't know.
And it sucks that people watch shots stand up for fucking 24 hours, bro. That's a good look. That's a hack. Like, you don't know what hack is. You're fucking whoa.
Honestly, if you were to pick up on yourself, wouldn't you be kind of like, man, these guys watching me for 24 hours? Pretty fucking sick. Yeah, definitely. We're super famous. Yeah. I don't understand why they have to keep saying that. If I have to, you didn't already know that, you're just like learning from these things now. You're on. Congrats.
That man is going to be
You're gonna have shot dreams after this. No, we can't, Mandy.
I will go ahead and
Mandy's trying to be a chick.
Things I love about the Mexican culture is, I mean, I do love your culture. Many things I love about it, you guys always have something similar. Every week you have something similar.
They got some sort of.
As a white person, my dad's like, what birthday? All right, once a year, be cool, man. Be cool. I'm Mexicans every week, something's popping.
What if I'm driving home, I get pulled over by the cops, sir, yeah, it's your driver's license, registration, and they hand it over, and they're like, I'm not sure you'll probably be much like, there's nothing I hear, because I'm so fucked up. I didn't watch any Gringo Poppy tonight, officers. Mr. Holmes, I fucked up. I let him know I've been watching it. I go, Mr. Holmes, look. All right, get out of the car. Walk a straight line without doing any Gringo Poppy. Do the alphabet backwards, but you fucking can't have a tater tot at all. Take me to jail, then, sir. Officer, my crime is loving the Gringo Poppy. I guess I'm feeling lying. Yeah, fuck you, Peter.
I do want to cover those people's time, but we're going to finish it off this way. I mean, I'm really balls deep in some of this right now, so
I'm gonna do another. I'm gonna bar travel myself. See myself in there.
go for it.
Concern this may lead to the first case of second-hand CTE use of profits.
Number one.
The fuck?
Number one. I'm not so sorry.
You guys are awesome. That's so crazy. It's 300 people here the whole time. There's 519 likes. You guys are nuts.
Her husband wasn't with her.
Sure,
No,
we fit it all.
so ultimately, the son of Muslim was the assistant. Then you know,
Go my jar, Mingo.
grandson
John Tucker sucker.
was the
Daddy. Yeah, my mom does talk to me like that, Gordo.
So everyone
At the start of the tower, taking a nicotine pouch. I think I've been doing it since I got my sins going. I'm suffering from Down syndrome, dude.
grandson, brother-in-law, and brother all occupied positions of incredible leadership.
Dude, I'm so focused on fucking veins popping out of
The
my
Avila Ashriban.
Lord, stoked on the street. I'm about it. Thank you, Lando. Sure.
Again, why recording this?
That's truly marvelous.
I'm telling you,
4,000 likes. Yes, like the
no.
stream if you guys can.
One of the
Next stream
things
was the first thing that came
is
ever.
that the brother-in-law Moshe was the king. Mela in when God
What's an awakening?
was a Moshe was the king, and he was not the king. So he was really to read it.
We
but it was also
We're looking for Dr. Robinson, maybe Dr. Allen. The house recently, the new house. It's even weird in the middle of the pandemic. So we're going to a house where it's puppy. I've seen the neighbors. They're pretty old. Everyone's playing safe and COVID conscious. Would you just go over and introduce yourself, right? I'm expecting
I had crazy thoughts in there. I'll be honest with you. I was thinking, what if someone figured out? What if this was a shift that someone else could do? Two guys taking over for us. And then I was like, what if we just had AI versions of us take over, or like some sort of way to trick the Restream? You're thinking like if you can't beat them, join them. Don't become a bot. You're trying to become a bot. My brainstorm session is like, I guess I could be a bot.
Moshe says, I don't do it, leave me alone, leave me alone. God gets upset, ask Moshe, and what does he say? Have a position for Aaron. Hello, Africa, Halevi. Yadad, Yadad, Yadad. Aaron's also Aaron, your brother, Levi. He's also going to be a spokesman for people. Maybe. Hello, Cohen. Why does it call Aaron, Aaron's a Cohen? Oh, says Rashi, Mike's Cohen. How can come out? And yeah, Marty, after Cohen was baby, originally Moshe, he was supposed to be Cohen, and Aaron was the Levi. After, who Cohen? Go ahead and
Yeah, that's a good idea.
mission. Therefore, what? He will be the Cohen, and he in this case, the color and like the anger of the
Joshua, shout out, coming over at 3 a.m.
What's the
New father alert. Oh, shout out.
Diane, my next movie is, I used to be the fucking cat lady. Not anymore. That mountain lion ripped my goddamn cat's head off and ate all of them. My kids saw from the window. We can't sleep.
Everything that I can do is
This is not good.
David, my next door, David, the same milk.
I don't think I want coffee right now. No, I'm good on coffee.
All right, dude. Keep drinking this day.
It is funny if we talk to open-enders.
Most of the I got it. I got it for myself. I understand
So tired.
totally.
Fuck you.
I understand you.
They're like, guys, great job. Let's hear
I'm
like,
done.
fuck.
And if I'm tired of things, I need you to do something. There's only one answer, and that is like right? Like that's only a yes, and of course. So the most incredible is so her after
I got snowman. Listen, I never shot them. I walked out with an AR-15.
and when I asked to the lady,
I walked out with a 0.30 ABC on night vision helmet. I was like, dude, you friends all this? Hell yeah, bro. Fuck yeah, nice. They're all weird out. I can see everything, dude. That cat's fun. I'll give it to you. I'll let you know.
That's a good question. I'm gonna go fix the trench.
Cyrus said this retiring in his prime shop, walking away from all of the alterations in the transition special of all time.
Shout out to the
Listen,
subscriber.
no, Moshe
Shout out
was
to Thank You, but also shout out to Barry Sanders. That guy had some great highlights, and I watched him. It's not like Tyson, Baylor, Barry Sanders highlights. However, I have not watched those anywhere near as much as I watched him. We need more states to British out now more than ever. He can bring the country back together. Everybody's fighting and killing each other. No love. We need go by me too now.
My fault.
Or and then every year, I'll tell you what, I was really happy that I saw Christian Alvini the whole time. That's what was something that's sad to find out your box.
Again,
He said, you guys are
Moshe
strippers.
extends for generations.
It's always said,
Omer,
people come by,
Moshe said that I don't know.
we're real
Moshe
people.
was going, but open to again. Does not go ahead and develop. It's like, see over here. And this is really like, this is still a big issue.
I didn't feel like saying it, but it was holding my
everything from saying,
BGL was like, what's his name's
supposed to be a phone. But yeah, to Moshe Rabbeinu was a phone his entire life.
But your friend, yeah, you got your friend. True.
To Moshe Rabbeinu was a phone the only reason.
Thank you so much, Paul. Yeah, dude. You know, we can't come together.
The Holy Spirit, he's talking about those
Shit on, right? Still got the big dick. Sorry.
If we watch this enough, maybe it'll just need to
current option of cover Nehemiah Golos.
That's a it's a protest. It's like, you know, those protests where you like a hunger strike. It's like I won't stop watching Murder Bobby until he does it. Stand up again. Yeah. That's
Did you turn this into motion out of the hurry up? Left motion.
Yeah, I learned that from
hurry up. Very angry. Especially not.
You know what? I'm glad we didn't get that guy.
Walks out from Otto.
Guess what we said? No, I'd rather talk to Southside Billy, dude. Yeah, Billy was there. He's been around for a long time. I'd rather talk to Western Steve. I'd rather talk to people that have been fans for not some guy trying to fucking.
Such a it's not true. What's in the stack out of the face?
That guy was there.
And then he left. So Sylvia Clarence suddenly what? The American country, the country, it's not the same, but it's not the best last year. As far as it's like go to Pilot and go beat him and bank of the go beat him by the banks of the map. But I'm gonna and it's like never he's good up on it. He thought this from Arrow, because with the emotion, this Arrow is even though Arrow is the oppressive, even though
nearly everything recorded is true.
This comes up.
I was here before Kim Carr was the best comic ever. Oh shit, it was he really was one of the greats. A lot of people didn't like his stand up, but I always liked his stand up.
Yeah, I
Whereas Hana, Blister Fist with Blister Fist. Oh shit,
he's the mellow. And the mellow is just covered.
Sure.
The mellow is his good up. But the other on the lush that he is on a pineapple. So we'll say,
just
one second. But the other is that he's a Russia.
Short song. Okay.
Oh
shit, we're getting a song. Yeah, yes. Let's do it. This is awesome. You know, this is Brendan Chum Love Street. So Brendan Chum Love Song. If you guys aren't aware, it's called The Day.
So it's like you should never, it's like you should pass out.
Shout out to Mark for going through.
Let's begin to battle. And if I go through this last part, I'm going to be on now. Let's say the old love is something that is intended to be very something. The only thing he doesn't love is let's say the fear of the man, the Netflix, should always be a man. That's what I'm saying.
6 to 6.
This is telling us a situation.
When I play baseball with my kid,
like you're not a fan of the man.
my dictated chick.
Yes.
But I told my missus, yeah, she's a rattlesnake. Real ass phone, beans and cheese on my plate every day. Got inside, rose that chill, with a guy on chilling in the I need to take a time. Once a week, girl, got a DNA test and they send me DNA.
When it comes to the end of the macros, your service will come running begging us to leave. Right now, you're telling me the idea you yourself will come running to you begging for us to leave. So instead, he doesn't say, I will come running to you.
66
no comment.
When I play baseball with my kids.
الناس عشان لسه انا لو زي الشمس الناس حيارة That's what she's like. The classic says, the commander very clearly on that. Given we don't know, so half of the city of the stuff, half of the lesson was incredible lesson. But yet you learn that he saw. It's traveling around country. So if you all feel that it's inappropriate for the kid to travel without the country, what does he do? He learns in front of the kids. But the alcohol was only that on his own, and that was the least of his issues. Right? But yes, again, if you have an adult, that there was a public ultimately against for the
It's one of the greatest songs ever written.
public ultimately against for the almost
6 to 6.
It's so much to say.
He's up.
Because again,
We could ask him. I mean, I think he's ready. You want to send him something? Just give up.
Oh, Mark, I'm not funny. I haven't practiced that one a lot successfully. I'm still working on stuff, you know what I mean? The ringo therapy is a work in progress.
there's a way to in general, there's a way to disagree, but still maintain
Dead end number 6 to 6. Something, something. Go successfully.
Ultimately, again, he never does so in a way which
I have to work on it more. I'm not ready for that yet.
if y'all have nothing, so many
Also,
pieces of
shout out to you guys,
to
dude.
happen, but yet again, he was out of his way
That
to
was so
work
good, I just flipped to him drunk.
in order to
Shout out.
maintain the dignity of the kid. So there's a
Shout
way to
out.
disagree
Oh, yeah.
while never trying to show up eroding at the personal or
It's just
monotonous
okay, drop
dignity
yourself.
of
So let's just do it pretty sure it's possible.
Mr. Goldfuss didn't get a shout out. And what Beanie? Go into the credits. The Mr. Goldfuss. That mystery may never be solved. Not with that attitude of mine.
I mean, if we had the wrong match, I think we would figure out what was wrong.
I need to know, dude. Someone needs to fucking step up and claim that check, Danny. Take the winning bottom.
Not
6 to 6.
take your shoes off your
When I play baseball
alone,
with my kids.
elements. And also the word alone
Oh, shout out to you, man.
Gerardo, you made my night. Don't need dolphin bottle.
That's the first time I heard of it.
That you have brought this
6 to 6.
You see, closeness is a reference to marriage. Just like this is why. Because it seems to say that Moshe Rabbeinu, when he was dialogue with God,
Legit funny, and I'm not a comedy fan. Shout out to you, Mark. Thank you for all the money you also
may not
donated, Mark.
have money. You don't have to have money.
I'm pretty sure you're not a bot.
Just understand, how does this shit?
Can we get his name, Mark? Graveyard expose. I'm just gonna
It doesn't like everything.
not sure.
My truck has been flipping since VGL got there.
Which is, you go show up, I don't want to do this job. I don't want to do this job. But
You guys are
if you want me to do this job, there's one thing I'm going to ask for, which is what?
I'm glad that you liked
Absolute authority.
Cowbell.
If
Man,
you want me to
it's
get
good.
it done, I'll do it with absolute authority. Like Moshe Rabbeinu knew what happened in Jewish organizations. So what happens? He's afraid you want me to lead the Jewish organization. That's fantastic. And then what's going to happen with this one, and this one, and this one, and this one? So you know what? I'll make a deal. If I'm the king, with absolute authority, then I can leave. But amazingly enough, one of the things Mark would tell him is the thing to say, no, this is right. Now, why have the authorities say no to that request? Most of us say, why is something incredible? Why don't the authorities say no to the amount of the request? Because the amount of the request was shifting on the scale from one absolute leader to another absolute. It would have gone from power to motion. And that would have stunted the maturation of the one of the parties that needed to be the right of authority was to take responsibility, to take the reins of their destiny. Kafka not have the king, but the teacher that could be the monarch over their own lives. So Moshe Rabbeinu doesn't want to take the job. He says, I'll take the job if you give me absolute authority, because then I can get it done. Then I can get it done. The prophet says, no, there will come a time of Christ that will need a king. Right now, I don't need another absolute king. Right now, I need a Navi, I need a I need to struggle. I need other people to help me. And I need to take personal responsibility over the nature, direction, and history of the world. Gemara says, Nasi Brother, there's another thing as follows. When you smell it, Omer, Yubama Mel. We said before, I will say that one. Elisheva was the wife of five additional brachos over everyone else will be able to use. One of them, in fact, is number one bracha, was that one. But brother-in-law was king. This is the way that was. He said it was on the Rabba, no even Zarek. That's what the Gemara suggests. It means emotionally wanted by dynasty. He wanted monarchy for himself and for his children. He was given the monarchy, and it was against his children. It's something again that whatever says, whatever the cannot say alone. Alone also doesn't just mean monarchy, it means what? Dynasty. Monarchy can be used for these generations. The Gemara says, Rahal Gabi Shogitsi, Abba Od Alone. This is what it says. Ayusha Oba Hashem, Abba Od Alone Ish. Remember Hashem, this is talking about that Shaul was chosen as a king. Shmuel Hanavi Marcus, he tells us that the king is going to have this. The king is nowhere to be found. Where was he? He was hiding. He was hiding. Right? He was hiding amongst the king. Why? Because he didn't want to die. And that's what I'm word alone with you. Shaul was not having that. He was just talking. The man was not having that. You understand? About Odell, Salo, wrong was a secret about anybody saying no, how big was it one possibility? No, Saul actually had a son who was king at least for a little while before he was assassinated. I'm only low next year. Governor Malachi anointed already. But one of Shaul's generals decides to potentially shut his life. He wasn't need to hire some but he's supposed to. In other words, Shaul does have a super dynastic monarchy. And that the son was just rules. He was in a Chinese show. So the other possibility is he can't go right from Shaul. Why not? That would be because Shaul's own monarchy was not. In other words, Shaul's issue was that it was not that he didn't have an heir. Shaul's issue was that he didn't have himself. So the asking is for himself now. It was like that traditional monarchy did not have a
You have a joke for the vaccine maker dick figure? That's got nothing for him.
I already had trouble in general. That thing himself.
Sat him down and said, hey,
Oh,
that's a great question. He's talking about how you couldn't stand him in solidarity with Brendan John. I did, yeah. I don't do stand up anymore because of the fantastic. Yeah. I got constitution. Okay, I'm going to do something right now. Don't say it out loud. Yeah.
But they give us Wi-Fi, so that's cool. Talk about locking us back down. I can't go through a lockdown. Straight up. The shop house will barely made through the last one. We terminated the last one. Except for the
Don't say it before you.
Demons 24/7.
Look at the drop. This is the most important decision we've made yet. Oh shit.
Son had shown himself not to unravel. Show himself. That's how you found that.
Rather than they are battling you and battling you open and battling you. Whether I'm saying it's a more open, it's a more open, it's a more than what, those who are infected or what, which means a permanent so we're able to work out open to open. It's open to open. And we're able to Hello.
Now listen, LA's definitely Texas. They just opened my son's school last week. And the school in the fucking year. They just opened it last week. First day of kindergarten. So I got this first day out and off from the flight. No kids. Time back. That was just. I want to push it. Like, dude, it's not me.
That it's going to be
First day out. Oh my god, you guys are cute shit.
that's it.
Got you with this.
But I was
Yeah, that's probably what you thought. Just kidding. They're like, on the street at hour 10, Cooney gets, like, he just starts calling us from the side.
However, Balmon really from birth. Can he still get Lamar holds that. Because it says every now and then, even if what? Even if he's a Balmon from birth. That's also already stated. Shiyoko means a Balmon I will about Balmon over there. Must I would have thought that which is the Balmon who gets a Kabula and who gets a Kabula, only a Balmon Kabula, but a Balmon over, somebody who has a testing temporary mode, maybe he shouldn't do it. And Lamar calls off her. Therefore, the process goes up. You must the copyright, just the opposite. I would have thought that ultimately again, so that was like, it is much easier to commitment of you guys to go a full 24 hours, and I see it. I see the delirium setting in. It's just, it's incredible, and I know everyone in the comments, myself included, are just,
You're taking it all bots. You got to do the rest of the show by yourself. Signing off. We should introduce him. We did a show with you guys before. Your co-host, God knows where he is at Texas Mike. He's probably mad at me. But it doesn't matter. Pod, Chris Linkbach, blue shorts. Tell him about your show.
oh yeah, well, we're a bit redacted on give you guys that much at least, but yeah, we're just too bad, just trying to figure out life, and honestly, truthfully, we're complete failures in life, and we're trying to find success in podcasting, just like every other regarded person out there.
So do you think Oakland is mad at me because I texted his wife?
He's not going to see this until he
Thank you, Martin. They asked you, blue shirts asked you if you're homeless.
Such a point is able to
Are you a homeless cat?
I am, to an extent, the homeless cat. I'm a small baby home. I don't have nearly as much time to control the kitchen as I used to, but I do pop in there.
How's the baby doing? She's good. I'm worried though that I haven't passed on my albums.
The second autistic gets me in the dick. Mark said that he's autistic. Yeah,
That's just the new thing now. Like, I think it's cool to be autistic these days.
I agree.
I think that's like midway between human and bot is autistic.
Okay, well, you really can't say yourself late into the stream.
Você não consegue, né? You just contradict yourself. What about a balmum? You know,
Really would be great if it was like
Você balmum is someone who what?
or 22
For a
and
balmum. What
in
you just
charge
say?
said something
Just say,
just
você.
completely
Whether you're a balmum kabua or a balmum over, ultimately, again, you are getting
you wake up like 3 days from now, and then all of a sudden you're getting blasted on your phone with
I'm sorry, Mari balmum, glory level, the holy pussy, or roy level, the holy.
Could you tell the stream why you decided to name your daughter Tiger?
That's a question. That's a right. What's the next reason? I mean, come in, you come on a sequel. What's the next reason?
Oh man, dude, it's good to see you, Blue Shirts. I wish you lived in Los Angeles. That'd be great.
yeah, well, honestly, I was thinking about this earlier. And I was surprised. I started thinking it's been about 15 years since we've been together.
Damn, that's crazy.
And truly, did you ever think when you left Arlington, Virginia, after 15 years, that you would finally reach such great heights?
No, I couldn't. Yeah, no, I couldn't have envisioned any of this. You know, I mean, I never thought I'd be in a yellow hazmat suit talking about Brendan Schaub. But, you know, I cry when I think about it. Eternally. And my organs cry.
Here's another thought I had, just kind of off the tip of the dome here, but wouldn't it be truly a great full circling if you guys get done with this and you found out that Brendan Schaub was not only watching this, but he was doing a 24-hour stream watching it. 24-hour stream watching
For the Patreon, that's a simulacrum right there.
Yeah, that would be nuts. That would be the simulacrum.
I mean, that would be the best way to defeat us. Right. It's like he outdoes everything we do. Like we try to do stand up and he beats us. We do podcasting, he beats us.
Yeah.
Now we try to stream, he doesn't stream.
He's always a step ahead.
Yeah.
Or instead of 24 hours, it's just 25 minutes.
Like his special time.
Yeah.
The greatest special
Like
ever.
every principle, there are exclusions.
I mean,
The general
how do you
principle
guys,
is whoever is fit for
what
a
threads
dog
are there left to
gets
with this?
a
Like,
feeling.
do you guys imagine doing this well into your 40s at this point? Brendan, I know you look 54.
Yeah, I'm 65 years old personally, but dude, like with Brett, I mean, it's crazy. We only do the show now once every other week, twice a month, and then he comes up with something new every time. He never stops. He's the hardest working guy. He's the hardest working white boy you've ever met.
But if he did stop, I mean, what would you guys do?
I mean, well, we're exhausted.
It's not really about our stories because we just signed a 12-year contract with Tiger Belly.
Yeah.
By the time
And we
that they're burning the
got
facts
the
and
extension on our contract with Tiger Belly. And so now we're pushing our teams.
None of this matters because Tiger Belly pays us regardless.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Bobby Lee is our boss.
Yeah.
Jordo,
Jordo, I try to mention this every time. Congrats, as always, on your continued sobriety. Recently new to that avenue, so
So good, dude.
definitely a challenge. But what do you think the trajectory of this Scottish show / Nate Willis?
Blue Shorts, it doesn't matter podcast. Chris Lee Puck, too.
Oh yeah, patreon.com/IDM. What do you think the trajectory of Demos would be if you were still drinking heavily?
I don't think it would have ever started.
Hey, we had that exact conversation one time when we were butt tired at Taco Bell. I turned to Jordan, I was like, can you imagine how hard this would be if we were drinking? He's like, yeah, dude. But we were already at Taco Bell. So it was like, regardless, drinking would just be much worse. We'd be drunk at Taco Bell.
Well, I mean, that is, just for your audience, that is about 99% of the back catalog of this back podcast.
Oh, yeah. Dude, you're working out, dude. Look good, pause.
Well, it's the 8 Mile Challenge.
I know.
you know, what you trying to freestyle rap?
That's so funny that you did that by accident. I know. Like, he does this bit now where he walks 8 miles to get in shape, but like 8-mile challenge, he had no idea. And then it happened, and then it's an Eminem thing. Oh, that's a blue shirts move right there. What's next? You're gonna fucking do the green mile or something.
You fucking dog.
The only thing I've successfully accomplished in life is unintentional comedy.
Oh, you did great that. Great line.
Yeah, I mean,
and
every day.
determined by what time just
These
week.
weeks.
So as long as you're as long as he's power, able to do a bonus, subsequently becomes coming, he still gets a killing for the bonus. Abu Shal says no. Abu Shal says you only get a portion in bonus, but if you are Third, for the entire carbonic process, Shas Zrika, add Shas Hektif Halav Page. Only if you are Torah at the beginning and at the end do you get the feeling in the bonus. The says, Hamakidas Gama Shor Bas Nidot Dafilu Hektif Halav Page. We'll say, unlike Machlokes Abu Shal and the Tanakh, is it enough to be Torah at the Shas Zrika to give you a carbonic portion, or must you be Torah from Zrika until Hektif Halav Page? Very much. Here we go. Very much. Nick Flopping, Simon Malley. So what happens is, have a show's model. You have to be tough, you have to be taller. And then next thing you know, at the book ends, what happens if you become 10 in the middle? So let's say you get a attacked by Joe Rogan. Is taller at the shots this week, and
because I was in and out all day today, do you mind just rattling off the list of your guests throughout
somewhere in the middle.
Oh, I mean,
Somewhere in the middle. Let's say 2 months. Let's say 2 months sheriffs. Which you get technically and Harry Sheriff. So remember, that's all Harry Sheriff. Hector Halav, when they go on the winter side, at night. So you could have the case where a coin becomes coming, obviously it's
allowed to leave because we kept him hostage for how long. And then comes on, KSW, he has a CD, vinyl DVD available now called
So I could be, if I'm a coin, I could be hard to trust you, know?
And then we
Hard
followed
to
up
trust
that,
you.
we were like, oh, dude, we can't be better than this. And then we had motherfucking
Somewhere in the middle. Also remember, printing machine up, just shy like this.
and now we are topping it all
Why
off
not?
with
Why
the best
not?
guest tonight, Mr. Water Drinker himself, 8-mile challenge goer.
Because all you
Chris
need
Lingbach.
is Tara at the shots and see. This Shiloh only comes up when on the show. He says,
Tell them about the passion of the
process. Beginning and literally means beginning and
so it allows them to sleep
you can come in somewhere in the middle. So the Gemara says,
I kind of
so
loaded
this
between
is now. The shots
in high
become shots
school,
and
the jocks
we say
and
something time this week up
everybody
and
else.
not
But I
Torah,
was
and
kind of
therefore
a
you
chameleon.
really became coming. We don't care.
And then one
The
of my,
Ogilma actually part of the shots this week up.
it was like an all-star lineup
Let's say
of
the
all
Shiloh
of
is
my
this.
best
I was
friends.
showing me you have to be taught at beginning and end.
But at one point, we had like
still okay.
4
But
corners
does
instead of
he
going
know
so it was like
you
4
must be
desks
taught what?
all intersecting
The
in
entire
one.
time. Which
And
says,
every day
take
for what
it.
seems like about
I'm
6
a
months.
I think that maybe I
It was right after Passions of the Christ came out. We would take little lanyards. They were
Rabbi says, we
big,
learned
it was
this
like little
halacha
metal beads,
from Rabbi Elazar and
like
Shimon.
around your neck.
The Amar Bebesek
And Moody takes turns.
so this halacha is
Their
that.
wrists.
I was like, what that means
Everybody
when you
can
see
pick
it.
whose wrist they slash.
When you see that halacha, you know, not just saying, that's so what's the first one? Understand the point. So what's the
Well, at least once if you have a child.
Yeah, so it's just free for all on my Christmas day. It wasn't truly embarrassing until I came home to like one of my mom's like wine party slash book nights with her girlfriends and
but still
my
requires
aunt
her
was
to
very small, like twice the size.
Let's say
What's
two
going on with
behind
that?
both
It's,
part of the same
it's a
base
male
house.
thing.
Both on shift.
My friends beat
Right,
me in
they're on
class.
shift, they're on call. Right, they're working with like this. So what happens?
It's the greatest thing you ever taught. I love the passion. It's called the passion of the limbs.
They use some of them in fun and eat it.
It's like used to hit it.
My poor English teacher like caught a glimpse of my hands one day.
If you see
And I was trying to find
something
them under the desk.
Tar coin to
She
change
just
it.
caught a glance and she goes,
I'm not telling you what.
it was so sad.
For example, you want tacos.
Oh man, dude.
You
should pass that down to your family. You should do that with your friends at school. Oh shit! Do you so? Are you like watching the Reddit at all? You into the shop stuff?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think he means like recently. Have you seen like the land mooning? No, I didn't see that one. I don't know. Is it too late in the stream to just pull up clips, or is that?
I don't know if I'm able to pull this. I thought that Zoom was going to be a lot easier than it actually is. And so I'm just zooming in on you on my screen. Cool. I need to figure out how to do Zoom for our next one.
So how many more hours you guys have left to come?
This is hour 24.
We're going to make some sausage salad. Yeah, and hopefully this doesn't kill the stream because of the air fryer.
I think Pink Brandon would be in hour 23.
Just like I have a
You stand up to go fast or stretch or what have you.
to be funny. That's
And
what
you lose your balance because you're
Mincha, when it
equilibrium
comes to
off.
Mincha,
Just about
Shim
it.
Shahore Kofi,
People don't know
Kach,
Brandon in
Orikol
real life.
Kachal, the Sima Ben Mincha, it's full of system
Real
The
serious.
Like
Sima
a hibernating bear.
you're kind of
Ball
like,
bear.
so maybe in this case, of
Yeah, and
my
the
Kuma,
equilibrium
my
shifts and then you fall and break.
it's not compromising from the Mincha, how are you?
Oh man, Darth Maul says that you look like an MMA fighter. So that's a compliment.
Oh, thanks for the sub.
You just got us a sub too.
Nice. I could sure use a
You
sub.
want some?
Like a sub, like to eat a sub, or like a sub sandwich, right? Dude, me too, man. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
We eat baked goods only, and then I eat salsa cook or Mexican cook.
Was that the air fryer I heard
Let me
coming in the
partake of
background?
that.
No, that's air conditioner.
No, man. If he turns on the air fryer, it shuts everything off. So we gotta make him not do that.
There's been so many times where I'm watching TV on my phone cooking. I make the salad and I put the sausages in the air fryer, and then you hear the very marked.
We talked about Othman with BC.
What does he know of it? Because I missed that part. But and Othman is, for your audience, he's a pretty mercurial guy. In fact, I'm pretty sure you guys had it in mind that he was going to be here tonight at some point.
What is that? Is that like thermometer with sausages or what?
Yeah, what's up, Mercurial?
I understand why you put this deal, right? I'm already compromised with it. But when it comes to conference as well,
Tyler says you also look like a bearded tomato.
when it comes to conference, it's just like
Dude, one of our listeners, Paul Sig, got us these hazmat suits. He brought them all the way here. Did you see that?
Koya Makatao say up front.
Yeah, that's pretty
Holy
great.
sprinkles the
I
blood,
know.
he's permitted to keep the
But,
blood.
I
So
mean,
what is it? Tony Tower say to
it's
the
going to
no?
have to become a
Katika
part of our
Akon.
war at
Good.
some point. It's
Sprinkle
going
the
to
blood,
become
sprinkle the
after
blood and come
all
in.
our
Otherwise, the seeds of Kansas,
Oh,
you know.
hazmat suits?
Therefore, what the most like,
They're like
yes, was it
trophies
again.
at this point.
Yeah.
Once you guys make
All
it
we're
through,
listening to
it's
is
the last
dialogue.
13 hours.
It's the same idea. Namely, if you
gotta
can't
hang 'em up.
do the Avoda, then what? You
So,
don't
do
get
you think?
I'm relate.
Do you think it's weird that you can recognize what an air fryer sounds like, or you think you do?
Give me from the Kazenko, give me from the chest and the thigh.
Big man Lehman was like, I love this guy. He asked about the air fryer thing, but I guess we ignored that question.
That right, for example, the Katos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cooking carrot tots
In
once
this
a week,
case, where you
whatever.
are, Tame.
Yeah, I mean, everything, that's another thing that we don't ever talk about is the culinary choices in Negro Bobby. They're all pretty good. I mean, all that shit is delicious.
Yeah.
Tater tots, carne asada, it's all stuff we like.
I think the worst one is
Ain't no
when
deep shot.
carrots
All
and
the more so again, I have the right
I guess so, but I also like way with, I prefer chili killies.
says,
Did you notice that BC said chili killies?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I love that shit.
I'm gonna watch the Street Fighter.
He is the most homeless out there, right? Anybody in Main Street, anything. Oh, yeah.
Besides Bobby Lee, yes.
I mean, like, the way he weaves in references.
I do have the right to
It's
ultimately
like
against
seamless. Like, it's incredible.
I know we study him not unlike you would like a karate master or something.
The coin has a rake, it's not a
Or
short
more technical, you know what I
Plus
mean?
it says,
BC is
coin
more
is
like jazz.
blood,
It just comes to
you will
Yeah,
get
it's about the shot bits you don't hear.
Yo,
Yeah.
but
Tactical,
you
I have a tactical
you want, tell me this week. And if you can't this week, you don't have a phone.
When was the last time you
That's
had
it.
that?
That's what you realize is
Maybe a week or so.
that's it. So you pull up the Kamura power shelf, the salt cup, and so none of it's not only know, the first
It's like you're going off work.
and the onion is
Babe,
right.
Babe, I gotta watch 24 hours of Freak Republic tomorrow. Let's fuck
We're
more
all
time
one.
before I die.
Let's all be of these
I it's too late in the stream. I should have said no comment, but it was I jacked off.
Nah, we're not blessed like you guys are. We don't have flavors. This is just regular spirits.
Go ahead.
What do you think about Jelly Roll, Chris?
Wait, you really don't have flavors in California?
No.
Really?
Yeah, you guys got spearmint and shit. That shit's amazing.
It's because our governor, Antoine Jameson, won't fucking let us do shit. Fuck him. Shut down business, no flavors.
Yeah. I'm voting for Antonio Banderas next time.
I'm voting for whoever changes our state song to Jelly Roll.
Golden State Killer.
Yeah.
Somebody grip with me. Shop. Chris, can you tell us if you like Jelly Roll, or if you do, what do you think about him?
The only time I've ever heard him is when I've Shazammed the song in like the grocery store.
All right.
That kind of tells you where he's at, right? Like
Oh, he's huge.
he's the grocery store guy.
Yeah.
Damn. And you're the guy Shazamming it. That's crazy.
Yeah. Comic-Con sponsorships
So you
for
can put it on your phone.
the month of
Driving around, listening to Jelly Roll. I
Percy
know
Lee
you do.
Schreiber.
Yeah.
And it's scheduled to push Raymond for Eliyahu Rafael and Miriam
Oh, man.
and Yusufia Aziza. His yard site is Tough Dollar K-Base.
I think he is.
Tapiyomi
Yeah,
sponsor for
dude,
today,
I wish.
Florence Davidson in memory of
Oh, is that so?
Russell Strimber.
Well, Jelly Roll is one of the whites that
Late-breaking
a lot of us look
sponsorship.
up to.
Mark and Elsa Lusman, who are
Did
sponsoring
you know that Brennan Shaw's
yesterday
dad's
Doc
from South by
Cook Olive 101 in honor of Elsa's mother, Toby Cantor's 101st birthday, which was also yesterday, December 24th. So we'll give her the extra dot. We'll sponsor. We'll give her
I
102
can't
as
get
well.
into it right now,
For,
but
for
it's
next year in
something
advance, for next year, as discussed.
DM you. You can DM
Okay.
me the birth certificate.
But it's 65%
Today's
off.
dot. Cook Base
I just
102.
wanted to know that
We
you
are
just
picking up
started that.
on
I
Cook
wanted to
Olive
say
on the
that I
beans.
really appreciate
It
you
is
starting. Well, I mean, it's
the
controversial, but you started that nonprofit, the Draft Innocence Project.
second wide line.
Yeah,
Second wide line. So
That's so exciting.
quick reorientation.
But
Rob brought down a name, and Rob told us that most. And we're now going to go through a series of questions. So, case today. Last word on the line. Case today. Last one on the phone, you can check on the Shin, Yocham.
Bad.
His talking is teaching us about a Balmum, fine Balmum, that he's allowed to eat kachin. It says, that's the look of the pasuk. So we ask, in Nomru, kachin kadashin, lama nomar, kachin kalin. If the pasuk is going to tell me kachin, why does it also need to say kachin kalin? In the verse, Nomru kachin kalin, lama nomar, kachin. Why does the pasuk have to tell us both? Why can't it just tell us one, and we'll know that a Balmum is allowed to eat in all kachin? Let's say the pasuk did not reference kachin kalin. It only had told us about kachin. You see Omer, kachin is also that a Balmum can only eat from kachin. Why? Because kachin are permitted for consumption for a zar and for kohanim. And we're going to get into that. That's where the questions are going to come. We'll take it for granted that by kachin, they can be eaten, or certain times can be eaten by a zar as well as the kohanim. We're going to get that. That's the question about that. But kachin, however, kachin, they wouldn't say, oh, Balmum wouldn't know from the pasuk otherwise that a Balmum can eat. A Balmum Kohen can eat kachin. He was no name kachin. Now let's say the opposite. Let's say the pasuk did not specifically reference kachin and only said kachin kalin. Hayisi Omer, the kachin kalin ye'ochel. I would thought that a Kohen Balmum can eat from kachin kalin. Why? Because they're at a lower level. They're more kal. And the kachin, but I would not know that a Kohen Balmum can eat from kachin as well. The kachnomu, kachin, the kachnomar, kachin kalin. Therefore, the pasuk said both kachin and kachin kalin. Okay, here comes the question. It's kind of new. However, you said what are you bringing up to, or why we need both sets of kachin to be mentioned in pasuk? We said it's because the kachin can be eaten both by a zar, a non-kohen, as well as the kohanim.
Thank you.
So, isn't that a lot? Moshe? Isn't this Zara we talked about Moshe? And we'll see in Rashi. It's actually coming up in Rashi of
I would look at him as a smart guy.
Sharuchu Lazar Galahem. Because I would have thought, put the Lazar, but Moshe Kamar. He must be talking about Moshe Rabbeinu. And where do we know that from? Off of Chazal Shok. Right? Because we know specifically that Moshe Rabbeinu ate from the Chazal Shok and the Air Hanayulim, which is called Kachim. So we have an instance where we have a non-Kohen eating from Kachim, and therefore we would not have been able to make the same instance. I'm not chasing him. His answer is no. No, the Brahma. When we're talking about Hisu Lazar, it's not about Moshe Rabbeinu. Because right where we're trying to defend Rav, the Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. Yeah, we're talking about it's Brahma. We're talking about on the Bama, Lazar. So if Lazar is eating at a Bama, the Bama is Mincha, and only according to the opinion that is Yesh Mincha. And again, let's look in Rashi. Lo Bama Ka'amar. It's about 5 lines up in Rashi. The Rosh Lazar, the Bama Lazar, Akro, Yesh Mincha, the Bama Katano, Mincha Kachikachim, Mincha is a Kachikachim. The Oakland Shiara, and you're allowed to eat the Shirayim of the Mincha. Zara, what is Zara? The Zara, what are you eating? And you owe them the Bama Katano, because you know that you don't need a Kohen to do Avoda at Bama. So we know that Zara is doing Avoda, and therefore they're eating the Shirayim of the Mincha. And so we have an instance where Zara is eating Kachikachim, and we skip down a few lines in Rashi, V'ha'idavai Mincha, Kedivri Omer, Yesh Mincha L'Bama. Why it's only according to the opinion who says there's a Mincha at Bama, which we had a few weeks ago, maybe 2 months ago. We eat a Mincha L'Bama. If you don't hold the Mincha, a Mincha or Kachikachim. That's all in the Bama. We don't have any other instances where Kachikachim are eaten by Bama. Why? You Chachas V'Asher, the Bama Lo Karbi, you don't bring the Chachas in Asham. It's not even a good. Of course, you don't need it in Karbi Bama. You can only bring something that you can bring a voluntary offering from at a Bama. And there's no nothing in the Bama. There's no only Ola and a Mincha, which again, Ola obviously none is eaten. And so we have to hold the opinion that it is a Mincha. Okay, but anyway, we deflect the question against that. So let's bring another one. It's the bottom line on Miriam, have another episode in Midbar with Miriam is inflicted with Saras. So we know that in order for somebody to be inflicted with Saras, so traditionally you have to go outside of the camp, there has to be a Kohen that looks at the Saras and says, yes, this is Saras. They have to by words, they have to vocally say, you have Saras, and it has to come from the Kohen. The question is, who is the Kohen that performed this? In Tomer Moshe is here. You want to say is Moshe Rabbeinu or Moshe Zara? Well, Moshe is Zara. So it can't be. And obviously, that'll be our question. We'll get to it in a minute. So let's keep going through. Say Zara wasn't a God, and the Zara can't be Rona God. Only it's going to be Rona God. In Tomer Aaron is here. So by Aaron a Kohen, he could have done it. Aaron Kohen. Aaron is a relative. A Kohen also a God. And a Kohen, the relative cannot look at the God. So actually, it's interesting. So obviously, Aaron and Moshe have the exact same relationship to Miriam. They're both close. So the question is, why by Moshe do we not use the same thing? Why don't we say Moshe can't? This is a Karo. So I'm sure we've done the answer is yes, that would also be a problem for Moshe, but Moshe doesn't even get off the ground, right? He's not even a Kohen. So he doesn't need to get to a Karo. He's a Zar. So that's why we go with the Zar. Actually, the Zar answer because it's just an easier one. Another answer is that actually whether a Karo can be going to God, I believe it's really there. So based on, I think, some of the Midrashim with Sifri, it's clear that our held that a Karo is not able to be married to God. But it's possible that Moshe Rabbeinu, I'm not saying this, maybe Moshe Rabbeinu did not hold the Rishita, and maybe Moshe Rabbeinu holds that a Karo can be Orion, and therefore we have to go to the Shulazar. And the final answer that I saw, which was very interesting, I thought it was interesting, is that what exactly happened? Let's take a step back. What's the episode happened here? Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam are out in Midbar. Why? Because Miriam and Aaron were speaking Lashon Hara about Moshe Rabbeinu. So what's the reason why a Karo, why you think you could not be married to God for nothing? Might think that you have, because of your relationship, because of your love for the other person, you might, maybe not intentionally lie, but you might see things in a different light, something like that. So, I mean, again, Moshe Rabbeinu honored Mikahadam, but still, even just the Havamina is that maybe Moshe Rabbeinu at this instance, he's in the situation because Miriam spoke Lashon Hara about it. And so maybe with some the diminishment in the honor that Moshe had for Miriam at that moment. And maybe, so you might say, again, I don't think that you bring down that, you actually thought that, but there could be how you can say that maybe the Psul of Korach doesn't apply in this moment because it's literally Moshe is a person that you just have left to her back. He said, even if you want to say that, you still have Psul Zah. It was just, I thought it was interesting. It's to even think that would be happening in Moshe. But again, we have the Psul Zah, so might as well go with that one. Anyway, sorry. Tangent. I guess it's a holiday schedule, so little tangent. Right, Dr. Gabar. Third line is. Okay, couple of dogs follows up on stuff. Okay, so we said who looked at the Negoim of Miriam. He is a Korah. Rather, couple of dogs follows up on the sparkle. Rather, it's a great honor that Kodesh Baruch Hu gave to Miriam at that point. But Miriam, post the shah. Said, I need to. So the Kodesh Baruch Hu says, I'm a Kohen. I need Maskira. I need Baldav. I need Kostra. So Hashem is the one who's going to be Marnagon for Miriam. Fine. But I can tell you, yes, we had a question which we knew right from the beginning. Moshe's Zah. We said specifically Moshe's Zah. So obviously that is refuting the opinion of Rav that Moshe was a Kohen Gadol.
So good, right? And it's like, it's crazy.
So I said, no, Standard Master Nagon. My Nagon is different because doesn't just need a Kohen. What does it need? Aaron Uvana says that Master specifically by Aaron Uvana, not just the Kohen. And obviously Moshe is not part of Aaron Uvana. Okay, so you like that question. Another question on the sheet of Rav. Makes it. Great simplest 5 great accolades that Elisheva, who is Aaron's wife, was Ivama Melech, the brother-in-law of Moshe Rabbeinu was a Melech. Isha, her husband, Kohen Gadol. Aaron, her son, Gadol. Dinah, her son Eliezer, Skan, he was the Skan son Gadol. Then Dinah, what about her grandson, Pinchas, Mishal Chama? He was the Kohen Mishal Chama. The Achema and her brother, Nachshon, Nasi Sheva. He was the Nasi Sheva. So those are 5 things. But on the flip side, obviously, she's not dealing with Achnei Banat. She's also been an Avelis, however, at the end of the room on her two sons. Another Nabi. I'm telling you, you see here, Yivama Melech. It says it calls Moshe Rabbeinu a king. The Melech is obviously he's a king and not a Kohen Gadol. He doesn't low. He just an extra accolade. He could have also been a Kohen as well. Okay, so we don't disprove Rav. Instead, tonight we're going to say that actually it is a Masogas Tanoim whether or not Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. The Bible says, when Moshe is at the snap, the burning bush, and he keeps telling Hashem he doesn't want to go, and finally he says, Hashem gets upset at Moshe, Hashem Moshe. You should have been caught for Omer. Anytime you see the word Fallen Af, it means it has to be emotion. It's not just an emotion, there's some kind of effect, whether it is a curse or a physical act, it's something. Fallen Af is not simply a state of being, there's some active component to it. However, there's no revelation, but in this case, we don't see emotion. We just see that Hashem got angry at Moshe, but no ramifications, no repercussions. You should run your fire, Omer. I'm putting up a revelation. No, there is a revelation here. Shenamar, in that dialogue, Hashem says, "Hello, Aaron Achicha Halevi." And that he says, Aaron, your brother's a Levi, he's on his way. So I told you, Aaron's not a Levi, Aaron's a Kohen. So obviously, I'm going to say, I didn't mind Hashem says initially, I was going to say, Ata Kohen Levi. You, Moshe, you're going to be the Kohen, and Aaron is going to be. Is going to have the Levi. Actually, now because of this Faranah, now who's going to operate? I'm switching around. Aaron is now going to be the leader of the Kohanim, and it's supposed to be Kohanim, and you're going to only be a Levi. The Chachamim say, no, the Moshe Rabbeinu was actually only a Kohen, and he only served them. They said because only during the Shivas Me'amim was never intended to be a long-term Kohen. The children, finally, we see the Pasukuna Eleni like a Moshe, that Moshe Rabbeinu himself actually was a Kohen, so this is when we see this in the focus behind. However, his children are not Kohen. That's where it stops. And then Moshe Isha, and Moshe his sons will only be Sheva, not Kohen. The whole we also say, Moshe and Aaron, the Kohen, the Shmuel Kohen, so we see Moshe and Aaron grouped together, both as Kohanim. We see, according to the Yeshomrim, that Moshe and Aaron, that Moshe was a Kohen in fact, but his children were not Kohanim. My home, and then we asked, why do we need both? Why not just one? Just to say that Moshe's kids were Levians, and he was Kohen. So he came over those. You might have thought the Zoros would be true. I would have thought that it's only talking about Moshe not being a Kohen for Zoros, but Moshe himself also is not a Kohen. So it says, oh no, we have to say Moshe Rabbeinu Kohen. No, in fact, Moshe must be a Kohen because we see Moshe grouped together as Kohen. Okay. Now we are going to go in a little digression on the Torah, the Torah, never Ocean. Is it true that really, we asked this question on the episode with Moshe and Hashem? So now we're going to ask it in another episode. Is it true that all Torah does not have a Moshe, doesn't have some type of active component? But and it's a Moshe min power b'chariach. So Moshe left Paro's palace to chariach. But all we don't see Moshe, right? He just Moshe's angry and he walks out. I'm going to talk here. Now, Sitro B'Yatza. She says, no, Moshe Rabbeinu not only was he angry, he actually slapped Paro across the face.
Well, he snorts that shit for
no, it's not really say that Moshe would do this to Paro Baksir. So he slapped him across the face. And because it says that Moshe went to meet Paro on the outside of the Nile. Omer is fucking humility. Here's the abundance. As long as it says, what does it mean? And he's after the Basar, that you should give him favor. That Paro's a Melech, and even though he's a Melech Rasha, you should give him some sort of favor. So you see that, how do you then say that the bucket is Moshe slapped Paro across the face? So the other Rashi, sorry, in the same passage, Rashi actually says, Rashi, they Panecha, well, they Panecha, though. And Rabbi Yochanan is opinion in this second passage that no, he's not going to mean that he's going to, that he should be finding favor, but rather saying he's a that Paro's a Rasha, and actually Moshe being commanded to be brazen to Paro. So that's what it's the first which will say Rish Lakish in the second name is the one who says that hey, Panecha, and therefore he can also be the one who says that Moshe slapped Paro across the face. Okay. Now we continue to talk about Amos Malchus. So Amos Malchus a lot. We always have reverence for Malchus. Here the color of that by Eli. Moshe, when he says to Paro, he says all of your servants are going to come and gather. You do it, but he doesn't have the exact. You didn't have the gall to say, and you, Paro, yourself are also going to Zaphron. You see that there's this bit of cover that is full of these nuts. The other one, the other says the different place. The other one, I saw Elio, and you saw by Elio. So you see that the Eliyahu, even though Achor is a Melech Rasha, that Eliyahu went in front of him again to show coverage. He covered him up. Okay. Amar Ula says, Moshe Malchus, Moshe actually wanted to be the king, but it was not granted him. It's here, Halom, because when Moshe was actually at the snap, it says, don't come, Hashem says, don't come, we use the Lashon Halom. And Halom Elam Malchus, and Halom is a Lashon Malchus. And now, the David Melech says, the Anochi Hashem Elohim, Kedisani ad Halom, again, Halom, that he brought me to Halom, which is to monarchy, to Malchus. Most of Rabbah.
Listen to It Doesn't Matter podcast.
Yeah, so Rabbah asked a question we just had earlier. Rabbi Shmuel Omer, Yudroma Melech, are we talking about Eli Sheva, we said our brother was a Melech. Moshe Rabbeinu is a king. Alone is not just Malchus, it's Malchus that is lasting, that goes not only from this person, but also through his entire progeny. Is it true that Halom is Malchus Lo Lizaro from Goros? Like I've shown, it's in Have Ad Halom,
While you're at it, join our Patreon, dude. Please do.
Yeah, Have Ad again, we see the Russian Halom by Shaul HaMelech, and obviously we know that Shaul's monarchy was not lasting. Go back in, 1 second. Who is Zarolo? We see by Shaul that only he was the king and not his progeny.
So Ibai saying, you can say, yes, he didn't have a lasting monarchy, but he did have his first, and the son reigned shortly, and so he does have some component of Zaro. Ibai saying, so you show that he moved the Davai Lopai. And maybe the difference is, Shaul's monarchy was supposed to last. It didn't last because of his own Daiva. It was stripped from him. It wasn't that it wasn't supposed to be lasting. He did something that was undeserving, and therefore, the monarchy was cut off. The shots are supposed to do the other post and low Lazaro. So when someone's giving you dula, it is low Lazaro keeps going for generations. However, if they become hardy, they become hardy. We see that is the reason why Shaul's not going to last. It's not that it wasn't meant to last. It was that Shaul had a monarchy that was Ladonus, but because of his own daiva, it was cut down. Okay, that was our slight digression of Agatha for our 100 block. So back to quoting our Mishnah. We are about 8 or 10 lines down to the bottom. Bali Mumin, Bali Mumin. So the Mishnah, let's go back to the Mishnah in the beginning of the text. The Mishnah said, Bali Mumin, get Kohanim that are Bali Mumin, Bali Mumin, Oven, Bali Mumin. Ruling whether it's temporary or permanent blemishes. Hopefully, they are holy in the function as well as they can eat. They can eat and they can be holy. Alright. You know what I mean? Where's the source? How do we know? Son of Banan, Kol Zachar. The pasuk, this pasuk is talking about Karban Mincha. It's Kol Zachar. The Rabbah Bali Mumin that comes to include Bali Mumin. So Lamai, what speakers the Ela, is just telling us that a Bali Mumin can eat. Right, for now, we had right at the beginning of today, left on the Lakar because they're first in Lakar. We already learned that from another pasuk. We already learned that Bali Mumin can eat kachim. Must eat, and not only can they eat the kachim, but they actually can go and take their portion in the kachim. Okay, time to eat another right there. Kol Zachar, another Kol Zachar, and this one is this one is the talking about chatos. The Rabbos Bali Mumin again can include Bali Mumin, so might. Last question. If it's for eating Harikvar Alma, we already have talked about that. Use a Chalukah, so that they can take their portion Harikvar Alma. We just said in the previous price. So Shiako, Amy, Ella, Tom, Vinasa Balam. I might have thought that perhaps it only applies if you have a Kohen that was whole, that did not have a mum, and then became a Balmum later in life. Balmum Meikaro, how do we know if you had a Balmum from birth? Even that kind of Kohen can eat Kachin, before we Kachin, that's we have in Kozafar. And now we have third Brisa, and this Brisa is talking about slumming. This is talking the show. We'll get to that on another day. This is up there, correct. Tani Ida, Kozafar, the rabbi is Balmum. Again, it comes into the Balmum. Lamai, Ila, it is for eating, or the Harikvar, we have process. Ila, Haluka, it is to be Bolek. Harikvar, we don't talk about that as well. Ila, Balmum, and then Karo, right? To have someone that was a Balmum from birth. Harikvar, we already have that process. If you have a Ella Balmum Kavua, I would have thought maybe only a permanent Balmum could eat in Kachin, but Balmum over, how do we know that you just have a Balmum? Balmum calls up. So, Papa, why would that seems to be the opposite logic? Why would we think that a Balmum Kavua is more likely? I would think a Balmum over, it's only temporary. That would be more likely to be able to eat in Kachin. Amar Sheshes, switch it. It really is trying to include a Balmum over. Actually, no, here's the logic. If they're excited about the on the base, that we're comparing a Balmum over like a stomach. Again, both temporary statuses. Not Tame, Kamadalo, Tar, Tame, even though they're going to be Tar soon, they cannot eat in the state. While it's still in the state of Balmum, you don't go away, you cannot eat Maskala. Therefore, that's why we need, after that is, okay, we see from all these three structures to the Manda, all different types of Balmum. Okay. Next piece in the Mishnah, the Mishnah told us, so the Kohen who is not really to do Avodah does not get to take their portion in the basket. Okay. The law is that true? It's true that somebody's not really to do their voter. It's not you. Sorry about me. We just said about me. Cannot do their voter. And we just said they can do collect, so they can eat and they can do collect from the kabbalah. I don't know why about the collect. The two, and another thing, the inference here is kosher eno. The inference is called right, but if somebody is really about voter, they are collect. Okay, then so now how they come with the kabbalah, tzibor, right about you have to comment. He said, I think 2 days ago, that you can is allowed to do a voter for a public tzibor. So we asked the question whether they are colic, and we can't, and the answer is they are not colic in the kabbalah. So you see that even if somebody is writing to a voter, like a kohen who is coming, is doing their voter in kohen tzibor, they are not colic. We said, okay, no, really, it's Roy Lakiva, not Roy. I don't know if it's Roy Lakiva. Okay, so and therefore it works for both of these, right? Because the bottom one is Roy Lakiva, and therefore it's Kolek, and then somebody who's not Roy Lakiva, and therefore it's not Kolek. Now we have the Hari Katan. What about a Katan? Katan to Roy Lakiva, obviously Katan can eat from the Katan, they ain't a Kolek. But a Katan is not able to get his own portion. So I look at Tani and say, no, we can't make it for two. We only teach what's actually written in the Mishnah, we can't make inferences from the rest of the Mishnah. Okay, so now we ask. So that's okay, well now we're saying we can only learn what's explicitly stated in the Mishnah and we're not going to make any differences. Well, let's go back to our previous cases. But we'll give a kala and kala. We can go back and say we can before. Right? You can Sunday, right? If it's from Sunday like a Sunday, right? You don't have a problem with saying when you say Sunday because you don't have a problem with Sunday because it doesn't state the inference that we try to make of what we are over is correct. You can't make that inference, and therefore it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Sunday is no longer a question. You should know more, and the question had that about more, because you actually could have answered from the beginning, even without the katan, is more Rahman. You would say, yes, this is a principle. The general principle is kosher in a roy and a kolek. However, Balmum has a special dispensation because we have a very we learn we have a drasha from this, and therefore a marba the Balmum. Okay, next part of the mission. This is it. I feel Sunday decides to read those Balmum. The Torah says, I say, even if you have a kolek that is coming just by the time of the Zerika earlier on. However, he becomes taller by the time of the Hekef Halavim. Still, he's not taller. I might have thought that by the time they're called like an Hekef Halavim, that the Kohen is now Tameh. Sorry, he's not taller. He should be able to be taller. But the Mishnah said, no. Okay? The difference there, how taller, because we could have done it, the Torah shall Hekef Halavim. The inference from this Mishnah is that the key point of Tumah is at the time of Zerika. So if you have a Kohen that is taller at the time of Zerika, and then later becomes Tameh by Yishas Hekef Halavim, it's still can be taller. Okay, so now we go about the show, and therefore our Mishnah cannot really get into the show. The time of the show, I don't know what's the show's opinion. So, also, Ashi told Yishas Zerika ad Shas Hekef Halavim. That in order to see production, Kohen has to be tahor both at the shots, both at the time of Zerika and at the time of Hekef Halavim, not only the time of Zerika, like the inference is from our Mishnah. How does he learn that? I'm not sure that's a dam ascending. That's actually when we see the connection of the dam and the Torah together, and therefore we say we can see that like the Halavim Namizai. And according to ourselves, even the Kohen cannot do so much even at the time of Hekef Halavim. It's not just a problem at the time of Zerika. Now we ask them within the opinion of Abishal, he says you need to be a Kohen has to be taught both at the time of Zerika and at the time of Hekef Halavim. So that's yes. This would be time now. What if he has a period of tumah in between those two? Right? He says right? That at the official time of Zerika and at the official time of Hekef Halavim, this Kohen is taller, and so he's good to go. Vilma, actually told you says because the Hekef Halavim, you have to have it continuous. It's not just okay to be at point A and point B, but you have to be all the way from point A through point B. He has to be in a state of Tara. And I think we don't know the answer. We don't know if it has to be continuous or just at each point. Okay.
Wow, well, you harmed yourself, Bob. Yeah. This is definitely.
What is it? I do know. Here, but those are very Shimon. I learned this din from the other very Shimon. I was the way that he said. It's hard to read the back. So we say, actually, to teach you about it, we thought about it in the way that he said. And so afterwards, we're going to ask at the end exactly how that's allowed. But the other thing is giving a little background. This is background to this thing. So we're actually. We're gonna have a progression. We're gonna see. We're gonna be talking about a Kohen who who is a Kuyom, who said it's not allowed to be Torah in the Karbanos. Again, a Kuyom is going to be Tahar at night. And we're going to see a Kohen who's Kuyom going to a Tahar Kohen and trying to see if he can get him to give him some of the Karbanos. See if he can argue his way. But even though the Kuyom can't be Torah in the Karbanos himself, he wants someone else to give him this portion later on at night when he can eat. So let's see what he's arguing. You can have a few prongs about it. Okay. Plus, I would have thought that a Kuyom can come and say to another Kohen, hey, you need mincha. Well, so give me I know I can't get a portion of the mincha myself, but give me a little piece of your mincha, and I'll give you a night. The Torah says to the Kuyom, you're not in the muscle, even in a place where you the Kuyom, have a prerogative when it comes to what? Your katas. And Rashi says, what does it mean that it was thrown into the katas? So Rashi it is a few lines down and over. Remind the Makom the katas. Why the Kohen on the two katas? Any Kohen who's high of a katas, even if it's not a Mishon of you, not the Restream in the Shalom, right? So a Kohen who brings a katas always has the right to do the avoda and to keep the part for himself. So we see that a Kohen has extra strength, the upper koach when it comes to a coin bringing a chatas, right? So chatas is sort of a higher level or a higher coach korban for the koach, right? So let's look at that back in the graph. Of course, at the beginning of the song. The Taylim and the coin, the Taylim says, give me for the Mikvah itself. So no, the Taylim says, you might have been knocking to have a koach of chatas. Even in the case of a chatas, where you will have a higher koach because you can bring your chatas at any point to do the Lord yourself. If you see the chatas yourself. However, I can pick you off from the chatas yourself because you see in the next room that a Kohen, a Kuyom, is not allowed to be in the chatas. The muscle to real koach of the mincha. So now, in the case of a korban mincha, where you have less of a power. Why? Because the mincha's Kohen is pure Kohen, the mincha's Kohen is all consumed on the fire. So obviously, the Kohen does not have very much power in his own mincha. It all gets burnt down in the fire. So in the case of a mincha, where you have less of a koch, certainly I cannot be required to share from this mincha that's brought by Israel that I have a chilek in. I'm not going to share with you at night because you have even a lesser koch when it comes to mincha. Okay, so that's where the element answers that as well. Remind if you son in the chatas Israel, you are going to push me off from a chatas Yisrael. Why? Because you're saying Yapa Koach, but if you're saying Yapa Koach, Kafi Yapa Koach. So you're saying the clones for you, I'm saying to the other coin, we have the same koach, right? We come from the top of the coin, so just like I have a higher koach when it comes to chatas, so I can bring my chatas. So you coin have a higher koach when it comes to a chatas. And therefore, your koach is pushing up on the chatas because you have the same extra koach by chatas that I do. The thing she got to go for coffee. You have coffee for coffee. So that thing, but the mincha should be but that's by half. However, but the mincha should be changed to either coffee. Just like you said, I have a lower koach by mincha. Coffee for coffee. You also have a lower koach. So don't tell me you can come push me off to the mincha because I have a greater koach. You also have a greater koach. We're the same. We're both behind. Whatever koach I have by chatas, you have whatever koach I have in mincha. You have. And that's important you would be trying to do. That's going to be the continuing arguments back and forth. So rather, the Kohen says that. He says, all right, I can't tell you what the Kabbalah, I can't tell you from logic. So instead, I gave you a pasuk. It says that Kohen is a makrif osah lo tiyah. That the mikvah goes to the Kohen that is makrif it. So you know what? You want to come eat? The far crazy also. If you can come and be makrif it, come eat. But since you can't eat. We see the connection. So that's a pretty simple. Okay, that was a mincha. All right, so he tries it out. So now he said, Kaylee Mikata. The Kuyom says, Kaylee Mikata. He said, okay, fine. And I lost on the mincha argument. So give me a little bit of your katas, and I'll eat with you at night. Oh my God. So the Kohen, the Torah says that. So it's a argument. We might have come up with the mincha. In the case of my own mincha, where I do not have a very strong koach because I cannot, right, because it's all eaten on his back. I can't eat any of my own milk. I was able to push you off on this such a strong, even though I had inferior koach. So nothing to the other koach of chatos. See, but now chatos, where I have this extra strong koach, then I certainly can push you away from chatos as well because I have this extra strength. And again, it's for them to back the same argument. I'm like, we're not interested in deciding the chatos as well. Should change your koach. Again, we're the same. We have the same co-op. So again, if you have extra co-op, I have a co-op. If you have inferior co-op, I have inferior co-op. So that logic is not going to hold together. So he says back on this comes to the pasuk. Hayomer hakoyin hamechate osayok lana. Okay, the pasuk says it's the kohen that is mechate. It goes well, that is the kohen that gets to eat it. He says, come, you come do the service, and you're going to eat it. And of course, if Kuyom cannot do the service, and therefore he can't eat it. Okay, so he tries again. He's not giving up yet. Amalek. Tamely, the Kuyom says, Amalek, Tamely, Chazv V'Shok. All right, now we're the Shlonim that I promised you. This is the Shlonim. So now he says, all right, give me the Shlonim. The Shlonim I get to eat Chazv V'Shok. I'm sorry, the Kohen, sorry, yes, from your show. And so Yom says, give me from your portion, and I'll be able to eat it tonight when I am taught. I'm right. So the Kohen Torah says, remember, Malcolm, she has a kochacha b'chatas in a situation where you had extra koach by a chatas, v'chisicha, was able to show off mechadis Yisrael, so now in a case of a shlomin where a Kohen has even greater strength, why is he greater strength than the chatas? Sorry, lesser koach and shlomin because you only get the chazal v'shov, you limit the chazal v'shov. Certainly I can push you away. He says no. As the Kohen still answers back, mine because I need a chatas. You can push me away by chatas. Why? She came with a kochi. I have less of a koach by a chatas. Why? Because I can't feed it. It's on the shard I can't give it to my wife and to my servants. So then that thing because of the show, so you can it's a lesser. Everybody because of the show, I actually have more koach. Because of the show, I can share it with my wife and with my husband. I have extra koach by shlomin. Omer. Yeah, the answer is back in the same pasuk. The Kohen Azorek Esdam Shlomin Lo Yiyah. If the Kohen does this week, he gets the shlomin. So Bar Zova also again. If you can come to the Avoda, you can come in, and since you cannot do the Avoda, you cannot come. What happens? Finally, the Tzvul gives up. Yosef Tzvul Kula the Chamula Varosha. He has all of his kavachomas he tried to bring are all all for naught. And his only Mirino, he has the only Kohen on his right, who also has no arguments. We're putting the part of the smaller, we're putting the part of the end, and essentially he loses out. And once you get back, I did get the luck. I know the Rav promised the Rambam on Anita, so I have it if you have. Okay. So all the arguments were for nothing. They'll ask, okay, he could have asked one more. There could have been a fourth argument that this Tzvul put forward. Why did he say they were like, hey, we before? Why did he say, all right, give me a little bit of this before the all cut? Why? He could have said that to Tzvul Yom Mother Makin Shura Kochi B'Chakas. Right by chatos, where you cannot give it to your wife and your above. I pushed you off. So the Sita the chatos Yisrael, I pushed you off from the chatos Yisrael. Not pushed you off of Kofi before, but the two of you before is totally just the possession of the Kohen. Obviously, extra koach there. Certainly I can push you off there because I have this extra strength. And I want to feel this that. Remind me, he's saying the chatos, shikshim your kochacha, kafu kofi, as a thing before, it came to you up with kochacha, kafu kofi. Right? You say again, we have the same koach. I also have actually koach by before. You don't have a good kavachomer here. Hari Lomer, then so the Kohen who was told could have answered back. What about the pasuk says, as damam tizrok al mizbeach, as chabam taktir. It is aram yiyalachah. Right, I only one who gets the Zrika, and that is the one who gets the Basa. Bazar Flacho. So good, you can do it, then you can receive the Basa. Since you cannot do the Avodah, you cannot get the Basa. So again, why didn't Rava bring down this case as well. Sorry, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, why did he bring this case? Well, what did he say? He got part of the Yiksi in the Saral, Lakon, and Sode. The other psukim, it all said the one who did the avoda or the kohen had specific language. Here it just says the some lechak. I feel the kohen after lechak could be to any kohen, so it doesn't say that means there's a custom here, and therefore he cannot make this argument. Okay, now question we had before the okay, we said that he learned that Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon was thinking about this halacha in the base of Pizza. How are you allowed to do that? Talking about the Amar. You're not allowed to have a Torah in a bathhouse. You say shiny. This was an honest. What does it mean? That Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon was so engrossed in his learning all the time, for him to not think about learning was an honest. An impossibility. So for him, he was allowed to, he's actually allowed to think inside the base, like you say, about learning, and then we're teaching it out. We'll go very quickly, because 2 minutes we'll go to the Rambam. I mean, this was from a couple of days ago, but we're done. We got it up here. The Rambam brings down, we got a question of what exactly, what does that mean? Says it Daraisa, says it Darabanan. Okay, so Rambam says in Hilchos, yes, Amigdash, Shana Beis, Halacha, Test, and Yod. Halacha says, Azer in Onen, what is the definition of learning? Zer Shemeto Meis, and Kulim Shuchaylis. And it is the Yom HaMisa Bilvad, only on the actual day of his death. He went for Onen, that's what they call it, Onen, Din Torah, Midaraisa. And Laila, but that following night, the night of the Yom HaMisa, who only you are only from Midra Bonan and still cannot even touch it. Okay. And now what about the other cases in Halacha Yod? Let's say the food is not on the same day as the Misa. So but from the period of Misa and Tukura, the person is here in Onen Midra Bonan, and then similarly on the Yom HaKula itself. And you don't know if it's later. In both of those cases, the Lila, right, the Lila is not equal. So, on the Yom HaKula, you are an Onen and Midra Banan, but it does not drag in that night of Anina. So, when we talk more about Kachim, an Onen on the day of, on the Yom HaKula, you can't even touch him on that day, but you can even touch him on that night. Right, the total of all better. You actually can feel it and eat Kachim at night. Yom HaMisa. However, on the day of Misa itself, the Shem She'atzer Lacha B'Kachim Mimin HaTorah, just like Midaraisa came Kachim during the day of Yom HaMisa, also Lacha the Leila the rather extended the Rabbanan, you cannot even touch him on night of Yabaninus Midrabanan. However, last week, Pesach Kovad, like we saw in our case, other than the Korban Pesach, she also the Erev was covered in the Korban. However, the Korban Pesach, because it has to be eaten only that night, Korban Pesach and Onen is allowed to eat because it's only Aninus Midrabanan, so you can't eat it at night.
I find that they're less comedians and more just performers. And that really is kind of the root of why I don't like them.
Yeah, I agree with that. That makes sense.
There we go. All right.
Great show, boys.
Thank you, bro. And you are not a bot. Yeah. Good work on being a bot. Stay not a robot as long as you can. Yeah, don't fall for the robot's tricks.
All right.
Fall for that shit. Yeah, she's
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Rosa needs a weekly try.
She's a handler beat.
We need like the team up political quarter with Rosa.
Thomas Torah sponsorships for the month of Davis. First, you need subscriber. In the Suzerain Fush Lema Pro, Eliyahu recalled that Miriam, Monkey and Marguerite in memory of Monkey's father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel, and Kuchiel Yehuda. The website is Chafdal Davis. That's the only sponsor for today. Florence Davidson in memory of Rafa Strimber. And a late-breaking sponsorship, Mark and Elsa Westman, who are sponsoring yesterday's doc, Kuf Aleph, 101, in honor of Elsa's mother, Goldie Cantor's 101st birthday, which was also yesterday, December 24th. So we'll give it extra doc. We'll sponsor. We'll give her 102 as well. So for next year in advance for next year, as discussed.
Let's go mid.
Okay.
Flip fart.
Here's that. Cook base 102. We are picking up on Cook Aleph on the base. It is the second wide line. Second wide line. So, quick reorientation. Rav brought down a name, and Rav told us that Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen Gadol. And we're now going to go through a series of questions on whether that is agree with that. Okay. So, basically, last one on basically. Welcome on the we start saying Kodashim, the concept is teaching us about a Balmon, Kohen Balmon, that is allowed to eat kachim. It says, okay, those words of the pasuk. So we ask, in Nomru, Koche Kadashim, Lama Nomar, Kachim Kalim. So if the pasuk is going to tell me Kachim Kachim, why does it also need to say Kachim Kalim in reverse? In Nomru Koche Kalim, Lama Nomar, Kachim Kachim. Why does the pasuk have to tell us both? Why can't it just tell us one, and we'll know that a Balmon is allowed to eat in all Kachim? Right, so it's Nero Namar Kachim Kalim. Let's say the pasuk did not reference Kachim Kalim. It only had told us about Kachim Kachim. I see Omer, Kachim Kachim is also that a Baal, according to Balmon, can only eat from Kachim Kachim. Why? Shari looks to the Zar for the because Kachim Kachim are permitted for consumption for a Zar and for Kohanim. And we're going to get into that. That's where the questions are. I'm going to take it for granted that by Kachim Kachim, they can be eaten, or certain times can be eaten by a Zar as well as the Kohanim. We're going to get that. That's the question right there. But Kachim Kachim, however, Kachim Kachim, they wouldn't know from the pasuk otherwise that a Balmon can eat Kachim Kachim. We will not know Kachim Kachim. And let's say the opposite. Let's say the pasuk did not specifically reference Kachim Kachim and only said Kachim Kalim. The Kachim Kalim I would have thought that a Kohen Balmon can eat some Kachim Kalim. Why? Because they're at a lower level. They're more kal. And the Kachim Kachim, but I did not know that a Kohen Balmon can eat from Kachim Kachim as well. The Kach Nomu, Kachim Kachim, the Kach Nomar, Kachim Kalim. So therefore the pasuk said both Kachim Kachim and Kachim Kalim. Okay, now here comes the question. Katanamiha, Shari Hutru, Lazar, however, when we were bringing out our proofs or why we need both sets of Kachim to be mentioned in the pasuk, we said it's because the Kachim can be eaten both by a Zar, a non-Kohen, as well as the Kohanim. So, isn't that Rav Moshe? Isn't the Zar that they talked about Moshe? We'll see in Rashi. It's actually put it up in Rashi. So literally Zar for that one. Because like the Bible, we would have thought, looking at Zar, but Moshe Kamra, it must be talking about Moshe Rabbeinu, and where we know that from, off of Chazal B'Shok, right? We know specifically that Moshe Rabbeinu ate from the Chazal B'Shok in El Hanunim, which is Kachim Kachim. So we have an instance where we have a non-Kohen eating from Kachim Kachim, and therefore we would not have been able to make the same inference. Bama Shishim is this inference now. No, but Bama, when we're talking about Hitchik Zar, it's not about Moshe Rabbeinu, because right where we're trying to defend Rav, that Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. Rather, we're talking about the Bama. We're talking about on the Bama, the Zar. So if the Zar is eating at a Bama, you give the Omer Yish Mincha, and only person in the opinion that is Yish Mincha. And again, let's look in Rashi, a little bit of drama Ka'amar. It's about 5 lines up in Rashi. The issue is out. Give the Omer Barak Akra, Yish Mincha, the Bama Katana, Mincha is the Mincha Kachim Kachim, Mincha is a Kachim Kachim. The Oku Shirah, and you're allowed to eat the Shirah in the Mincha. Zar, what is Zar? The Zar are eating your one. Now you only drink the Bama Katana, because you know that you don't need a Kohen to do a Voga by a Bama, so you know there are Zar doing a Voga, and therefore they're eating the Shirah in the Mincha. And so we have an instance where Zar is eating Kachim Kachim, but we skip down to the Rashi, I did a Mincha, the Giving Omer, and Yish Mincha, the Bama. Why is life only according to the opinion he says there's a Mincha by Bama, which we had a few months ago. We eat a Mincha of the Bama. If we don't hold that there's a Mincha in the Kachim Kachim, that's all the Bama. We don't have any other instances where a Kachim Kachim are eaten by Bama. Why? You don't bring a Chatas in Hashem. It's not in the Torah. You in part of the Bama. You can only bring something that you can bring a voluntary offering from out of Bama. And there's no negative with Bama. The Kachim Kachim, there's no only Ola and Mincha, which again, Ola obviously none of the people. And so that's why we have to hold the opinion that it is a Mincha. Okay, but anyway, we deflect the question against that. So let's bring it up. It's the bottom line on Kuf Aleph Origins. Mason.
He's got great taste.
Miriam, so Miriam, we have another episode when in Midbar with Miriam being inflicted with Saras. So we know that in order for somebody to be inflicted with Saras in terms of nutrition, you have to go outside of the camp. There has to be a Kohen that looks at the Saras and says, yes, this is Saras. After that, you have to by word, they have to vocally say you have Saras, and it has to come from the Kohen. The question is, who is the Kohen that performed this? Then Tomer Moshe is here. If you want to say is Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe Zari, or Moshe Zazar. So it can't be. And obviously that'll be our question. We'll get to the next. So let's keep going through. They are Rosh Nagar, and the Zar can't be Rosh Nagar. Only Kohen can be Rosh Nagar. Then Tomer Aaron is here. So okay, well that Aaron the Kohen, he could have done it. Aaron is Holocaust. Aaron is her relative. They call it Rosh Nagar. And the Karo, the relative cannot look at the Nagar. So actually, it just they say. Obviously, Aaron and Moshe have the exact same relationship to Miriam. They're both broken. So the question is, why by Moshe do we not use the same thing? Why don't we say Moshe can't because he's a Karo? So Moshe would have done, the answer is, yes, that would have also been a problem for Moshe, but Moshe doesn't even get off the ground, right? He's not even a Kohen. So you only need to get to a psul of Karo. He's not even, he's a Zar. So that's why we go with the Zar answer, because it's just the easier one. Another answer is that it's actually protest whether a Karo can be going to Gaim. I think I think some of the Midrashim in the Sifri, it's clear that ours held that a Karo is not able to be married to Gaim. But it's possible that Moshe Rabbeinu, I'm not protest, maybe Moshe Rabbeinu did not hold the Shita. I mean, Moshe Rabbeinu holds that a Karo can be Kogaim, and therefore we have to go to Tzulazar. And the final answer that I saw, which is very interesting, I thought it was interesting, is that what exactly happened? Let's take a step back. What's the episode happening here? Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam were out in the Midbar. Why? Because Miriam and Aaron were speaking Lashon Hara about Moshe Rabbeinu. So what's the reason why a Karo, why you think you could not be married to from that? Okay? My thinking you have, because of your relationship, because of your love for the other person, you might know, maybe not intentionally why, but you might see things in a different light, something like that. So I mean, again, Moshe Rabbeinu honored me to all them, but still, even just the Havamina is that maybe Moshe Rabbeinu at this instance, he's in the situation because Miriam spoke Lashon Hara about it. And so maybe there's some type of diminishment in Ava that Moshe had for Miriam at that moment. And maybe, so you might say that, I don't think that you bring down that, we actually thought that, but there could be a Havamina who said that maybe the Psul of Karo doesn't apply in this moment because it's literally Moshe is the person that she just spoke Lashon Hara about. He said, even if you want to say that, you still have Tzulazar. It was just like, oh, it's interesting. I didn't even think that would be Havamina and Moshe Rabbeinu, but again, we have the Tzulazar, so might as well go with that one. Anyway, sorry. Tangent, I guess it's a holiday schedule, so no tangent. Fine, back to the bar. Third line in. Oh, covered Godel, followed by covered Godel. Okay, so we said, who is one who looked at the Nagaim of Moshe, of Miriam? Moshe, he's out. So then Aaron, he is a Karo. Rather, covered Godel, followed by Kadosh Baruch Hu. Rather, it was a great honor that Kadosh Baruch Hu gave to Miriam at that point. Miriam, Oshisha, said, I need Kohen. Kadosh Baruch Hu said, I'm a Kohen. I need Maskira, I need Falta, I need Potra. So Hashem is going to be Marnagan for Mary. Fine. At the time, yes, we had a question which we knew right from the beginning. Moshe Zar. They've got it alone. We said specifically Moshe Zar. So obviously, that is refuting the opinion of Rav that Moshe was the Kohen Gadol.
Nice. I can hear the logo.
So I said, no, Shiny Mouse Nagan. Mouse Nagan is different. It doesn't just mean the Kohen. What does it mean? Aaron Ivanav to the Parsha. It says that Mouse Nagan is specifically the Aaron Ivanav. Not just the Kohen, and obviously Moshe is not part of Aaron Ubanah. Okay, we got that question. Another question on the sheet of Rav. Mesidah. How many smokers Haisa and Sheva Yisera Abados Yisrael? Five great simples, 5 great accolades that Elisheva, who's Aaron's wife, was Zohar to. Yvonne, Melech, her brother-in-law, Moshe Rabbeinu was a Melech. Isha, her husband, Kohen Gadol. Aaron, Kohen Gadol. Dinah, her son, Eliezer, Scott, he was the Scott Kohen Gadol. Then Dinah, what about her grandson, Pinchas, Shepel Chama? He was the Kohen Shepel Chama. The Achar, and her brother, Nachshon, Nasi Sheva. He was the Nasi of Sheva.
I believe you deep inside my heart.
So those are the 5 things. But other than that, on the flip side, obviously, she She's also the only Russian name, but she's also been innovative, however, and in the room on her two sons, another than Aviv. Like I'm telling you, we see here, you've gone Melech. It says it calls Moshe Rabbeinu a king. The Melech name, obviously he's a king and not a Kohen Gadol. Doesn't go, this is an extra accolade. He could have also been a Kohen as well. Okay, so we don't disprove Rob. Instead, tonight we're going to say that actually it is a Machlokas Tanoim whether or not Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. The Pasuk says, when Moshe is at the snap, the burning bush, and he keeps telling Hashem he doesn't want to go, doesn't want to go, and finally he says, Hashem gets upset at Moshe, Vayifar Af Hashem Moshe. You should have been taught to Omer, or Foreign Aksha B'Torah, never by Lashon. Anytime we see the Lashon, Foreign Aksha, it means it has to be a Lashon. It's not just an emotion, there's some kind of effect, whether it is a curse or a physical act, there's something. A Foreign Aksha is not simply a state of being, there's some active component to it. However, there's never relation, but in this case, we don't see relation. We just see that Hashem got angry at Moshe, but no ramifications, no repercussions. We should bring a file there. After the revelation, no, there is a relation here. So now, in that dialogue, Hashem says, hello, Aaron Achicha Halevi. That is it. Aaron, your brother, he's on his way. Hello, Kohen, Aaron's not a lady, Aaron's a Kohen. That was what I was going to say. I mean, like Hashem says initially, I was going to say, Ata Kohen, you, Moshe, you're going to be the Kohen, and Aaron is going to have the Levium. Actually, now, because of this Kohen, now, who Kohen Ata Levi? I'm switching it around. Aaron is now going to be the leader of the Kohanim, and his sons will be Kohanim, and you're going to only be a Levi. The Kohanim say, no, the Moshe Rabbeinu was actually only a Kohen, when he only served only during the section of Mamlum, was never intended to be a long-term Kohen. The children, the final, we see, Moshe. That Moshe Rabbeinu himself actually was a Kohen, so this is what we see this in the focus tonight. However, his children were not Kohen. That's where it stopped. So now, Moshe Isha, one of Yisrael Shem and Levi. The Moshe, right, his sons will only be Shem and Levi, not Kohen. But Omer, we also say, Moshe and Aaron, the Kohen, which will Moshe and Aaron moved together both as Kohen. So we see, according to the Yisroel, that Moshe and Aaron, that Moshe was a Kohen, in fact, but his children were not Kohen. My home, and let me ask, why did he go for second? Why not just one? Just to say that Moshe's kids were Levites, and he was Kohen. Because he came over those, you might have thought the Doris would exist. I would have thought that it's only talking about Moshe not being a Kohen for Doris, but Moshe himself also is not a Kohen. So it says, oh no, we have to say Moshe not a Kohen. No, in fact, Moshe must be a Kohen because we see Moshe together as Kohen. Okay. Now we are going to go on a little digression on Koronah. The whole direction of Torah, narrative, Moshe, is it true? And really, we asked this question on the episode of Moshe and Hashem, so now we're going to ask it another episode. Is it true that all Torah does not have a Moshe, doesn't have some type of active component, but is? So he said Moshe didn't power the Torah. So Moshe left Paro's palace to Torah. We don't see Moshe, right? Moshe was angry, he walked out. On the short now, Sitro the Yatsa. She says, no, Moshe Rabbeinu not only was angry, he actually slapped Paro across the face when he left. We all know Rashi really saying that Moshe would do this to Paro, but it's after the process, that's how you are. And because it says that Moshe went to meet Paro on the outside of the Nile. Here's the abundance. Because what does it mean when he's asking ourselves that you should give him favors? That Paro's a Melech, and even though he's a Melech Russia, you should give him some sort of favors. We see that. How can we then say that every bucket and Moshe slapped Paro across the face? In the same passage, Yochanan actually says, Rashi, and Rabbi Yochanan is in this second passage that no.